Welcome, dear listener. I'm truly glad you've chosen to spend this time here tonight. Perhaps you're resting after a long day, or maybe you've been reading, studying, or simply scrolling through the quiet of the evening. Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, I invite you to pause for a moment and let yourself be present with me. There is a story waiting, one that has traveled centuries to reach us, carrying whispers of ambition, courage, and curiosity. Now, before we continue, I should warn you this won't be anything like the movie you may have seen, with Colin Farrell's golden hair blowing dramatically in the wind, or Angelina Jolie trying to convince the world that she was Macedonian. No, tonight there will be no heavy accents or scenes too restless for bedtime. This is not the cinema's Alexander, meant to dazzle and exhaust. This is the quiet Alexander, the one who belongs to whispers, to candlelight, to the side of history where you can drift comfortably toward dreams. Imagine settling into a comfortable chair, or lying back with your eyes closed, letting the weight of your body melt into the surface beneath you. Feel your shoulders relax, your jaw unclench. Take a slow, deliberate breath deep enough to fill your chest, gentle enough to release tension. This is the moment we will share, a quiet passage through history. History often seems loud, dramatic, full of armies, empires, and battles that reshape the world. Yet for every epic story, there are countless small, human moments that escape the annals of time. Alexander the Great, for all his legendary conquests, likely faced the ordinary concerns we all know: choosing the right horse, calming a stubborn mule, deciding whether to speak or listen, worrying about friends and family. Even the mightiest can be tender. Even the boldest pause for thought. Tonight, we will wander together through his life, step by step, as if walking along a sunlit path in ancient Macedon. We'll listen to the clatter of hooves, the soft murmur of courtyards, and the distant calls of traders in a foreign market. You may picture yourself beside him, feeling the dust of distant lands, smelling the aroma of fires in a camp, or hearing the quiet rustle of scrolls in a study. Our journey will honor both the grandeur of history and the delicate rhythms of daily life. Over the next 2 hours, we will move through chapters of Alexander's existence, each moment carefully framed. From his earliest childhood days in Pella, to the lessons he received from Aristotle, to the far reaches of Asia he would one day explore, we will linger on details. The color of the sky over a battlefield, the weight of armor on a soldier's shoulders, the quiet flicker of candlelight over a map. We'll see Alexander not only as a conqueror, but as a student, a strategist, a son, and a man who, despite his ambition, carried doubts and wondered at the world he was shaping. His victories, his losses, and even his most ordinary moments will be given space to breathe, so that we can understand him, not just as a figure of legend, but as a human being. Let yourself sink deeper into this time and place. Feel the cool of the early morning in Macedon. Hear the laughter of children running through the palace gardens, and sense the quiet anticipation of a boy who dreams of a world larger than the hills around him. These moments are small, yet essential. They form the roots from which greatness will grow. Tonight, this story asks only one thing of you: to breathe, to notice, and to allow history to become a gentle companion. There is no rush, no urgency, no need to measure time. We will move together, slowly and deliberately, exploring the life of one of history's most fascinating figures. By the end, perhaps you will see Alexander not only through the lens of battles and conquest, but through his curiosity, his courage, and the quiet moments that shaped him. And perhaps, in turn, you will find reflections of your own aspirations, your own struggles, and your own quiet courage. So, take another deep breath, feel the moment. And when you are ready, let us step into the first chapter of this remarkable life, letting the story unfold like a river through time, winding gently through the hills, cities, and plains of a world long past, yet somehow still alive in our imagination. Imagine the rolling hills of Macedon stretching endlessly beneath a soft, golden sunlight, where olive groves and vineyards ripple in the gentle morning breeze, and the distant mountains stand like silent sentinels guarding the valleys below. In these hills, the city of Pella, the capital of a kingdom small in size, but vast in ambition, buzzed with life even in the earliest hours of the day. Merchants wheeled carts along cobblestone streets, their wares clattering with the rhythm of commerce, while children darted between houses and courtyards, their laughter mingling with the distant neigh of horses and the bleating of goats. The aroma of freshly baked bread drifted from ovens in humble homes, mingling with the faint scent of incense from temples. Amidst this lively tapestry, a young boy moved with a quiet intensity that set him apart. Alexander, who watched everything with piercing curiosity, absorbing the details of the world with an alertness far beyond his years. The way shadows played across palace walls, the meticulous drills of soldiers in the courtyard, the subtle gestures of advisors in conversation, none escaped his notice. Even as he played, he was learning, cataloging, observing, and imagining the threads that connected people, power and destiny in ways few could perceive. Alexander was born in 356 BCE in the grand palace of Pella, a city that hummed with the energy of both politics and culture. His father, Philip II, had transformed Macedon from a collection of warring tribes into a unified kingdom with ambitions that reached far beyond its borders. Philip was a brilliant strategist, a man who understood both the art of war and the delicate balance of diplomacy, often negotiating alliances and marriages to secure the stability of his realm. Alexander's mother, Olympias, came from the royal house of Epirus and was equally formidable in intellect, religious devotion, and ambition. She believed deeply in the power of destiny and prophecy, interpreting the solar eclipse that coincided with Alexander's birth as a signal that her son's life would be extraordinary, a mixture of triumph and challenge. From the earliest days, Alexander was immersed in a world where celestial signs, political maneuvers, and family expectations intertwined. Olympias, fiercely protective and endlessly ambitious for her son, nurtured not only his body and mind, but also a profound awareness of his future role, using stories, rituals, and personal guidance to instill in him both confidence and reverence for the forces shaping his life. Even as an infant and toddler, Alexander's life was marked by contrasts between the splendor of royalty and the rigorous discipline expected of a prince. The palace of Pella was a labyrinth of marble halls, sunlit courtyards, and lush gardens, designed to impress visitors and reflect Macedon's growing power. But within these opulent spaces, young Alexander learned the subtleties of observation and perception. He watched his father conduct meetings with generals and diplomats, noticing the careful balance between authority and persuasion, the weight of gestures, the timing of speech, and the strategic use of silence. Even a casual stroll through the palace corridors offered lessons in etiquette, power, and human behavior. How servants anticipated needs without being asked, how soldiers trained with precise discipline, and how advisors sometimes disguised personal ambition behind words of loyalty. Olympias guided him through these observations, turning each moment into instruction, subtly teaching him to discern character, to anticipate intentions, and to cultivate patience and wisdom alongside courage. In these quiet, formative days, Alexander began developing a perceptiveness that would later become one of his most important tools as a leader. As Alexander grew older, his formal education expanded to include the structured teachings of Greek tutors, who introduced him to reading, writing, music, poetry, and the fundamentals of mathematics and natural science. Yet his learning was never confined to these lessons alone. Homer's Iliad became a central influence. Alexander memorized passages, debated the ethics of Achilles' choices, and analyzed the strategies employed in the epic battles of Troy. He began to connect the stories of heroes with the practical observations he gathered in the palace and city streets, developing an early sense of how ideals and strategy could intersect. Beyond literature, he observed Philip training the army, learning the importance of formations, logistics, and the careful planning required to win battles without unnecessary loss. Alexander internalized these lessons, linking the abstract with the concrete. Philosophy informed strategy, poetry inspired courage, and history offered insight into human behavior. Each scroll he read and each drill he observed strengthened both mind and spirit, nurturing a boy whose curiosity and capacity for synthesis were already exceptional. Physical education was inseparable from intellectual and moral development in Alexander's upbringing. From the earliest age, he rode horses, learning to read an animal's temperament, maintain balance, and assert gentle authority, all skills that would later translate into leadership over men. The story of Bucephalus, the horse feared by all but tamed by Alexander, demonstrates not only his courage, but also his insight into psychology, patience, and observation. Wrestling, archery, and mock battles filled his days with challenges that tested endurance, strength, agility, and tactical thinking. These activities were rarely casual. Every contest was a lesson in perseverance, judgment, and the responsibility of command. He learned to anticipate moves, motivate peers, and adapt to unforeseen circumstances. In tandem with the moral and intellectual guidance of his parents and tutors, these physical exercises began forging a leader capable of balancing decisiveness with empathy, strategy with imagination, and authority with respect, qualities that would define him in the campaigns to come. The dynamics within Alexander's family were intricate and profoundly influential on his emerging character. Olympias' intensity and spiritual devotion often contrasted sharply with Philip's pragmatic and sometimes harsh methods of teaching power and politics. Alexander learned to navigate this duality with keen perception, absorbing lessons from both sides. From his mother, he gained a sense of destiny, symbolism, and emotional intelligence, learning to anticipate motives and interpret signs. From his father, he acquired practical skills in negotiation, strategy, and governance, understanding that leadership required both vision and meticulous attention to detail. These contrasting influences taught Alexander to balance ambition with caution, empathy with authority, and moral judgment with strategic necessity, creating a foundation for a ruler who could inspire loyalty while maintaining control over complex social and military hierarchies. Even play became a tool for learning. Alexander engaged in games of strategy and mock battles with peers, exercises that were at once playful and deeply instructive. Each contest required him to anticipate the actions of others, make rapid decisions, and manage alliances, fostering skills in negotiation, tactical thinking, and leadership. His curiosity often led him to question rules, debate with teachers, and experiment with approaches that stretched conventional thinking. These experiences reinforced lessons from formal education, teaching him how to synthesize knowledge, adapt to changing circumstances, and exercise judgment in real time. Through games and structured challenges, Alexander cultivated confidence, ingenuity, and a sense of responsibility that extended beyond personal success, showing him the value of foresight, collaboration, and ethical decision-making. Alexander's curiosity extended beyond the palace walls into the bustling streets, markets, and surrounding countryside of Pella. He watched artisans crafting pottery and jewelry, listened to the negotiations of merchants in various tongues, and observed travelers recounting distant lands. Every detail, whether the patterns of dress, the cadence of speech, or the customs displayed in public, was absorbed into his growing mental map of the world. These excursions gave him early lessons in cultural diversity, adaptability, and observation. Even small encounters, such as noticing how a merchant placated an unhappy customer, or how a soldier responded to an unexpected order, contributed to his understanding of human behavior, preparing him to navigate the complex social structures and multicultural armies he would command in the future. Religion and ritual were woven into every aspect of Alexander's upbringing, forming both his worldview and moral compass. From a young age, he participated in royal ceremonies, learned to interpret omens, and consulted with priests, blending spiritual awareness with pragmatic reasoning. Olympius encouraged him to see signs and prophecies not merely as superstition, but as reflections of character, opportunity, and consequence, teaching him to align personal action with perceived cosmic patterns. This spiritual education intersected with intellectual, physical, and social lessons, fostering a mind capable of reflection, foresight, and nuanced understanding of human motivation. Such awareness of the sacred and the symbolic would later guide him in decisions of war, diplomacy, and governance, where perception often shaped realities as powerfully as action itself. By his early teens, Alexander had begun to demonstrate leadership among his peers. He organized contests, mediated disputes, and inspired loyalty through both example and guidance. Tutors and court observers noted a rare combination of charisma, intelligence, and decisiveness, suggesting that Alexander was developing the qualities necessary to command both respect and action. His interactions with peers, whether through structured challenges or everyday conversations, became opportunities to refine judgment, practice negotiation, and understand social dynamics. Even seemingly ordinary moments, sharing a meal, resolving a disagreement, or observing a servant's diligence, were lessons in empathy, ethics, and influence, reinforcing his ability to perceive the needs and motivations of others, a skill critical to leadership at any scale. As childhood gradually gave way to adolescence, Alexander stood on the cusp of a transformative chapter. Recognizing his son's extraordinary potential, King Philip arranged for Aristotle, one of the greatest philosophers of the ancient world, to become Alexander's tutor. Aristotle's mentorship promised not only the acquisition of knowledge, but the expansion of the young prince's intellectual and moral horizons, fostering critical reasoning, curiosity about distant lands, and understanding of the natural and political world. Even before this formal mentorship began, Alexander's experiences, the palace lessons, the observation of people, the physical training, the games, the exploration of Pella, and the spiritual education imparted by his mother, had already cultivated a mind prepared for greatness. In these formative years, the boy who ran through the sunlit hills of Macedon was quietly learning courage, insight, empathy, and strategic thinking, laying the foundation for a life that would later stretch across continents, cultures, and centuries, leaving a legacy that would echo far beyond his own time. In the serene courtyards of the Macedonian palace, sunlight spilled over marble floors, glinting off carefully carved statues, while the subtle scent of jasmine and rosemary mingled with the earthy aroma of the nearby gardens. It was in this tranquil, almost sacred environment that a young Alexander first encountered Aristotle, a man whose reputation as a philosopher, scientist, and teacher preceded him across the Greek world. Aristotle's presence transformed the palace into a realm of quiet inquiry and disciplined study. Scrolls were unfurled on stone benches, and ink-stained hands traced letters that carried centuries of accumulated knowledge. The philosopher did not merely teach. He cultivated thought, asking questions designed to awaken curiosity, provoke reflection, and expand perception. Alexander, already precociously observant and restless, found himself immersed in a dialogue that stretched the boundaries of his understanding. He learned that knowledge was not simply a collection of facts, but a living process, a lens through which to interpret human behavior, natural phenomena, and the intricate machinery of politics and power. Each lesson was a subtle invitation to think beyond Macedon, to imagine possibilities, and to engage with the wider, unknown world beyond the familiar hills of his homeland. Aristotle's lessons were vast, encompassing not only philosophy, but also ethics, science, literature, and politics. Alexander studied ethics through the lens of human action, considering not only what was effective, but also what was just, moral, and sustainable. The philosopher taught him to weigh virtue against ambition, to recognize the consequences of choices, and to understand that leadership required a delicate balance between force and wisdom. In politics, Alexander examined the histories of Athens, Sparta, and other city-states, learning to analyze how leadership styles, cultural norms, and civic structures influenced the success or failure of rulers. He considered the outcomes of wars, alliances, and betrayals, noting not only the tactical decisions, but the human motivations that drove them. Science, too, became a living pursuit. Aristotle encouraged Alexander to observe animals in their natural habitats, catalog plants, measure rivers, and contemplate the order and patterns of the natural world. Poetry and literature were studied analytically, offering insight into human emotion, social values, and the enduring power of narrative. Alexander was learning to synthesize multiple streams of knowledge, to see the connections between abstract thought and practical action, and to cultivate a mind capable of both imagination and disciplined reasoning. The classroom extended far beyond the palace walls, spilling into the open air where nature itself became a teacher. Aristotle often led Alexander on long walks through Macedone's valleys, across its rivers, and into forests thick with olive, oak, and cypress trees. Each excursion was carefully orchestrated to teach observation, patience, and analytical reasoning. Alexander learned to catalog animals, noting their behaviors, feeding patterns, and interactions, while the philosopher explained the principles underlying each ecosystem. He studied the flow of rivers, the composition of soil, and the patterns of seasons, understanding that the natural world operated according to laws that could be observed, interpreted, and applied to human affairs. The young prince was encouraged to ask questions at every step. Why a river bends in a certain way? Why birds migrate? Why a plant flourishes in one soil but fails in another, connecting empirical observation with philosophical thought. These experiences cultivated in him a keen awareness of complexity, interdependence, and cause and effect relationships, skills that would later help him evaluate terrain, supply lines, and strategic opportunities during his campaigns. Beyond intellectual training, these walks nurtured a profound appreciation for beauty, rhythm, and harmony in the world, reinforcing the idea that knowledge was inseparable from curiosity and attentiveness to life in all its forms. Alexander's engagement with Aristotle was dynamic and relentless, marked by questions, debates, and challenges that tested both his teacher and himself. He would often press for clarifications, demand examples, and propose alternative scenarios, reflecting an impatience that was driven not by obstinacy, but by an insatiable desire to understand deeply. Aristotle responded by stretching the limits of conventional thinking, presenting complex problems, paradoxes, and ethical dilemmas that required Alexander to weigh consequences, consider multiple perspectives, and articulate reasoned conclusions. These dialogues cultivated critical thinking, mental flexibility, and intellectual resilience, transforming lessons into active experiences of discovery. Through repeated engagement, Alexander honed his capacity to synthesize knowledge, bridging abstract concepts with practical applications. He began to perceive that wisdom lay not in memorization, but in the ability to connect ideas, anticipate outcomes, and adapt understanding to changing circumstances. This method of learning, a blend of curiosity, challenge, and reflection, became a defining feature of his approach to leadership, strategy, and problem-solving. Ethical reasoning became a cornerstone of Alexander's education under Aristotle. The young prince grappled with questions of justice, virtue, and the responsibilities of a ruler to those he governed. Aristotle encouraged him to analyze historical examples, leaders of Greek city-states, generals, and kings, examining how moral choices, ambition, and practical necessity intersected. Alexander reflected on the tension between personal desire and the welfare of the state, learning that true leadership required balancing courage with prudence, power with empathy, and action with reflection. These lessons were reinforced through observation of Philip's interactions with Macedonian officials, foreign envoys, and military commanders, where Alexander witnessed firsthand the delicate negotiation between authority, diplomacy, and moral responsibility. By considering both theoretical principles and lived experiences, he began to internalize a philosophy of leadership that combined ethical awareness with strategic thinking, laying the groundwork for decisions that would later influence not only military outcomes, but also the integration of diverse cultures, governance structures, and societies under his rule. Practical skills were seamlessly integrated into Alexander's intellectual education, ensuring that his mind was complemented by the capacity to act decisively and communicate effectively. Aristotle guided him in the study of rhetoric, logic, and persuasive speech, teaching the young prince how to construct arguments, appeal to reason and emotion, and convey authority with clarity. Alexander practiced debating with tutors and peers, often simulating scenarios in which he had to defend policies, persuade allies, or negotiate delicate disputes. These exercises were not merely academic. They cultivated skills he would later apply to inspire loyalty among his troops, negotiate with foreign leaders, and navigate the complex social and political landscapes of his future empire. Through these lessons, he learned to anticipate the responses of others, to structure ideas strategically, and to adapt his communication style to different audiences, a foundation for leadership that combined intellect, charisma, and practical wisdom. Alexander's studies of politics and history provided a detailed understanding of the mechanics of power and the successes and failures of rulers before him. Aristotle introduced him to the intricate histories of Greek city-states, from the democracy of Athens to the militarism of Sparta, analyzing their governance structures, strategic decisions, and internal challenges. Alexander studied examples of diplomacy, alliances, betrayals, and military campaigns, paying attention not only to tactical outcomes, but also to the human decisions that shaped them. He began to recognize patterns in leadership, how pride, ambition, prudence, and foresight could determine the rise or fall of states, and developed a nuanced understanding of political dynamics. These lessons encouraged him to evaluate risk, anticipate consequences, and consider long-term stability alongside immediate gains. Alexander internalized the notion that effective leadership required not only strength and strategy, but also moral discernment, insight into human motivations, and the ability to inspire trust and loyalty across diverse populations. Alexander's fascination with the natural world deepened under Aristotle's guidance, fostering both empirical observation and analytical reasoning. He meticulously recorded the behaviors of animals, noting survival strategies, social hierarchies, and interactions with the environment. Plants were studied for their medicinal, nutritional, and structural properties, and Alexander learned to understand the principles of cause and effect, growth, and adaptation. Even the study of celestial phenomena was incorporated, linking observation of the stars with philosophical reflection on the nature of life, destiny, and the universe. These exercises trained him to perceive patterns, make inferences, and think systematically, skills that would later enhance his strategic planning, reconnaissance, and decision-making in unfamiliar territories. Moreover, this immersion in scientific inquiry nurtured a mindset that valued evidence, observation, and critical thinking, blending intellectual curiosity with practical application in ways that would characterize his leadership and approach to complex challenges. Cultural awareness became a vital part of Alexander's education. Aristotle introduced him to the myths, traditions, and political systems of neighboring Greek city-states, encouraging comparisons with Macedonian customs. Alexander absorbed these lessons with keen observation, noting how language, religion, law, and social norms shaped behavior and influenced political stability. He reflected on differences and similarities, learning to approach unfamiliar cultures with curiosity and respect rather than prejudice. This early exposure to diversity planted the seeds of his later policies, in which conquered peoples were often integrated into his administration, their customs respected, and their talents utilized. Alexander began to understand that the strength of an empire depended not solely on military conquest, but also on the capacity to unite and inspire people of varying backgrounds under a shared vision, balancing power with diplomacy and cultural sensitivity. Even in moments of solitude, Alexander's mind remained active, blending lessons from Aristotle with reflections on his own experiences and observations. He would wander through palace gardens, watching sunlight filter through olive trees, listening to the distant hum of the marketplace, or observing the behaviors of animals in their natural environment. In these quiet hours, he synthesized knowledge from philosophy, science, history, and politics, forming a mental framework that combined imagination, ethical reasoning, and strategic insight. These reflections helped him develop foresight and self-awareness, allowing him to anticipate challenges, evaluate consequences, and prepare for complex situations. Alexander's contemplative nature, nurtured through hours of thoughtful study and observation, became as important a tool as his physical training, sharpening a mind capable of vision, calculation, and leadership at an extraordinary scale. By the end of his years under Aristotle's guidance, Alexander had cultivated a remarkable integration of intellectual rigor, ethical understanding, and practical skill. He was not only knowledgeable, but also reflective, curious, and capable of discerning subtle patterns in human behavior, politics, and the natural world. Every lesson, excursion, and dialogue had contributed to a mind prepared for both leadership and exploration, blending imagination with strategy, moral awareness with ambition, and observation with action. As he approached adolescence, Alexander stood ready to transition from the halls of learning to the broader world, carrying the lessons of Aristotle with him. These formative years had instilled a foundation that would support his extraordinary campaigns, guiding him not only in conquest, but also in governance, cultural integration, and the creation of a lasting legacy. In this way, the education he received became the quiet engine of his ambition, a compass that would steer him across continents, through battles and negotiations, and into the pages of history. At dawn, the camp stirred with a gentle rhythm, the sounds of preparation weaving into the soft light of morning. The clatter of armor and the muted footsteps of soldiers created a quiet symphony, punctuated by the distant calls of animals and the rustle of tents in the breeze. Alexander, now a young leader stepping beyond the familiar hills of Macedon, mounted his horse with a composed yet attentive demeanor. From his vantage point, he could see the careful alignment of infantry, the disciplined arrangement of cavalry, and the orderly placement of supply wagons, each element forming a living network of human and material resources. Though young, he understood that the success of the coming campaign depended on this precise orchestration, on the cohesion of men and beasts alike, and on the subtle interplay of morale, discipline, and readiness. He inhaled the crisp morning air, carrying the sense of damp earth and fresh grass, and allowed himself a moment to observe the quiet determination etched on the faces of his soldiers, recognizing in their anticipation and anxiety a reflection of his own. The initial campaigns tested Alexander's emergent abilities as both a strategist and a commander, pushing him to translate the knowledge and insight gained from years of study into decisive action. He moved first against Macedonia's neighboring regions, securing borders and stabilizing internal politics, before gradually directing his attention toward the complex and often fractious city-states of Greece. Alexander approached each engagement with careful observation, studying not only the terrain, but also the character and disposition of those he would encounter. He considered how hills, rivers, and wooded areas could serve as both obstacles and advantages, and he noted the subtle behaviors of local populations, weighing how they might respond to the presence of a foreign army. Even before battle commenced, Much of his effort was invested in preparation, organizing supply lines, assigning responsibilities to trusted officers, establishing communication signals, and ensuring that each unit was both trained and motivated. This meticulous attention to detail reflected the lessons of his youth, a blending of intellectual discipline with practical, hands-on understanding of leadership. Alexander's personal charisma began to manifest as a critical force within the army, influencing morale and loyalty in ways that went far beyond formal command. He did not remain distant or merely symbolic. He engaged with his soldiers, listening attentively to their concerns, encouraging initiative, and demonstrating his own courage alongside them. Whether riding through a unit to inspect readiness or sharing in the arduous routines of long marches, he created bonds of respect and trust, fostering a sense of shared purpose that transformed ordinary soldiers into a cohesive, motivated force. His presence alone served as both reassurance and inspiration, and these subtle, human connections were as decisive as any strategy or weapon in maintaining the discipline and morale necessary for sustained campaigns. Through these early experiences, Alexander began to understand that leadership was an intricate balance of authority, empathy, example, and psychological insight, lessons that would underpin his ability to command and inspire men across continents. Each engagement brought new lessons in strategy and adaptation. Alexander carefully studied the formations, movements, and tactics of his adversaries, analyzing how phalanx lines, cavalry maneuvers, and fortifications could be anticipated or exploited. He experimented with the coordination of different units, testing flexible arrangements and observing the effects of timing, terrain, and morale. Even minor skirmishes offered insight into human behavior, the hesitation of a commander, the fatigue of troops, the subtle cues of fear or confidence, and Alexander recorded these observations in his mind, as if mapping not just the battlefield, but the psychology of those involved. Through these experiences, he began to recognize that victory depended not solely on courage or strength, but on the precise integration of intelligence, preparation, and the ability to anticipate the unpredictable. Each challenge strengthened his capacity to think holistically, to evaluate both tangible and intangible factors, and to adjust strategies with remarkable speed and insight. The logistics of warfare required constant vigilance and meticulous planning. Alexander supervised the movement of supplies, ensuring that food, water, and equipment reached soldiers and animals alike across varied and often unforgiving terrain. He negotiated with local populations for provisions, assessed the sustainability of supply lines, and considered the impact of weather, rivers, and roads on the pace of the army. Beyond physical necessities, he was acutely aware of the morale and psychological state of his men, adjusting routines, assigning tasks, and providing encouragement to maintain cohesion and determination. This balance of practical administration and human insight was a continuous exercise, and Alexander's growing attentiveness revealed the importance of foresight, preparation, and care in sustaining an army over long campaigns. The lessons learned here, though often invisible in historical records, would prove essential in his later, more ambitious conquests. Even amid the rigors of campaigning, Alexander carved out moments of reflection and observation. He would pause to watch the first light of day illuminate distant hills, listen to the wind rustling through olive groves, or observe the disciplined movements of soldiers during drills. These quiet intervals were not mere respite, but opportunities for contemplation, allowing him to synthesize experience, assess progress, and anticipate the next steps. In these reflective moments, he considered the human, environmental, and strategic dimensions of each decision, merging insight with intuition. This integration of observation and thought nurtured a leadership style that combined calculated strategy with imaginative foresight, balancing the demands of conquest with careful attention to detail, the well-being of his men, and the subtle currents of human behavior. Battles themselves were complex orchestrations of timing, coordination, and human psychology. Alexander learned to combine infantry, cavalry, and archers in movements that required not only precise planning, but also rapid adaptation to unfolding circumstances. He observed the behavior of enemy troops, noting hesitation, overconfidence, or fatigue, and adjusted his tactics in real time. Each engagement demanded both decisiveness and patience, requiring him to weigh risks, interpret signals from allies and adversaries, and maintain clarity under pressure. Victory was never taken for granted. It emerged from a careful synthesis of observation, intuition, preparation, and the morale and cohesion of his forces. In this way, even young, he began to grasp the delicate balance between strategy and human dynamics that would define his later campaigns. Alexander's attention to the psychological dimension of leadership grew alongside his tactical skill. He understood that courage, fear, and loyalty could shape outcomes as profoundly as any sword or phalanx formation. Through gestures, words, and example, he reinforced confidence and determination among his soldiers. At times, a brief conversation, a reassuring presence on the field, or a shared hardship on the march was as crucial to success as any formal plan. This awareness of human motivation and morale, combined with his emerging tactical genius, allowed him to inspire loyalty and resilience in men who faced immense danger, forging a bond between leader and troops that would endure across continents and campaigns. As Alexander advanced, he began to integrate diplomacy with military action, recognizing that conquest was as much about governance as it was about battle. Cities, local governments, and populations were carefully assessed. He noted customs, trade practices, and social hierarchies, understanding how best to consolidate control without provoking unnecessary resistance. Negotiation, alliance building, and strategic leniency became tools alongside force, reflecting a sophisticated approach that combined respect for local traditions with the assertion of authority. These early experiences revealed the importance of flexibility and cultural awareness, preparing him to govern diverse populations and integrate conquered territories into a cohesive empire, lessons that would shape the far-reaching policies of his later campaigns. Even as victories accumulated, Alexander remained deeply reflective, considering not only the immediate tactical gains, but also their broader implications. He observed the rhythm of daily life in camp, the quiet moments between marches, the careful maintenance of weapons and armor, the subtle interactions among soldiers, and used these observations to refine his leadership. He contemplated the morale, loyalty, and fatigue of his men, integrating these human factors into his planning and decision-making. At the same time, he imagined the wider world beyond Macedonia, pondering distant lands and cultures he had yet to encounter. These reflections combined practical experience with imaginative foresight, fostering a leadership style that balanced ambition with empathy, action with deliberation, and the tangible with the conceptual. As Alexander advanced through Greece, he navigated a complex network of alliances, rivalries, and political dynamics. Each city-state presented a unique challenge. Some welcomed him as a liberator, others resisted as an intruder. He negotiated with leaders, observed local customs, and carefully assessed the attitudes of populations, learning how to wield diplomacy alongside force. These interactions taught him that conquest was as much about understanding human behavior and political nuance as it was about battlefield success. Through these experiences, Alexander honed his ability to inspire loyalty, anticipate reactions, and manage the delicate balance between authority and persuasion, a skill set that would prove invaluable as he extended his ambitions toward Persia. The logistics and preparation behind his campaigns demanded constant attention and foresight. Alexander oversaw the movement of supplies, the management of troop rotations, and the coordination of communication across long distances. He accounted for the challenges posed by terrain, weather, and infrastructure, ensuring that his army remained effective, well-fed, and organized. Beyond the practical necessities, He remained attuned to the psychological state of his soldiers, adjusting routines and responsibilities to sustain morale and cohesion. These lessons reinforced a crucial insight that leadership required meticulous planning, careful observation, and the ability to balance human needs with strategic objectives. This awareness, cultivated through early victories and reflective thought, laid the groundwork for the even more ambitious campaigns that lay ahead, as Alexander prepared to confront the vast empire of Persia. Alexander's growing sense of ambition intertwined with careful observation and reflection. He considered not only the immediate gains of each conquest, but also their long-term implications for governance, cultural integration, and the spread of influence. Every march, every skirmish, and every negotiation added layers of understanding, shaping a young leader capable of combining tactical insight with strategic foresight. He began to visualize maps that stretched beyond Macedonia, contemplating territories he had not yet seen and imagining how diverse peoples, landscapes, and resources might be brought together under a coherent vision. These reflections were grounded in experience, but fueled by curiosity, imagination, and the analytical habits nurtured under Aristotle's guidance. Even as he achieved victories, Alexander remained conscious of the limits of his power and the fragility of human endeavor. He carefully considered the loyalty of his generals, the endurance of his troops, and the challenges posed by unfamiliar lands. Each decision required balancing immediate tactical needs with longer-term strategic goals, combining courage with prudence and ambition with humility. Through this awareness, he honed the qualities that would distinguish him as a leader: decisiveness tempered by reflection, confidence guided by observation, and boldness supported by preparation. These early campaigns became a crucible, forging both skill and character that would carry him across continents in the years to come. As the first steps of conquest concluded, Alexander stood poised to embark on campaigns that would take him far beyond familiar horizons. Macedonia and Greece were now secure, providing a foundation for more ambitious endeavors. With lessons learned from early battles, diplomatic engagements, and logistical challenges, he prepared to turn his gaze eastward toward the vast and formidable empire of Persia. The stage was set for a journey that would test his intellect, courage, and vision on an unprecedented scale. Reflective yet resolute, Alexander was ready to step into a wider world, carrying both experience and imagination, and the promise of a legacy that would echo through history. Imagine vast plains stretching endlessly under a sun that seemed to scorch every horizon, deserts shimmering with heat, and rivers winding like silver threads through lands unknown. Alexander's army moved as a living current across these territories, a long line of soldiers, horses, and supply wagons carrying not only the ambitions of a young king, but also the hopes, fears, and resilience of thousands of men. Each morning brought new landscapes, new challenges, and new opportunities to observe the world in all its complexity. Dust rose from marching feet, mingling with the scent of leather, metal, and sweat. And Alexander, ever attentive, took note of how terrain, weather, and local conditions could influence both movement and strategy. These journeys were more than marches. They were lessons in geography, human endurance, and the subtle interplay between environment and action. Persia presented a civilization unlike any Alexander had known, vast and sophisticated, with cities that boasted towering walls, intricate marketplaces, and bustling trade routes stretching across mountains and rivers. The richness of culture, the diversity of peoples, and the complexity of governance impressed him deeply. He studied the organization of cities, noting how fortifications, roads, and supply networks could support or hinder both resistance and administration. Markets were alive with spices, textiles, and ideas. Voices in multiple languages echoed through narrow streets, offering insights into local customs, beliefs, and power structures. Every encounter demanded careful observation, diplomacy, and cultural sensitivity, as Alexander sought not only to conquer, but to understand the societies he entered. Alexander's military engagements in Persia were lessons in strategy, innovation, and leadership. Battles were meticulously planned, integrating infantry, cavalry, and archers in formations adapted to terrain and enemy disposition. He analyzed Persian tactics, learned from setbacks, and adjusted his strategies to exploit weaknesses while minimizing casualties. Coordination of diverse units, timing of maneuvers, and rapid decision-making became essential skills. Yet, alongside the intensity of battle, there were moments of quiet reflection, observing the movement of clouds across plains, listening to the murmur of rivers, or noting the patterns of local wildlife. These pauses allowed Alexander to merge practical experience with contemplation, sharpening his mind for the complex challenges that lay ahead. The human dimension of conquest became increasingly evident. Alexander took note of morale, loyalty, and motivation, understanding that the cohesion of his army and the behavior of his opponents were as decisive as terrain or weapons. He built personal connections with commanders, treated soldiers with attention and fairness, and observed the reactions of civilians to his presence. These observations informed decisions that combined strategy with empathy, action with prudence. Alexander's ability to read people, anticipate reactions, and inspire loyalty became as critical to success as his tactical brilliance. Diplomacy intertwined with conquest at every stage. Alexander learned to negotiate with local leaders, respect certain customs, and incorporate talented individuals from conquered territories into administration and military units. He observed how cultures adapted, blended, or resisted, and how alliances could be leveraged for stability and further expansion. These interactions were subtle, requiring patience, observation, and careful communication. By blending force with diplomacy, Alexander began to construct not merely a conquered land, but an integrated, functioning empire, laying the groundwork for policies that would endure far beyond his campaigns. Even amid the rigors of marching, supplying, and fighting, Alexander remained an observer of life itself. He noted the laughter of children playing by rivers, the rhythm of market sellers, and the sense of bread baking in small ovens. These moments grounded him, reminding him of the ordinary human experiences that persisted regardless of conquest. In the midst of strategic calculations and battlefield maneuvers, Alexander's attention to these small details reflected a sensitivity to culture, humanity, and the textures of everyday life, an awareness that informed his later policies and interactions across a vast and diverse empire. As Persia gradually fell under his control, Alexander's ambitions reached further eastward, toward lands filled with mountains, rivers, and mysteries still beyond his knowledge. His campaigns were no longer mere military operations. They were journeys of discovery, blending exploration, strategy, and cultural integration. Every step forward expanded both his physical and intellectual horizons, forcing him to adapt to new climates, peoples, and logistical challenges. The lessons of Macedon and Greece discipline, observation, strategic thinking, and reflection were now applied on a continental scale, shaping a leader capable of navigating the complexities of an entire empire. Amid the intensity of campaigns, Alexander often found moments of introspection about his legacy. He considered how cities, cultures, and peoples would remember his actions, reflecting on the transient nature of power and the permanence of influence. These contemplations were quiet but profound, shaping decisions about governance, cultural integration, and the treatment of conquered populations. He began to think not only as a military leader, but also as a custodian of a vision, blending ambition with ethical consideration, force with understanding, and conquest with the potential for lasting cultural imprint. Alexander's interactions with local populations became increasingly nuanced as he moved deeper into Persia. He observed the hierarchy of cities, the customs of nobles, and the rhythms of daily life. learning how to wield authority without provoking unnecessary resistance. He incorporated local leaders into governance structures, respecting traditions while subtly guiding policy to align with his expanding empire. These early experiments in administration highlighted the balance between respect and control, showing him that the effectiveness of conquest relied as much on cultural understanding as on military success. Each city, each marketplace, each council meeting became a living classroom, teaching lessons that would inform the governance of far-reaching territories. The diversity of languages, religions, and social norms posed challenges that required both diplomacy and innovation. Alexander learned quickly that imposing uniformity was neither practical nor desirable. Instead, he fostered collaboration between Greek settlers, Macedonian officers, and local communities, encouraging the exchange of ideas, customs, and practices. This blending of cultures laid the groundwork for Hellenistic influence, allowing Greek and local traditions to coexist and enrich one another. In doing so, Alexander began to understand that leadership extended beyond command of armies. It demanded insight into human nature, patience, and the ability to integrate disparate elements into a functional and enduring whole. Even amid these administrative and diplomatic challenges, the pace of campaigning remained relentless. Alexander coordinated long marches, oversaw supply lines stretching across deserts and rivers, and maintained communication among widely dispersed units. He anticipated obstacles, harsh weather, difficult terrain, and the fatigue of soldiers, and adjusted plans accordingly. Every march, every engagement, every logistical decision was an opportunity to refine his strategic thinking, to understand the interplay between preparation, execution, and human endurance. The discipline cultivated during these early stages of conquest became essential for managing an army, operating on a scale never before attempted in history. Amidst the physical and strategic demands, Alexander found moments of reflection that grounded his understanding of leadership and ambition. He observed the quiet persistence of local life, from the flowing of rivers to the steady rhythm of markets, integrating these observations into his broader vision of governance. These pauses allowed him to consider not only the immediate goals of conquest, but also the enduring impact of his actions. He began to think about the legacy of his campaigns, how cultures might evolve under his influence, and how the memory of his leadership could shape future generations. This reflective approach, balancing ambition with insight, would become a hallmark of his leadership, guiding decisions in both war and governance across the vast territories he sought to unify. As Alexander pressed further into Persia, the scale and complexity of his operations increased dramatically. He navigated vast distances, harsh climates, and diverse populations, applying lessons learned from earlier campaigns while adapting to new challenges. The coordination of thousands of soldiers, the management of supplies across deserts and rivers, and the integration of local allies required both strategic foresight and practical ingenuity. Each decision carried consequences not only for immediate outcomes, but for the stability of newly conquered regions, reinforcing Alexander's understanding that conquest was inseparable from governance. Amid the turbulence of expansion, Alexander remained attentive to the human dimension of his campaigns. He observed the behavior of his soldiers and the reactions of local populations, noting where morale faltered or loyalty wavered. He adjusted leadership approaches, balanced discipline with encouragement, and ensured that both his Macedonian troops and allied forces felt valued and heard. These subtle interventions strengthened cohesion and resilience, allowing the army to maintain momentum across vast and often hostile territories. Alexander's growing sensitivity to the psychological and cultural factors of leadership became as decisive as any military tactic, shaping the character of his empire even before it was fully consolidated. Even in the midst of relentless marching, negotiations, and battles, Alexander often paused to reflect on the world he was shaping. He contemplated the enduring consequences of his actions, the blending of cultures, and the legacy of knowledge, trade, and governance that his campaigns might leave behind. The cities he encountered, the peoples he met, and the lands he traversed were not merely obstacles or prizes. They were teachers, offering lessons in resilience, adaptability, and the complexity of human society. With Persia gradually under his control, new horizons beckoned further east, and Alexander's mind, disciplined yet imaginative, prepared for the next stage of exploration, conquest, and cultural integration, carrying forward both experience and ambition. At night, the camp glowed softly with the flickering light of lanterns and small fires, casting long, dancing shadows over tents, armor, and march-worn gear. The aroma of cooking food mingled with the dust of the road and the faint metallic scent of weapons, forming a sensory tapestry that spoke of life on campaign. Soldiers spoke in hushed tones, recounting stories from home, fears for the future, and memories of battles just past. Alexander moved among them with quiet attentiveness, listening not only to words, but to gestures, tone, and the subtle tension in posture. These moments revealed conflicts that could destabilize even the most disciplined army, rivalries between commanders, simmering frustration among troops, and the emotional toll of prolonged separation from family and homeland. He observed carefully, realizing that leadership demanded understanding the human heart as much as commanding the battlefield, and that the strength of an army relied as much on morale, trust, and cohesion as on numbers or weapons. Challenges within the army required a careful blend of firmness, empathy, and strategic patience. Alexander mediated disputes between generals whose pride or ambition occasionally collided, negotiated solutions for soldiers' grievances, and reminded everyone of their shared purpose and honor. He recognized that even the most disciplined and loyal troops could falter if their contributions were overlooked or if personal tensions were left unchecked. By engaging directly with individuals, demonstrating awareness of their struggles, and sharing in their hardships, from long marches to harsh weather, he strengthened bonds that were vital for the cohesion and resilience of his forces. These quiet exercises of leadership, though often invisible to the historian's eye, were crucial. The silent courage of guiding and supporting men often resonated as profoundly as any battlefield triumph. Alexander's human side emerged alongside his relentless ambition, revealing a young leader capable of both reflection and decisive action. He experienced doubt, fatigue, and concern for those under his command, yet balanced these emotions with unwavering commitment to his goals. He understood that loyalty was fragile and had to be cultivated through attention, fairness, and example. Even small gestures acknowledging a soldier's skill, offering guidance to a young officer, or listening patiently to complaints, served to sustain morale and reinforce trust. In these ways, Alexander demonstrated that effective leadership was not solely about issuing orders or commanding from a distance, but about connecting with individuals, recognizing their humanity, and guiding collective effort toward shared success. Logistics, strategy, and interpersonal dynamics were deeply intertwined in Alexander's campaigns. He supervised the movement of troops and supplies with meticulous attention, ensuring that food, water, and equipment reached soldiers and animals alike across challenging terrain. Every river crossing, mountain pass, and desert march demanded careful planning, and Alexander accounted for weather, soil conditions, and the physical limits of both men and beasts. Yet logistics were only part of the equation. He simultaneously observed relationships among commanders, gauged morale, and anticipated potential conflicts before they could disrupt cohesion. This integration of practical necessity with human insight became a defining aspect of his leadership, demonstrating that successful campaigns depended as much on attentiveness to people as on battlefield strategy. Even in the midst of marching armies and tactical maneuvers, Alexander carved out moments of quiet reflection. He observed the night sky, noting constellations and the subtle shifts of the moon, listened to the wind rustling through reeds and trees, and sometimes paused to watch the distant flicker of campfires across the plain. These reflective moments allowed him to synthesize observations from the day, evaluating troop performance, planning future maneuvers, and considering the welfare of soldiers and civilians alike. By blending introspection with action, Alexander developed a leadership style that harmonized strategic thinking with empathy, foresight with sensitivity, and the urgency of immediate decisions with long-term vision. The young king also recognized the fragility of human endeavor and the unpredictability of campaigns. Storms, illness, fatigue, and unforeseen obstacles reminded him that even a disciplined, well-equipped army could falter. He approached these challenges with calm assessment, devising contingency plans and encouraging flexibility among his commanders. Alexander's ability to anticipate difficulties, adapt strategies, and maintain composure under pressure not only safeguarded the army's effectiveness, but also reinforced the confidence and trust of his soldiers. Through these lessons, he honed a leadership style that integrated meticulous planning with human understanding, preparing both himself and his army for the extraordinary trials that lay ahead as they advanced deeper into Persia and beyond. Alexander's ability to maintain cohesion extended beyond discipline to the realm of culture and shared identity. He encouraged rituals, symbols of unity, and celebrations of victories, which helped bridge differences among soldiers from diverse regions and ethnic backgrounds. These shared practices fostered a sense of belonging, mutual respect, and common purpose, strengthening the army's resilience. Soldiers learned to trust not only their commander, but also each other, forming bonds that would be crucial when facing the uncertainties and dangers of distant lands. This cultural and emotional integration became as essential to success as tactical brilliance or logistical efficiency. Even in the quietest moments, the weight of command pressed upon Alexander. He continuously evaluated morale, fatigue, and the loyalty of his men, while also considering the perceptions and reactions of local populations in newly conquered territories. Every decision, when to march, when to rest, when to negotiate, had immediate and long-term consequences. Leadership required vigilance, patience, and the ability to balance short-term operational needs with the broader goals of conquest and stability. Alexander's attentiveness to these subtle factors demonstrated that the foundation of a successful empire began with careful guidance of human hearts and minds. The challenges within the army also tested Alexander's ethical judgment and emotional resilience. He witnessed moments of fear, dissent, and moral conflict among his soldiers, forcing him to weigh discipline against compassion and strategic necessity against human cost. These experiences reinforced the understanding that leadership was not merely the execution of orders, but the ongoing negotiation of human realities, the cultivation of loyalty, and the recognition of both strengths and vulnerabilities within his ranks. Through this awareness, Alexander prepared his army for increasingly complex campaigns, shaping a force capable not only of conquest, but of enduring cohesion, adaptability, and shared purpose. Even as campaigns pressed onward, Alexander remained mindful of the small, human details that could influence the effectiveness of his army. He observed the interactions between soldiers of different regions, noting how culture, language, and background affected cohesion and morale. He encouraged shared practices, rituals, and communication that helped bridge these differences, fostering a sense of unity essential for the complex operations ahead. In doing so, he learned that leadership was as much about cultivating community and shared identity as it was about commanding movements on the battlefield. Alexander also confronted the subtle tensions between ambition and loyalty. Some generals, proud and ambitious in their own right, occasionally challenged his authority or interpreted his commands through personal lenses. Alexander navigated these dynamics with careful attention, combining firmness with persuasion, listening as much as directing, and asserting his vision while valuing the input of trusted advisors. These experiences revealed that managing human ambition within an army could be as delicate and consequential as any military strategy, and success often depended on tact, empathy, and foresight rather than sheer force. The weight of expectation extended beyond interpersonal dynamics to encompass the physical and emotional endurance of his troops. Long marches, harsh climates, and the strain of continuous engagement tested the limits of stamina and discipline. Alexander monitored the condition of men and animals, adjusted marching schedules, and ensured that logistical support minimized unnecessary hardship. He recognized that the human element was always the foundation of any army's effectiveness. Morale, trust, resilience, and courage determined whether strategy would succeed or falter. Through these lessons, he refined a leadership style that integrated tactical skill with human understanding, preparing both himself and his soldiers for the extraordinary challenges that lay ahead. Through these challenges, Alexander began to understand that true leadership required a harmony of strategy, empathy, and foresight. He observed how small conflicts could escalate if ignored, and how attentiveness, fairness, and timely intervention could transform potential disruption into strengthened loyalty. Each resolution reinforced the delicate balance of authority and respect, illustrating that the foundation of enduring conquest rested as much on human insight as on military skill. Alexander's attention to the internal dynamics of his army also nurtured resilience and adaptability. He encouraged initiative among subordinates, empowered capable officers, and allowed space for creative solutions to logistical and tactical problems. This not only enhanced operational flexibility, but also instilled a sense of shared ownership and responsibility among his men. Soldiers learned to trust not only their leader, but also each other, and this cohesion became a critical advantage as campaigns extended across unfamiliar territories and demanding landscapes. Even in the quietest moments, Alexander reflected on the lessons of these internal struggles. The loyalty of soldiers, the resolution of disputes, and the cultivation of morale were not merely tactical necessities. They were essential components of his broader vision of leadership and empire. By mastering these human dimensions, Alexander prepared himself and his army for the greater challenges to come, ready to face the vast expanses of Persia and beyond with both strategic brilliance and the steady courage born of shared experience, trust, and enduring cohesion. Dawn broke over a misty plain, the soft light revealing banners fluttering gently in the breeze and the silhouettes of soldiers preparing for the day ahead. The air carried a mix of anticipation, nervous energy, and the earthy scents of horses, leather, and damp ground, mingled with the faint aroma of campfires and the metallic tang of weapons polished in the dim light. Alexander walked deliberately among his commanders, observing the alignment of units, the posture of sentries, and the readiness of the cavalry. Each gesture, each whispered instruction, carried significance, for even a small lapse could alter the outcome of the coming engagement. Yet amidst the tension, he maintained a calm and deliberate presence, understanding that the steadiness of a leader could ripple through the ranks, inspiring confidence even before the first clash of arms. In these quiet moments, he reflected not only on strategy, but on the human element of command, recognizing that the courage, fatigue, and resolve of individual soldiers could tip the balance as surely as tactical ingenuity. Major battles became tests not only of military strategy, but of foresight, discipline, and psychological insight. Alexander meticulously studied every aspect of the terrain, from the gentle rise of hills to the shifting courses of rivers, from marshy lowlands that could impede movement to rocky ridges that could provide vantage points. He assessed the positioning, morale, and tendencies of enemy forces, while simultaneously evaluating his own troops' readiness, stamina, and cohesion. Coordinating infantry, cavalry, and archers required precise timing, continuous observation, and rapid decision-making. Yet beyond tactical brilliance, Alexander attuned himself to the human dimensions of conflict, the fear, anticipation, and determination that coursed through both allies and adversaries. Victory, he understood, depended not solely on strategy, but on psychology, timing, and the nuanced orchestration of countless individual actions within the grand design of battle. Even in the heart of battle, Alexander maintained moments of reflective awareness, a practice that separated him from ordinary commanders. Amidst the thunder of hooves, the clash of swords, and the cries of combatants, he considered the broader consequences of each decision, the lives endangered, the cities at stake, the potential for unrest or loyalty among the populations under his control. Each maneuver and countermaneuver was weighed not only for immediate advantage, but for its long-term impact on the army, the empire, and his personal vision. Triumph brought glory, but it also carried the weight of responsibility. Alexander's mind remained alert to both the tangible and the intangible, the rhythm of his troops, the subtle shifts in enemy morale, and the human cost inherent in every stroke of conquest. In these moments, the young king's leadership fused audacity with prudence, brilliance with empathy, and action with deep contemplation. In the midst of conflict, Alexander demonstrated an extraordinary ability to read both terrain and human behavior simultaneously. He observed the subtle movements of enemy formations, the fatigue and morale of his soldiers, and even the minor shifts in wind and light that could influence missile trajectories or cavalry charges. Decisions had to be made in seconds, each carrying profound consequences for thousands of lives. Whether to advance, flank, or hold position, he considered the immediate tactical benefit alongside the longer-term impact on army cohesion, civilian populations, and the political stability of conquered regions. His genius lay in this dual awareness, combining the immediacy of action with the reflective calculation of potential outcomes. The coordination of diverse units became a hallmark of Alexander's approach. Infantry, cavalry, and archers moved in intricate synchrony, responding fluidly to evolving circumstances, and the orders signaled through a combination of horns, banners, and messengers. He encouraged initiative among sub-commanders, trusting their judgment while ensuring they remained aligned with the overall strategy. Every maneuver, charge, and defensive formation was an interplay of precision, timing, and human insight. Even minor miscalculations could cascade into chaos. Yet Alexander's foresight and adaptability allowed his forces to exploit weaknesses in enemy lines, while maintaining cohesion and morale under immense pressure. Beyond tactics, Alexander confronted the emotional and ethical dimensions of warfare with acute awareness. He witnessed fear, courage, and desperation, not only among his own troops, but also in the ranks of the enemy. Each encounter forced him to consider the human consequences of his decisions, the loss of life, the displacement of populations, and the devastation of cities. These reflections tempered his actions and influenced his evolving approach to governance and diplomacy, guiding him toward a model of conquest that sought integration, stability, and cultural respect alongside military dominance. Through this lens, Alexander transformed the raw experience of battle into lessons for both leadership and empire building. In the midst of conflict, Alexander demonstrated an extraordinary ability to read both terrain and human behavior simultaneously. He scrutinized the subtle shifts in enemy formations, the way units reacted to orders, and the expressions of officers and soldiers alike. The smallest hesitation, the faintest ripple of uncertainty, could signal a weakness to exploit or a potential crisis to prevent. Decisions had to be made in mere seconds, yet their consequences would reverberate across the battlefield and beyond, affecting lives, morale, and the perception of his leadership. He considered not only the physical landscape, the hills, rivers, and open plains, but also the psychological terrain, assessing how fear, confidence, and anticipation could shape the actions of both his men and the enemy. His genius lay in seamlessly merging tactical immediacy with strategic foresight, balancing boldness with caution and instinct with careful calculation. The coordination of diverse units became a hallmark of Alexander's campaigns, reflecting both his tactical ingenuity and his deep understanding of human organization. Infantry, cavalry, archers, and specialized forces moved with intricate precision, adapting fluidly to the unfolding chaos of battle. He employed signals, prearranged maneuvers, and trusted officers to maintain cohesion across vast formations, ensuring that each unit could act decisively while remaining aligned with the overall strategy. Alexander encouraged initiative among sub-commanders, fostering a sense of responsibility and adaptability that allowed the army to respond effectively to unforeseen developments. Every movement, whether a rapid cavalry charge, a defensive infantry formation, or an archery volley, was carefully orchestrated, yet responsive to the shifting dynamics of the battlefield. Even minor miscalculations could cascade into disaster, yet his preparation, adaptability, and attention to human factors consistently turned potential vulnerabilities into opportunities for decisive advantage. Beyond tactics and maneuvering, Alexander grappled with the profound emotional and ethical dimensions of warfare. He bore witness to acts of courage and desperation, fear and resolve, among both his troops and the enemy. The weight of responsibility pressed upon him as he considered the human cost of each engagement, the lives lost, the destruction wrought upon cities, and the displacement of civilians. These reflections informed not only his immediate choices, but also his evolving approach to governance and diplomacy. Alexander recognized that enduring conquest required more than military domination. It demanded understanding, integration, and the careful blending of cultures. In this way, the chaos of battle became a classroom where lessons in leadership, empathy, and statecraft were learned, shaping an approach that combined strategic brilliance with a nuanced appreciation of human realities. Each victory for Alexander was never a conclusion in itself, but a stepping stone within a far larger design. While many commanders measured success only in terms of immediate conquest, he constantly looked ahead, considering how each captured city, subdued region, or defeated army could be woven into the broader fabric of his empire. The outcome of a battle was not just measured by the scattering of enemy troops, but by the potential for political consolidation, cultural integration, and the creation of a stable foundation for further expansion. In Asia Minor, for instance, after wresting control of cities that had long been under Persian rule, Alexander declared himself the liberator of the Greek Palaeus, presenting his conquest as a restoration rather than a subjugation. This was more than rhetoric. It was strategy, allowing him to secure loyalty without constant military presence. He understood that ruling over diverse peoples required more than force. It required legitimacy, a sense that the conqueror was not merely an invader, but a figure who could offer continuity, stability, and even prosperity. Thus, every clash of arms was accompanied by the quieter, subtler battle of persuasion, administration, and careful political calculation, a struggle that was as demanding as the one fought on the open field. When the dust of battle settled, Alexander was not only attentive to the disposition of cities and rulers, but also to the condition of the men who carried his empire forward on their shoulders. In the stillness of the campfires, after the din of combat had faded, he would walk among his soldiers, reading in their faces the unspoken burdens they carried, exhaustion etched in their expressions, the deep longing for home concealed in their silences, and the fleeting joys found in simple comforts such as shared songs or tales of their native lands. He understood that an army was not sustained by discipline alone, but by morale, and that morale was shaped as much by trust in their commander as by the promise of victory. Even the enemy, when observed closely, offered lessons. Alexander took note of how fear could unsettle a formation, how desperation could inspire ferocity, and how courage might burn brightest in the moments of inevitable defeat. To him, battle was a dialogue of human endurance and emotion, not simply the mechanical clash of formations. By listening to these unspoken voices, the sighs of weary soldiers, the tension in the opposing ranks, the quiet resilience in the eyes of the fallen, he refined his understanding of leadership, learning that the true art of command was grounded in empathy as much as in discipline. Yet beneath his composure and tactical brilliance, the weight of command pressed heavily upon him. Each engagement demanded decisions that would consign many of his men to death, and though victory often softened the immediate sting, the memory of lives lost could not easily be set aside. To lead was to carry an invisible burden, the knowledge that triumph was built upon sacrifice. Over time, Alexander began to see every battle as more than a test of arms. It was also a lesson in the limits of human ambition, the cost of greatness, and the responsibility inherent in power. He wrestled silently with these truths, even as outwardly he projected confidence and certainty. At the same time, he grew increasingly aware of the shadow of posterity, how his actions would be remembered, how his choices would shape not just his own destiny, but the very narrative of history. Conquest, he came to understand, was transient unless it was accompanied by vision, a plan for governance, for cultural blending, for the endurance of empire beyond the life of its maker. In this way, each battle became both a crucible of immediate decision and a meditation on the enduring legacy he sought to leave, binding together the fleeting moment of war with the timeless sweep of history. Alexander's battles, though fought with spears, swords, and cavalry charges, were always accompanied by a second, less visible campaign, the cultural and political integration of the conquered territories. He did not wish to be remembered merely as a destroyer, but as a builder of a new order that could endure long after the noise of war had faded. After each victory, he issued proclamations not of vengeance, but of continuity, often preserving local institutions and religious practices, and presenting himself as the rightful heir to the lands he now ruled. In Egypt, for example, he did not impose Greek customs upon the people, but embraced the role of pharaoh, participating in their sacred rituals and commissioning monuments that spoke to their traditions. This approach allowed him to transform conquest into legitimacy, turning former enemies into subjects who could see in him not only a foreign ruler, but a guardian of their own heritage. His genius was not only in breaking armies, but in stitching together the vast and diverse fabric of the ancient world into something resembling unity. Yet, the burden of this vision could not rest on his shoulders alone, and Alexander's relationship with his generals and companions became one of the most delicate and defining aspects of his leadership. Men such as Parmenion, Hephaestion, and later Seleucus and Ptolemy were not simply instruments of his will. They were independent minds with ambitions of their own, each with their followers, opinions, and rivalries. Alexander's camp was as much a battlefield of personalities as the plains of Issus or Gaugamela were theaters of war. He had to balance loyalty and discipline, rewarding those who served him faithfully, while tempering dissent and ambition that might fracture the unity of his army. These men, seasoned and ambitious, often reminded him that his dream of empire was not only his, but one that required constant negotiation, compromise, and at times stern displays of authority. It was in these moments of managing his closest companions that Alexander revealed another side of his genius, the ability to lead not only through command, but through persuasion, patience, and an unshakable sense of destiny that kept his circle bound to him even when doubts arose. Amid the victories, Alexander's gaze always extended beyond the immediate horizon, toward lands not yet seen, cultures not yet encountered, and possibilities not yet grasped. To him, empire was not static, but a living organism, one that had to grow or risk decay. The maps he carried in his mind reached far past the rivers he had crossed or the cities he had founded. Persia was not the end, nor was India. He dreamed of oceans that connected lands, of roads that linked distant peoples, of an empire so vast and interconnected that it would outlast any single dynasty. This relentless drive was both his greatest strength and his deepest peril, for it meant that contentment was a luxury he could never allow himself. Even as his men longed for rest, Alexander pressed forward, convinced that to pause was to invite decline. In his vision, every campaign was not merely a conquest, but a step toward something greater, an eternal legacy that would unite the known world under a single order. It was this vision, boundless and ceaseless, that defined his every decision and lent an almost dreamlike quality to his relentless pursuit of greatness. The military legacy of Alexander's campaigns is difficult to overstate. His combination of speed, coordination, and flexibility redefined how wars would be fought for centuries to come. The Macedonian phalanx, with its forest of long sarissas, had already been a formidable instrument under his father Philip, but under Alexander it became part of a larger symphony of arms. He wove together cavalry charges, light infantry maneuvers, and siegecraft with a precision that no opponent could match. The battles of Granicus, Issus, and Gaugamela were not merely victories, but case studies in how to dismantle larger, often better supplied armies through superior strategy and unshakable discipline. These encounters echoed through military academies of later ages, from Rome to Napoleon, each seeking to capture a fragment of the brilliance that had allowed a relatively small kingdom to humble the greatest empire the world had yet known. The ripple effects of his campaigns stretched far beyond the battlefield. Each conquest redrew maps, shifted trade routes, and reshaped the delicate balance of power in the ancient world. Persia, once the center of political gravity, became a memory, its treasures redistributed, its satrapies reorganized under Macedonian control. The once isolated Greek city-states found themselves part of a larger imperial network, their culture now carried on the backs of soldiers, settlers, and merchants into lands they had barely imagined. The Near East, Egypt, and even parts of India were pulled into a single orbit, connected not just by conquest, but by infrastructure roads, cities, garrisons that secured Alexander's influence long after the dust of battle had settled. These changes marked the beginning of what historians now call the Hellenistic world, a vast, interwoven cultural and political space in which Greek and Eastern traditions met, clashed, and fused. Yet Alexander's military machine, for all its brilliance, was not eternal. The very ambition that had driven it forward also ensured its eventual fragmentation. His campaigns pushed men to their limits, carrying them across deserts, rivers, and mountains that strained not only their bodies but their loyalty. Each victory was also a demand for more, and each demand deepened the cracks that would later split the empire. After his death, the carefully built unity collapsed into a struggle among his generals, the Diadochi, who carved the empire into pieces even as they continued to employ the tactics and structures he had perfected. In this way, Alexander's military genius achieved both immortality and impermanence. His methods endured, inspiring generations, while his empire dissolved almost as soon as it had been created. What remained was the undeniable fact that no general before him had so thoroughly reshaped both the practice of war and the map of the known world. When Alexander entered Egypt in 332 BCE, the atmosphere was unlike anything he had encountered in Asia Minor or the Levant. There were no fortified walls bristling with defenders, no armies ready to risk everything for their cities. Instead, he was greeted almost as a messianic figure, a liberator who had arrived to restore order and dignity after decades of Persian domination. Egypt had endured heavy taxation, neglect of local temples, and interference in its religious and cultural traditions. The Persians were seen as distant and impersonal rulers, whose authority was maintained by fear and extraction rather than by consent. Alexander's arrival, in contrast, coincided with a sense of relief and hope. The locals embraced him with celebrations, offering gifts and homage. In Memphis, priests processed him through temples, and civic leaders publicly acknowledged his sovereignty. For once in his campaigns, victory did not require the clash of arms. And this unusual moment of peaceful transition profoundly impressed Alexander, teaching him the value of psychological and political acumen alongside military prowess. For the Greeks, Egypt had always represented both mystery and antiquity. Tales from travelers like Herodotus painted a land of immense antiquity, where knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, and medicine had been cultivated for millennia. To Alexander, whose education under Aristotle had instilled a reverence for wisdom and history, stepping onto Egyptian soil felt like entering a living museum, a place where civilization itself seemed to breathe through monuments and temples. The pyramids, older than the Greek cities he had known, towered over the landscape as silent testaments to human ambition and endurance. The Nile, in its regularity and vastness, spoke of a different kind of power, one measured not in victories on the battlefield, but in the management of life itself, floods, irrigation, harvests, and cities that thrived in harmony with nature. Alexander, already ambitious for glory, saw in Egypt not only a new territory to govern, but a civilization whose majesty could reflect and even amplify his own emerging legend. The Egyptians, in turn, were masters of ritual and political symbolism, and they immediately recognized the opportunity to integrate Alexander into their religious framework. In Memphis, he was crowned as pharaoh in a ceremony designed to confer both political legitimacy and divine favor. For the Egyptians, a pharaoh was not merely a king. He was the intermediary between gods and humans, the living guarantor of Ma'at, the cosmic order of truth, justice, and balance. Alexander accepted this role, stepping into a sacred lineage that connected him directly to their pantheon and their ancient past. The coronation required him to participate in rituals and offerings that aligned him with the divine, cementing his authority in a way that no simple conquest could. This delicate negotiation between foreign conqueror and local religious expectation demonstrated Alexander's acute understanding of governance. To rule effectively over diverse peoples, one must navigate both power and belief, blending force with respect and diplomacy. Yet Alexander was never content with simply inheriting traditions. He sought to reshape them in ways that aligned with his broader vision of empire. His coronation as pharaoh was followed by the extraordinary journey into the Libyan desert to consult the oracle of Amun at Siwa. This pilgrimage was far more than a ceremonial excursion. It was a test of endurance, faith, and political acumen. Crossing the vast, arid expanses of desert, Alexander risked not only the harsh elements, but the uncertainty of his own status among men and gods. Ancient sources recount that he traveled with only a small retinue, guided by priests and interpreters, and that the harsh desert tested his men as much as their leader. The isolation of the oasis, far from his army and supply lines, created a profound opportunity for reflection, allowing Alexander to confront both his ambitions and the weight of the destiny he had been pursuing relentlessly. When Alexander finally arrived at the oracle, he was met with the solemn rituals of the Siwan priests. The exact details of the consultation remained shrouded in mystery, but the message was clear. He was to be recognized as son of Amun. For Alexander, whose identity had already been intertwined with divine ambition since his youth, this affirmation carried profound significance. It reinforced his sense of purpose, his belief in a destiny sanctioned by higher powers. For the Egyptians, it elevated him to a figure who could legitimately rule as pharaoh, a living bridge between their gods and the mortal world. For his Macedonian companions, it reinforced the aura of inevitability surrounding their commander, making it easier to accept his authority as both commander and, in a symbolic sense, semi-divine leader. This blending of religious and political strategy exemplified Alexander's unique approach to conquest. In Persia, he had relied primarily on military might. In Egypt, he demonstrated that rulership required subtlety, symbolism, and careful negotiation with the cultures he absorbed. By embracing Egyptian religion and customs, Alexander was not merely placating a conquered people. He was demonstrating a sophisticated understanding of empire building. This approach allowed him to consolidate control quickly and peacefully, ensuring loyalty while simultaneously enhancing his own legend. Egypt became both a laboratory for governance and a stage for Alexander's personal and political transformation, a place where military triumph, religious symbolism, and cultural sensitivity intersected to shape his identity as a ruler whose ambitions extended far beyond simple territorial conquest. Returning from Siwa, Alexander began planning one of his most enduring projects, the founding of a new city on the Mediterranean coast. His choice fell upon a site west of the Nile Delta, near the small fishing village of Rhakotis, strategically positioned between the river and the sea. This location offered immediate access to both inland trade via the Nile and maritime routes across the Mediterranean, ensuring the city's economic and strategic potential. Alexander oversaw the initial planning personally, sketching the city's layout with the precision of a master architect and the foresight of a ruler who understood the importance of urban design in consolidating power. Wide streets, orderly grids, and open squares were planned not only for functionality, but to project an image of harmony and order, a physical manifestation of the political and cultural unity he envisioned. Alexandria, however, was meant to be more than a military outpost or trade hub. It was conceived as a cultural beacon. Alexander imagined it as a place where Greek and Egyptian traditions could meet, coexist, and flourish. Hellenistic architecture would dominate public buildings, theaters, and temples, while Egyptian religious and social customs would be respected and integrated. By designing the city to blend these traditions, Alexander aimed to create a space that symbolized the broader vision of his empire, a world united under Greek influence yet enriched by local cultures. In this way, Alexandria became a prototype for the kind of cosmopolitan centers he would later foster throughout his territories, offering a template for cultural synthesis that would resonate long after his death. The symbolic significance of Alexandria extended beyond practicality. By founding a city that bore his name, Alexander ensured that his legacy would endure, not only through stories of battles and conquests, but through a tangible living monument. While many of his military victories would be ephemeral, subject to reversal or decay, Alexandria represented permanence. The city's location on the Nile Delta, with fertile lands, a deep harbor, and access to trade networks, guaranteed that it would prosper for centuries. Moreover, Alexander's personal involvement in its founding reinforced the message to his soldiers, administrators, and the local population. This was a ruler with vision, capable of shaping the world, both on the battlefield and through lasting infrastructure that intertwined politics, culture, and commerce. For his army, Egypt provided a much-needed reprieve after years of relentless campaigning. The soldiers, accustomed to long marches, sieges, and continuous conflict, found in the Nile Valley a place of abundance and relative security. They could recover physically, rest, and resupply, but the psychological benefits were equally significant. Witnessing Alexander's careful integration into Egyptian society, his coronation as pharaoh, his pilgrimage to Siwa, and his respectful engagement with local customs reinforced their confidence in his leadership. Soldiers saw that their king was not merely a battlefield strategist, but a ruler capable of unifying peoples, managing complex territories, and securing prosperity without constant bloodshed. This pause strengthened the cohesion of the army, preparing them for the formidable challenges that awaited in Mesopotamia and beyond. The conquest of Egypt also highlighted Alexander's extraordinary adaptability as a leader. In Persia, his power had been projected primarily through force. In Egypt, he demonstrated that effective rule required diplomacy, cultural sensitivity, and symbolic authority. By embracing Egyptian gods, participating in rituals, and respecting centuries-old traditions, he gained not only political legitimacy, but also moral authority in the eyes of the populace. This approach allowed him to establish control quickly and peacefully, avoiding the need for violent subjugation. The experience also served as a formative lesson for future campaigns, illustrating that conquest alone could not sustain an empire. Effective governance required understanding and integrating the diverse cultures of the lands he sought to rule. Although Alexander spent only a short period in Egypt, less than a year, the consequences of his stay are disproportionately significant. The coronation, the visit to the oracle, and the founding of Alexandria established enduring patterns of authority and cultural integration that would define his empire. In the minds of many Egyptians, Alexander was not just a passing conqueror. He was a legitimate pharaoh, a bridge between the divine and mortal realms, and the founder of a city destined to become a center of knowledge, trade, and cultural exchange. These accomplishments demonstrated that Alexander's genius was not confined to the battlefield. He possessed the vision to build civilizations, leaving structures, cities, and institutions that would outlast his own lifetime. In the grand arc of Alexander's campaigns, Egypt represented both a pause and a transformation. While the region offered respite from constant warfare, it also demanded that he refine his approach to leadership, blending force with diplomacy and ambition with respect for ancient traditions. His time among the Nile's fertile lands revealed a new dimension of power, the ability to inspire loyalty not through fear alone, but through legitimacy, ritual, and vision. Egypt became a mirror in which Alexander could see the full scope of his potential, not just as a conqueror of lands, but as a shaper of societies and cultures, a figure whose influence could extend beyond his immediate victories. Leaving Egypt, Alexander did not merely abandon a conquered territory. He departed, leaving foundations that would endure for centuries. Alexandria, with its strategic harbor, wide avenues, and carefully planned urban design, embodied his aspirations for a cosmopolitan center where Greek and Egyptian traditions intertwined. It would attract scholars, merchants, and artists from across the Mediterranean and beyond, becoming a hub of learning, trade, and cultural exchange. The city's planned longevity and symbolic resonance ensured that Alexander's presence in Egypt would persist long after his campaigns moved eastward. In this sense, Egypt was not just a stepping stone in his military ambitions. It was a proving ground for his ability to create lasting, tangible legacies. As he turned toward Mesopotamia, in the heart of the Persian Empire, Alexander carried with him lessons learned in Egypt, the value of cultural integration, the importance of symbolism in consolidating power, and the enduring impact of cities as instruments of influence. Egypt had welcomed him, transformed his perception of leadership, and provided the stage where his ambition could merge with history, religion, and architecture. In the Nile Valley, Alexander had not only secured a kingdom, but had planted the seeds of his enduring legend. With the pyramids behind him and the foundations of Alexandria established, he marched onward, carrying the dual weight of divine favor and worldly vision, prepared to confront the next great chapter of his extraordinary life. As Alexander's campaigns moved further east, his attention increasingly turned to the creation of lasting legacies beyond mere military conquest. He had already witnessed how quickly territories could be captured and armies defeated, yet he understood that true authority required more than victories on the battlefield. Conquests alone could secure lands temporarily, but the durability of an empire depended on the integration of culture, infrastructure, and governance. From Egypt to Mesopotamia, Alexander envisioned urban centers that would not only serve as administrative hubs, but also as living symbols of the blending of Greek and local traditions. Each city was designed with foresight, taking into account its strategic location, economic potential, and cultural significance, creating spaces where commerce, scholarship, and civic life could thrive in harmony with the overarching framework of his empire. One of the most remarkable aspects of Alexander's urban planning was his meticulous attention to geography, resources, and logistics. Cities were rarely chosen at random. Instead, he considered access to rivers, proximity to trade routes, defensive advantages, and the surrounding agricultural lands that could sustain growing populations. Alexandria, founded at the mouth of the Nile, exemplified this approach perfectly. Its broad harbor allowed ships from across the Mediterranean to dock safely, while the fertile lands nearby ensured abundant food supply. This careful attention to natural and economic factors demonstrated Alexander's ability to combine strategic military thinking with practical urban planning, ensuring that each city could function as a sustainable center of power, commerce, and culture long after his departure. The design of these cities also carried profound symbolic meaning, reflecting Alexander's desire to create order, harmony, and cohesion across his empire. Streets were laid out in straight grids, public squares emphasized communal life, and temples and administrative buildings incorporated elements of both Greek and local architectural styles. These urban landscapes were more than functional. They were statements of authority and vision. Citizens moving through the orderly streets would experience a sense of balance and stability, while the fusion of cultural elements subtly reinforced Alexander's ideals of unity and inclusivity. Through city planning, he conveyed the same principles of strategy and control that guided his military campaigns, demonstrating that governance could be expressed not only through laws and armies, but also through the very spaces in which people lived, worked, and interacted. Alexander's cities were not merely administrative or military hubs. They were designed to be vibrant centers of cultural and intellectual life. Markets bustled with goods brought from across the empire, spices from India, silks from Central Asia, metals and crafts from the Mediterranean, creating spaces where economic exchange became inseparable from cultural interaction. Beyond commerce, these cities attracted scholars, artisans, and philosophers whose presence encouraged the circulation of knowledge and artistic techniques. In this way, Alexander's urban foundations were not only practical instruments of governance, but also incubators of cultural fusion, spaces where Greek, Persian, Egyptian, and local traditions could merge, adapt, and evolve into something new and enduring. While Greek culture provided the backbone of these cities, Alexander carefully ensured that local customs, religious practices, and governance structures were respected. In Egypt, temples continued their traditional functions, even as Greek architectural styles and civic institutions were introduced. In Mesopotamia, local bureaucracies remained intact while being augmented with Macedonian oversight and Greek civic practices. By integrating rather than suppressing local traditions, Alexander minimized resistance and fostered cooperation, demonstrating his acute understanding that the success of an empire depended not just on conquest, but on the willing participation of the people. These policies allowed the cities to thrive culturally and economically, laying the foundation for stability across his diverse territories. The strategic placement of Alexander's cities also reflected his long-term military vision. Each urban center acted as a node in a network that enabled rapid communication, troop movement, and supply management across vast distances. Garrisons stationed within the cities maintained security, while roads connecting them facilitated the mobility of armies and officials. Yet Alexander never reduced these settlements to mere fortresses. They were designed for livability, encouraging civilian settlement and trade alongside military readiness. In this, his urban strategy demonstrated a remarkable foresight, blending military efficiency with economic vitality and cultural development, ensuring that the influence of his empire would extend far beyond the reach of his immediate campaigns. Through these cities, Alexander's vision of empire became tangible, visible not only in walls and streets, but in the daily lives of their inhabitants. Greek language, arts, and philosophy coexisted alongside local customs, creating an environment where multiple traditions could intersect and enrich one another. The intentional blending of cultures fostered innovation, whether in architecture, urban planning, or intellectual pursuits. Residents experienced a microcosm of Alexander's broader vision, a world connected through trade, knowledge, and governance, yet respectful of local identities. Each city acted as a living example of how conquest could evolve into collaboration, and how cultural exchange could be both strategic and enriching. Intellectual life flourished within these foundations, reflecting Alexander's understanding of knowledge as a source of power and influence. Libraries, schools, and lecture halls attracted scholars from across the known world, encouraging the circulation of ideas that would influence science, philosophy, and administration for generations. Alexandria in Egypt, in particular, would later house the Great Library, becoming a symbol of learning for centuries to come. Alexander recognized that culture and education were tools of legacy. While armies might conquer lands temporarily, the ideas nurtured in these cities could endure indefinitely, shaping societies long after he himself had passed. Alexander's approach to cultural integration was not without its challenges. Diverse populations sometimes resisted Greek customs or Macedonian authority, and balancing the expectations of local elites with those of Greek settlers required careful diplomacy. However, his strategy of blending traditions rather than imposing them outright allowed for more sustainable governance. Local leaders were incorporated into administrative roles. Marriages between Macedonians and native families were encouraged, and religious practices were respected. This delicate balance reduced the likelihood of rebellion and fostered loyalty, demonstrating that the resilience of an empire depended on understanding, cooperation, and a vision that went beyond simple domination. Even ordinary daily life in Alexander's cities reflected his influence and vision. Markets teemed with traders from distant lands. Artisans experimented with combined Greek and local techniques, and theaters and stadiums introduced Greek cultural practices alongside traditional festivals. Soldiers trained local recruits in military tactics, creating a class of defenders loyal, not only to Alexander, but to the principles of his campaigns. This daily interweaving of cultures ensured that his legacy was embedded not just in monuments or decrees, but in the rhythms of everyday existence, shaping societies organically and subtly, far beyond the reach of immediate conquest. The naming of these cities often carried symbolic and psychological weight. Many bore his name Alexandria, serving as both a literal and figurative imprint of his presence across the empire. This naming strategy reinforced cohesion, projecting authority and continuity over vast distances. Each Alexandria became a recognizable node within his network of settlements, linking regions culturally, economically, and administratively. Beyond mere labels, these cities stood as declarations of identity and vision, signaling to inhabitants and travelers alike that Alexander's influence extended everywhere, tangible in stone, street, and institution. Alexander's city-building and cultural policies also strengthened the administrative backbone of his empire. The cities produced trained officials, scholars, and soldiers who could be dispatched wherever needed, spreading his systems of governance and education. By cultivating capable personnel in each settlement, he ensured that his ideals and practices could be implemented consistently across diverse regions. This foresight allowed him to maintain control over a vast and heterogeneous empire and created a template for governance that combined military, administrative, and cultural strategy, a model that would influence future empires long after his lifetime. Through his deliberate urban and cultural policies, Alexander transformed conquered territories into more than just extensions of his military reach. Each city became a living testament to his vision, spaces where governance, commerce, learning, and culture intersected. By blending Greek traditions with local customs, he created environments that encouraged stability, loyalty, and innovation. These cities were not temporary military outposts, but enduring centers of human activity, designed to thrive socially, economically, and culturally for generations. By the time Alexander pressed further into the easternmost regions of his empire, the pattern of founding cities and fostering cultural integration had become central to his leadership. Each urban foundation, whether on the Nile, in Mesopotamia, or in Persia, served as a node linking diverse regions, promoting trade, communication, and shared governance. These cities embodied the principles of his vision. They were ordered, cosmopolitan, and inclusive, capable of surviving the departure of their founder while retaining the essence of his ideals. Through them, Alexander ensured that the influence of his empire would endure even as political boundaries shifted. Ultimately, Alexander's city-building strategy demonstrated that his genius extended far beyond the battlefield. While his military victories secured lands, his cultural and administrative innovations ensured that his empire left a lasting imprint on the world. Alexandria in Egypt, alongside other foundations, would become enduring centers of trade, scholarship, and cross-cultural exchange. Through these carefully planned cities, Alexander transformed conquest into creation, leaving a tangible, living legacy that would outlast the boundaries of his empire, the lives of his soldiers, and even the memory of individual battles. In this way, his influence became eternal, a testament to the power of vision, strategy, and the blending of cultures across vast civilizations. Centuries after Alexander's campaigns, historians, storytellers, and chroniclers began piecing together the life of a young king who had once dreamed of the world as a single stage. These accounts were shaped not only by the events themselves, but by the lenses through which later generations interpreted them. Greek historians often emphasized his brilliance, courage, and almost mythic heroism, while Persian sources highlighted the disruption he brought to long-established traditions and the audacity of his campaigns. Roman writers, writing centuries later, sometimes used his life as a moral lesson, framing his ambition and successes in ways that reflected their own cultural and political values. Yet beneath these layers of interpretation, the essence of Alexander endured, a man driven by vision, curiosity, and an insatiable desire to push boundaries beyond the ordinary. From the earliest biographies to epic poems, Alexander's memory became a canvas upon which societies projected their ideals, fears, and aspirations. In each retelling, his accomplishments were magnified, his character mythologized, and his failures interpreted to suit contemporary narratives. Sculptors carved his visage into stone. Painters depicted him charging across vast battlefields, horse and armor gleaming in imagined sunlight. And coins bearing his likeness circulated throughout the Mediterranean and Near East. These tangible artifacts ensured that even centuries later, people could engage with the man he had been, even if the precise details of his life were blurred by legend and interpretation. Each depiction reinforced certain qualities while softening others, creating a composite image that balanced historical reality with collective imagination. Alexander's legend was further shaped by the testimonies of his companions and generals, whose writings preserved fragments of his life and decisions. Figures such as Ptolemy, Seleucus, and Hephaestion recorded not only military events, but personal observations, offering glimpses of his temperament, curiosity, and moments of doubt. These accounts humanized a figure who might otherwise seem larger than life, revealing the intricate interplay between personal ambition, leadership, and relational bonds. Through their eyes, audiences learned that Alexander was not simply a conquering hero. He was a man capable of reflection, vulnerability, and deep loyalty, making the legend richer and more multidimensional while grounding it in human experience. Alexander's enduring fascination lies in his contradictions, which made him both compelling and elusive to later generations. He was brilliant yet impulsive, generous yet exacting, visionary yet at times impatient. Scholars and storytellers across centuries grappled with these dualities, attempting to reconcile the image of a man capable of great cruelty with that of a leader who respected local customs and promoted cultural blending. These contradictions fueled the mythos surrounding him, making Alexander not only a subject of admiration, but also a lens through which societies could examine ambition, morality, and the human condition. His life became a narrative playground where both awe and caution could coexist. Even within the Hellenistic kingdoms that emerged after his death, Alexander's memory continued to shape political and cultural identity. His generals divided the vast territories he had conquered, yet many claimed to act in his spirit, legitimizing their authority through association with his name. Cities continued to bear his title, and institutions he had founded persisted, carrying forward the administrative and cultural frameworks he had implemented. Through these mechanisms, his influence extended far beyond his own lifetime, shaping governance, culture, and intellectual life in ways that reinforced his enduring presence in the collective imagination of successive generations. Writings from antiquity often emphasize divine or heroic elements in Alexander's story. Tales of the oracle at Siwa, claims of descent from Achilles or Zeus, and accounts of his battlefield invincibility contributed to an aura of inevitability and grandeur. While these narratives sometimes exaggerated historical reality, they also reveal how societies conceptualize exceptional individuals as beings whose actions and lives operate at the intersection of human possibility and divine influence. Through myth-making, cultures not only celebrated Alexander's achievements, but also explored their own ideals, fears, and aspirations, using his story as a mirror for contemplation and moral reflection. Artists across centuries engaged deeply with Alexander's legacy, translating his life into visual forms that reflected both his accomplishments and the cultural priorities of their own times. From frescoes and mosaics to statues and illuminated manuscripts, each representation emphasized different aspects of his character. In some, he appeared as a youthful, almost ethereal conqueror. In others, as a stoic, commanding ruler. And in yet others, a reflective figure contemplating the fleeting nature of power. These evolving artistic interpretations reveal not only changing aesthetic preferences, but also the ways in which Alexander's story was reshaped to provide inspiration, moral lessons, or entertainment for audiences across generations. Literature further preserved and amplified his memory, as poets, dramatists, and chroniclers explored the human dimensions of his story. They delved into questions of fate, ambition, morality, and the costs of greatness, turning his campaigns and personal choices into narratives that transcended time. In epic poetry, he became a symbol of heroic aspiration. In historical narratives, a cautionary tale of ambition's consequences. Through literature, Alexander's life became a lens for reflecting on universal human experiences, leadership, courage, hubris, and the balance between personal desire and societal responsibility. Even in modern times, Alexander continues to captivate scholars, artists, and the general public alike. Archaeologists uncover cities, artifacts, and inscriptions that shed light on his campaigns and the societies he influenced. Historians study his strategies in governance, striving to separate myth from fact. Popular culture revisits his story in novels, films, and documentaries, often emphasizing drama and spectacle, yet still engaging with the fundamental qualities that defined him: courage, intelligence, curiosity, and relentless vision. Through these diverse forms of remembrance, Alexander's legacy remains vibrant, allowing contemporary audiences to explore both the historical and symbolic dimensions of his life. Through monuments, written records, and the enduring foundations of cities, Alexander's influence persists quietly in the structures, cultural practices, and institutions of the ancient world. His methods of leadership, integration of diverse peoples, and approach to governance offer lessons that transcend time. By studying the echoes of his life, modern audiences can gain insight not only into historical events, but also into broader human challenges. How to balance authority with responsibility, ambition with empathy, and vision with practical execution. In this way, Alexander's legacy serves as both historical record and guide to understanding human potential and limitation. The human dimensions of his memory also resonate deeply. Tales of friendships, such as his bond with Hephaestion and the loyalty of his soldiers, remind us that behind the legend was a man capable of profound emotion, reflection, and personal connection. These narratives offer a counterpoint to the grand scale of his campaigns, illustrating that even extraordinary figures experience doubt, grief, and the weight of expectations. Such insights make Alexander accessible across centuries, allowing readers and historians to connect with his humanity amidst the grandeur of his achievements. Alexander's memory interacts with broader notions of time, legacy, and cultural transmission. While empires rise and fall, and cities are rebuilt or abandoned, the narrative of his life has been continuously retold, reconstructed for each generation. Every retelling reshapes the past to provide meaning for the present, demonstrating that history is not static, but a dialogue between memory and interpretation. In this way, Alexander exists both in tangible history and in the collective imagination, bridging fact and legend and offering enduring lessons about ambition, leadership, and the human condition. Ultimately, Alexander's legend is as instructive as his historical actions. By examining how his memory was preserved, adapted, and transmitted across cultures and centuries, we learn not only about the man himself, but also about the societies that revered, critiqued, and mythologized him. The interplay between history and memory illuminates how cultures construct meaning, celebrate heroism, and grapple with the complexities of leadership and ambition. Each generation reshapes his story, highlighting qualities that resonate with contemporary values while leaving others in shadow. Through all these layers, historiography, literature, art, and cultural transmission, Alexander remains a figure who compels reflection. His life and its retelling demonstrate the enduring fascination with human ambition, creativity, and the pursuit of greatness. Each account, whether factual or embellished, contributes to a composite portrait that is both inspiring and cautionary, reminding us that history is both lived and remembered, and that memory shapes how the past continues to speak to the present. Even now, the echoes of Alexander's life continue to inform modern scholarship, leadership studies, and cultural exploration. Students, historians, and casual readers alike study his campaigns, strategies, and administrative innovations, seeking insights into human decision-making, resilience, and vision. His legacy, preserved through cities, artifacts, writings, and collective memory, remains a bridge connecting past and present, inviting reflection on the possibilities and limitations inherent in human ambition. In this way, the story of Alexander the Great endures, quietly guiding, inspiring, and challenging those willing to listen and learn. In a modern city, a student sits quietly in a sunlit library, tracing the ancient roots of a king whose ambition once spanned continents. Maps, chronicles, and digital reconstructions lie open before them, each line and note a whisper from the past. The campaigns of Alexander the Great, though centuries removed, are suddenly intimate, as if the young king's footsteps echo softly through streets and mountains still visible in the imagination. The student contemplates not only battles and victories, but the human dimensions of leadership, curiosity, and vision that allowed one man to leave such a profound mark on the world. Each campaign becomes more than a historical event. It is a story of human potential, decision-making, and the quiet moments of reflection that shaped monumental actions. Libraries and archives hold scrolls, manuscripts, and inscriptions that preserve fragments of Alexander's life, from tactical orders to personal observations. Scholars study these materials carefully, weighing evidence and interpretation, connecting tangible artifacts to the stories transmitted across generations. Each source, whether a detailed report of a battle, a philosophical reflection inspired by his mentor Aristotle, or a poetic retelling of his journeys, contributes to a fuller understanding of his world. In these quiet, meticulous studies, the boundaries between past and present blur, revealing the depth of human endeavor and the enduring power of memory to connect us to lives lived long ago. Modern leadership studies continue to draw inspiration from Alexander's strategies, vision, and adaptability. His ability to unite diverse peoples under a common purpose, motivate soldiers and administrators alike, and navigate unforeseen challenges offers insights that remain relevant even in contemporary contexts. By examining his decisions with care, scholars and students reflect on the delicate balance between ambition and prudence, courage and foresight. His life illustrates that effective leadership requires not only intelligence and boldness, but also attentiveness, empathy, and an understanding of human nature, lessons that transcend time and continue to guide those who seek to lead with both vision and integrity. Even the ordinary moments of Alexander's life continue to resonate in modern reflection. His curiosity about foreign cultures, his engagement with scholars, and his attentiveness to the daily lives of his soldiers illustrate that leadership extends far beyond the battlefield. Small decisions, how to allocate resources, how to communicate with local populations, how to mentor young officers revealed a meticulous mind attuned to both strategy and human dynamics. These quiet facets of his life remind us that enduring influence is built not only on grand gestures, but also on consistent attention to detail and empathy for those who follow. Artists and storytellers continue to reinterpret Alexander's life through novels, films, paintings, and digital media, translating ancient campaigns into narratives accessible to contemporary audiences. Each adaptation, while often dramatized, preserves the essence of his character: intelligence, courage, ambition, and curiosity. These creative interpretations bridge centuries, allowing modern audiences to engage with historical events in emotionally resonant ways. The stories emphasize timeless human themes: friendship, loyalty, leadership, and ethical complexity, keeping Alexander's memory alive as both inspiration and subject of contemplation. Alexander's cities, many of which endured long after his death, provide tangible lessons in cultural integration, governance, and urban planning. Alexandria in Egypt, with its libraries, harbors, and marketplaces, became a hub of learning, commerce, and cross-cultural exchange. Each city he founded acted as a living laboratory, blending Greek administrative structures with local customs, creating societies that were dynamic, resilient, and adaptable. These urban legacies remind us that visionary leadership extends beyond conquest, shaping the rhythms of everyday life and leaving lasting marks on culture, economy, and social structure. Historians also examine the ethical dimensions of Alexander's campaigns, considering the human cost alongside his achievements. While his ambition led to remarkable accomplishments, it also resulted in destruction, displacement, and hardship for countless people. Modern study of these consequences encourage reflection on the responsibilities of leadership and the moral complexities inherent in pursuing great vision. By understanding both the triumphs and the suffering associated with his campaigns, contemporary audiences gain a nuanced perspective on the interplay between ambition, power, and ethical responsibility. In classrooms around the world, Alexander's life serves as a rich subject for study and debate. Students analyze his strategies, political policies, and personal choices, considering the broader impact on societies, cultures, and governance. Discussions often explore the tension between personal ambition and collective welfare, the role of leadership in shaping human destiny, and the ways in which memory and myth influence our understanding of historical figures. Through these educational explorations, Alexander's story continues to provide lessons that extend far beyond the events of his own lifetime. The fascination with Alexander also stems from his embodiment of human curiosity and exploration. His desire to learn about foreign lands, engage with scholars, and understand diverse cultures reflects a timeless human drive to seek knowledge and expand horizons. This intellectual curiosity complements his military and political achievements, reminding modern audiences that exploration, whether of the world or of human potential, requires imagination, courage, and openness to new experiences. In this way, Alexander's life continues to inspire curiosity and reflection across centuries. Archaeological discoveries continue to illuminate Alexander's campaigns and the societies he encountered. Excavated cities, battle sites, fortifications, and artifacts provide tangible evidence of his strategies, governance, and interactions with diverse populations. These findings complement textual sources, revealing the practical realities of empire building, the logistics of long-distance campaigns, and the ways in which conquered communities adapted to new political and cultural structures. Through these material traces, modern audiences gain a richer, multidimensional understanding of Alexander's world. Even in philosophical and ethical discourse, Alexander's life remains a point of reference. His choices, from tactical decisions on the battlefield to cultural policies in newly conquered territories, provoke reflection on ambition, morality, leadership, and legacy. Scholars debate the balance he struck or failed to strike between personal aspiration and collective welfare, and use his example to explore enduring questions about power, responsibility, and human potential. In this sense, Alexander serves as both historical subject and timeless ethical case study. His influence extends into modern geopolitics and cross-cultural studies, providing historical perspective on the integration of diverse peoples under a single authority. Alexander's approach respecting local customs while introducing administrative innovations offers lessons in diplomacy, negotiation, and cultural adaptability. These principles continue to inform contemporary discussions about governance, international relations, and the management of multicultural societies, demonstrating that the relevance of his life extends far beyond the events of his own era. At a personal level, reflections on Alexander invite contemplation of human potential and limitation. His extraordinary feats demonstrate what courage, vision, and perseverance can achieve, while the challenges he faced, rebellions, logistical crisis, and personal loss, highlight the constraints inherent in even the most ambitious endeavors. By studying his life, modern observers gain insight into the delicate balance between aspiration and realism, and the ways in which human resilience interacts with circumstance, opportunity, and consequence. In quiet moments, one might imagine Alexander's presence in the landscapes he once traversed, the rivers, plains, and cities that bore witness to his campaigns. These silent echoes of the past connect the modern world to ancient experiences, allowing us to sense the continuity of human effort, the persistence of memory, and the enduring impact of visionary leadership. Even centuries later, the very ground he walked, the cities he founded, and the decisions he made continue to resonate, offering a subtle yet profound reminder of our connection to history. Ultimately, Alexander's story illustrates that history is not simply a record of events, but a living dialogue between past and present. The echoes of his life, preserved in texts, artifacts, monuments, and collective memory, continue to engage those who seek to understand ambition, culture, leadership, and the human condition. By listening to these echoes, we are invited to reflect on our own choices, capacities, and responsibilities, connecting with the timeless human quest to explore, understand, and shape the world in ways both grand and intimate. And so, dear listener, our journey through the life of Alexander the Great comes to a gentle close. We have wandered through rolling hills, bustling cities, and distant plains, following the footsteps of a man whose vision once stretched across continents. In these quiet moments together, we have explored not only battles and empires, but the subtle rhythms of life, leadership, and human ambition that shaped his world. Let the story settle softly, like the final embers of a fire fading into night. If you have been lulled toward dreams by these whispers of history, that is exactly how it should be. The past, after all, is not only a series of events to be memorized, but a companion, a reflection, and a source of gentle inspiration for the present moment. As you rest, consider the lessons Alexander's life leaves behind: courage tempered by reflection, ambition balanced with awareness of consequence, curiosity that spans cultures, and the quiet strength found in patience and observation. These echoes of his experience continue to resonate, quietly informing our understanding of leadership, human potential, and the enduring connections between people and history. Even as the world moves forward, the cities he founded, the stories he inspired, and the traces of his campaigns continue to whisper across time. By listening to these echoes, we are reminded that each of us, in small or grand ways, participates in the shaping of history, in the building of culture, and in the continuation of human curiosity and resilience. So now, take a deep breath, relax your shoulders, and allow the stillness to fill you. Let the story of Alexander linger gently, not as a spectacle of conquest, but as a quiet companion guiding reflection, imagination, and contemplation. And when you are ready, you may return to the world outside, carrying with you the subtle whispers of a life lived with vision, courage, and curiosity. The past will remain, patiently waiting for the next journey, the next quiet exploration, and the next evening spent with history as your companion. If you wish, I invite you to join me again another night, for another gentle journey into the lives of those who have shaped our world, listening quietly, reflecting deeply, and dreaming alongside the stories that continue to connect us across time. Welcome, dear listener. I'm so glad you're here tonight. Truly, whether you've just closed your eyes after a long day, or you're tucked beneath a warm blanket with the world outside, still and distant, I want you to know this moment was made for you. Not for rushing, not for thinking, not for remembering what you forgot to do, just for being here, for letting go, for allowing yourself to be carried gently into a story that doesn't demand your attention, but simply offers you a place to rest. And if you've ever found comfort in the quiet corners of history, the ones where the grand events fade into the background, and what remains are the soft sounds of a family breathing in the dark, a child's laugh muffled by pillows, a mother's hand smoothing the sheets one last time before sleep, then this story is for you. It's about the Romanovs, not as they appear in textbooks or grainy black and white photographs, stiff with ceremony and burdened by crowns, not as villains or martyrs, not as symbols of a fallen empire, but as people, as a family who lived, loved, feared, and dreamed just like we do. Now, before we begin, I should tell you something. This won't be like the stories you may have heard, the ones wrapped in mystery and melodrama, where Anastasia miraculously survives and dances through Paris with a locket full of diamonds and a memory full of snow. Though if she did, I hope she at least found a good pastry shop. One can survive a revolution, but surviving a bad croissant? That's true tragedy. No, tonight we won't chase legends. We won't dramatize the final moments with thunder or music swelling. Instead, we'll walk slowly through the halls of their lives, where the air still carries the scent of beeswax and old books, where the floorboards creak not from age, but from memory. This is not a tale of power. It's a tale of presence, of a father who wanted to be kind, a mother who prayed too much and smiled too little, children who played games in the palace corridors, drawing maps of imaginary kingdoms, unaware that their own world was already beginning to dissolve. It's about winter-long, relentless, beautiful winter, and a family who lived through it, not knowing that the thaw would never come for them. And if this kind of story moves you, if you find peace in the quiet echoes of lives long gone, in the way history breathes when no one is rushing to tell it, then I'd love for you to stay with us. If you haven't already, consider subscribing. Leave a comment if you feel like it's just your name or where you're listening from tonight. A city, a country, a window facing the moon. It doesn't change the past, but it reminds me that someone is here, listening, and that makes all the difference. Now let your breath slow. Let your body sink deeper into stillness. Imagine the air around you growing just a little colder, not harsh, not sharp, but clean, like the first breath of night in a northern land. A kind of cold that makes your cheeks flush and your thoughts grow quiet. Above you, the sky is vast and deep, scattered with stars so bright they seem to tremble. Snow falls without hurry, each flake turning in the dark before landing on the frozen streets of St. Petersburg, where the gas lamps glow like drowned suns beneath a veil of frost. And there, rising from the silence, stands the Winter Palace. Not as a monument, not as a fortress of power, but as a home. Its golden domes wear caps of snow. Its windows shine with a soft, buttery light, like candles left burning for some unexpected home. Inside, the air is still. The clocks tick softly. A dog barks once, far off, in a private wing. Somewhere, a door clicks shut. The palace is alive, not with grandeur, but with the quiet pulse of daily life, of tea poured at the same hour, of letters folded and sealed, of children whispering under blankets long after they were meant to be asleep. This is where we begin, not with revolution, not with gunfire, not with the end, but with the moment before the storm, when everything still feels ordinary, when a father reads to his son, when a mother watches her daughters from the doorway, when the world, for just one more night, holds its breath and pretends it won't have to let go. So close your eyes now, if you haven't already. Let the cold air fill your lungs. Let the silence grow around you, deep and tender. And let me take you, step by quiet step, into the last winter of the Romanovs. Long before the world began to tremble beneath the weight of change, before the whispers in the streets grew into voices too loud to ignore, Russia was a land shaped not by speed or urgency, but by the deep, unbroken rhythm of seasons that turned like the pages of an ancient book read in silence. It was a country where time did not race forward, but settled into the earth like frost at dawn, where the horizon stretched so far in every direction that it seemed to dissolve into the sky itself, and where the silence between one breath and the next was not empty, but full of presence of wind through birch trees, of distant church bells carried on the cold, of footsteps muffled by snow that had lain undisturbed for weeks. This was a realm where life unfolded slowly, where the same paths were walked by generations, where the same prayers were whispered in the same wooden churches, and where the idea of tomorrow was not something to be seized, but something to be endured, like winter. The villages were small, scattered like forgotten thoughts across the endless steppe, their wooden houses built close together as if for warmth, their roofs bowed under the weight of years of snow, their windows glowing faintly at dusk like the eyes of sleeping animals. Smoke curled from crooked chimneys in thin, wavering lines, carrying with it the scent of burning birch logs, of onions frying in lard, of damp wool drying near stoves, and of the sourdough bread that rose slowly in clay pots beside the hearth. Inside, families gathered in the single warm room, their faces lit by the flicker of oil lamps or the red glow of the pechka, the Russian stove that stood like a small temple at the heart of the home, radiating heat through the long night. Children sat on the floor with bare feet tucked beneath them, listening to their elders speak in low voices of saints and spirits, of wolves that could speak, of tsars who once walked among the people in disguise to test their kindness, their words forming a tapestry of myth and memory that wrapped around them like a second skin. The air was thick with the smell of wood smoke and old books, of dried herbs hanging from the rafters, of the faint musk of animals sheltered just beyond the back wall. And when the wind howled outside, rattling the shutters and shaking the very foundations, no one startled. They only leaned closer to the fire, pulled their shawls tighter, and waited for the storm to pass, as their parents had, and their parents before them. In the cities, life moved with a different rhythm, though still wrapped in a kind of slowness that felt eternal, as if the past and present were not separate, but woven together like threads in a tapestry too old to unravel. Moscow stirred beneath the golden domes of churches that shimmered in the morning light like flames frozen in time, their crosses catching the sun and scattering it in shards across the cobbled streets below. The bells of the Kremlin did not ring on the hour, nor by the command of a clock, but when they were needed calling the faithful to prayer at dawn, marking the passing of a soul at dusk, announcing the arrival of a holy day with a slow, solemn toll that rolled over the city like a wave through still water. Markets buzzed with color and scent, not in the frantic way of modern bazaars, but with a steady, unhurried pulse, as if everyone had all the time in the world. Vendors stood behind wooden stalls piled high, with wheels of yellow cheese wrapped in coarse cloth, bundles of dried mushrooms tied with twine, jars of honey so dark it looked like liquid amber pulled from the earth, and baskets of rye bread still warm from the oven, its crust crackling as it cooled. They called out in low, steady voices, not to attract attention, but as a kind of ritual more habit than hope, while customers wrapped in heavy coats and fur hats pulled low, browsed slowly, touching the bread, sniffing the herbs, bargaining in quiet tones that rose and fell like a conversation between old friends. Somewhere nearby, a balalaika played a single mournful tune, its notes drifting through the air like smoke, and children ran between the stalls, their laughter sharp and bright against the gray sky, their boots kicking up small clouds of frozen dust. And far to the north, in the heart of it all, St. Petersburg stood like a dream built on water and will, a city that had been carved from marshland by the command of a man who believed he could shape nature itself. Peter the Great had willed it into existence, dragging stone and timber from across the empire, conscripting thousands of laborers to drain the swamps and lay the foundations, many of whom died in the process, their bones said to lie beneath the very streets they helped to build. Now, in the early years of the 20th century, it wore its grandeur with a kind of weary elegance, its facades painted in soft blues and pale yellows, their ornate carvings worn smooth by wind and time, their balconies draped in iron lace that glistened with frost in the winter light. The city was a place of contrasts of wide, imperial avenues lined with statues that watched the world with stone eyes, and narrow alleyways where the poor lived in cramped apartments with no heat and little light, of glittering palaces that reflected the Neva River like mirrors, and frozen canals where washerwomen broke through the ice to scrub clothes by hand. In summer, the white nights stretched the daylight into a haze where shadows never fully formed, and people walked the embankments until 2 a.m, as if the sun would never truly set. In winter, the Neva froze solid, and the river became a road, crossed by sleds pulled by horses with breath like steam, by merchants hauling goods on wooden skates, by couples walking arm in arm beneath the gas lamps that flickered like drowned stars. The air was sharp with cold, but also with life, the sound of laughter, of bells, of distant music from a ballroom where the elite danced while the rest of the city shivered in the dark. The imperial family lived at the center of this world, not as distant gods, but as figures woven into the fabric of the nation's identity, their image printed on coins, their portraits hung in schools and train stations, their names spoken with a mixture of reverence and resignation. For more than 3 centuries, the Romanovs had ruled, their lineage stretching back to a time when muskets were new and the world beyond the forest was still unknown, when the Tsar was not only a ruler, but a father to his people, a living link between heaven and earth. Their reign had seen empires rise and fall, wars fought and forgotten, lands gained and lost, and yet they remained constant, unchanging, as much a part of Russia as the snow, the silence, the long, dark nights that seemed to go on forever. They were not loved by all, nor were they untouched by scandal or sorrow, but they were there, a fixed point in a world that rarely moved fast. And so, when Nikolai Alexandrovich ascended the throne, it was not with fanfare or revolution, but with the quiet acceptance of a nation that had seen this before, that expected little and hoped for less. He was not a man of grand gestures or fiery speeches, not a conqueror or a visionary, but a man who preferred the company of his family to the weight of ceremony, who walked the palace gardens in simple boots, even in winter, when the paths were dusted with snow and the trees stood bare like skeletons against the sky. He loved the quiet hours before dawn, when the palace was still, when the only sound was the creak of floorboards and the distant hum of a servant lighting a stove. He wore his uniforms with care, each button polished, each ribbon placed just so, not out of vanity, but because he believed that dignity lay in detail, that respect was shown not in words, but in the way one carried oneself. He was not blind to the world beyond the palace. He read the reports, he listened to his advisers, but he believed deeply and sincerely. That order was maintained not by force, but by tradition, that the old ways, if followed with honesty and faith, would carry Russia forward without rupture, as they had for generations. His wife, Alexandra Fyodorovna, was a woman shaped by devotion and sorrow, by a love so deep it bordered on fear. Born a German princess, she had come to Russia as a bride full of hope, only to find herself adrift in a court that watched her closely, judged her silently, resented her accent, her reserve, her refusal to play the role of the glittering empress. She spoke Russian with care, but never quite without a trace of foreignness, and that small difference was enough for some to see her as an outsider, as someone who did not truly belong. She withdrew into faith, into prayer, into the private world of her children, where she could be more than a symbol, more than a figurehead. She was not warm in public, not quick to smile, not eager to charm qualities that made her unpopular in the salons of the aristocracy, but in the safety of her family's presence, she softened, her voice lowering to a murmur, her hands gentle, as she smoothed her youngest son's hair or tucked a blanket around his shoulders. She carried grief like a second shadow, the loss of a daughter in infancy, the constant terror that her only son might not survive the night, the knowledge that every joy was fragile, every moment borrowed. And so she prayed not once, not twice, but endlessly, her lips moving in silence even as she sat at dinner, her fingers tracing the beads of her rosary beneath the table, her eyes distant, as if already speaking to a God who had not yet answered. Their children were not raised as future rulers in the way one might expect, not drilled in statecraft from dawn or forced to stand for hours in stiff uniforms before crowds. Instead, they grew up in a world of routines and affection, of quiet mornings and candlelit evenings, where the greatest drama was a stolen cookie or a snowball fight in the palace courtyard. Olga, the eldest, was thoughtful beyond her years, already writing in her diary with a seriousness that made her seem older, her handwriting neat, her entries filled with observations about the weather, her lessons, her dreams. Tatiana was gentle, with a quiet strength that made others turn to her when they were afraid, when they needed someone to listen without judgment. Maria was warm, open, the one who hugged without hesitation, who laughed easily, who brought flowers from the garden just to make someone smile. Anastasia, the youngest, was bright, mischievous, always ready with a joke or a prank, drawing mustaches on photographs, hiding her father's pipe, whispering silly stories to her brother Alexei when he was in pain. And then there was Alexei, the only son, a future Tsar, the boy whose fate was tied not to his mind or his heart, but to the blood that flowed through his veins. Hemophilia ran in his family like a curse, passed down through generations, and even the smallest fall could send him into days of agony, lying still in bed, his legs wrapped in bandages, his breath shallow, his body trembling with pain. His parents watched him with a love so fierce it bordered on desperation. They tried everything: doctors from Paris, specialists from Vienna, prayers in every church, but nothing worked as mysteriously as the presence of a wandering monk named Rasputin, whose voice, whose touch, whose very silence seemed to calm the boy in ways medicine could not explain. They did not understand it. They only knew that when he was near, Alexei slept. Life in the Winter Palace was not one of constant luxury, but of rhythm and ritual, of small moments that repeated like a lullaby. Mornings began with tea served on silver trays, the clink of porcelain, a quiet music in the long corridors, the scent of bergamot and honey rising in soft curls from the cups. The children's lessons were held in a sunlit room where maps of the empire hung on the walls, though the world beyond Russia was rarely discussed, as if everything else were just noise. Afternoons were for walks in the palace gardens, for drawing, for playing with their dogs, jolly, clumsy animals who followed them like shadows, barking at nothing, rolling in the snow. Evenings brought dinner as a family, simple by imperial standards, bowls of steaming borscht, plates of pirozhiki fresh from the oven, thick slices of black bread with butter that melted into golden pools. Candles were lit, stories were read, prayers were said, and when the children were finally in bed, their parents would linger in the hallway, listening to their breathing, watching the rise and fall of their chests, grateful for another night, without fever, without bleeding, without fear. Outside the palace walls, the empire stretched in every direction east into lands where the sun rose long before St. Petersburg woke, south into deserts and mountains where tribes still lived as they had for centuries, north into tundra where the wind never stopped howling and the nights lasted for months. It was a realm so vast that a letter could take weeks to cross it, where some villages had never seen a train, and others spoke languages no one in the capital could understand. And yet, all of it answered to one name. All of it belonged to one family. That was the belief, at least. That was the story told in schools, in churches, in the quiet moments when parents tucked their children in and said, "Sleep well, the Tsar watches over us." The people, for the most part, believed it too, not blindly, but with a kind of weary faith, the kind that comes not from joy, but from endurance. They did not expect miracles. They did not dream of palaces. They asked only for enough bread, for fair weather, for their children to survive the winter. And when the Tsar appeared in public, riding in his carriage through the city, they bowed not out of fear, but out of habit, of respect, of the deep-rooted idea that the world was as it had always been, and therefore would always be. The seasons turned, the snow fell, the rivers froze and thawed, the bells rang. Life went on. There were signs, of course, small things. A factory worker who stopped bowing, a student caught reading a forbidden book, a priest who spoke too openly about justice. But these were like leaves caught in the wind, noticed, perhaps, but not seen as storms. The world still felt solid. The palace still stood. The family still gathered for dinner. The children still laughed in the corridors. The dogs still barked at nothing. The candles still burned. And so, in those final years before everything changed, Russia existed in a kind of suspended peace, a breath held, a pause between heartbeats, a moment so quiet that no one noticed how fragile it truly was. The snow fell gently on the roofs of the villages, on the domes of the churches, on the frozen surface of the Neva. The stars blinked above the winter palace, indifferent, eternal. And inside, a mother tucked her youngest child into bed, smoothed his hair, kissed his forehead, and whispered a prayer that he would wake without pain. It was just another night, just another winter, just another moment in a story that had been going on for centuries. And no one yet knew it was the last time things would feel this way. There was a quiet hum beneath the surface of things, not loud enough to wake anyone from sleep, but present all the same a vibration in the air, like the distant roll of thunder before a storm that never seems to arrive. It was the yearning of a world beginning to shift, not with explosions or declarations, but with the slow turning of gears too long left still, with the rustle of newspapers passed from hand to hand in dimly lit rooms, with the murmur of voices in factories where men stood for 12 hours at a time, their hands blackened by oil, their lungs thick with dust, wondering aloud why the palaces gleamed while their children went barefoot through snow. Russia was no longer just a land of villages in silence. It was becoming something else, something restless, something uncertain, and though the winter palace remained untouched by the wind of change, its windows sealed against the cold, its corridors lit by the same golden glow as always, the echoes of that growing unease slipped through the cracks, like drafts beneath a door no one had thought to close. It was not a single voice, not one protest, not one event, but 1,000 small tremors, each one barely felt on its own, yet together forming a current that could no longer be ignored, a tide rising so slowly that even those who stood in its path did not notice the water climbing their ankles. Nikolai still walked the gardens each morning, his boots pressing into the frost, his breath rising in soft clouds as he paused to watch a bird land on a frozen branch. Alexandra still lit her candles before the icons, her lips moving in silent prayer, her fingers tracing the outline of the cross, as if trying to hold on to something solid in a world that felt increasingly fragile. The children still played their games, still wrote in their diaries, still laughed when Anastasia hit a rubber frog in Maria's bed, or when Alexei, on one of his better days, managed to limp down the hall fast enough to catch them. But even within the warmth of their private world, there were moments small, almost imperceptible, when the stillness broke. A telegram arrived earlier than expected, its envelope sealed with urgency. A servant hesitated before entering the dining room, as if unsure whether to deliver news best left for later. The radio, still a rare and curious device in most homes, crackled with reports from the front, voices speaking of shortages, of unrest, of soldiers who no longer obeyed orders without question. And then there were the letters, anonymous ones, sometimes crumpled, sometimes carefully folded, that made their way into the palace, slipped into coat pockets, or left on benches in the garden. They didn't shout. They didn't threaten. They simply asked, "How long will you sleep while we freeze? How long will you feast while we starve?" It was not hatred that carried these words, not at first, but exhaustion, a weariness so deep it had begun to take the shape of doubt. For centuries, the people had accepted their place, believing that the Tsar ruled by divine right, that he was chosen by God to guide them, to suffer with them, to pray for them. But now, some began to wonder. If he truly suffered with them, why did he not see them? If he prayed, why did nothing change? The war had been meant to unite the nation, to stir pride in the heart of every Russian, but instead, it had exposed the cracks in the empire's foundation. Men were sent to die in trenches with no bullets, with boots that fell apart in the mud, with coats too thin to keep out the cold. Wives wrote to the capital, begging for news of husbands who had vanished into the fog of battle. Mothers stood in line for bread that never came. And still, the palace remained a world apart, wrapped in ritual, in tradition, in the quiet belief that things would settle, that order would return, that the storm would pass if they just held on a little longer. The disconnect was not born of cruelty, but of distance of a life lived behind velvet curtains, where the wind outside sounded like music, not warning. It was in this atmosphere that Grigory Rasputin moved, not as a force of chaos, but as a shadow that had found its way into the light. He was not a courtier, not a general, not a man of titles or land, but a peasant from the far east of Siberia, a wanderer with long, tangled hair and eyes that seemed to look through people rather than at them. He had walked for years across the vastness of Russia, sleeping in barns, praying in village churches, drinking tea with shepherds and monks, absorbing the rhythms of the land and the voices of the forgotten. He spoke little, but when he did, his voice was low, steady, almost hypnotic, as if each word had been weighed before it was released, as if silence were the truest form of speech. He had come to the capital not to seize power, but to offer healing to the Tsarevich, to the Empress, to the soul of a family that lived in constant fear. And though the aristocracy recoiled at his presence, though they whispered of drunkenness and scandal, though they mocked his rough hands and his unshaven face, they could not deny what happened when he entered the boy's room. Alexei would calm, his breathing would slow, the pain would recede, as if the very air changed when Rasputin laid his hands upon him. The doctors could not explain it. The priests debated whether it was a miracle or a deception. But Alexandra believed deeply, absolutely, that he was a man sent by God, a starets, a holy fool, one of those rare souls who walked between worlds, who could speak to the divine in a language no church had taught. And so, despite the protests, despite the rumors that spread like frost across glass, he remained. He came and went as he pleased, sometimes disappearing for weeks, only to return with dirt on his boots and a quiet certainty in his gaze. He sat at the edge of the royal circle, not as an equal, but as something stranger, a guest, a guardian, a presence that could not be categorized. The children were wary of him at first, unnerved by the way he looked at them, as if he could see their thoughts. But over time, they grew used to his silence, to the way he sometimes smiled without showing his teeth, to the way he would hum an old folk tune under his breath. Even Nikolai, who distrusted mysticism and preferred the order of protocol, could not bring himself to send him away, not when his wife's eyes lit up at the mere mention of his name, not when his son's suffering eased in his presence. And yet, there was something unsettling in the way power began to shift, not through decrees or battles, but through late-night conversations in candlelit rooms, through letters written in Alexandra's hand that bore Rasputin's influence, through appointments made not by ministers, but by a man who claimed to hear the voice of God in his dreams. The courtiers watched from the edges, their smiles tight, their bows too deep, their conversations turning sharp the moment he left the room. Outside the palace, the city listened, not with reverence, but with growing suspicion. Cartoons appeared in underground papers, crude drawings of Rasputin with horns, of the Empress kneeling before him, of the Tsar blindfolded while the monk pulled the strings of the empire. Soldiers muttered in the barracks. Students gathered in basements to read the works of Marx and Lenin, their voices rising with each sentence, their hands clenched around books that spoke of a world without kings, without palaces, without bloodlines. And still, the seasons turned. The snow fell. The Neva froze. The bells rang. Life went on. But the air was different now, thicker, charged. It was the feeling you get just before lightning strikes, a sense that something is coming, not because you see it, but because your skin knows it, because the silence has grown too loud. In the factories, men stopped praying and started organizing. In the villages, elders no longer told stories of the kind Tsar, but of the one who had forgotten them. In the schools, children were taught to recite the names of their rulers, but some whispered other names instead: Lenin, Trotsky, Revolution. And in the Winter Palace, as the lamps were lit and the family gathered for dinner, As the dogs barked in the distance and the wind tapped at the windows, like a visitor who knew it would soon be let in, no one spoke of what was coming. No one dared, because to name it would be to admit that the world they knew was ending. And so they remained silent. And the whispers grew louder. In the winter of 1913, the Romanovs celebrated 300 years of their dynasty with a grand ceremony in Moscow, a spectacle of gold and incense, of processions through snow-covered streets, of bells ringing across the frozen city. The Tsar and Tsarista stood on a balcony draped in crimson, their children beside them, waving to a crowd that stretched as far as the eye could see. People wept. They threw flowers. They believed in that moment that the empire was eternal, that the family was blessed, that the future would be a continuation of the past. But even then, in the midst of the celebration, there were those who did not cheer. Workers stood at the edges of the square, their faces blank, their hands in their pockets. A young man in a warm coat turned to his friend and said, "They think this means something, but the world doesn't care about anniversaries." And he was right. The celebration was not a renewal, but a farewell in disguise, a final bow before the curtain fell. The people wanted bread, they wanted peace, they wanted to be seen. And instead, they were given pageantry, a performance of power that felt more like a plea than a declaration. Back in St. Petersburg, life in the palace continued as if nothing had changed. The children played charades in the evening, their laughter echoing through the long halls. Alexei sat on a sofa, wrapped in a blanket, his face pale but smiling, as his sisters acted out a scene from a play they had written. Alexandra watched from the doorway, her hands folded, her prayer book in her pocket. Nikolai read a report on military supplies, his pen moving slowly across the page, his mind elsewhere. And yet the weight of the empire pressed on him, not as a crown, but as a silence made of unanswered letters, of ministers who avoided his gaze, of newspapers that no longer praised him, but questioned. He did not rage. He did not weep. He simply carried it, like a man walking through deep snow, each step heavier than the last. He believed in duty. He believed in God. He believed that if he did the right thing every day, then the storm would pass. But belief, no matter how sincere, cannot stop the tide. Rasputin, in the meantime, became more visible, more controversial. He was seen in restaurants with women whose names were not supposed to be spoken in polite company. He drank heavily, laughed loudly, spoke in riddles that only he understood. The court used these moments to paint him as a fraud, a charlatan, a man who had tricked the empress with false miracles. But those who watched him closely noticed something else. When he was alone, when no one was looking, he would stop laughing. His face would grow still. He would stare into the distance, as if listening to something no one else could hear. And sometimes he would say things quietly, to no one in particular, that later came true. He warned that war would bring ruin. He said that Tsar would lose his throne. He spoke of blood in the snow. No one listened. They called it madness. But madness, in a world that refuses to see, is often the only form of clarity. The war dragged on, and with it, the empire began to unravel. Trains that once carried grain now carried coffins. Factories that made tools now made shells. Children played war games in the streets, reenacting battles they did not understand. And still, the palace remained a sanctuary of routine lessons, walks, prayers, meals, while outside, the world burned slowly, quietly, without spectacle. The disconnect was not malice. It was blindness. A kind of sleepwalking through history, as if the past could protect them from the future. But the future was already here. It stood in the lines of women waiting for bread. It whispered in the meetings of revolutionaries in smoke-filled rooms. It breathed in the silence between the Tsar's decisions and the people's hunger. Alexandra, more than anyone, felt the walls closing in. She trusted no one but Rasputin. She wrote to him constantly, her letters filled with fear, with love for her children, with despair over her husband's indecision. She believed he was the only one who could save them, who could save Alexei, who could save Russia. And in her isolation, her power grew not through politics, but through influence. She urged Nikolai to dismiss ministers, to delay elections, to trust only those who supported the old ways. Her letters were read, copied, leaked. The court called her the Juran woman, the spy, the puppet of a mad monk. But she did not care. She was not playing politics. She was fighting for her son's life. Nikolai, caught between his duty and his love, between the world he ruled and the family he cherished, grew quieter, more withdrawn. He walked the gardens longer. He spoke less at dinner. He stared at maps of the front lines as if they might reveal a solution. He received reports of mutinies, of strikes, of villages burning, and he signed orders with a hand that trembled only slightly. He was not weak. He was not cruel. He was a man trapped in a role too large for any one person, a man who wanted to be good, but did not know how to be great. And in that gap, between intention and action, between love and leadership, the empire began to slip away. The winter of 1916 was the coldest in memory. The Neva froze so thick that people walked across it as if it were a road. The gas lamps flickered under layers of ice. The palace, for all its warmth, felt like a tomb wrapped in velvet. And in December, the unthinkable happened. A group of nobles, desperate to rid themselves of Rasputin's influence, lured him to a palace on the outskirts of the city. They fed him poisoned cakes and shot him. When he did not die, they beat him, bound him, and threw his body into the icy Neva. The news spread slowly, like a rumor too dark to be true. When Alexandra heard, she collapsed. Nikolai wept. The children were told he had gone away, but everyone knew. And in that moment, something broke, not just in the family, but in the fabric of belief that had held the empire together. If a man who claimed to speak to God could be murdered in the heart of the capital, then what protection remained for the Tsar? And yet, even in death, Rasputin haunted them. His predictions echoed in the silence. The war worsened. The people grew angrier. The snow kept falling, covering the city in a shroud of white, as if the earth itself were mourning. The children still played. The dogs still barked. The candles still burned. But the air was thinner now, the light dimmer, the dreams shorter. The world was holding its breath, waiting, listening, because the first cracks had appeared. The whispers had become voices. And the long winter was no longer just a season, it was a warning. There came a moment, not marked by thunder or the clash of arms, but by the quiet turning of a page in a diary, the soft closing of a palace door, the barely perceptible shift in the way a father looked at his son, when the path ahead could no longer be avoided. It was not a single decision, not a decree signed in haste, but a series of small choices, each one made in the dim light of candlelit rooms, each one carrying the weight of a world that had begun to tremble beneath the surface. Nikolai had always believed that leadership was not in grand gestures, but in the daily act of showing up, of doing what was right, of honoring the duty passed down through generations. And so, when the war dragged on and the reports from the front grew darker, when the factories fell silent for lack of coal and the bread lines in Petrograd stretched around entire blocks, he did not rage or retreat. He simply stood a little taller, walked a little slower, and began to make decisions not as a man who ruled by divine right, but as one who felt the earth shifting beneath his feet. He went to the front, not as a general draped in medals, not to give speeches or inspect troops with fanfare, but to walk among the soldiers, to look into their eyes, to feel the cold mud beneath his boots, to hear the silence between the shells. He wore the uniform of a commander, but carried himself like a father visiting a sick child. He spoke little, asked many questions, and listened, truly listened, to men who had not been heard in years. He saw the frostbitten fingers, the hollow cheeks, the way a young soldier flinched at the sound of a slamming door. He saw the loyalty still there, not to the empire, perhaps, but to the idea of him, to the Tsar who had come, against all advice, to stand in the snow with them. And when he returned to the palace, he was not the same. His shoulders carried a new weight. His voice, when he spoke to his ministers, was firmer, more insistent. He dismissed generals who had lied about victories. He demanded reports in plain language, not in the polished phrases meant to soothe. He began to understand at last that the war was not just a storm to be weathered, but a mirror held up to the soul of Russia, and what it showed him was a nation breaking under the strain. At home, Alexandra watched him change. She saw the lines deepen around his eyes, the way he paused longer before answering even the simplest question, as if every word now carried consequence. She did not speak against his decisions, not openly, but in the quiet hours before sleep, when the house was still and the children were long in bed, she would lay a hand on his arm and whisper, "Are you sure?" Not out of doubt, but out of fear, the fear of a woman who had already lost so much, who knew how fragile life could be, how quickly everything could vanish. And Nikolai would nod, not because he was certain, but because certainty was no longer possible. All he had was duty. All he could do was choose and then live with the choice. And so he chose to stay at the front longer than anyone expected, to take personal command, not because he believed he could win the war, but because he could no longer bear to rule from a distance. Meanwhile, the children grew older, not in the sudden way of stories, but slowly, like trees stretching toward light. Olga, once the shy eldest, began to write with a sharper pen. Her diary entries no longer just about the weather or her lessons, but about the women she saw in the streets, their faces gaunt, their hands cracked from cold water. She asked her tutors about politics, about history, about why some people had so much while others had nothing. Tatiana, always the caretaker, started helping in a small clinic set up near the palace gates, wrapping bandages for wounded soldiers who passed through the city. Maria, with her open heart, wrote letters to families who had lost sons, signing them not as a Grand Duchess, but as a friend. And Anastasia, whose laughter had once filled every room she entered, began to notice the silences, the way her parents exchanged glances when the radio crackled with bad news, the way Alexei sometimes stared out the window as if listening to something no one else could hear. Alexei himself was changing. Not in body, he still bore the marks of his illness, still spent days in bed when the bleeding came, but in spirit. He was no longer just a fragile boy who needed protection. He was beginning to understand his place, not as a future Tsar, but as a witness. He asked questions about the war, about the people, about why God let bad things happen. He read books about sailors and explorers, tracing the routes of ships across vast oceans with his finger, dreaming of a life where he could move freely, where the wind would not feel like a threat. And when he was strong enough, he walked with his father in the garden, leaning on his arm, speaking in a voice that was still soft, but no longer afraid. The war changed everything, not all at once, but like frost creeping across a window pane, slow, silent, inevitable. Factories that once made carriages now produced ambulances. Schools became temporary hospitals. The grand ballrooms of the aristocracy were emptied of chandeliers and filled with rows of cots. Even the Romanovs' private trains, once used for imperial tours, were repurposed to carry wounded soldiers from the front. The world inside the palace began to shrink, not in space, but in luxury. The meals grew simpler. The lights were dimmed. The servants, many of whom had sons at the front, moved through the halls with a new gravity, their laughter rarer, their steps heavier. And still, the family tried to keep the rhythm of their lives' lessons. Walks, prayers, stories at night, but the rhythm had changed, like a song played in a lower key. Then came the winter of 1916, a season so cold that even the wolves stayed near the villages, their eyes glowing in the dark. The Neva froze thick enough to walk across, and people did carrying firewood, carrying news, carrying hope. But the cold was not just outside. It seeped into the palace, into the hearts of those who lived there. Letters arrived from distant provinces, reports of starvation, of frozen crops, of children dying in the night. The radio brought word of mutinies, of soldiers refusing to fight, of entire regiments turning their guns on their officers. And Nikolai, back at headquarters, felt the ground slipping beneath him. He issued orders. He made promises. He believed, still, that order could be restored. But belief is not command, and command is not control. It was in this atmosphere that the first real crack appeared. A minister resigned, not with drama, but with quiet dignity, handing in his papers and saying only, "I can no longer serve a government that does not see its people." Then another followed, and another. The Duma, the imperial parliament, began to speak with a voice that was no longer deferential, but firm. They called for reforms, for peace, for a government that answered to the nation, not just the throne. And when Nikolai returned to Petrograd, expecting loyalty, he was met not with celebration, but with silence. The streets were empty. The windows of the ministries were dark. Even the guards at the palace seemed to stand a little straighter, their eyes not quite meeting his. He tried to respond. He made small concessions, new ministers, promises of investigation, pledges to end the war. But the gestures felt hollow, like offerings made too late. The people did not want promises. They wanted bread. They wanted peace. They wanted to be seen. And the longer they waited, the angrier they grew. Women, who had borne the weight of the war in ways no one had acknowledged, began to gather not in protest, at first, but in desperation. They stood in line for hours, only to be told the bread was gone. They walked home with empty baskets, their children crying, their husbands at the front, their bodies worn thin by cold and hunger. And then, one day, they stopped walking home. They turned, and they started walking toward the center of the city. The first march was small. Just a few women, and a few more, then a crowd. They carried no weapons. They shouted no slogans. They simply walked, their boots crunching on the ice, their breath rising in clouds, their voices low but steady. They passed factories, and workers came out to join them. They passed barracks, and soldiers hesitated, then lowered their rifles. They passed churches, and priests rang the bells, not for prayer, but for witness. And as they moved through the city, the snow began to fall, not heavily, but steadily, as if the sky itself were covering their footsteps, protecting them from what was to come. Inside the palace, the family felt it, not through reports, not through telegrams, but through the silence. The usual sounds of the city, the carts, the voices, the distant music had gone. In their place was something else, a stillness so deep it felt like listening. Alexandra lit more candles before the icons. The children stayed close to their mother. Alexei, lying in bed, asked if the snow would stop soon. And Nikolai, standing at the window, watched the flakes fall over the frozen Neva, knowing at last that the world he had tried to preserve was no longer his to command. He made one final decision, not to send troops, not to declare martial law, not to flee. He chose to abdicate, not in anger, not in fear, but in sorrow. He signed the papers in a quiet room, his hand steady, his face calm. He did it not for himself, but for his son, for Alexei, who would never rule, who would never bear the weight of a crown that had become a curse. He gave up the throne not to save the empire, but to save his family. And when it was done, he walked to his son's room, sat beside the bed, and held his hand through the long night. The next morning, the snow still fell. The city remained still, and the palace, once the heart of an empire, stood silent, no longer a seat of power, but a home, waiting for what would come next. There were no crowds at the gates, no salutes, no music, just the soft creak of floorboards as servants moved through the halls, unsure of their place now, unsure of what came after. The children gathered in the sitting room, wrapped in blankets, playing a quiet game of cards, their laughter subdued, as if they sensed that the rules of the world had changed without anyone telling them. Alexandra sat by the window, her hands folded in her lap, her rosary untouched for the first time in years. She did not pray. She did not cry. She simply watched the snow fall, as if waiting for someone to come and explain what had just happened. Nikolai did not return to his study. He remained in Alexei's room, holding his son's hand, feeling the faint pulse beneath the skin, the warmth of a life that still breathed, still fought. He thought of the weight he had carried for 23 years, of the ceremonies, the portraits, the endless expectations. And now it was gone, not taken by force, not overthrown by violence, but released like a breath held too long. He did not feel relief. He did not feel regret. He felt emptiness, vast and quiet, like the space between stars. And yet, beneath it, something else, a fragile sense of peace. For the first time in years, he was not the Tsar. He was just a father, just a man. And in that simplicity, there was a kind of freedom he had never known. The days that followed moved like dreams. There were no grand announcements, no formal farewells. The ministers came and went, speaking in hushed tones. The guards changed uniforms. The imperial insignia were removed from the walls, folded away, stored in wooden chests. The family was told they would remain in the palace for now, but no one knew for how long. The children continued their lessons, though the tutors spoke less of history and more of language, of music, of things that might be useful in an unknown future. Anastasia tried to joke, to make them laugh, but her voice cracked when she saw her mother staring at the wall, lost in thought. Olga wrote in her diary every night, not just observations, but fears, questions, fragments of prayers. Tatiana lit a candle each evening, not for God, but for the memory of the life they had lost. And still the snow fell. Day after day, it covered the city, erasing footprints, softening edges, turning the world into a place of muffled sound and softened light. It was as if winter itself had decided to cradle them, to give them time to adjust, to grieve, to forget the weight of a crown they had never asked for. The Neva remained frozen, the streets quiet, the sky low and gray. From the windows of the winter palace, one could see the spires of the city like dark fingers rising from the white. The domes of the churches half buried, the bridges silent. It was beautiful. It was desolate. It was over. But the world outside was not sleeping. While the Romanovs waited in stillness, the country moved. The provisional government took shape, fragile and uncertain, promising elections, peace, justice. But the people were tired of promises. The soldiers wanted land. The workers wanted control. The peasants wanted food. And in the shadows, a man with a sharp beard and burning eyes returned from exile, stepping off a sealed train with a suitcase and a plan. His name was Lenin, and he did not believe in waiting. The family did not know his name yet. They did not know his face. They only knew that the silence around them was no longer peaceful. It was expectant. It was the silence before a storm, the silence of a world holding its breath. And in the nursery, where Alexei slept beneath thick blankets, a single candle burned low, its flame flickering in the draught from a window that had been left slightly open, as if even the house knew that nothing would ever be sealed away again. They were no longer protected by walls, no longer shielded by tradition, no longer carried by the belief that things would always be as they had been. And in that vulnerability, for the first time, they were truly human. The city breathed differently now, as if it had learned a new rhythm in the dark, a pulse that no longer answered to the measured beat of imperial decree, but to the restless, uneven cadence of a people awakening from a long and dreamless sleep. Petrograd no longer St. Petersburg, though the name still echoed in old letters, and faded street signs moved with a kind of contained urgency, like the quiet hum of a beehive before the swarm takes flight. The snow had stopped falling, but the cold remained, sharp and clear, settling into the bones of the city like a memory that refused to fade, clinging to the rooftops, seeping through the cracks in window frames, frosting the breath of those who walked the streets with their heads down and their hands buried deep in their coats. The canals were still frozen, the Neva a vast sheet of ice cracked in places by the slow pressure beneath, great slabs shifting with a low, groaning sound that carried across the water like a warning. But the silence that had followed the abdication, the stunned hush of a nation holding its breath, had been replaced by something else. A low, constant hum, like the sound of distant machinery, like the murmur of 1,000 conversations held in doorways, in trams, in the corners of half-lit cafes, where men with ink-stained fingers passed newspapers under their coats, their eyes scanning the pages not for news, but for signs. It was the sound of a world reorganizing itself, not with violence, not yet, but with the quiet insistence of people who had finally begun to speak, who had discovered that their voices, when gathered together, could shake the foundations of what had once seemed unshakable. A palace, once the heart of an empire, now stood like a relic in the center of this new life, a monument to a time that had not yet fully ended, but was no longer in command. The guards at the gates wore different uniforms, their faces unfamiliar, their posture less rigid, as if they too were uncertain of their role in this new order. The imperial insignia had been removed, not torn down in anger, not defaced in triumph, but taken down carefully, almost reverently, as if even those who no longer believed in the old order still felt the weight of what it had meant, as if they understood that symbols, once lived in, carry a gravity that outlasts their power. Inside, the Romanovs moved through the same halls, sat in the same rooms, touched the same door handles worn smooth by generations of hands, but the air had changed. It was no longer thick with ceremony, with the invisible weight of centuries of rule, but with waiting a stillness that was not peace, but anticipation, the kind that settles in a house before a storm, when the birds have gone quiet and the light turns gray. The family no longer gave orders, they received them. A new commandant arrived, a man named Korovichenko, stern but not unkind, to oversee their days, to ensure their safety, to remind them, without saying it, that they were no longer in charge of their own fate. Their movements were restricted. Their letters were read before they were sent. Their visitors were few and carefully vetted. And yet there was no cage, not yet only the slow, quiet realization that they were no longer at the center of anything, that the world had turned without them, that history had taken a step forward and left them standing in the snow, watching it go. Nikolai accepted it with a quiet dignity that surprised even those who had doubted him, who had whispered behind closed doors that he was too weak, too indecisive, too much a man of the past to survive the present. He did not rage. He did not plead. He did not retreat into silence or despair. Instead, he walked the garden each morning as he always had, his boots pressing into the frost, his breath rising in soft clouds that vanished into the cold air, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze steady on the path ahead. He read books on gardening, on history, on the lives of men who had lived after losing everything, monks, exiles, philosophers who had chosen simplicity over power. He played chess with Alexei when the boy was strong enough, moving the pieces slowly, thoughtfully, as if each move were a meditation, a way to measure time, to hold on to reason in a world that no longer made sense. He spoke little, but when he did, it was with a calm that seemed to steady the others, a quiet strength that came not from authority, but from presence. He was no longer the Tsar, but he was still a father, still a husband, still a man who believed in the sanctity of small routines, in the dignity of waking up, of washing one's face, of sitting down to a meal with those you love. And so the family followed his lead, not out of duty, but out of need. They ate together. They prayed. They played cards in the evening, their laughter sometimes breaking through the silence like sunlight through clouds, brief and golden and gone too soon. But outside, the world was not quiet. The factories roared back to life, not for the war, not for the empire, but for the people. Workers formed committees, demanding shorter hours, better pay, a voice in how their lives were governed, and when their demands were ignored, they stopped working, not in anger, but in unity, their silence louder than any shout. The streets filled with posters, bold black letters on red paper calling for peace, for land, for bread, their edges fluttering in the wind, like flags of a new nation being born. The Duma, once a cautious advisory body, now argued with fire, its sessions lasting late into the night, its debates broadcast in summaries that spread through the city like sparks on dry grass. And in the barracks, soldiers who had once saluted without question now gathered in circles, reading pamphlets, questioning orders, wondering aloud who they were meant to obey now that the Tsar was gone, their rifles no longer pointing outward, but inward, toward the heart of the old order. The provisional government had taken power, promising elections, promising reform, promising an end to the war. But promises, no matter how sincere, could not fill empty stomachs, could not warm frozen homes, could not bring back the dead. And so the people listened, but they did not believe. The women who had marched in the snow were no longer on the streets, but their presence lingered, like the scent of smoke after a fire. They had started something they could not finish, but they had cracked the ice. Now, others stepped forward, men who had spent their lives in the shadows, speaking in whispers, writing in code, dreaming of a world without kings. And in the midst of it all, a man returned. He arrived not with an army, not with banners, not with the fanfare of a conqueror, but in a sealed train that crossed Germany and rolled into the Finland station under a gray sky, its wheels grinding to a halt in a cloud of steam. His name was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. He was not tall. He was not handsome. He wore a heavy coat and a hat pulled low, his face sharp, his eyes burning with a certainty that few could match, a fire that did not flicker, but burned steady and cold. He stepped onto the platform, and instead of giving a long speech, instead of appealing to reason or patience, he raised his fist and said only, "The people have begun. Now we must finish what they started." And in that moment, the revolution ceased to be a possibility. It became a force, a current, a tide that no wall could hold back. The city listened. The workers listened. The soldiers listened. And slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the balance of power began to shift. The provisional government still held the ministries, still issued decrees, still believed it could guide Russia toward democracy, as if democracy were a train that could be boarded with tickets and schedules. But it did not understand that the people were no longer asking for reform. They were asking for transformation. They did not want a new government. They wanted a new world one, where land belonged to those who worked it, where factories answered to those who ran them, where peace was not negotiated, but demanded. And Lenin spoke their language. He did not offer compromises. He did not beg for patience. He did not speak of gradual change. He said, "Enough, now." And the more he spoke, the more the crowds grew, until they filled the squares, until the air itself seemed to vibrate with the weight of their voices, until the very ground trembled beneath their feet. Back in the palace, the family felt the tremors, Not through news, not through official reports, but through the silences, the way the servants paused before entering a room, the way the guards avoided eye contact, the way the radio, once a source of distant war reports, now crackled with speeches that made little sense to them, filled with words like proletariat, dictatorship of the class, Soviets, terms that sounded like spells from a language they did not know. The children noticed. Anastasia, always the most perceptive, asked why the guards no longer bowed, why they no longer said, "Your Majesty." Olga read the newspapers when no one was looking, her hands trembling as she traced the headlines. Power to the Soviets. All land to the peasants. Peace without annexations. She did not understand all of it, but she understood this. The world they had known was not just gone. It was being erased, rewritten, replaced by something they could not see, but could feel, like a storm gathering on the horizon. Alexandra, more than anyone, felt the loss. She had never trusted the world beyond the palace, and now that world had turned against everything she believed in, against the God she prayed to, against the son she had fought so hard to save. She lit more candles before the icons, their flames dancing in the dim light, casting long shadows on the walls. She prayed longer, her lips moving in silence, her hands clutching the cross around her neck until the metal left marks on her skin. She wrote in her diary, not to be read, not to be saved, but to hold on to something real, something that could not be taken. God will protect us. He has not abandoned us. He cannot. But even in her faith, there was a tremor, a question she did not speak aloud, a whisper in the dark. If he is with us, why does no one come? Why does no one help? Why does the world turn away? The seasons turned. Spring came slowly, melting the snow, uncovering the city like a body emerging from a long sleep. The Neva cracked and groaned as the ice broke apart, great sheets floating downstream, colliding with the bridges, carrying with them the remnants of winter, the frozen branches, the lost gloves, the forgotten boots. The gardens of the palace bloomed again, the crocuses pushing through the damp earth, the cherry trees bursting into white, their petals falling like snow in reverse. Life returned, as it always did, indifferent to human sorrow. But it was a different life. The birds sang, but the streets were louder. The sun warmed the stones, but the air carried tension, like the moment before a storm, when the wind stills and the light turns silver and everything feels too quiet. The family was told they would not stay in the winter palace. It was no longer safe, the officials said. Too many memories, too many symbols. And so, plans were made to move them to Tobolsk, a quiet town in Siberia, far from the capital, far from the noise. It was not a prison, they were told. It was protection. And yet, the word move carried its own weight. It meant leaving behind the only home they had ever known, the walls that had held their laughter, their tears, their secrets. It meant packing their belongings, not for a journey, but for exile. The children helped, folding their clothes, wrapping their books, placing their toys into wooden crates, their movements careful, as if handling something fragile. They did not cry. They did not argue. They simply obeyed, as if they already understood that obedience was all they had left, that resistance was no longer possible, that the world had moved on without them. Nikolai walked through the emptying rooms, touching the walls, the door frames, the window sills, places his hands had passed over 1,000 times, places where his children had left pencil marks to measure their growth, where Alexandra had hung portraits of her mother, where Alexei had once crawled across the floor, laughing. He did not say goodbye. He did not need to. The house knew him. It had held his laughter, his grief, his footsteps, his breath, and now it would hold someone else. The weight of that thought settled over him, not as sorrow, but as acceptance. Empires rise, empires fall. Men rule, men vanish. But the earth remains, the seasons turn, and life, in some form, goes on. As the train prepared to leave Petrograd, the city watched, not in anger, not in celebration, but in silence. A crowd gathered at the station, not to shout, not to throw stones, but to witness the last moment of a dynasty that had ruled for 3 centuries. The children, dressed in coats too warm for the spring air, stepped onto the platform, holding their parents' hands. Alexei leaned on his father's arm, his face pale but calm, his eyes scanning the faces in the crowd as if searching for a familiar smile. Alexandra kept her head high, her veil drawn, her rosary in her pocket, her lips moving in silent prayer. Nikolai looked straight ahead, not at the people, not at the sky, but at the train, as if focusing on the next step would make the rest bearable, as if the journey itself could carry them away from what was coming. The journey to Tobolsk took days. The train moved slowly, stopping often, guarded at every station, its windows covered with curtains, its doors locked from the outside. The family stayed in the same car, their world reduced to the creak of the floorboards, the rumble of the wheels, the occasional voice of a guard outside, the soft breathing of the children as they slept in the narrow berths. The land outside unfolded endless forests, frozen rivers, small villages where people paused to watch the train pass, not knowing who was inside, only sensing that something important was moving through their world. The children played quiet games, read books, tried to sleep, but the air was thick with the unspoken. Where are we going? Will we come back? What happens when we get there? When they arrived, Tobolsk welcomed them not with ceremony, not with banners, but with snow. The house assigned to them was large, once belonging to a wealthy merchant, surrounded by a wooden fence, watched by guards who stood in the yard, their breath rising in clouds. It was not a palace. It had no ballrooms, no chandeliers, no armies. But it had warmth, it had light, it had a garden. And for a moment, as the family stepped inside, as the doors closed behind them, as the first fire was lit in the stove, it almost felt like home. Almost. But the world was still in motion. The revolution was not finished. And the silence between the snowflakes was no longer peaceful. It was waiting. The house in Tobolsk stood on the edge of a world that seemed to hold its breath. Nestled between the frozen banks of the Tobol River and the dense Siberian forest that stretched endlessly to the east, its wooden beams darkened by decades of snow and wind, its windows small and deeply set like eyes watching the long winter pass. It had once belonged to a wealthy merchant who traded in furs and grain, a man who filled its rooms with laughter and the clatter of dinner parties. But now it held a different kind of life, one measured not in wealth or power, but in silence, in routine, in the quiet courage of a family, learning how to exist when the world outside is moved on without them. The snow lay thick on the roof and piled against the fence that now enclosed the property, a barrier not of luxury, but of control, patrolled by guards whose footsteps crunched in the frost each morning as they changed shifts, their breath rising in steady clouds, their rifles held not in aggression, but in duty. This was no palace, no imperial residence, yet it had become the center of a silent drama, a place where the weight of history was carried not in grand gestures, but in the way a hand hesitated before turning a page, in the way a mother watched her child sleep, in the way a father walked the same few steps in the garden each morning as if reclaiming a piece of himself. Inside, the air was warm, thick with the scent of pine from the stove, and the faint musk of wool blankets left too long near the fire, a smell that clung to the walls and the heavy curtains drawn against the cold. The family had brought little with them personal belongings, photographs, a few books, the children's dolls and toys, but they had arranged them with care, placing each object as if it could restore a sense of order, as if the familiar weight of a teacup or the sight of a childhood drawing could make this exile feel like a home. The walls were lined with familiar portraits, not of emperors or saints, but of grandparents, of cousins, of dogs long gone, their faces gazing out from oval frames as if still part of the family's daily life, their eyes following the slow passage of days. The rooms were small compared to the winter palace, the ceilings lower, the corridors narrow, but there was a kind of intimacy in that closeness, a feeling that no one was ever truly alone, that every sigh, every whisper, every footstep was shared, that even in confinement they were still together, still breathing the same air, still living the same fragile peace. Nikolai rose early each morning, as he always had, and dressed without assistance, folding his clothes neatly, buttoning each button with deliberate care, his hands moving slowly, as if each gesture were a ritual meant to anchor him in the present. He no longer wore a uniform, but a simple wool coat, dark and plain, the kind any man in the town might wear, a deliberate choice to shed the last symbols of a life that no longer existed. He walked to the window, watched the first light touch the snow, listened to the creak of the ice on the river as it shifted under the weight of thawing water, a sound that echoed through the stillness like a heartbeat. He did not look for escape. He did not plan resistance. He simply lived, moment by moment, as if the only way to honor what had been lost was to remain present in what remained, to meet each day with dignity, with quiet attention, with the unspoken understanding that even a life stripped of power could still carry meaning. He kept a journal now, not of state affairs, but of small things: the weather, the children's moods, the name of the guard who brought the morning bread. He wrote not for history, but for himself, as a way to measure time, to confirm that he still existed, that his life, though stripped of empire, still had rhythm and purpose. Alexandra spent her days in prayer, not in the grand chapels of the capital, but in a corner of the sitting room where she had placed her icons on a small table, covered with a cloth of deep red, the fabric worn at the edges from years of use. She lit candles each morning and evening, their flames flickering against the wood, casting long shadows that moved like silent companions across the walls, their light trembling with every draught that slipped through the cracks in the windows. She read from her prayer book in a voice so low it was nearly soundless, her lips forming the words with a devotion that seemed to draw energy from some deep well within her, as if faith were the only thing keeping her body upright, her mind steady. She did not speak much to the others, not out of coldness, but because her thoughts were turned inward, tangled in a web of faith and fear, of love and sorrow. She believed God would protect them. She believed he had chosen them for this trial. But belief, no matter how strong, could not silence the questions that came in the dark. Why had they been brought so far? Why were they watched like criminals? Why did no one come to help? And yet she did not stop praying, because to stop would be to admit defeat, and she was not ready to do that. The children adapted in their own ways, each finding a role in the quiet economy of survival that had taken root within the house. Olga, the eldest, took on a quiet leadership, not by command, but by presence. She helped organize the daily routine, reminded the others of lessons, sat with Alexei when he was in pain, her hand resting on his forehead as if to absorb some of his suffering. Her diary entries grew longer, more reflective, filled with observations about the guards, the weather, the way the light fell through the windows in the late afternoon, as if she were trying to preserve every detail of this life before it vanished. She wrote of missing the garden in Petrograd, of wondering if the roses had bloomed this year, of dreaming of a life where she could walk freely, where her name meant nothing, where she could be just a woman, not a grand duchess. Tatiana, always gentle, devoted herself to care, not just of her brother, but of the family's emotional balance. She noticed when someone was sad, when a silence had lasted too long, and she would bring tea, or play a soft tune on the piano they had managed to bring, her fingers moving slowly over the keys, as if afraid to disturb the air, as if music were a fragile thing that could break if played too loudly. Maria was warmth itself, open, affectionate, unwilling to let the weight of their situation crush the joy she still found in small things. She laughed easily, hugged without hesitation, played games with the younger ones, even when they had played them 100 times before, inventing new rules just to keep them smiling. She wrote letters to friends they had left behind, though she knew the letters would never be sent, filling them with descriptions of the house, the snow, the stars, as if keeping a record for a future that might never come, as if the act of writing could keep the outside world alive in her mind. Anastasia, the youngest, was the most restless, her energy contained but not extinguished. She drew cartoons of the guards, wrote silly poems, whispered jokes to Alexei under the covers at night, her voice low but bright, a spark in the darkness. She asked questions no one could answer. When can we go home? Will we ever see our dogs again? Do you think people still remember us? But she did not wait for answers. She lived in the moment, in the next game, the next drawing, the next shared laugh, as if refusing to let the future steal the present. Alexei, fragile but unbroken, lived each day as a gift. His illness still held him, still brought pain that made him cry out in the night, still forced him to stay in bed for days at a time. But he was no longer just a sick child. He was becoming aware of the world around him, of the tension in his parents' voices, of the way the guards watched them, of the fact that they were not free. He asked about the war, about the people, about why they could not leave. He read adventure stories, books about sailors and explorers, tracing the routes of ships across vast oceans with his finger, dreaming of a life where he could move freely, where the wind would not feel like a threat, where his legs would not betray him. When he was strong enough, he walked with his father in the small garden, leaning on his arm, speaking in a voice that was still soft, but no longer afraid. He did not speak of the future. He did not ask for miracles. He simply lived with a quiet courage that came not from strength, but from love. The seasons turned. Winter gave way to spring, slowly, as if reluctant to release its hold. The snow melted in patches, revealing the damp earth beneath, and the river swelled with runoff, its voice growing louder as the ice broke apart. The family watched from the windows, as if the changing world outside mirrored the slow transformation within them. They were no longer the Romanovs of the palace, no longer the symbols of an empire. They were becoming something else, something smaller, quieter, more human. They ate together at the same table every evening, their meals simple but shared, their conversations careful but real. They celebrated birthdays with small cakes, with songs, with gifts made by hand. They marked the passage of time not by decrees or ceremonies, but by the rhythm of their days, by the way the light moved across the floor, by the way a bird returned to the same branch each morning, by the way the stove needed more wood as the nights grew colder again. But the silence around them was not peaceful. It was watchful. The guards changed shifts with regularity, their presence a constant reminder that they were not free to leave, that every letter was read, every visitor questioned, every movement noted. The commandant, though not cruel, enforced the rules without hesitation. The children were not allowed to play beyond the fence. The parents could not walk into the town. The servants who had come with them were treated as prisoners too, their loyalty now a burden rather than a privilege. And yet, within the house, a different kind of strength grew, not loud, not defiant, but steady, like the flame of a candle in a closed room, protected from the wind, burning with a quiet insistence that refused to be extinguished. Nikolai did not speak of politics. He did not dwell on the past. But he read the newspapers when they were brought, his face calm, his eyes scanning the lines for any sign of change. He saw the provisional government weakening, saw the rise of the Bolsheviks, saw the names of men who had once been exiles now holding power. He did not comment. He did not warn. He simply absorbed it, as a man might watch a storm approach from the horizon, knowing he cannot stop it, but needing to understand its path. Alexandra, when she saw the papers, turned away. She did not want to know. She did not want to hope. She had given her faith to God, and she would not share it with the world that had betrayed them. The children, though shielded as much as possible, felt the tension. They heard the radio, faint and crackling, bringing voices that spoke of revolution, of power, of a new Russia. They saw the way their parents exchanged glances when certain names were mentioned. They knew, without being told, that their lives were not their own, that every day was a gift that could be taken back. And yet they did not break. They played. They studied. They loved. They held on to each other with a quiet courage that was not born of heroism, but of necessity. To cry too long was to give in. To rage was to lose. So they endured, not with grand speeches, but with small acts of resistance. A shared smile, a hidden joke, a hand held beneath the table, a song hummed in the dark. One evening, as the sun set behind the trees, painting the snow in shades of rose and gold, the family gathered in the sitting room. The stove glowed with embers. The lamps cast soft pools of light on the floor. Alexei lay on the sofa, wrapped in a blanket, his eyes half closed but listening. Anastasia played a melody on the piano, slow and tender, one she had learned before they left. Olga read aloud from a novel, her voice steady, her words filling the space like warmth. Tatiana knitted a scarf, her needles clicking softly. Maria sat beside her mother, who had closed her prayer book and was staring into the fire, her face unreadable. Nikolai sat in his chair, his hands folded, his gaze moving from one child to the next, as if memorizing them, as if storing each face, each breath, each quiet moment in a place where nothing could take it away. In that moment, there was no empire, no throne, no war, no guards. There was only a family, together, breathing the same air, sharing the same silence. It was not happiness, not exactly. It was something deeper, a kind of peace that comes not from the absence of pain, but from the presence of love. A courage that does not shout, but whispers. A strength that does not fight, but holds on. They knew the world was moving without them. They knew the storm was not over. But in that room, in that hour, they were safe. Not from what was coming, but from the fear that had threatened to consume them. They had lost nearly everything, but they had not lost each other. And in that truth, quiet and unshakable, they found a kind of victory that no revolution could take away. As the fire dimmed and the children one by one drifted to sleep, Nikolai rose and walked to the window. Outside, the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, cold and distant, but constant. The guards stood at their posts, motionless. The river murmured beneath the ice. And the house, small and humble as it was, stood like a fortress of stillness in a world that had forgotten how to rest. They were not free. They were not safe. But they were together, and in the depth of that togetherness, in the quiet courage of simply enduring, there was a kind of wholeness that no prison, no exile, no silence could ever destroy. The air in Tobolsk that summer carried a stillness, so thick it seemed to press against the walls of the house, as if the entire landscape had paused in anticipation of something too vast to name. The days stretched endlessly beneath a sky that never fully darkened, the pale northern twilight lingering long after midnight, casting a dreamlike haze over the frozen river, the snow-dusted trees, the wooden fence that now felt less like a boundary and more like a threshold. Inside, the family moved through their routines with a quiet precision, each gesture measured, each word chosen with care, as though speaking too loudly might shatter the fragile peace they had built. The children no longer ran through the halls or laughed without restraint. Their voices had softened, their movements grown slower, as if they too sensed that the world beyond the yard was no longer waiting for them to return, but had already moved on. Even the guards who patrolled the perimeter walked with a different rhythm, their boots crunching in the frost not with urgency, but with the weight of duty, their eyes often lingering on the windows, as if they too were waiting for the next chapter to begin. News arrived in fragments, like pieces of a puzzle, delivered one at a time, each one incomplete but carrying the unmistakable weight of change. Messengers came from the capital with sealed envelopes, their faces unreadable, their words few, handing over the dispatches to the commandant before vanishing back into the cold. The report spoke of chaos of ministries collapsing, of regiments refusing orders, of cities erupting in unrest. The provisional government, once hailed as the bridge to a new Russia, was unraveling, its leaders paralyzed by indecision, their promises of peace and reform drowned out by the rising tide of revolution. And at the center of it all stood one man, whose name now echoed through factories, barracks, and train stations like a drumbeat. Lenin. He was no longer just a voice from exile. He was a force, a presence, a man who spoke not of compromise, but of total transformation, who demanded not reform, but revolution. He did not ask for loyalty. He commanded it. And the people, exhausted by war, by hunger, by years of waiting, began to answer. Inside the house, Nikolai read the reports in silence, his face calm, his hands steady as he turned each page. He did not react with anger or despair. He simply absorbed the words, letting them settle into the deep well of his understanding, as a man might watch a storm gather on the horizon, knowing he cannot stop it, but needing to see its path. He saw the writing not in bold declarations, but in the silences between the lines, the resignation of ministers, the defection of entire regiments, the growing power of the Soviets. He knew, with a quiet certainty that required no proof, that there would be no return, no restoration, no second chance. The world they had known was not merely fading. It was being erased, rewritten by hands that had no interest in the past, no respect for tradition, no patience for mercy. And yet, he said nothing of this to his family. He carried it alone, as he had carried so much, his grief not in tears, but in the way he lingered at the window each evening, watching the light fade over the trees, as if memorizing the last beauty they would ever know together. Alexandra felt it too, though she refused to name it. She continued her prayers with the same devotion, lighting her candles at dawn and dusk, her rosary moving through her fingers like a second pulse, the beads worn smooth by years of repetition. But her prayers grew shorter, her silences longer. She no longer wrote in her diary. She no longer asked about the news. She turned away when the newspapers were brought in, as if refusing to see could somehow protect them. And yet, in the middle of the night, she would rise and stand before the icons, her hands pressed together, her lips moving in silent supplication, her eyes closed as if she could shut out the world. She believed in God. She believed in fate. She believed that divine will had placed them on this path and would carry them through. But belief, no matter how strong, could not stop the slow erosion of hope, the way a river wears down stone, grain by grain, until nothing remains. And in the quiet hours before dawn, when the house was still and the children slept, she would press her forehead against the cold wood of the icon frame and whisper, not for deliverance, but for strength to endure, to protect, to love, even as everything crumbled. The children, though shielded as much as possible, felt the shift in the air, not as a single event, but as a slow, steady pressure, like the weight of deep water. They no longer played as freely. They no longer laughed as loudly. They gathered in the sitting room in the evenings, not to read or play games, but simply to be together, their presence a silent reassurance that they were still a family, still whole. Olga sat with a book in her lap, though she rarely turned the pages, her eyes scanning the same line over and over, her thoughts far away. Tatiana knitted a scarf that never seemed to grow longer, her needles clicking softly, the wool wrapped around her fingers like a tether to the present. Maria leaned against her mother's chair, her head resting on her shoulder, her eyes closed. as if drawing warmth from the simple fact of closeness. Anastasia, usually the most restless, sat still for long stretches, her fingers tracing patterns on the arm of the sofa, her gaze fixed on the fire, as if watching the flames could reveal a future they could not yet see. And Alexei, pale and thin, lay on the sofa beneath a woolen blanket, his breathing slow and even, his eyes open but unfocused, as if he were listening to something far away, something only he could hear. Then came the telegram. It arrived on a morning when the sky was overcast, the air thick with the promise of rain, the kind of day that feels like a held breath. The commandant received it in private, read it once, then again, his face unreadable. He did not announce it immediately. He waited until evening, when the family was gathered for dinner, the table lit by a single lamp, the room filled with the scent of boiled potatoes and black bread, the kind of meal that had become their normal. He stood at the door, his hat in his hands, and spoke with a formality that made the air grow colder. The order had come from the new authorities in Moscow. The Romanovs were to be moved, not to another town, not to a safer house, but to Yekaterinburg, a city deep in the Ural Mountains, far from Siberia, far from any place they knew. The reason was not given. The timing was immediate. They would leave within days. No one spoke. The silence that followed was not the quiet of peace, but the stillness of shock, the kind that comes when the ground gives way beneath your feet and there is nothing to grab onto. The children looked at their parents, their eyes wide, their hands still. Alexandra closed her eyes and pressed a hand to her chest, as if to steady her heart. Nikolai nodded slowly, as if he had expected this, as if he had been waiting for the other shoe to fall. He thanked the commandant, his voice calm, his posture straight, and asked only for time to prepare. The man bowed slightly and left, closing the door behind him with a soft click that echoed through the room like a final verdict. The lamp flickered, the fire in the stove crackled, and the family sat in silence, not moving, not speaking, as if the act of breathing too deeply might make it real. That night, no one slept. The house remained lit long after the lamps should have been extinguished. The children sat together in the sitting room, wrapped in blankets, speaking in whispers. They did not cry. They did not rage. They simply talked about the journey, about the city they had never seen, about whether they would be allowed to bring their books, their photos, their dog. They tried to imagine the house they would live in, the yard they might walk, the sky they would see each morning. But their words were hollow, filled with a fear they could not name. They knew, without being told, that this was not just another move. This was something else. This was a step deeper into the unknown, into a place where the air itself might be hostile, where the walls might not shelter them, where the guards might not look away when they wept. Nikolai and Alexandra stayed in their room, not speaking, not praying, just sitting in the dim light, their hands clasped between them. They did not need to say what they both knew, that Yekaterinburg was a Bolshevik stronghold, that the people there had no love for the old regime, that the guards would not be kind, that the house would not be a home. They had heard the rumors. They knew what was possible, and yet they could not protect their children from it. They could not shield them. All they could do was stay with them, stand beside them, hold their hands as the world closed in. There was no plan, no escape, no last appeal. Only the quiet understanding that their fate was no longer theirs to shape. And in that surrender, there was a kind of dignity, a courage not of action, but of presence. The next day, they began to pack. There was little to take, but each object carried weight. The children chose their favorite books, their diaries, a few photographs, a doll, a scarf. They folded their clothes carefully, placed them in wooden crates that would be carried onto the train. They said goodbye to the garden, to the piano, to the window where they had watched the snow fall. They did not cry. They did not protest. They simply obeyed, as if the act of packing could give them back a sense of control, as if order in the small things could stave off chaos in the large. They touched the walls one last time, the door frames, the floorboards, as if imprinting the memory of this place into their palms, knowing they might never see it again. When the train arrived, it was not the same one that had brought them to Tobolsk. This was a freight car, repurposed for passengers, its walls bare, its floor covered in straw, the air thick with the scent of damp wood and coal smoke. The guards stood in formation, their faces stern, their rifles held across their chests. The family climbed aboard in silence, helping Alexei up the steps, supporting him as he crossed the threshold. The doors were closed behind them. The lock turned, and as the engine whistled and the wheels began to turn, the house in Tobolsk shrank in the distance, its windows dark, its yard empty, as if it had already forgotten them, as if their presence had been nothing more than a brief shadow on its walls. The journey was long, slow, filled with stops and searches, with guards boarding the car to inspect their belongings, to question them, to remind them who was in charge. The children sat close together, their heads resting on each other's shoulders, their eyes closed. Alexandra prayed silently, her lips moving without sound. Nikolai stared out the small barred window, watching the forests pass, the rivers, the villages where people paused to watch the train go by, unaware of who was inside. He did not look back. He looked forward, not with hope, but with acceptance. He knew they were not going to safety. He knew they were going into the heart of the storm. And yet, in that moment, as the train carried them deeper into the Urals, there was a strange kind of peace. Not because the danger had passed, but because the waiting had ended. The uncertainty, the slow dread, the endless wondering, now it was over. They knew what was coming, even if they did not know the details. They were no longer drifting. They were moving toward something. And in that clarity, there was a kind of courage. Not the kind that shouts, but the kind that sits in silence, that holds a child's hand, that breathes steadily through the dark. When they arrived in Yekaterinburg, the sky was gray, the air thick with coal smoke. The house they were taken to stood behind high wooden walls, its windows boarded, its yard patrolled by armed men. It was not a home. It was a prison. The Ipatiev house, they called it, though it had once belonged to a wealthy industrialist. Now it bore no name but fear. The walls had been reinforced, the yard cleared of trees, the windows covered with shutters. Guards stood at every corner, their rifles ready, their eyes cold. And as they stepped inside, the door closing behind them with a sound like a tomb sealing shut, they understood at last that they would not leave, not as they had come, not together, not alive. But even then, in that moment of finality, they did not break. They held each other. They whispered. They lit a candle. And in the dim light, they were still a family, still whole, still human. And for now, that was enough. The Ipatiev house did not welcome them. It did not offer shelter so much as containment, its walls rising like the sides of a well, its windows boarded as if to keep not only the world out, but the light as well. Once it had been a private home, built for a man who traded in iron and coal, its rooms spacious, its floors polished, its yard open to the summer sun. But now, every trace of warmth had been stripped away. The garden was cleared, the trees cut down, the fences reinforced with barbed wire. Guards stood at every corner, their boots crunching on the gravel, their rifles never far from hand. The family was led through a side door into a series of rooms on the upper floor, their new world reduced to 4 walls, a narrow hallway, and a single staircase watched day and night. There were no greetings, no introductions. Only silence, and the slow, deliberate locking of the door behind them, a sound so final it seemed to echo through the bones of the house, as if sealing not just a room, but a fate. Inside, the air was still and close, thick with the scent of damp plaster and old wood, the kind of smell that settles in a house that no longer breathes, where the walls have absorbed too much silence, and the floors remember every footstep as if it were the last. The rooms were small, their ceilings low, their windows covered with heavy shutters that allowed only slivers of light to slip through, painting thin golden lines across the floorboards in the late afternoon, lines that moved slowly with the sun, like the hands of a clock counting down hours no one wanted to name. The furniture was sparse wooden chairs, a table, a few beds brought in from storage, their mattresses thin and lumpy, the kind that offered no comfort, only function. There were no portraits on the walls, no curtains at the windows, no rugs to soften the cold. It was not meant to feel like a home. It was meant to feel like a pause, a holding place, a threshold between one world and the next. And yet, the family did not resist. They did not complain. They simply entered, removed their coats, and began the quiet work of making this space their own, folding blankets, arranging pillows, placing a single photograph on the dresser. A small act of defiance, not against their captors, but against the erasure they sensed all around them. A quiet insistence that they were still people, still a family, still alive. Nikolai walked through the room slowly, his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes taking in every detail, as if memorizing the shape of their prison, as if every crack in the wall, every loose floorboard, every shadow in the corner might one day be needed to recall this moment in full. He did not speak. He did not sigh. He simply moved from room to room, touching the walls, testing the floorboards, standing for a long time at the window, where a single crack in the shutter allowed him to see a sliver of sky, a narrow strip of gray with a single bird crossing it, so distant it looked like a speck of ash. He knew, as only a man who had ruled an empire could know, that this was not a temporary arrangement. This was not exile. This was the end of a journey that had begun long before, in the halls of the Winter Palace, in the gardens of Tsarskoye Selo, in the quiet mornings when he had believed that duty and love could be enough to hold a nation together. He had carried that belief for 23 years, through war, through illness, through the slow unraveling of trust. And now, here, in this dim house in the Urals, he let it go. Not with bitterness, not with regret, but with a quiet acceptance, like a man who finally understands that some storms cannot be weathered, only endured, that some paths do not lead forward, but inward, to a place where power means nothing, and presence means everything. Alexandra did not weep. She did not collapse. She lit a candle that evening, as she had every evening for decades, placing it before the small icon she had carried with her from Tobolsk, the paint chipped at the edges, the gold fading, but still glowing in the dark. The flame flickered in the draught, casting long shadows on the wall, and for a moment it seemed to dance like a living thing, a spark of warmth in the growing cold. She knelt before it, her hands folded, her lips moving in silent prayer, her voice so low it was nearly soundless. Not meant for God, perhaps, but for herself, a rhythm to steady her breath, a thread to hold on to. She did not ask for freedom. She did not beg for rescue. She asked only for strength for herself, for her children, for the man beside her who had loved her through every trial, who had stood by her when the world called her a foreigner, a witch, a curse. And in that prayer, there was no illusion. She knew they were not safe. She knew the world had turned against them. But she also knew that faith was not the absence of fear. It was the decision to love anyway, to believe anyway, to kneel in the dark and light a candle even when no one would see it burn, even when the walls felt like they were closing in, even when the footsteps outside never stopped. The children gathered in the sitting room that first night, not because they were told to, but because they needed to be together, as if their proximity could create a warmth no stove could provide. They sat on the floor, wrapped in blankets, their backs against the wall, their heads close, their breaths rising in small clouds in the cold air. They did not speak much. They did not laugh. They simply listened to the creak of the floor above, to the distant voice of a guard outside, to the faint hum of the city beyond the walls, to the silence between their heartbeats. Olga held her diary in her lap, but she did not write. Tatiana traced the pattern of the wood grain with her finger, as if reading a map only she could see, a path that might lead them out. Maria leaned against Anastasia, her eyes closed, her breathing slow, as if trying to sleep while awake. And Anastasia, usually the first to break the silence, sat still, her hands in her lap, her gaze fixed on the candle flame, as if it held the answer to everything, as if it could tell her what would happen tomorrow, or the day after, or if there would even be a day after. Alexei lay on a narrow bed in the next room, his legs wrapped in bandages, his face pale but calm, his breathing shallow but steady. The journey had taken its toll. The pain had returned, sharper than before, and he had not walked since they arrived. But he did not cry out. He did not call for help. He simply lay there, his eyes open, watching the light move across the ceiling, the way the shadow of the shutter shifted with the sun, the way the dust floated in the air like tiny stars. When his sisters came to sit with him, he smiled, weakly, and asked if they had seen the stars the night before. They told him no, the sky had been overcast. He nodded, as if that were enough, and closed his eyes, his breathing slow and even, like the tide pulling back from the shore, like a man who has accepted that some things are beyond his control. Days passed, then weeks, each one folding into the next like pages in a book with no ending, each morning beginning with the same ritual. Tea brought by a guard, poured into chipped cups, the milk often sour, the sugar rationed, the silence heavier than the day before. Nikolai shaved by the window, using a mirror propped on the sill, his hands steady despite the cold. Alexandra prayed at dawn and dusk, her rosary moving through her fingers like a second pulse. The children helped clean, folded clothes, read aloud from the few books they had brought, their voices soft, their eyes often lifting to the ceiling as if listening for something beyond the roof. They played quiet games, cards, chess, riddles, anything to fill the silence, to keep their minds from wandering into the dark. They marked the days on a calendar drawn by Anastasia, a simple grid on a sheet of paper, each box crossed off with a pencil, the lines growing shakier as time wore on. They did not speak of the future. They did not plan. They simply lived, moment by moment, as if the act of enduring were the only victory left to them, the only way to say, without words, that they were still here, still breathing, still a family. And yet, in that stillness, something unexpected began to grow. Not hope, not exactly, but a kind of clarity, a stripping away of everything that had ever defined them, the titles, the ceremonies, the expectations, the weight of centuries of rule. Beneath it all, they found something simpler, more enduring. Each other. There were no audiences here. No ministers, no crowds. There was only a mother, a father, 4 daughters, 1 son, learning how to be human in a world that had forgotten them. They sat at the same table for every meal, their voices low, their hands touching as they passed the bread, their laughter rare but real when it came. They told stories from their childhood, not grand tales of palaces and coronations, but small memories, a lost dog, a snowball fight, a song their nanny used to sing. And in those moments, they were not the Romanovs. They were not the last Tsar and his family. They were simply people bound not by blood alone, but by the quiet courage of staying together when everything else had been taken. Nikolai read more than he ever had. He devoured books on history, on philosophy, on the lives of men who had lived after losing everything: kings, philosophers, monks, exiles. He underlined passages, made notes in the margins, as if preparing for a conversation that would never happen. He did not read to escape. He read to understand, to make sense of what had been and what was now. And in those pages, he found a strange kind of peace, not because the answers were there, but because the questions were. He saw himself in the stories of fallen emperors, of men who had carried crowns too heavy for any one person, of rulers who had believed in divine, right until the day the doors were kicked in. And he realized, at last, that leadership was not in the holding of power, but in the letting go of it, in the quiet dignity of accepting that some things cannot be saved, only honored. Alexandra, too, changed. The woman who had once trembled at the thought of being seen, who had hidden behind veils and silence, now stood taller, spoke more, held her children closer, her touch more deliberate, her presence more grounded. She no longer prayed only for deliverance. She began to pray for acceptance, for grace, for the strength to face whatever came without turning away, without breaking. And in that surrender, she found a kind of freedom, not from captivity, but from fear. She was no longer fighting. She was being. And in that stillness, she was more present than she had ever been, more herself than she had been in decades, stripped of the roles that had defined her, and left with only what mattered: love. The children grew quieter, but not weaker. Their laughter came less often, but when it did, it was deeper, more real, or not of ignorance, but of resilience. They stopped asking when they would go home. They stopped dreaming of palaces. Instead, they found joy in small things: a bird that landed on the windowsill, a patch of sunlight on the floor, a letter from a servant they had left behind, smuggled in by a sympathetic guard, the paper worn at the edges, the ink faded, but the words clear. They wrote in their diaries, not of politics or history, but of each other, of the way Tatiana hummed when she was nervous, of how Maria always saved the last piece of bread for Alexei, of how Anastasia could make anyone laugh with a single word. They were learning, without knowing it, that love is not measured in grand gestures, but in the thousand small ways we care for one another when no one is watching, when no one is recording history, when the world has turned its back. One evening, as the sun set behind the trees beyond the wall, casting a soft gold light through the crack in the shutter, the family gathered in the sitting room. The stove glowed with embers. The lamp flickered. Alexei lay on the sofa, wrapped in a blanket, his eyes half closed but listening. Anastasia played a melody on a small harmonica she had kept hidden in her coat, slow and tender, one she had learned in Tobolsk, the notes soft and wavering, like a lullaby from another life. Olga read aloud from a novel, her voice steady, her words filling the space like warmth. Tatiana knitted a scarf, her needles clicking softly. Maria sat beside her mother, who had closed her prayer book and was staring into the fire, her face unreadable, her hands resting on her lap. Nikolai sat in his chair, his hands folded, his gaze moving from one child to the next, as if memorizing them, as if storing each face, each breath, each quiet moment in a place where nothing could take it away, as if he already knew that this was the last time they would all be together, and he wanted to carry it with him into whatever came next. In that moment, there was no empire, no throne, no war, no guards. There was only a family, together, breathing the same air, sharing the same silence. It was not happiness, not exactly. It was something deeper, a kind of peace that comes not from the absence of pain, but from the presence of love. A courage that does not shout, but whispers. A strength that does not fight, but holds on. They had lost their freedom. They had lost their future. But they had not lost their dignity. They had not lost their love. And in the quiet, in the dark, in the heart of the storm, that was enough. Not to change the world, not to survive, but to remain human, to remain together, to face the unknown with their hands clasped and their hearts open, as if the final victory was not in escape, but in staying true to who they had always been, even when no one was left to remember. The air inside the Ipatiev house had changed, not in temperature or light, but in weight, as if the very atmosphere had grown denser with the passing of days, each one folding into the next, like layers of fabric wrapped around a silence too deep to name. The family still moved through their routine's morning tea, shared meals, quiet reading, the soft murmur of prayers, but the rhythm had slowed, as though they were no longer marking time so much as waiting for it to catch up with them. The guards outside remained constant, their boots crunching on the gravel, their voices low and infrequent, but their presence was no longer a shock. It had become part of the landscape, like the boarded windows, like the cold that seeped through the walls, like the way the candle flame trembled in the draught from a door left open too long. And yet, within this stillness, something had begun to shift, not in the world beyond the walls, but within the family itself. A quiet transformation that moved not with force, but with the slow certainty of roots growing beneath stone, a deepening of presence, a turning inward that revealed not despair, but a kind of clarity born from the stripping away of everything that had ever defined them. Nikolai no longer walked the rooms as if inspecting a prison. He moved through them like a man at home, his steps measured, his hands resting on the back of a chair, his gaze lingering on the faces of his children, as if storing every detail in a place beyond memory, a vault where time could not reach. He spoke less, but when he did, his words carried a weight that made the others pause, not because of authority, but because of their quiet truth. He told stories now, not of empires or battles, not of decrees or coronations, but of his own father, of quiet evenings in Gatchina, of walks through the forest where the only sound was the wind in the pines, the crunch of snow underfoot, the distant call of a bird at dusk. He spoke of duty, not as a burden imposed by bloodline, but as a choice made in love, as something one carried not for glory, but for the sake of those who depended on you. And in those moments, he was not the last Tsar of Russia. He was simply a father, passing on what little he could before the world took even that away, offering not power, but presence, not command, but care. Alexandra, too, had settled into a kind of stillness that was not resignation, but acceptance, a deepening of the faith that had always been her anchor, now no longer directed toward deliverance, but toward endurance. She no longer lit candles in the hope that someone would see them, that help would come, that the world would remember. Instead, her prayers became quieter, more intimate, as if she were no longer speaking to God, but listening, as if the act of silence itself had become her devotion. She spent hours sitting beside Alexei's bed, smoothing his hair, holding his hand, whispering words too soft to be heard, not stories, not promises, but simple affirmations. I am here, my love. I am here, as if repetition could make the moment last forever. She did not try to distract him. She did not pretend. She simply stayed, her presence a kind of shelter, a reminder that even in pain, he was not alone, that love could not cure, but could accompany, could witness, could remain. The children, once so eager to escape the confines of their lives, now found a strange kind of freedom in the smallness of their world. There were no audiences, no expectations, no roles to perform. They were not grand duchesses. They were not the heirs to an empire. They were simply sisters, bound together not by blood alone, but by the thousand small acts of care that had grown in the silence. Maria bringing tea when someone shivered, Tatiana reading aloud when the light was too dim to write, Olga mending a torn sleeve with careful stitches, Anastasia making up silly songs to make Alexei smile, humming them under her breath as she lay in bed. They no longer dreamed of palaces or balls. They dreamed of simple things, a walk in the forest, a warm room, a morning without pain, the sound of birds outside a window they could not see. And in those dreams, there was no bitterness, only a quiet longing for peace, for a life where the only duty was to love and be loved in return. Alexei, though weakened by illness, had become the quiet center of their world, not because he was the heir, but because his fragility reminded them of what mattered. He did not speak often, but when he did, his voice was clear, his questions thoughtful, not about the future, not about escape, but about the stars, about the sea, about what it would be like to sail a ship across an open ocean, to feel the wind in his face, to stand on the deck as the horizon stretched endlessly ahead. He read books on navigation, tracing the routes of explorers with his finger, as if memorizing the paths they had taken, imagining himself at the helm, strong, free, alive. He did not rage against his body. He did not curse his fate. He simply lived, with a courage that was not loud, but steady, like the flame of a candle that refuses to go out, even when the wind presses against it, even when the room grows colder, even when the light begins to fade. One afternoon, as the sun cast a narrow beam of light through the crack in the shutter, Anastasia took out a small notebook she had kept hidden in the lining of her coat. It was filled with drawings of the garden in Tobolsk, of their dogs, of the palace in Petrograd, of her family sitting together, their faces soft, their postures relaxed, as if captured in a moment of peace. She had drawn them not with precision, not to impress, but with feeling, her lines soft, her shading uneven, but full of life, as if her hand remembered what her eyes could no longer see. She showed them to her sisters, one by one, and they gathered around, their heads close, their voices low as they recognized each scene, each gesture, each familiar expression. There was no sadness in their eyes, only a quiet recognition, as if they were seeing themselves not as prisoners, but as people who had lived, who had loved, who had been happy, even in the midst of sorrow. And in that moment, the notebook became something more than paper and ink. It became a testament, a record of a life that had existed, that had been real, that could not be erased, even if the world forgot. Olga, who had always been the most reflective, began to write more in her diary, not just the events of the day, but her thoughts, her fears, her hopes, her observations of the way light moved across the floor, the way her father's voice softened when he spoke to Alexei, the way her mother's hands trembled when she thought no one was looking. She wrote about the guards, not with hatred, not with fear, but with curiosity, wondering who they were, what they dreamed of, whether they, too, had families waiting for them somewhere, whether they ever looked at the stars and wondered if they were doing the right thing. She did not write for publication. She did not write to be remembered. She wrote because the act of writing made the world feel less heavy, as if putting words to paper could hold back the darkness, if only for a little while. And in those pages, a legacy was being formed, not of power, not of empire, but of witness, of a young woman who saw the world with clear eyes and refused to look away, who chose to remember, even when forgetting would have been easier. Tatiana, ever the caretaker, began to keep a small journal of remedies, of herbs, of ways to ease pain with what little they had. She recorded the times when Alexei's bleeding stopped, the teas that helped him sleep, the way a warm cloth on his legs could bring relief, the hours when he smiled, when he spoke, when he seemed almost like himself again. She did it not with the hope of healing, but with the instinct to care, to do something, anything, to make the unbearable a little lighter, to turn helplessness into action, no matter how small. And in that quiet act of tending, she became a kind of healer, not with medicine, but with presence, with touch, with the certainty that love could not cure, but could comfort, could hold space, could say, without words, "You are not alone." Maria, whose warmth had always been her strength, now became the keeper of joy. She remembered jokes, songs, gains from their childhood, and brought them out like treasures, sharing them not to distract, but to remind. She would hum a tune from a play they had performed in Tobolsk, or recite a poem they had learned as children, her voice soft, her eyes closed, as if returning to a time when the world was still kind, when the future was open, when the only danger was a scraped knee or a lost doll. And when the others joined in, even quietly, even without smiling, she knew she had done something real. She had not changed their fate. She had not brought them freedom. But she had given them a moment where they were not prisoners, but a family, laughing at a memory only they could share. A moment where the past was not a burden, but a gift. Nikolai, watching them, felt a sorrow so deep it bordered on peace. He had failed as a ruler. He had not saved his empire. He had not prevented the war, the revolution, the exile. But he had not failed as a father. He had not failed as a husband. And in the quiet courage of his family, he saw something that no crown could bestow, no history could erase, the legacy of love. It was not written in stone. It was not carried on banners. It was written in the way Alexandra held his hand, in the way the children gathered around the table, in the way they still called him Papa, even now, even here. And in that truth, he found a kind of redemption not for the throne he had lost, but for the life he had lived, not for the power he had held, but for the love he had given and received. Alexandra, too, began to understand that her faith had not been in vain. She had prayed for miracles, for rescue, for a sign. But the miracle had already come. It was not in deliverance. It was in endurance. It was in the way her children still smiled, still loved, still held on. She had spent her life believing that God would protect them through power, through divine right, through the sanctity of the crown. But now she saw that his protection had come in another form, in the quiet strength of a family that refused to break, in the way they cared for one another when no one else would, in the way they remained human, even when the world tried to make them less than that. And in that realization, her prayers changed. They were no longer pleas. They were thanks for each breath, each moment, each hand held in the dark. The guards, too, began to shift, not in their orders, but in their demeanor. Some still remained cold, their faces unreadable, their voices sharp. But others, those who brought the meals, who stood watch at night, began to linger a little longer, to speak a little softer, to avoid meeting their eyes not out of cruelty, but out of shame. One young guard, barely older than Olga, once left a small sprig of wildflowers on the windowsill, gone before anyone could thank him. Another, when asked for more blankets, brought an extra one without being told. These were not acts of rebellion. They were acts of humanity, small rebellions of the heart against the weight of duty. And in them, the family saw that even in the darkest places, kindness could still grow, that compassion could exist even in the service of cruelty, that the soul could resist, even when the body obeyed. One evening, as the fire dimmed and the room filled with the soft glow of the lamp, Alexei asked his father a question that hung in the air long after it was spoken. "Will anyone remember us?" Nikolai did not answer at once. He looked at his son, at his pale face, at his quiet eyes, and then at the others, gathered close. He thought of the palaces, the ceremonies, the portraits, the history books. And then he thought of the notebook, the diary, the songs, the flowers on the windowsill. "Yes," he said at last, his voice steady, "not for what we were, but for who we are." And in that moment, the legacy was no longer something that would come after. It was already here, in the way they loved, in the way they endured, in the way they remained human, even when the world had tried to make them less. Days passed, the light changed, the seasons turned. And though they did not know it, though no one could tell them, their story had already begun to leave its mark. In Tobolsk, the house where they had lived was still standing, its windows dark, but its walls holding the memory of laughter, of footsteps, of a family who had tried to live in peace. In Petrograd, a servant who had served them for years kept a photograph hidden in a drawer, taking it out only at night, whispering their names like a prayer. And far away, in quiet corners of the world, people would one day speak of them, not as tyrants, not as victims, but as a family who had loved deeply, suffered greatly, and remained together until the end. They did not know they were becoming a story, not in the way legends are born, not in the way history is written. They did not know that their names would one day be spoken in hushed tones, that their faces would appear in books, that their final days would be studied, mourned, remembered. They did not know that the quiet moments they lived, the shared tea, the whispered prayers, the drawings in a hidden notebook, would one day be the very things that made them real to strangers centuries later. But it was happening all the same, not in grand monuments or official records, but in the fragile, enduring power of love that refuses to be forgotten. In the way a single act of kindness can echo through time, in the way a family's courage, lived in silence, and become a light for those who come after. And so, their legacy was not built on thrones or armies, not on decrees or conquests, but on the unbreakable bond of those who love and are loved in return, on the quiet dignity of staying together when the world is turned away, on the decision to remain human, even when humanity has been denied. It was not a legacy of power. It was a legacy of presence. And in the quiet, in the dark, in the heart of the storm, that was not only enough, it was everything. The years that followed did not rush forward, but settled like dust on an old photograph, soft and quiet, blurring the edges of what had been, while preserving the essence of who they were. The world moved on, as it always does, rebuilding itself from the ashes of revolution, forging a new identity from the ruins of the old. But in the stillness between moments, in the pause before sleep, in the hush of a winter evening, in the way a candle flickers before it goes out, the memory of the Romanovs remained, not as a political symbol, not as a warning or a tragedy, but as a whisper carried on the cold air, a presence felt more than seen, like the weight of snow on a branch before it falls. There were no monuments raised in their name, no grand memorials in the early years, for the new order had no place for the past it had overthrown, and so their story slipped beneath the surface of history, not forgotten, but hidden, like a letter buried in the floorboards of a house no one lives in anymore. Yet memory has its own way of surviving. It does not depend on stone or inscription. It lives in the hands of those who remember, in the voice of a grandmother telling her granddaughter about the family who once lived in the palace by the Neva, in the way a priest lights a candle in a quiet church long after the empire has fallen, in the yellowed pages of a diary found in an attic, its ink faded, but its words still legible. In Tobolsk, the house where they had lived became a place people passed without speaking, their steps slowing as they neared the gate, their eyes lifting to the windows as if expecting to see a face there. Children were told not to play too loudly in the yard, not out of respect for the state, but out of a quiet understanding that some spaces are not empty, even when no one is inside. In Yekaterinburg, the Ipatiev house stood for years, a silent witness to what had taken place within its walls. The guards changed, the city grew, the revolution hardened into policy, but the house remained, its wooden beams darkened by time, its shutters weathered by wind and rain. People avoided it, not out of fear, but out of a sense that the air around it was heavier, that the silence within was not the absence of sound, but the presence of something that could not be named. A worker once said he heard laughter one evening as he passed, soft and distant, like children playing behind a closed door. Another claimed he saw a light in the upstairs window, though no one had lived there in decades. These were not stories meant to be believed, but to be felt, small tremors in the fabric of the everyday that reminded people that some lives, even when ended in darkness, do not vanish entirely. The diaries survived. Hidden, passed from hand to hand, smuggled across borders, they emerged years later, their pages fragile, their bindings cracked, but their voices clear. Olga's careful script, Tatiana's gentle observations, Maria's warmth, Anastasia's humor, each word a testament to the fact that they had lived, not as symbols, but as girls who loved their family, who dreamed of simple things, who wrote about the weather, about books, about the way the light fell in the morning. Alexi's letters, short and full of curiosity, revealed a boy who, despite pain and confinement, never stopped wondering about the world. And Nikolai's final journal, written in the last months, spoke not of bitterness, but of love for his wife, for his children, for the quiet dignity of a life lived with care. These were not the words of rulers. They were the words of people. And in their simplicity, they carried a power no decree ever could. Alexandra's prayer book was found years later in a storage room of a monastery, its pages worn, its edges frayed, the cross inside tarnished but intact. A nun who held it said she felt a deep calm when she touched it, as if the years of devotion had seeped into the leather, as if the countless prayers whispered over it had left a warmth that time could not erase. She did not display it. She did not show it to visitors. She placed it on a shelf in the chapel, where it remained unseen but present, like a quiet act of remembrance that asked for nothing but to exist. As decades passed, the Soviet Union rose and fell, and with its collapse, the silence around the Romanovs began to lift. The truth, long buried, began to surface not in propaganda, but in science, in bone, in DNA. In a forest outside Yekaterinburg, a mass grave was discovered, its contents carefully examined, its story pieced together from fragments. The remains of Nikolai, Alexandra, Olga, Tatiana, Maria, and Alexei were identified, not by crowns or uniforms, but by the shape of their bones, by the traces of hemophilia in the boy's skeleton, by the small details that only family could know. And when the news was confirmed, it did not spark outrage or celebration. It sparked mourning, a quiet, collective grief for a family that had not been seen in life for who they truly were, but was finally recognized in death. They were reburied in the Peter and Paul Cathedral in St. Petersburg, not with the fanfare of an imperial funeral, but with the solemnity of a homecoming. The city that had turned away from them now opened its arms, not to the Tsar, but to the man, the woman, the children who had suffered and loved and endured. The bells rang, not for power, but for peace. The streets were not filled with crowds, but with silence, as if the city itself were holding its breath. And when the coffins were lowered, when the final prayers were said, when the last candle was extinguished, there was a sense that something had been restored, not the empire, not the throne, but a simple human truth, that they had been here, that they had mattered, that they were not forgotten. In the years that followed, their story began to take shape in new ways, not in the myths of Anastasia's survival, though those tales still lingered like old songs, but in books, in films, in quiet exhibitions where their photographs were displayed not as royalty, but as people. A child's drawing, a letter, a pair of tiny boots, these were the things that moved visitors, not the jewels or the palaces. Parents brought their children to see them, not to teach history, but to speak of love, of loss, of the fragility of life. And in those moments, the Romanovs ceased to be figures of the past and became part of the present, not as ghosts, but as reminders. A school in Tobolsk placed a small plaque by the garden where the children had once played, not with grand words, but with a simple line. Here, they were happy. A woman in England, decades later, claimed to be Anastasia, but when asked why she had never spoken before, she could not name the dog they had loved, could not describe the color of the curtains in their room. And so, the world let the story go, not because it lacked romance, but because the truth that they had died together, that they had not escaped, that their love had not saved them from death, but had sustained them until the end, was more beautiful than any fiction. In the quiet corners of Russia, in villages far from the capital, old women still light candles on certain nights, not for saints, but for the family who once ruled, not out of loyalty to the crown, but out of pity, of compassion, of the deep human instinct to mourn those who suffered. They do not pray for their return. They pray for their rest. And in that act, the legacy of the Romanovs is not in the empire they lost, but in the empathy they awakened, in the way their story, stripped of power and spectacle, became a mirror for the quiet tragedies that live in every family, in every heart. Even now, if you walk through the Winter Palace on a winter evening, when the last visitors have left and the guards are silent, you might feel a change in the air, not cold, not fear, but presence, a softness, a stillness that feels like listening. The floors creak, not from age, but as if someone has just passed. A door closes gently, though no wind blows. And if you stand in the nursery, where the children once slept, you might hear, faintly, the sound of laughter, brief, tender, gone before you can be sure it was real. These are not hauntings. They are echoes, not of power, but of life, of a family who lived, who loved, who were broken, but who were never erased. The world tried to forget them. Time tried to bury them. But memory has its own rhythm, slow and deep, like the turning of the earth. It does not shout. It waits. It gathers. And in the end, it preserves not the grandest deeds, but the smallest truths, the way a mother strokes her child's hair, the way a father holds his son's hand, the way four sisters huddle together when the night grows cold. These are the things that survive, not because they were written in history books, but because they were lived in silence, in dignity, in love. And so, the Romanovs are not gone. They are not lost. They are not only bones in a cathedral, or names in a book. They are in the quiet moments when someone chooses kindness over fear, when a family stays together though the world turns away, when a candle is lit not for glory, but for remembrance. They are in the way we speak of them now, not with awe, but with tenderness, not as rulers, but as people who remind us that even in the darkest times, even in the face of the unthinkable, love can remain unbroken. The snow still falls over Yekaterinburg. The Neva still flows beneath the bridges of St. Petersburg. The stars still blink above the forests of Siberia. And somewhere, in the space between breath and dream, a child laughs, a mother hums a lullaby, a father reads a story by candlelight. Time does not erase. It gathers. It holds. And in its quiet embrace, the past does not end. It simply becomes part of the night, part of the stillness, part of the endless, gentle whisper of those who are loved, and who, in being remembered, are never truly gone. There is a kind of quiet that only comes at night, when the world has finally settled into stillness, and the air itself seems to pause between breaths, when the mind begins to drift, and the heart listens more than it thinks. It is in this quiet that the past does not disappear, but draws closer, not as a loud voice, but as a whisper carried on the edge of sleep, a presence felt in the soft weight of a blanket, in the slow rhythm of breath, in the way a memory surfaces without being called. The story of the Romanovs does not end in the basement of the Ipativ house, not truly, because endings are never as final as we believe. What ends is the chapter, but what remains, what lingers in the silence, in the spaces between heartbeats, is something deeper, something that cannot be buried or forgotten, something that lives not in history books, but in the way we remember those who loved deeply, suffered greatly, and stayed together until the end. If you walk through St. Petersburg today, when the snow falls gently over the Neva, and the gas lamps glow like drowned stars beneath a veil of frost, you might feel a change in the air, not cold, not fear, but presence. Not the presence of power, not the weight of empire, but the quiet hum of a family who once lived within those palaces, who walked those halls, who looked out over that river with the same wonder you might feel now. The Winter Palace still stands, its golden domes dusted with snow, its windows reflecting the city's light, but it no longer holds a throne. It holds something else, a memory, a breath, a story told not in grand halls, but in the small rooms where children played, where a mother prayed, where a father read to his son. And if you close your eyes and listen, you might hear, beneath the footsteps of tourists and the murmur of guides, the faint echo of laughter, soft and distant, like a song half remembered from childhood. In Yekaterinburg, the church on the blood now rises where the Ipatiev house once stood, its golden domes reaching toward the sky like hands in prayer. It is not a monument to vengeance, nor to the fall of an empire, but to remembrance, to the quiet dignity of those who suffered. People come not to glorify, but to mourn, to light candles, to leave flowers, to stand in silence as if honoring not royalty, but humanity. The names of Nikolai, Alexandra, Olga, Tatiana, Maria, Anastasia, and Alexei are not spoken with awe, but with tenderness, as if they were not rulers, but neighbors, family, souls who endured what few could imagine and did not break. And in that act of remembrance, their legacy is not in the crown they lost, but in the love they kept, in the way they remained together when the world turned away. Even now, in homes far from Russia, in cities where the snow never falls, people speak of them, not as tyrants, not as victims, but as a family. A mother reads their story to her children before bed, not to frighten, but to teach about courage, about love, about the quiet strength of staying true when everything is taken. A student writes a paper not on the revolution, but on the diaries of the Grand Duchesses, on the way they dreamed of simple lives, of gardens, of music, of peace. An artist paints not their coronations, but their final days, not with horror, but with dignity, capturing the way Alexandra held her son's hand, the way Nikolai looked at his family as if memorizing them. These are not acts of nostalgia. They are acts of connection, of a world slowly learning that history is not only written in battles and decrees, but in the quiet moments between heartbeats. The world tried to erase them. Time tried to bury them. But memory has its own way of surviving, not in stone, not in power, but in the fragile, enduring power of love. A photograph found in an attic, its edges worn, the faces faded, but still smiling. A diary page yellowed with age, the ink barely legible, but the words still clear. Today, we played cards. Alexei laughed. A child's drawing of a dog, labeled Joy, the same dog who followed them through the gardens of Tobolsk. These are not relics. They are proof that they lived, proof that they loved, proof that even in darkness, even in confinement, even in the face of the unthinkable, they chose kindness, presence, togetherness. And so, their story continues, not as a warning, not as a tragedy, but as a whisper that still moves through the world, carried on the breath of those who remember. It lives in the way a parent holds a sick child a little longer, in the way a family gathers at the table, even when the news is bad, in the way people choose to love when it would be easier to turn away. It lives in the quiet courage of staying human, even when the world demands otherwise. It lives in the way we speak of them now, not with judgment, but with compassion, not as symbols, but as people who remind us that no life is too small to matter, no love too fragile to endure. If you have ever sat with someone you love in silence, not needing to speak, just being there, you have touched their legacy. If you have ever chosen kindness over anger, presence over escape, love over fear, you have carried their story forward. It is not in grand gestures, but in the thousand small ways we care for one another when no one is watching, when no one is recording, when the world has turned its back. The Romanovs did not change the course of history with armies or decrees. They changed it with the way they lived their final days, with dignity, with tenderness, with the unbreakable bond of a family who refused to let go. And so, their echo is not in the sound of gunfire or the fall of a throne, but in the soft breath of a child falling asleep, in the rustle of a blanket, in the way a candle flickers before it goes out. It is in the way we remember them not for what they were, but for who they were a father who loved his children, a mother who prayed without ceasing, daughters who laughed in the dark, a son who dreamed of the sea. These are not the deeds of emperors. They are the truths of human beings. And in that truth, their story becomes not something distant, but something close, not something past, but something present, not something lost, but something found in the quiet of our own hearts. You may never have walked through the Winter Palace. You may never have seen the Neva in winter. You may never have held one of their letters in your hands. But you have felt what they felt, the weight of love, the ache of fear, the need to believe that someone is still listening. And in that feeling, you are not separate from them. You are part of the same story, the same long thread of human experience that stretches across centuries, connecting us not through power, but through emotion, not through conquest, but through compassion. The world moves fast now. It speaks loudly. It demands attention. But here, in this moment, in the space between one breath and the next, there is a different rhythm, a slower one, the rhythm of memory, of reflection, of rest. And in that rhythm, the Romanovs are not gone. They are not lost. They are not only bones in a cathedral or names in a book. They are in the way we choose to remember, in the way we choose to care, in the way we choose to love, even when we know it may not save us, but we do it anyway. Time does not erase. It gathers, it holds. It returns to us what we thought was gone, not in the form we expect, but in the form we need. A scent, a song, a feeling, a dream. And in that return, we understand that nothing truly disappears. The snow falls over Yekaterinburg. The stars blink above the forests of Siberia. The Neva flows beneath the bridges of St. Petersburg. And somewhere, in the space between breath and dream, a mother hums a lullaby. A father reads a story. A child laughs, brief and tender, gone before you can be sure it was real. These are not hauntings. They are echoes. And echoes, no matter how faint, are still sound. They are still life. They are still love. You do not need to believe in ghosts to feel them. You only need to be still, to listen, to remember that every life, no matter how ended, leaves a mark, not always in the world, but in the hearts of those who come after. The Romanovs are not remembered for their crown. They are remembered for their humanity. And in that remembrance, they live on, not as rulers, but as a family who teaches us, across time, how to love, how to endure, how to stay together until the end. And so, as you lie here, warm beneath your blanket, your breath slow, your body sinking into stillness, know that you are not alone. You are part of a long line of stories, of lives, of loves, of losses. You are part of the same quiet that holds the past and welcomes the future. You are part of the echo. And in that echo, there is no fear. There is no sorrow. There is only the soft, steady truth that love, once given, never truly ends. Let that truth settle over you now, like snow falling without hurry, like a hand resting gently on your shoulder, like a voice that says, without words, you are not forgotten. Let it carry you deeper into rest, into peace, into the dream where all stories blend, where the past and present meet, where a family once lost is simply a family remembered, not for their fall, but for their love. They are not here to frighten you. They are here to comfort you. They are here to remind you that even in the darkest times, even in the face of the unknown, we are never truly alone. We are held by those who came before, by those who loved, by those who stayed, by those who in the end chose each other. And so, as sleep gathers around you, as the world fades and the mind begins to drift, let their whisper be the last thing you hear, a soft breath, a gentle sigh, a story not of endings, but of presence, of love, of a family who, in their final days, became eternal not by power, but by the quiet courage of simply being together. Let that be the dream you carry into the night. Let that be the peace you rest in, And know, wherever you are, whatever you carry, that you, too, are remembered. And that is enough. And so, dear listener, we come to the end of this quiet journey through the final days of the Romanovs, not with a loud farewell, but with a soft breath, like the last note of a lullaby fading into the hush of night, like snow settling on a rooftop without a sound. The story does not end here, not truly, for stories like this one do not vanish with the last word, but slip into the spaces between heartbeats, into the stillness that follows a long exhale, into the warmth of a blanket pulled a little higher, into the slow drift toward dreams where time no longer matters, and the past walks beside us like a quiet companion. You have traveled far tonight, not across miles, but across decades, across silence, across the fragile boundary between history and memory. And you have done so not with effort, but with presence, with openness, with the gentle courage it takes to listen deeply. I thank you for being here, for choosing this moment, for allowing the world outside to soften and fade while you stepped into a story that asked not for your attention, but for your stillness. These moments where we pause, where we remember, where we simply rest in the presence of another's life, are rare, and they are sacred in their own quiet way. They do not demand grand gestures. They only ask that someone be willing to listen, to feel, to hold space for what was, for what could have been, for what remains. And in that act, something ancient is kept alive. Not the empire, not the throne, not the crown, but the simple, enduring truth of a family who loved, who suffered, who stayed together until the very end. Wherever you are tonight, beneath whatever sky, in whatever room wrapped in whatever quiet, know that you are not separate from this story. The same stars that watched over St. Petersburg and Tobolsk now blink above you. The same need to love and be loved moves through your heart as it did through theirs. The same breath that once filled Alexandra's lungs as she whispered a prayer now fills yours as you prepare to rest. We are not so far apart across time as we might believe. We are connected not by power or legacy, but by the fragile, unbreakable thread of being human, of hoping, of fearing, of holding on when everything feels like it might slip away. Let your breath slow now, as if the air itself has grown heavier with peace, as if each inhale carries the cool clarity of a winter night, and each exhale releases the weight of the day like smoke dissolving into the dark. Let your body sink deeper into stillness, not with effort, but with surrender, like a leaf settling onto still water, like a candle flame owing before it goes out. There is nothing more to do, nothing more to carry, nothing left to prove. Just this moment, just this warmth, just the softness beneath you and the silence around you, gathering like a familiar friend. If you'd like, before sleep takes you, you can leave a word, your name, the city where you are, the thought that lingers in your mind, just to say, I was here. You don't need to speak it aloud. You don't need to write it down. Just hold it gently in your heart, like a stone warmed by your palm, and know that in that small act, you are part of something larger. You are not just a listener. You are a keeper of memory. And stories like this one survive not in books or monuments, but in moments like this, when someone, somewhere, chooses to remember, to feel, to be present. This is not goodbye, but a quiet pause, a breath suspended in kindness, like the hush between two heartbeats or the softest moment when snow meets earth without a sound. It is the continuation of a story, not in words, but in feeling a story that moved from one quiet heart to another, carried in the stillness that follows the last sentence, in the warmth that lingers after the voice has faded, in the peace that gently settles over you now, as real and tender as a hand resting on your shoulder in the dark. Whenever you're ready, there will be another night, another story, another journey through time. But for now, let go. Let your thoughts soften like embers cooling in a stove. Let your body release every weight it has carried and simply be here, Now, safe, warm, and not alone, as the dreams gather around you and carry you gently into the long, quiet night. There's a kind of silence that comes before great movements, not the silence of emptiness, but the quiet hum of a world still unaware that everything is about to change. It lives in the breath between prayers, in the pause before a decision, in the ordinary morning of a person who has no idea their lifetime will be swept up in history. If you've ever felt that kind of stillness, if you've ever stood in the dark just before dawn, wondering what kind of day awaits, then you're already close to understanding the moment we're about to enter. Welcome, dear listener. Whether you're lying under a blanket with the night settling in, or simply letting your thoughts slow after a long day, I'm glad you're here. This is Sleepy History for Dreams, where we don't just learn about the past, we live inside it, one quiet breath at a time. And tonight, we're going to walk through one of the most complex, emotional, and quietly powerful chapters in human history, the story of the Crusades. Now, before you picture golden banners flapping in the desert wind, a noble knight riding through Jerusalem with a tragic past and a perfect jawline, or a queen with a secret illness whispering prophecies in candlelit halls, let's take a breath. Because if you've seen Kingdom of Heaven, the one with Orlando Bloom, swinging a sword like he'd just stepped out of a Renaissance painting, Eva Green gazing into the distance with divine sorrow, and Liam Neeson delivering wisdom like a medieval life coach, then you've seen a beautiful, dramatic version of this story. And it's not wrong, exactly, just incomplete. Because behind the armor, behind the speeches, behind the slow-motion sandstorms and tragic love affairs, there was something much quieter, much slower, much more real. This isn't that movie. There will be no heroic charges at dawn, no last stands with flaming arrows raining from the sky, and absolutely no moment where a blacksmith is suddenly handed the keys to Jerusalem. Instead, we're going to do something softer, something deeper. We're going to start at the beginning, not with a war, not with a king, not with a battle cry, but with peace. With the world as it was, long before anyone ever heard the word crusade. So if you'd like to share where in time or space you're listening from, or what dream you're carrying with you tonight, you can leave a whisper in the comments. And if you haven't already, make sure you're subscribed with notifications on, because this journey, like all the ones we take here, is meant to be shared one quiet moment at a time. To understand how tens of thousands of people, farmers, mothers, priests, knights, even children, could leave their homes and walk for months, sometimes years, across mountains, deserts, and seas, toward a city most had never seen, we have to begin by stepping into the rhythm of their everyday lives, long before the idea of a crusade ever entered their minds. Imagine a morning in Europe, around the year 1050, a world without clocks, without maps, without the constant hum of machines. The sun rises slowly over fields of barley and rye, its light spilling across thatched roofs and wooden fences, glistening on the dew that clings to the grass like scattered pearls. The air is cool, damp with the breath of the earth, and the only sounds are the distant crow of a rooster, the soft clink of a bucket being lowered into a well, and the low murmur of a family waking inside a small stone house where the fire has burned down to embers. Most people in this world never travel more than 10 miles from the place they were born. Their lives are shaped by the seasons, planting in spring, harvesting in autumn, surviving winter with whatever food they've stored, and praying that the next year will be kinder. They work from dawn to dusk, their hands calloused from plowing, weaving, chopping wood, tending animals. Life is hard, but it is also deeply meaningful. Every task, every ritual, every prayer carries weight, because it is tied to something larger than themselves. And at the center of it all is faith, not as a doctrine, not as a political force, but as a quiet, constant presence, like the air they breathe. Church is not just a building. It is the heartbeat of the village. On Sundays, the entire community walks together, barefoot or in worn leather shoes, their clothes simple and patched, their faces weathered by sun and wind. The priest chants in Latin, a language most don't understand, but they feel the meaning in the flicker of candlelight on ancient stone walls, in the scent of beeswax and incense, in the way everyone kneels at the same moment, as if pulled by an invisible thread. And in that stillness, a dream grows, not loud, not urgent, but persistent. A dream of a distant city, far to the east, where the ground itself is said to be sacred, Jerusalem. A name spoken in hushed tones, like a secret passed from parent to child. No one in these villages has ever seen it, but they've heard stories, from pilgrims who walked for months to reach it, who returned with sunburned faces and trembling voices, speaking of golden domes, of ancient streets worn smooth by centuries of footsteps, of a tomb where death was defeated. For Christians, Jerusalem is more than a city. It is a memory, a promise, a place where heaven once touched the earth. And for centuries, it remained under Muslim rule. First the Umayyads, then the Abbasids, and later the Fatimids. But that did not stop Christians from visiting. Pilgrimage was not only allowed, it was often protected. Muslim rulers understood the sacredness of such journeys, and many even built hostels and safe passages for travelers. The roads were dangerous, bandits, deserts, disease, but thousands still went, driven by devotion, by guilt, by hope. Then, by the 1070s, things began to shift. The Seljuk Turks, a powerful new force from Central Asia, expanded across Anatolia, taking control of key routes and cities. They were not uniformly hostile to Christians, in fact. Many local communities continued to live in peace, but their presence disrupted the old networks of travel and safety. Fewer pilgrims returned. Rumors spread, sometimes exaggerated, sometimes true, that Christians were being mistreated, that churches were being closed, that the path to Jerusalem was no longer safe. These stories didn't start as a call to war. They began as whispers in churches, in letters from monks, in conversations between neighbors gathered around dying fires. A quiet unease settled over Europe. Not yet anger, not yet action, but a growing sense that something was changing, that the sacred was under threat. Meanwhile, in Constantinople, the Emperor Alexios, the first Komnenos, watched with concern as the Seljuk advance brought them closer to the heart of the Byzantine Empire. His army was weakened, his borders strained, and he knew he couldn't hold them alone. So in the year 1095, he did something simple, almost humble. He sent a letter to Pope Urban II, asking not for an army, not for conquest, but for help. Just a small force of mercenaries, he said, to push back the invaders and restore stability. It was a diplomatic request, polite and practical. But when that letter reached the Pope, something unexpected happened. The idea took root, not just as a military plea, but as a spiritual calling. And soon, a much larger journey would begin. But that moment is still ahead of us. For now, let's stay here, in the quiet, in the fields, in the villages, in the lives of people who had no idea they were standing at the edge of history. Because before the Crusades ever began, there was only this, the ordinary, the sacred, the everyday. Let the night settle in a little deeper now. Let your breath slow, let your thoughts soften, and let yourself drift into a time long before maps were precise or journeys were fast. A world where the earth turned slowly, where people lived close to its pulse, where every season carried a sacred rhythm, and where the sky at night felt so vast it could hold all of a person's hopes and fears. This is not a story of kings or conquests just yet. This is the story of mornings, of fields, of hands that worked the soil not for glory, not for gold, but because the earth demanded it, and because to feed one's family was the most holy task a person could perform. We're stepping into the decades before the First Crusade, into the quiet rhythm of life across Europe and the Near East, a world at peace in many ways, but quietly trembling on the edge of something vast, like a lake before the first ripple spreads across its surface. And to understand how tens of thousands would one day walk across continents toward a city they had never seen, we must begin not with a war, not with a sermon, not with a king's decree, but with the ordinary, with the smell of bread baking at dawn, with the sound of a cow lowing in the mist, with the feel of cold stone beneath bare feet as a monk lights a candle in a chapel where time itself seems to pause. This is the world before the storm. A world where most people never saw a city, never heard a clock chime, never read a newspaper, and yet their lives were full of meaning, woven into the fabric of faith, family, and the land they tended with quiet devotion. They did not live in history books. They lived in fields, in villages, in wooden houses with roofs of thatch and walls of wattle and daub, where smoke curled from the central hearth and children slept bundled together for warmth. They measured time not in minutes or hours, but in the crowing of roosters, the ringing of church bells, the position of the sun over the barley fields. A journey was not a matter of miles, but of days. How many sunrises it would take to reach the next town, how many nights spent sleeping on straw in a barn or under the open sky. And in that slowness, there was a kind of peace, not perfect, not easy, but deep, like roots growing into dark soil. Imagine, if you can, the first light of dawn touching a village in northern France, somewhere in the rolling hills near Champagne, in the year 1060. A morning so ordinary that no chronicler would ever write about it, and yet so real that it holds the truth of an entire age. The sky is pale gray, streaked with soft pink, and the air carries a damp chill that lingers in the bones, the kind that seeps into old joints and makes people move slowly, carefully, as if not to wake the world too quickly. Smoke rises from the chimneys of small stone and timber houses, curling upward like quiet prayers, drifting through the trees until it blends with the mist hanging over the fields. Roosters call from wooden pens, their voices echoing across the dew-covered meadows, breaking the silence not with urgency, but with habit, as if reminding the world that another day has begun. A woman steps outside, barefoot, her woolen shawl pulled tight around her shoulders, carrying a wooden bucket to the well at the edge of the square. Her breath fogs in the cold. She lowers the rope, hears the soft splash as the bucket fills, and begins to pull, a slow, practiced motion, one she's done every morning for 30 years. Her hands calloused, her arms strong from repetition. Inside, her husband stirs the embers of last night's fire, adding kindling until a small flame catches, the light flickering across the rough stone walls, casting long shadows that dance like silent companions. The children sleep on, wrapped in thick blankets made of sheep's wool, their faces peaceful in the half-light, unaware that outside, the world is already moving. This is not a remarkable morning. No one will write a chronicle about it, but it is real. And it is this kind of morning, repeated across thousands of villages, across forests and valleys, across kingdoms and duchies, that forms the foundation of everything that will come. This is the world before the call, before the banners, before the long roads, before the dreams of Jerusalem became a movement. This is the silence from which history grows. Life moves with the seasons, and the people move with it, not in resistance, but in harmony, like trees bending in the wind. Spring means planting, barley, oats, rye, the soil turned with wooden plows pulled by oxen, their breath steaming in the cool air, their hooves leaving deep prints in the mud. Women walk behind, dropping seeds into the furrows, their backs bent, their hands steady. It is hard work, but it is also sacred work. To plant is to believe in tomorrow. Summer is long days under a high sun, cutting hay with scythes, the rhythm of the blade a kind of meditation, the scent of dry grass filling the air. Sheep graze in open pastures, watched by boys who lie on their backs, staring at the clouds, dreaming of things they cannot name. Autumn brings the harvest, the pressing of apples into cider, the slaughtering of pigs to prepare for winter, the air thick with the smell of salt and smoke as meat is cured in the rafters. And winter is quiet, cold, long. The fields lie fallow, covered in frost or snow, and travel stops. Roads become muddy or frozen. Rivers swell with rain, and families gather around the fire, mending clothes, spinning wool, telling stories by candlelight. There are no newspapers, no radios, no urgent messages. News travels slowly, by word of mouth, by pilgrim, by merchant. A rumor might take weeks to cross a kingdom. And yet, people are not ignorant. They know the stars. They know the weather. They know the language of animals, of trees, of soil. They live in a world that demands attention, where a late frost can mean hunger, where a sick cow can change a family's fate, where a single storm can wash away a season's work. But they also live with a deep sense of belonging to their land, to their community, to something larger than themselves. They are not free, not by modern standards, but they are not lost. They know their place. They know their purpose. And in that knowing, there is a kind of peace. And at the heart of it all is the church, not as an institution, not as a political force, but as a presence, like the wind, like the rain, like the turning of the year. On Sundays, the entire village walks to the small stone chapel at the edge of the woods, their feet following a path worn smooth by generations of feet, their voices low, their steps slow. The bell, cracked and old, tolls slowly, its sound carrying across the valley, not to summon, but to mark the moment. Inside, the walls are cold, the floor of packed earth covered in straw to keep the damp away. Candles flicker in iron holders, casting long shadows that dance across the walls, where faded paintings of saints and angels watch in silence. The priest, an older man with tired eyes and ink-stained fingers, chants in Latin, a language no one understands, but everyone feels. The words are not just sound. They are rhythm, they are ritual, they are connection. When the host is raised, the entire congregation kneels, not out of fear, but out of reverence, their heads bowed, their hands folded, their breath soft. In that moment, they believe, truly believe, that they are touching the divine, that heaven is not far away, but close. So close they can feel it in the warmth of the candlelight, in the scent of beeswax and incense, in the silence that follows the final amen. And in that belief, there is comfort, there is hope. There is a sense that, no matter how hard life is, they are not alone. The world may be dark, the winter long, the road difficult, but they are seen. They are known. And somewhere, far to the east, there is a city where it all began. That city is Jerusalem. Not just a name, but a feeling, a dream, a destination for the soul. For centuries, Christians have made the pilgrimage there, not as warriors, not as conquerors, but as humble travelers, walking for months across mountains and deserts, risking bandits, disease, starvation, just to stand at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and touch the stone where Christ was said to have risen. And when they return, they speak of it in hushed tones, not of glory, but of awe, of how the light falls differently there, of how time seems to slow, of how for a moment the veil between this world and the next feels thin, as if one could reach out and brush against eternity. They tell of golden domes, of ancient streets worn smooth by centuries of footsteps, of the silence inside the tomb, so deep it feels like prayer. And though most people will never see it, the dream lives in their hearts, passed from parent to child, from monk to pilgrim, from one generation to the next. For Christians, Jerusalem is more than a city. It is a memory, a promise, a place where heaven once touched the earth. And for centuries, it has remained under Muslim rule. First the Rashidun, then the Umayyads, the Abbasids, and now the Fatimids. And yet, for most of that time, it has remained a place of shared reverence. Muslims, Christians, and Jews have lived in and around it, each honoring its sacredness in their own way. The Dome of the Rock stands on the Temple Mount, its golden roof catching the sun, a monument to faith, not conquest. Pilgrims of all kinds are generally allowed to enter, to pray, to weep at the holy sites, mark its bustle. Farmers bring olives and figs to sell. Monks and imams debate in quiet courtyards. Children play in the narrow streets. Life, for the most part, continues. And then, slowly, things begin to shift. Not with a single event, but with a series of ripples. In the 1070s, the Seljuk Turks, a Turkic people from Central Asia, expand westward, defeating the Byzantine army at Manzikert in 1071 and taking control of much of Anatolia. They are not uniformly hostile to Christians. Many local communities continue to live in peace, but their arrival disrupts the old order. Trade routes become less safe. Some pilgrims report being turned away or mistreated. Others simply stop returning. Rumors begin to spread, not always true, but powerful all the same, that the Holy Land is no longer accessible, that Christians are being persecuted, that the sacred sites are in danger. These stories don't start as a call to war. They begin as whispers in churches, in letters from monks, in conversations between neighbors gathered around dying fires. A quiet unease settles over Europe. Not yet anger, not yet action, but a growing sense that something is changing, that the sacred is under threat. Meanwhile, in Constantinople, the heart of the Byzantine Empire, Emperor Alexios I Komnenos watches with growing concern. His empire is weakened, his borders strained, his armies stretched thin. The Seljuk advance brings them dangerously close to the core of his realm. He knows he cannot stop them alone. So in the year 1095, he does something simple, almost humble. He sends a letter to Pope Urban II, asking not for an army, not for conquest, but for help. Just a small force of mercenaries, he says, to push back the invaders and restore stability. It is a diplomatic request, polite and practical. But when that letter reaches the Pope, something unexpected happens. The idea begins to grow, not just as a military plea, but as a spiritual calling. A journey, a penance, a chance to defend the sacred, to reclaim what was lost, to save one's soul. And soon, a much larger movement will begin. But that moment is still ahead of us. For now, let's stay here, in the quiet, in the fields, in the villages, in the lives of people who had no idea they were standing at the edge of history. Because before the Crusades ever began, it was only this, the ordinary, the sacred, the everyday. And in that stillness, the future was already stirring. Let the silence between breaths grow a little deeper now. Let your thoughts soften. Let the weight of the day rest beside you like an old coat laid over a chair. And let yourself drift into the moment when a single idea, fragile as a spider's thread, began to move across the mind of Europe. Not with force, not with fire, but with a whisper. We have left behind the quiet villages, the morning mist over barley fields, the flicker of candles in cold chapels where peasants knelt and dreamed of a distant city. But that world is still with us, because what begins now does not rise from nothing. It grows from the same soil, from the same faith, from the same quiet longing we have already felt in our bones. And it starts not with a king, not with an army, not even with a battle cry, but with a letter carried across mountains and seas, written in careful script on parchment that smelled of ink and worry, traveling slowly like a thought forming in the dark. Somewhere in the spring of 1095, in the great city of Constantinople, where the domes of Hagia Sophia rise like breath against the sky, and the Bosphorus carries ships from 3 continents, a message is sealed and handed to a trusted envoy. It comes from the hand of Emperor Alexios I Komnenos, a man who has spent his life holding together the fraying edges of an empire older than most kingdoms. He is not a conqueror, not a zealot. He is a soldier, a realist, a man who has seen too much to believe in miracles. And yet, for the first time in years, he feels fear, not for his throne, not for his wealth, but for the survival of the world he knows. The Seljuk Turks have taken Nicaea, just a short march from his capital. His armies are weakened. His borders are thin. The old networks of trade and pilgrimage are breaking, and he knows he cannot stop the advance alone. So he does not ask for an army. He does not call for holy war. He asks simply, humbly, for help, for a small force of Western mercenaries, loyal to the Church, to come and aid his troops in pushing back the invaders and restoring stability. It is a political plea, not a spiritual one. And yet, when that letter begins its long journey westward, carried by horse and ship, through forests and across the Adriatic, it carries with it something more than words. It carries a feeling, a disturbance in the air, a sense that the world is shifting, ever so slightly, beneath the feet of those who live in it. Months pass. The letter arrives in southern Italy. It is passed from hand to hand, from bishop to cardinal, until it finally reaches the man who will give it new life. His name is Pope Urban II, Odo of Chatillon, a French monk from a noble family who once lived in a Benedictine abbey, who once walked barefoot through the snow for penance, who once studied under the great theologian Lanfranc. He is not a warrior, he is not a king, but he is a man of deep faith, and he sees further than most. He reads the letter. He understands the request, but he feels something else, something beyond the immediate danger to Constantinople. He feels the weight of the pilgrims who never returned. He hears the whispers from the faithful, the growing unease, the fear that the Holy Land is slipping away. And he begins to wonder, what if this plea for soldiers could become something more? What if it could become a pilgrimage, a penance, a chance for thousands of restless, faithful souls to do more than fight, to redeem themselves? The idea does not come in a flash. It grows slowly, like mist rising from a river at dawn. At first, it is just a thought, then a possibility, then a vision. And so, in the late summer of 1095, the Pope begins to move. Not with an army, not with a decree, but with a journey of his own. He leaves Rome and begins to travel north, through the heart of France, a land still healing from years of local wars, famine, and spiritual uncertainty. He moves slowly, deliberately, like a man testing the air before speaking. He stops in towns and villages, in cathedrals and open fields, preaching not of war, but of reform. He speaks of peace, of justice, of the need to protect the weak, to honor the Church, to live with purpose. His voice is calm, but it carries. He does not shout. He does not threaten. He speaks as a father might speak to children who have forgotten their way. And as he walks, as he speaks, as he listens to the people, their worries, their hopes, their quiet longing for meaning, the idea takes deeper root. He begins to see the suffering, not just in the East, but in the West. He sees young men with no land, no future, who might find purpose in a sacred journey. He sees peasants who spend their lives in hardship, who might trade their suffering for a chance at salvation. He sees a church that has grown distant, and wonders if a great movement could bring it back to the people. And slowly, quietly, the letter from Constantinople transforms in his mind, from a request for mercenaries into a call for something far greater. By November, he has reached central France. The air is cold. The sky is gray. The earth is damp beneath his feet. The trees have lost their leaves, and the wind moves through the branches like a sigh. And in a small town called Clermont, nestled in the volcanic hills of Auvergne, he calls a council, not of kings, not of emperors, but of bishops, abbots, knights, and common people. Thousands gather in an open field outside the city walls, wrapped in woolen cloaks, their breath visible in the chill. They have come to hear a man of God speak. They do not know they are standing at the edge of history. The Pope ascends a wooden platform. He is not tall. He is not loud. But when he speaks, his voice carries, not because of volume, but because of weight. He does not begin with politics. He does not mention the emperor's letter. Instead, he speaks of Jerusalem, not as a city of stone, but as a mother in mourning. He tells them of the suffering of their Christian brothers in the East. He speaks of churches defiled, of pilgrims turned away, of holy places trampled by those who do not believe. He does not exaggerate. He does not lie. But he shapes the truth like a sculptor shapes clay, to move the heart. And then he makes a proposal, not a command, not a demand, but an invitation. He calls for a pilgrimage, a journey to the East, to reclaim the Holy Sepulchre, to protect the faithful, to do penance for their sins. He promises remission of sins to all who go, not because of violence, not because of conquest, but because of sacrifice, because of faith, because of the willingness to suffer for something greater than oneself. And then he says the words that will echo across centuries. Whoever goes on this journey, for devotion alone, not to win glory or riches, shall have his sins remitted. There is silence, not the silence of disbelief, but of awe, of something stirring deep within. And then a cry rises from the crowd. Dies vult! Dies vult! God wills it! It spreads like fire through dry grass. Men fall to their knees. Women weep. Knights step forward. A priest cuts red cloth into crosses and begins to sew them onto sleeves, onto cloaks, onto tunics. The movement has begun, not with a battle, not with a king's decree, but with a whisper, with a sermon, with a man standing in the cold, offering not gold, not power, but forgiveness. And yet, in that moment, no one sees the full shape of what is coming. They do not see the armies that will march. They do not see the cities that will fall. They do not see the blood, the hunger, the long years of walking through deserts and mountains. They do not see the misunderstandings, the broken promises, the way faith will be twisted by greed, or how the world will never be the same again. They only feel the call, soft, deep, personal. A chance to leave behind the weight of their lives and walk toward something holy. And so, in homes across France, Germany, Italy, and beyond, people begin to talk. A farmer kneels by his hearth, staring into the fire. A knight runs his hand over his sword, not thinking of war, but of redemption. A woman packs a small bag, not knowing if she will return. The world, which once felt so still, has begun to turn, not with a crash, but with a whisper. And that whisper, carried on wind, on paper, on breath, is already moving toward the horizon, calling those who are ready to listen. In a monastery in northern France, an old monk copies the Pope's words into a leather-bound chronicle. His hand trembles slightly, not from age, but from emotion. He writes slowly, carefully, as if each letter carries a piece of the future. Outside, the wind moves through the garden, rustling the dry leaves of the rosebush. He does not know if this moment will be remembered. He only knows that something has changed, that the air feels different, that the prayers in the chapel that night were longer, deeper, more urgent. And as he closes the book, he whispers a single word, Jerusalem, not as a place, but as a promise. In a castle in Flanders, a young knight kneels before his lord, asking permission to take the cross. He is not the eldest son. He will inherit nothing. His life has been one of service, of training, of waiting. But now, for the first time, he feels purpose. His lord hesitates. He knows the dangers. He knows the cost. But he sees the fire in the young man's eyes, not of ambition, but of hope. And so he gives his blessing. The knight returns to his chamber, takes a piece of red cloth, and sews a cross onto his tunic with hands that do not shake. He does not sleep that night. He sits by the window, watching the stars, wondering if he will ever see them from a desert sky. In a village in Languedoc, a widow packs a small bundle of bread, cheese, and a woolen cloak. She has no sons, no husband. But she has a nephew who has taken the cross, and she has decided to go with him, not as a burden, but as a guide. She does not expect to return. She knows her body is weak, her feet no longer strong. But she dreams of touching the stone of the Holy Sepulchre, of praying where Christ rose, of dying in a land that feels like the end of a long journey. Her neighbors do not try to stop her. They only nod and bring her a flask of wine and say, "May God walk with you." In a cathedral in Reims, a bishop stands before his flock and repeats the Pope's words. His voice is steady, but his heart beats fast. He has spent his life preaching peace, and now he speaks of a journey that may lead to war. And yet, he believes, truly believes, that this is not about violence, but about healing, about restoring what was lost, about giving people a chance to be forgiven. And when he finishes, dozens step forward, their hands raised, their faces wet with tears. The cross is sewn. The vow is made. And the silence that follows is not empty. It is full of prayer. In a scriptorium in Cluny, monks work late into the night, copying letters, sermons, and papal decrees. The candlelight flickers on the stone walls, casting long shadows. One monk pauses, looks up, and says, "Do you think they will really go?" The other does not answer at first. Then, softly, "They already have." And it is true. The decision has been made, not by kings, not by armies, but by thousands of quiet hearts, each carrying its own reason for walking toward the unknown. In a marketplace in Toulouse, a merchant hears the news and laughs at first. "A holy war?" he says. "They'll never make it." But then he sees the faces of those who have taken the cross, not the proud, not the powerful, but the broken, the grieving, the ones who have nothing left to lose, and his laughter fades. He watches a young woman kiss her mother goodbye, a farmer sell his plow, a priest bless a wagon loaded with supplies. And he realizes, this is not a joke, this is real. And so, the next morning, he donates grain, cloth, and medicine to a departing group. He does not take the cross, but he helps them pass. In a small chapel in Burgundy, a child asks his mother, "What is Jerusalem?" She does not answer with maps or history. She kneels beside him, takes his hand, and says, "It is the place where God once walked." And now, some people are going to see if he's still there. The child thinks for a long time. Then he says, "I hope they find him." And somewhere, in the silence between stars, the world holds its breath. In a forest near Clermont, a hermit hears the news from a passing pilgrim. He lives alone, in a hut of wood and moss, praying day and night. He does not leave his retreat. But that night, he lights an extra candle and prays longer than usual. He does not pray for victory. He does not pray for glory. He prays for those who will walk, that they may not lose themselves on the road, that their hearts may remain pure, that they may find not just a city, but peace. In a royal court in Normandy, a duke listens to the news with folded arms. He is a man of power, of strategy. He calculates the risks, the distance, the cost. He does not weep. He does not kneel. But he sees the movement growing, and he knows he cannot stay outside it. And so, after days of silence, he announces his decision. He will go. Not because he must, but because he cannot let others carry the weight alone. His men cheer. His wife weeps. And in the quiet of his chamber that night, he writes a letter to his younger brother. I do not know what waits for us, but I know we must go. In a hospital run by monks in Lyon, a sick man hears the sermon and asks to take the cross. The brothers hesitate. He is weak. He may not survive the winter, but he insists. If I am to die, he says, let it be on the road to Jerusalem, not in a bed. They do not stop him. They bless him. They give him a small cross. And when he leaves, leaning on a staff, the entire monastery stands in the courtyard and sings. And so the whisper grows, not in palaces, not in armies, but in homes, in chapels, in fields, in the quiet conversations between mother and child, between knight and squire, between monk and pilgrim. It is not loud. It does not need to be. It only needs to be felt. And as the winter deepens, as the fires burn low, as the stars turn slowly above the earth, thousands begin to prepare. They mend their boots. They pack their cloaks. They say their goodbyes, not with fanfare, but with quiet dignity, because they are not just going to war. They are going on a pilgrimage, a journey of the soul. And though they do not know what waits for them beyond the horizon, they know this. They are answering a call, soft, deep, and impossible to ignore. Let the story continue now, as gently as a footstep on dry grass. Let your breath stay slow. Let your body sink a little deeper, and let yourself drift into the days that followed the call, not of kings, not of war, but of ordinary people making extraordinary choices. We have heard the whisper. We have felt the sermon in Claremont, the cry of Dies Vult, rising into the cold sky, the sewing of red crosses onto woolen cloaks. But now the dream must become motion. Now the decision must become action. And so, across Europe, in villages tucked between hills, in castles perched above rivers, in monasteries hidden in forests, people begin to do what only the human heart can do. They take the first step, not with fanfare, not with certainty, but with a quiet faith that the road itself might carry them towards something greater than they can name. In a small village in northern France, a farmer kneels in his field one last time, not to plant, but to say goodbye, his hands pressing into the cool, damp soil as if trying to memorize its texture, its smell, the way it clings to his fingers like a memory, unwilling to let go. He has lived here all his life. His father lived here, his grandfather too. The land has fed his family for generations, its furrows worn deep by the same wooden plow he used just yesterday. But now he sells it, not for gold, not for glory, but for a chance to walk, to move, to trade the weight of his sins for the weight of a pack on his back. The buyer is a neighbor, a younger man with strong arms and hungry eyes, someone who will tend the soil with new hope. The transaction is simple. A few coins, a handshake, a nod. No contract, no written word. Just trust, the kind that only grows in places where everyone knows everyone, where a man's word is worth more than parchment. And when it is done, the farmer returns to his house, a low stone structure with a thatched roof, its walls darkened by years of smoke from the hearth. He packs a small sack with bread, cheese, a waterskin, and a woolen cloak thick enough to keep out the mountain cold. He stands in the doorway, looking at the place where he was born, where he married, where his children took their first steps. His wife says nothing. She only wraps a strip of red cloth around his arm, ties it with a knot she learned from her mother, and whispers, "Come back to me." He does not promise. He only touches her face, then turns and walks, slowly at first, then faster, as if afraid that if he hesitates, he might never leave. Elsewhere, in a castle in the Rhineland, a knight fastens the last strap of his armor, not for battle, not for tournament, but for the road. The metal is heavy, unfamiliar in this context. He does not wear it to fight, but to protect, from bandits, from weather, from the unknown. His squire helps him, silent, his eyes wet, his hands trembling slightly as he adjusts the cuirass. The knight does not speak much either. He is not leaving because he wants to. He is leaving because he must. Because the weight of his sins, real or imagined, has grown too heavy to carry alone. Because he remembers the man he killed in a mortar skirmish, not in war, but in pride, and how the man's eyes stayed open long after his breath had gone. Because he believes, truly believes, that walking to Jerusalem will lighten it. He mounts his horse, a strong bay with a white star on its forehead, its breath steaming in the cold morning air. He looks back at the keep, at the banners fluttering in the wind, at the wife standing in the courtyard with their child in her arms. He does not wave. He only nods. And then he rides, slowly, down the winding path until the trees close behind him, and the sound of hooves fades into the distance, leaving only silence. In a monastery in Tuscany, a group of monks prepare to leave their cloister, not for a mission, not for conversion, but as pilgrims. They do not carry weapons. They carry books, relics, medical supplies. One of them, an elderly herbalist with hands stained yellow from turmeric and saffron, packs dried herbs in small cloth bags, knowing that on the long road, someone will fall ill, someone will need care. He wraps each bundle with care, whispering the name of the ailment it might heal: fever, cough, wound. They walk in silence, their habits brushing against the stone path, their sandals worn but steady. They do not speak of victory. They speak of service, of prayer, of the hope that their presence might bring comfort to those who suffer on the journey. And when they pass through the village at the foot of the hill, the people come out to bless them, to offer bread, to touch their hands as if seeking a blessing. A child runs forward and places a wild flower in the palm of the oldest monk, who smiles for the first time in years. The monks do not stop. They only bow their heads and continue, like shadows moving through the morning light, carrying not a sword, but a quiet hope. In a port town on the Adriatic, a merchant family loads a small ship with barrels of salted meat, sacks of grain, casks of wine, and bales of cloth. They are not crusaders. They will not take the cross, but they will sail with those who have. Because someone must carry the supplies. Someone must navigate the storms. Someone must keep the dream alive, not with faith, but with rope, sail, and knowledge of the stars. The captain, a man with salt in his beard and scars on his hands from years of hauling nets, checks the rigging one last time. He has made this journey before, to Constantinople, to Antioch, to Alexandria, but never with so many souls bound for one purpose. He watches as families say their goodbyes on the dock, as children cry, as old men lean on staffs and stare at the horizon. A woman kneels and kisses the wooden planks as if they were sacred. He does not know if they will survive. He only knows they are coming, and so, when the wind shifts, he gives the order. The sails rise, the oars dip into the water, and the ship begins to move, carrying not just food and cloth, but hope, like a candle lit in a window, small but steady. In a village in Flanders, a woman walks behind her husband, not as a follower, but as a partner. She has taken the cross, too, not because she is driven by visions, but because she cannot imagine life without him. And so, She packs a small bag with needles, thread, a knife, and a flask of oil for lamps. She wears a man's tunic, not to deceive, but to survive. She knows the road will be dangerous. She knows what can happen to women traveling alone. But she also knows her strength. She has worked the land, raised children, buried 2 infants. She is not fragile. And when they leave at dawn, she walks beside him, not behind, her eyes fixed on the path ahead, her breath steady, her heart quiet. When they stop to rest, she mends his cloak, her fingers moving with the rhythm of years. He does not thank her. He only watches her, and in that look there is more love than any prayer could hold. In a cathedral in Cologne, a priest blesses a group of young men, not knights, not nobles, but apprentices, shepherds, the sons of bakers and cobblers. They kneel in the nave, their hands clasped, their faces pale with anticipation. The priest anoints each one with oil, speaks words of protection, and gives them a small cross, carved from olive wood, brought years ago by a returning pilgrim. One of the boys, no older than 16, trembles as he rises. He has never been more than 10 miles from home. He does not know how to fight. He only knows he feels called. And when the group leaves the cathedral, they walk not in silence, but in song, a simple hymn, passed down through generations, their voices soft at first, then growing stronger as they pass through the city gates. A blind man on the side of the road lifts his face to the sound, and for a moment he smiles, as if hearing something holy. In a forest near the Alps, a group of travelers gathers at a crossroads. They do not know each other. Some are from France, others from Germany, one from Italy, speaking a dialect few understand. But they are bound by the same mark, the red cross on their shoulders. They share bread, pass a wineskin, point to a distant mountain past they must cross. No one speaks of war. They speak of weather, of food, of the ache in their feet. And when night falls, they build a small fire, wrap themselves in cloaks, and sleep under the stars, listening to the wind in the trees, wondering if they are already being watched by the spirits of those who walked this path centuries before. A man lies awake, staring at the sky, thinking of his daughter's laugh, and wondering if he will ever hear it again. In a hospital run by Augustinian brothers in Lyon, the sick man who took the cross months ago finally stands at the edge of the city. His body is weak, his breath shallow, but his eyes are clear. The brothers have built a small cart for him, pulled by a donkey, so he can travel without walking. He does not see himself as a burden. He sees himself as a prayer in motion. And when the cart begins to move, he raises a hand in blessing, not for himself, but for those who helped him. The brothers stand in silence, watching until he disappears around a bend in the road. They do not know if he will live to see Jerusalem. They only know he is going. And that is enough. In a scriptorium in Cluny, a monk finishes copying a letter from a knight who has already reached Constantinople. The words are simple. We are alive. The journey is long. The people are kind where they can be. We pray every night. The monk reads it aloud to the others. No one cheers. No one weeps. But the silence that follows is thick with emotion. Then, one by one, they return to their desks, dip their quills, and continue writing, not just history, but witness. They know their words may never be read, but they write anyway, because to record a journey is to honor it. In a marketplace in Toulouse, a merchant who once laughed at the idea of a holy war now stands beside a wagon, handing out bread to a group of pilgrims. He does not take the cross. He does not speak of salvation, but he says, "May the road be kind to you," and it is enough. A woman takes the bread, nods, and places a small stone in his hand, one she picked up from her garden. "For luck," she says. He keeps it. And every night, before he sleeps, he holds it, as if it carries the weight of all who have passed. In a chapel in Burgundy, The child who asked about Jerusalem now watches his older brother leave. He does not cry. He stands beside his mother, holding her hand, watching the figure grow smaller on the road. That night, he prays not for his brother's victory, but for his dreams to be peaceful. And in the silence of his room, he whispers, "I hope he finds what he's looking for." In a royal court in Normandy, the duke who decided to go now rides at the head of a small column of knights and servants. He does not wear a crown. He does not carry a banner. He wears the same red cross as the peasants beside him. His men are quiet. They do not know what waits beyond the mountains, but they trust him. And he, for the first time in years, feels not power, but responsibility for their lives, their souls, their return. When they stop to rest, he sits by the fire, stares into the flames, and thinks not of conquest, but of home. In a forest in Germany, a hermit hears the footsteps of travelers passing near his hut. He does not go out. He listens. He hears their songs, their quiet laughter, the creak of wagons, the lowing of oxen. And for the first time in years, he feels not solitude, but connection. That night, he lights an extra candle and prays longer than usual, not for the success of a war, but for the safety of the journey, for the purity of their hearts, for the world not to break them. In a village in Aquitaine, an old woman sits by her window, watching the road. Her son left weeks ago. She does not know if he will return. She only knows he believed. And every morning, she places a candle on the sill and lights it at dawn, not because she thinks he can see it, but because it makes her feel close to him. The flame flickers in the wind, small but steady, like hope. In a port in southern Italy, a young couple boards a ship, not as pilgrims, but as newlyweds. They married the day before. Instead of a feast, they packed their bags. They do not know if they will survive, but they know they want to face it together. She leans her head on his shoulder as the ship pulls away. He holds her hand. They do not speak. They only watch the shore disappear, like a dream fading at dawn. In a monastery in Spain, a group of Cluniac monks begin their journey on foot, carrying a small reliquary said to contain a fragment of the true cross. They do not walk fast. They walk with purpose. Every step is a prayer. Every mile is a penance. And when they pass through villages, the people come out not to cheer, but to kneel, not to the monks, but to the relic, as if the sacred itself were moving through their world. In a field in Languedoc, the widow who decided to follow her nephew now walks beside him, her steps slow but steady. Her body aches. Her feet are blistered, but she does not complain. When they stop to rest, she tells them stories of her childhood, of her husband, of the dreams she once had. He listens. And in those moments, the journey feels not like a pilgrimage, but like a return to connection, to memory, to love. And so, the movement grows, not in armies, not in declarations, but in footsteps, in quiet decisions, in hands that let go of plows, of children, of comfort, to reach for something unseen. They do not know what waits for them. They do not know if they will survive, but they have taken the first step. And in that step, small, fragile, human, the world has already begun to change. Let the story continue now, as gently as wind moving through a field of barley. Let your breath stay slow. Let your thoughts soften, and let yourself drift into the months that followed the first steps, when what had begun as a whisper in a single village, a quiet decision in a stone house, a tear shed on a dusty road, began to grow into something larger than any one person could carry. We have walked with the farmer who sold his land, the knight who rode away at dawn, the widow who followed her nephew into the unknown. But now, their steps are no longer alone. Now, the world itself begins to turn, not with force, not with violence, but with the quiet weight of thousands of lives aligning toward a single distant point. And so, across Europe, in cities and ports, in forests, and along ancient roads. The movement grows, not as an army, but as a current, pulling more and more into its path, like leaves drawn to the center of a slow river. In the city of Rouen, the market square, once filled with the chatter of merchants and the clatter of carts, begins to change in ways so subtle that at first no one can name them. The rhythm of the day shifts, not suddenly, but over weeks, like a melody adjusting its tempo. Stalls that once sold wool and grain now offer leather boots, woolen cloaks, iron pots, and dried meat wrapped in cloth. A blacksmith works late into the night, his hammer striking the anvil long after sunset, shaping not plows, but cooking pans for travelers, small knives, buckles for belts. The air carries the smell of hot metal, of burning coal, of damp wool drying by the fire. Pilgrims pass through, their red crosses bright against their tunics, asking for directions, for food, for a place to rest. The townspeople watch them with a mix of awe and unease. Some bless them. Others whisper that this cannot end well, that no good comes from walking so far for a dream. But no one stops them. And slowly, the city begins to prepare, not for war, but for departure, as if the entire place has become a threshold between two worlds, a place where people pass through, but no longer stay. In the port of Bari, on the heel of Italy, the docks come alive with a new rhythm, not of commerce, but of pilgrimage. Ships that once carried grain and oil to Constantinople now sit low in the water, their holds packed with barrels of salted meat, sacks of flour, casks of wine, and bales of cloth. Sailors move with purpose, checking rigging, mending sails, whispering among themselves about the number of souls they've been asked to carry. Some captains refuse. The journey is too long, the risks too great, the sea too unpredictable. But others agree, not for gold, not for glory, but because they feel the weight of what is happening, like a shift in the air before a storm. A young sailor helps load a chest marked with a red cross and asks his father, "Do you think they'll make it?" The old man, his face weathered by years at sea, pauses, looks out at the horizon, where the sun is sinking into the water like a burning ember, and says, "They're already on their way." That's what matters. And in that moment, the port is no longer just a place of trade. It is a beginning. In a scriptorium in Tours, a monk copies a letter from a bishop in Toulouse, describing how an entire parish has taken the cross, not just the men, but the women, the elderly, even children old enough to walk. The words are simple, but they carry a quiet awe, as if the bishop himself cannot believe what he is writing. The monk reads them aloud to his brothers, his voice trembling slightly, not from fear, but from the sense that history is no longer something read in books, but something breathing in the room. One of them asks, "Is this what the world feels like when it changes?" No one answers. They only return to their desks, dip their quills, and continue writing, not just sermons, not just prayers, but records of a movement they can feel in their bones, like the low hum before a storm, like the first tremor of an earthquake no one can yet see. In a village in the Rhine Valley, a carpenter builds small carts for the elderly and the sick, simple wooden frames with wheels, pulled by donkeys or oxen. He does not charge much. He works long hours, his hands cracked from the wood, his back aching from the weight, but he does not complain. When asked why, he says only, "My brother is going. If he can walk, I can build." And so, one by one, the carts are finished, blessed, and loaded with supplies, blankets, food, medicine, small icons of saints. They are not war machines. They are acts of love, rolling slowly toward the unknown, carrying not weapons, but hope, not conquest, but the quiet dignity of those who can no longer walk alone. In the great cathedral of Reims, the bishop who once stood in awe of the Pope's words now preaches them every Sunday, his voice growing softer with each sermon, not weaker, but deeper, as if the meaning has settled into his bones. The nave is full. People kneel in the aisles, their hands clasped, their faces lit by candlelight. He does not speak of conquest. He speaks of penance, of forgiveness, of the chance to walk a road that might lead not just to Jerusalem, but to peace. After the sermon, dozens step forward, their hands raised, their voices soft. The cross is sown, the vow is made, and the silence that follows is not empty. It is full of prayer, of hope, of the quiet understanding that this is no longer just a journey. It is a pilgrimage of the soul, a chance to carry one's sins not in silence, but in motion. In a castle in Champagne, a noblewoman gathers her servants and announces that she will not go, but that her household will support those who do. She orders the granaries opened, the wine cellars stocked, the kitchens to prepare bread and cheese for travelers. She does not wear a cross. She does not seek glory, but she sees the movement growing, and she knows her place is not on the road, but in the act of giving. When a group of pilgrims passes by weeks later, they find food, shelter, and a fire that burns all night. No one knows her name, but they remember the warmth, the way the bread was still warm when they took it, the way the woman stood in the doorway, not blessing them, but watching them go, as if holding them in her heart. In a forest near the Alps, a group of travelers gathers at a crossroads. Not the same group we saw before, but another, larger one. They come from different regions, speak different dialects, but they are bound by the same mark, the red cross on their shoulders. They share bread, pass a wineskin, point to a distant mountain past they must cross. No one speaks of war. They speak of weather, of food, of the ache in their feet. And when night falls, they build a small fire, wrap themselves in cloaks, and sleep under the stars, listening to the wind in the trees, wondering if they are already being watched by the spirits of those who walked this path centuries before. A man lies awake, staring at the sky, thinking of his daughter's laugh, and wondering if he will ever hear it again. Another prays not for victory, but for the strength to keep going. And in that quiet, the world feels both vast and close, as if the stars themselves are leaning in to listen. In a hospital run by Benedictine brothers in Lyon, the sick man who left on a donkey-drawn cart is now far ahead, his cart moving slowly but steadily. The brothers receive a message, not a letter, but a small stone placed in the hand of a passing pilgrim with a note. He is still with us. They do not cheer. They do not weep. They light a candle in the chapel and pray, not for victory, but for peace, for dignity, for the strength to keep walking. And as the flame flickers in the dark, they remember his voice, his quiet determination, the way he said, "If I must die, let it be on the road." And now he is on it, and that is enough. In a marketplace in Toulouse, the merchant who once laughed at the idea of a holy war now stands beside a wagon, handing out bread to a group of pilgrims. He does not take the cross. He does not speak of salvation, but he says, "May the road be kind to you," and it is enough. A woman takes the bread, nods, and places a small stone in his hand, one she picked up from her garden. "For luck," she says. He keeps it. And every night, before he sleeps, he holds it, as if it carries the weight of all who have passed, as if it is a small piece of the journey he will never take, but will always honor. In a royal court in Normandy, the duke who decided to go now rides at the head of a small column of knights and servants. He does not wear a crown. He does not carry a banner. He wears the same red cross as the peasants beside him. His men are quiet. They do not know what waits beyond the mountains, but they trust him. And he, for the first time in years, feels not power, but responsibility, for their lives, their souls, their return. When they stop to rest, he sits by the fire, stares into the flames, and thinks not of conquest, but of whom? Of his wife's hands, of his son's voice. And in that silence, he wonders if this journey is not about taking a city, but about returning to himself. In a monastery in Spain, a group of Cluniac monks begin their journey on foot, carrying a small reliquary said to contain a fragment of the true cross. They do not walk fast. They walk with purpose. Every step is a prayer. Every mile is a penance. And when they pass through villages, the people come out not to cheer, but to kneel, not to the monks, but to the relic, as if the sacred itself were moving through their world, like a breath that stirs the dust and makes it holy. In a field in Languedoc, the widow who decided to follow her nephew now walks beside him, her steps slow but steady. Her body aches, her feet are blistered, but she does not complain. When they stop to rest, she tells him stories of her childhood, of her husband, of the dreams she once had. He listens, and in those moments, the journey feels not like a pilgrimage, but like a return to connection, to memory, to love. And when night falls, she sits by the fire, watches the stars, and whispers a prayer not for Jerusalem, but for the strength to stay by his side. In a port in southern Italy, a young couple boards a ship, not as pilgrims, but as newlyweds. They married the day before. Instead of a feast, they packed their bags. They do not know if they will survive, but they know they want to face it together. She leans her head on his shoulder as the ship pulls away. He holds her hand. They do not speak. They only watch the shore disappear, like a dream fading at dawn. And as the waves carry them forward, they do not think of danger, but of the life they are building, step by step, mile by mile, breath by breath. In a village in Aquitaine, an old woman sits by her window, watching the road. Her son left weeks ago. She does not know if he will return. She only knows he believed. And every morning, she places a candle on the sill and lights it at dawn, not because she thinks he can see it, but because it makes her feel close to him. The flame flickers in the wind, small but steady, like hope. And as the days pass, the candle becomes a ritual, a thread between her heart and his, a light that says, I am still here. I am still waiting. In a forest in Germany, a hermit hears the footsteps of travelers passing near his hut. He does not go out. He listens. He hears their songs, their quiet laughter, the creak of wagons, the lowing of oxen. And for the first time in years, he feels not solitude, but connection. That night, he lights an extra candle and prays longer than usual, not for the success of a war, but for the safety of the journey, for the purity of their hearts, for the world not to break them. And as the wind moves through the trees, he wonders if this is what peace feels like, not the absence of noise, but the presence of purpose. In a cathedral in Cologne, a priest blesses a group of young men, not knights, not nobles, but apprentices, shepherds, the sons of bakers and cobblers. They kneel in the nave, their hands clasped, their faces pale with anticipation. The priest anoints each one with oil, speaks words of protection, and gives them a small cross carved from olive wood, brought years ago by a returning pilgrim. One of the boys, no older than 16, trembles as he rises. He has never been more than 10 miles from home. He does not know how to fight. He only knows he feels called. And when the group leaves the cathedral, they walk not in silence, but in song, a simple hymn passed down through generations, their voices soft at first, then growing stronger as they pass through the city gates. A blind man on the side of the road lifts his face to the sound, and for a moment he smiles, as if hearing something holy. In a monastery in Tuscany, a group of monks prepare to leave their cloister, not for a mission, not for conversion, but as pilgrims. They do not carry weapons. They carry books, relics, medical supplies. One of them, an elderly herbalist, packs dried herbs in small cloth bags, knowing that on the long road, someone will fall ill, someone will need care. They walk in silence, their habits brushing against the stone path, their sandals worn but steady. They do not speak of victory. They speak of service, of prayer, of the hope that their presence might bring comfort to those who suffer on the journey. And when they pass through the village, at the foot of the hill, the people come out to bless them, to offer bread, to touch their hands as if seeking a blessing. The monks do not stop. They only bow their heads and continue, like shadows moving through the morning light. And so the movement grows, not in armies, not in declarations, but in footsteps, in quiet decisions, in hands that let go of plows, of children, of comfort, to reach for something unseen. They do not know what waits for them. They do not know if they will survive, but they have taken the first step, and in that step, small, fragile, human, the world has already begun to change. Let the story continue now, as gently as breath on glass. Let your thoughts soften. Let your body sink a little deeper, and let yourself drift into the quiet moments that no chronicle will ever record. Not the clash of swords, not the raising of banners, but the stillness between steps, the weight of a doubt carried in silence, the way a man might stare into a fire and wonder if he has made a terrible mistake. We have walked with the farmers, the knights, the widows, the monks. We have seen the world begin to move. But now the journey deepens. Now the road stretches longer than anyone imagined. And in that length, in that silence, in that growing distance from home, something begins to stir, not rebellion, not fear, but questions, soft, deep, unspoken questions. And in those questions, there is not weakness, but a different kind of courage, the courage to keep walking, even when the heart is unsure. In a field near the Rain River, a knight sits apart from the others, his armor laid beside him like a discarded skin, the metal cool and lifeless in the moonlight, its edges catching the faint glow of the campfire in the distance. He does not look at it. He stares into the dark, not seeing the trees, not hearing the crickets, but feeling the absence of his wife's voice, the way she looked the morning he left, not weeping, not angry, but quiet, as if she already knew he would not return the same man. He believed then that this journey would purify him, that the weight of his sins, the pride, the violence, the way he once struck a servant for spilling wine, would be washed away by the dust of the holy road. But now, weeks into the march, the weight of his armor feels heavier, not because of the metal, but because of what it represents, not protection, but separation. He wonders if he left not to save his soul, but to escape his life, to trade one burden for another. And yet he does not turn back. He only sits, watches the fire, and says nothing. The others do not ask. They understand. Some carry the same silence, not in armor, but in the way they avoid their own reflections in the river. In a small group traveling through the Alps, a woman walks with her young son, both wrapped in woolen cloaks that smell of smoke and damp earth, their breath rising in pale clouds that dissolve into the cold air. She does not wear a cross. She did not take the vow, but she came anyway, not for Jerusalem, not for forgiveness, but for him. He is ill, not gravely, but enough that the cold worries her, enough that his steps grow slower each day, enough that she sometimes wakes in the night to check if he is still breathing. At dawn, she warms broth over a small fire, blows on it gently, and feeds him spoon by spoon, like she did when he was a baby. One evening, an older pilgrim asks why she is here, if she believes in the remission of sins, if she hopes to see the Holy Sepulchre. She looks at her son, then at the stars, and says, because someone has to carry his hope for him. The man does not reply. He only nods, and from that night on he walks beside them, sharing his food, his fire, his silence, not as a burden, but as a promise. In a forest near the Danube, a priest walks among the sick, carrying a small flask of oil and a cloth soaked in herbs, his hands cracked from the cold, his voice soft as he murmurs prayers in Latin, though he knows most do not understand. He does not preach. He does not scold. He anoints foreheads, speaks soft words, listens to confessions whispered into the dark. One man, trembling, admits he took the cross not out of faith, but out of shame. He had stolen from his brother, from his own blood, and could not face him. The priest does not judge. He only blesses him and says, "Then let this road be your truth, not your escape." The man weeps, not from guilt, but from relief, as if a stone he has carried for years has finally been lifted. And when he rises, he walks a little straighter, as if the weight on his back is shifted, not because the road has changed, but because he has. In a village in Hungary, a group of pilgrims is turned away from a church. The local priest says the bishop has forbidden them shelter, not out of hatred, not out of fear of God's wrath, but fear of men, fear that their presence will bring war, that they do not understand what lies ahead, that they are not pilgrims, but a storm in human form. The pilgrims do not argue. They sit in the rain, huddled under cloaks, sharing a single loaf of bread, their bodies pressed together for warmth. A child begins to cry. An old woman takes her into her lap, hums a lullaby, and says, "We are not enemies, we are just lost." And in that moment, no one knows who is right, who is wrong, only that both are afraid. Both are trying to protect what they love, and both are standing on the edge of a world that is changing too fast to understand. In a monastery in the Balkans, a monk who once supported the call now kneels alone in the chapel, his hands pressed against the cold stone floor, his forehead touching the same spot where he once prayed with joy. He reads the letters from those already on the road, not of triumph, not of divine visions, but of hunger, of sickness, of men fighting over food, of a woman who gave birth in the mud and died before dawn. He wonders if he helped send them to salvation or to suffering. He does not stop believing in the dream, but he begins to question the cost. And so he prays not for victory, not for glory, but for clarity, for the strength to know when a holy cause becomes a human burden, when faith turns into obsession, when a journey meant to heal begins to break the very souls it promised to save. In a camp near the Black Sea, a knight removes his sword and places it in the dirt, not to surrender, not to renounce, but to rest. He has not drawn it in anger, not yet. But he feels its weight, not in his hand, but in his soul. He remembers the stories of knights who fought for God, who died with prayers on their lips, their armor gleaming in the sun. But he also remembers the farmer who sold his land, the woman who followed her nephew, the child who believed they were going to see where God once walked. And he wonders if this journey should be about swords at all. That night, he dreams of laying it down forever, of becoming a pilgrim without a blade, of walking until his body gives out and his soul is free. When he wakes, he does not pick it up. Not yet. He leaves it there, in the dirt, as if offering it to the earth, to time, to whatever comes next. In a port town in Thrace, a merchant who has supplied pilgrims for months now refuses a group passage, not because he lacks ships, not because he fears the sea, but because he has seen too many, the weak, the sick, the ones who do not understand the distance, who think Jerusalem is just beyond the next hill. He says, "I will not carry ghosts." A woman steps forward, her face pale, her voice steady. She does not plead. She does not cry. She says only, "Then let us walk." He looks at her, at the others, at the way they stand together despite their fear, and sees not madness, not delusion, but determination. And so he relents. He does not believe in their cause, but he respects their courage. And as the ship pulls away, he stands on the dock, watching them go, not with hope, but with a quiet awe. In a quiet moment near Constantinople, a young squire sits by a stream, sharpening a knife, the stone moving slowly, rhythmically, like a heartbeat. He does not want to be here. He was sent by his Lord, not out of faith, but duty. He thinks of home, of the girl who waited for him, of the field he used to plow, of the way the sun rose over the hills in spring. He does not believe in the Holy Land. He does not believe in remission of sins. But he believes in the man who walks beside him, who shares his bread, who has not once spoken of glory, who carries a cross not because he wants to fight, but because he wants to be forgiven. And so he keeps walking, not for God, not for salvation, but for the quiet bond that forms between those who suffer the same road, who share the same silence, who carry the same invisible weight. In a tent under a starless sky, a woman writes a letter she knows will never be sent. Her husband is gone. Her children are with her sister. She took the cross not for salvation, not for penance, but because she had nothing left to lose. She writes of the cold, of the dust, of the way the others look at her, not with kindness, not with cruelty, but with distance, as if she does not belong. And then she writes, I do not know if I am healing, but I am moving, and for now, that is enough. She folds the paper, places it in her bag, and closes her eyes. She does not sleep, but she does not cry either. She only listens to the wind, and breathes, and keeps going. In a village in Anatolia, a pilgrim meets a Muslim merchant who speaks Latin, not fluently, but enough to share stories, to trade goods, to sit together in the shade. They do not convert each other. They do not argue. They speak of the weather, of the road, of their families. The pilgrim speaks of Jerusalem. The merchant speaks of peace. And when the pilgrim leaves, the merchant gives him a small loaf of bread, wrapped in cloth. No words are exchanged, but the gesture carries more than language. It is a quiet recognition of shared humanity, of two men walking different roads, yet both seeking something they cannot name. In a mountain pass, a group argues over the path. Some want to go east. Others say the south is safer. No one knows for sure. A young boy, no older than 10, points to a trail worn into the rock. That one, he says, I saw it in a dream. The adults hesitate, but one man nods. If we're walking on faith, why not trust a dream? And so they follow him, not because they believe in the dream, but because they have nothing else to follow. And sometimes faith is not a grand declaration, but a quiet decision to trust a child's hand, pointing toward the unknown. In a field near Nicaea, a knight finds a dead donkey, its cart overturned, supplies scattered, the red cloth of a cross tangled in the wheels. He recognizes the mark. It bears the symbol of a group that left weeks before, from a village in Languedoc. He does not know if they survived, but he gathers what he can: a waterskin, a sack of grain, a small wooden cross, places it in his own pack, and whispers a prayer, not for the animal, for the people who depended on it. And in that moment he understands, this is not a war. It is a pilgrimage, and pilgrims do not conquer. They endure. They carry what they can. They remember. In a hospital run by Greek monks, a woman gives birth in the middle of the night, her body broken by the journey, her voice weak from pain. The monks care for her, not because she is one of them, not because she wears a cross, but because she is human. When the baby cries for the first time, the entire room falls silent. And then, one by one, they begin to pray, not in Latin, not in Greek, but in silence, as if the child itself were a miracle, a new beginning in the middle of a world that only knows endings. In a forest near the Sea of Marmara, a man walks alone, separated from his group. He does not panic. He does not call out. He walks slowly, listening to the wind, trusting that the road will lead somewhere. He thinks of his mother, of the way she used to say, even if you're lost, you're still moving forward. When he finally sees smoke in the distance, he does not run. He breathes deeply and keeps walking. He is not lost. He is simply finding his way. In a camp under a full moon, a priest sings a hymn, not loud, but clear, his voice rising like smoke into the night. One by one, others join, not in Latin, not in unison, but in their own languages, their voices blending like water over stone. A knight removes his helmet. A woman stops mending her cloak. Even the horses seem to quiet. And for a moment, there is no crusade, no war, no east or west. Only song, rising into the night like a prayer with no words, like a single breath shared by 1,000 souls. In a village in Phrygia, a child asks a pilgrim, "Are you here to fight?" The man kneels, looks into the boy's eyes, and says, "No, I am here to remember." The child does not understand, but he nods anyway. And when the pilgrim leaves, the boy watches him go, not with fear, not with awe, but with a quiet recognition, as if he has seen something holy in the act of walking. In a quiet moment by a river, a woman washes her face in the cold water. She sees her reflection, tired, older, changed. Lines she did not have before. Eyes that have seen too much. She does not look like the woman who left her village months ago. And yet, she feels more like herself than she has in years. She does not know if she will reach Jerusalem, but she knows she is no longer afraid. And that, in itself, is a kind of victory. And so, the journey continues, not without doubt, not without pain, but with a quiet courage that grows not from certainty, but from the simple act of putting one foot in front of the other. They do not know what waits for them. They do not know if they will survive, but they keep walking. And in that walking, in that endurance, in that silence, there is a different kind of strength, not loud, not celebrated, but real. The courage of those who move not because they are sure, but because they cannot stop. Because to stop would be to lose not just the dream, but themselves. Let the story continue now, as gently as a breath held in the dark. Let your thoughts soften, let your body sink a little deeper, and let yourself drift into a single night, not the night of a battle, not the night of a sermon, but an ordinary night like any other, where nothing happens and yet everything changes. We have walked with the pilgrims through doubt, through silence, through the quiet courage of putting one foot in front of the other. But now, after weeks of walking, after the body has grown used to pain and the heart to uncertainty, something shifts, not with a cry, not with a vision, but with a moment so small it might be missed if you are not listening closely. This is not a turning point marked by fire or blood. It is one marked by stillness, by a breath held too long, by a decision made not in light, but in shadow. And in that quiet, the journey is no longer what it once was. In a camp near the edge of Anatolia, where the land begins to dry and the wind carries the scent of dust and distant heat, a knight sits apart from the others, his back against a low stone wall, his eyes fixed on the stars. He does not speak. He does not move. He has not drawn his sword since leaving France, and yet he feels the weight of it more than ever, not in his hand, but in his soul, like a secret he has carried too long. That night, he does not pray. He does not confess. He only watches the sky, and for the first time, he allows himself to wonder, what if Jerusalem is not the answer? Not aloud, not even in words. But the thought settles in his chest like a stone, cold and undeniable. He remembers the sermon in Clermont, a cry of Deus Vult. The way he believed, truly believed, that this journey would wash away his sins, that God would meet him at the gates. But now, after months of walking, after seeing the weak left behind, after hearing the whispers of men who regret their vows, he begins to suspect that the road was never about forgiveness, but about facing himself. And in that moment, he does not turn back. He does not renounce the cross, but he lets go of the dream of victory. And from that night on, he walks not to conquer, but to endure, not as a knight, but as a man. Elsewhere, in a small group resting near a dry riverbed, a woman kneels beside her sick son, pressing a damp cloth to his forehead. The fever has not broken. His breath is shallow, his skin hot to the touch. She does not weep. She does not call for a priest. She only sings, a lullaby her mother once sang, in a language no one there understands, a melody passed down through generations of women who soothed children in the dark. Her voice is soft, steady, almost inaudible, rising into the night like smoke from a dying fire. And as she sings, the boy stirs. His eyes open, not with clarity, but with recognition, not of her face, but of her voice, of a sound that has always meant safety. He does not speak, but he looks at her, and in that look there is a return, not from illness, but from absence. And in that moment, she knows, this journey is not about reaching a city. It is about staying with him, no matter how far the road goes, no matter how long the night lasts. And when dawn comes, she lifts him gently, places him in the cart, and keeps walking, not toward Jerusalem, but toward the next breath, the next step, the next song. In a monastery near Nicaea, a monk who has been copying letters from the pilgrims receives one that stops him cold. It is not from a knight, not from a noble, but from a young man who once served in his kitchen, a boy who left without saying goodbye. The words are simple, written in shaky script. I thought I was walking to be forgiven, but I think I was walking to remember who I was before I forgot. The monk reads it again, and again. He does not show it to anyone. He places it on the altar, beneath a candle, and prays, not for the success of the crusade, not for the safety of the men, but for the clarity of their hearts. And in that silence, he understands. This movement is not about land. It is about memory. Not about reclaiming a city, but about reclaiming a self. And as the candle burns low, he wonders if the true pilgrimage is not eastward, but inward. In a quiet moment by a well, in a village in Phrygia, a knight and a Muslim traveler sit side by side, sharing water from the same cup. They do not speak the same language, but they gesture, smile, point to the sky, to the road, to their feet. The knight shows the red cross on his shoulder. The traveler touches it, then points to his own chest, to his heart. No words are exchanged, but in that gesture, something passes between them, not agreement, not conversion, but recognition. A man sees another man, not as enemy, not as infidel, but as a traveler, weary, searching. And when they part, the knight does not feel like a soldier. He feels like a man who has met another man and found no enemy. And that night, for the first time, he sleeps without dreaming of battle. In a tent under a moonless sky, a woman who has not spoken in days finally opens her mouth. She does not sing. She does not pray. She whispers the name of her husband, the one she thought she had forgotten, a name she has not said aloud in years, not since the night he left for war and never returned. And in that whisper, she does not feel guilt. She feels presence, as if by saying his name, she has brought him back, not in body, but in spirit. She does not ask for forgiveness. She does not beg for peace. She only speaks his name again, softer this time, like a secret returned. And from that night on, she walks differently. Not faster, not louder, but with a quiet dignity, as if she is no longer fleeing her past, but carrying it with honor, like a lantern in the dark. In a forest near the Marmara Sea, a young squire sits by a fire, sharpening a knife he knows he will never use. He thinks of his lord, of the way he once admired his strength, his certainty, the way he gave orders without hesitation. But now he sees the cracks, the way his hands tremble at night, the way he stares into the fire as if searching for an answer, the way he sometimes calls out a name in his sleep, a name the squire does not know. And in that moment, the squire does not lose respect. He gains understanding, and he decides silently to stop waiting for orders, to start walking not as a servant, but as a companion. And when he rises the next morning, he walks at his lord's side, not behind, and for the first time, his Lord does not correct him. In a chapel in Constantinople, a priest blesses a group of pilgrims before they cross into Seljuk territory. He does not speak of victory. He does not promise divine protection. He only says, "Walk with care," not because the world is cruel, but because it is fragile. The words hang in the air, not heavy, but deep. No one asks for clarification. They only bow their heads. And as they leave, one by one, they do not cheer. They do not shout. They walk in silence, not because they are afraid, but because they have been seen, not as warriors, not as conquerors, but as fragile beings, carrying something sacred. And in that silence, the journey changes, not in direction, but in meaning. In a port town on the Asian coast, a merchant who has supplied pilgrims for months now stands on the dock, watching a ship depart. He does not wave. He does not call out. But he places a small loaf of bread on the edge of the pier, as if offering it to the sea. No one sees him, but he does it anyway. And in that gesture, he is no longer a man of trade. He is a man of witness. A man who has seen thousands pass through, not as customers, but as dreamers. And as the ship fades into the horizon, he stays, watching until the last trace of sail disappears, not with sorrow, but with a quiet awe. In a field near the edge of the Byzantine frontier, a knight removes his armor and leaves it in the grass, not in anger, not in surrender, but in peace. He does not burn it. He does not bury it. He simply walks away, in a simple tunic, the red cross still on his shoulder. The metal glints in the sun, abandoned, like a skin shed by a snake. He does not look back. And as he walks, he feels lighter, not because the metal is gone, but because the weight of what it represented has finally been released. The need to be strong, to be feared, to be a weapon. And for the first time, he walks not as a knight, but as a man who no longer needs to prove anything. In a village in Galatia, a child gives a pilgrim a flower, not because he knows who he is, not because he believes in his cause, but because he sees that he is tired. The man takes it, thanks him, and places it in his bag. He does not know why he keeps it. But weeks later, when he is sick, when he thinks he might die, he finds it, dried and fragile, and holds it like a relic. And in that moment, he remembers. This journey is not about what he will find. It is about what he has already been given. A flower, a gesture, a moment of kindness in a world that often forgets how to be gentle. In a cave used as shelter, an old woman sits with a young man who has been crying. He does not know why. He only knows he feels lost, as if the road has swallowed him. She does not ask. She does not preach. She takes his hand and says, "Sometimes the heart breaks not because something is wrong, but because it is opening." He does not understand at first, but he repeats the words in his mind, and slowly the tears stop. And when they leave the cave, he walks with his head up, not because he is strong, but because he has been seen, not as a failure, not as a burden, but as someone who is allowed to feel. In a monastery in the hills of Bithynia, a monk who once opposed a crusade now prays for those on the road. He does not change his mind about war, but he begins to understand pilgrimage. And so he sends a letter, not to a king, not to a pope, but to a simple knight he once knew, with only 2 words, "You are not alone." He does not know if it will reach him, but he sends it anyway. And as the messenger rides away, the monk stands at the gate, watching until he disappears, not with hope, with a quiet certainty that words, even 2, can carry more than armies. In a quiet moment by a river, a woman washes her cross in the water, not to clean it, but to feel its weight, its texture, its meaning. She does not know if she still believes in remission of sins, but she knows she believes in the road. And in that act, small, silent, she renews her vow, not to God, not to the church, but to herself. And when she rises, She walks again, not because she is certain, but because she has chosen to keep going. In a camp under the stars, a knight who has not spoken in days finally says, "I am afraid." No one laughs, no one judges. One by one, others whisper the same, "So am I." And in that circle of fear, there is no shame, only honesty. And in that honesty, a new kind of strength is born, not the strength of certainty, but of truth. And when they lie down to sleep, the silence is not heavy. It is light, like a blanket shared among friends. In a village in Lydia, a pilgrim meets a Muslim scholar who shows him a manuscript, not of war, not of conquest, but of astronomy, of poetry, of shared knowledge. They do not debate. They do not argue. They sit together, reading, pointing to words, laughing at misunderstandings. And when the pilgrim leaves, he carries not a weapon, but a book, a gift, not a trophy. And in that moment, he begins to wonder, what if the true Holy Land is not a place, but understanding? In a field near Iconium, a woman who has walked for months finally sits down and cries, not for Jerusalem, not for her sins, but for the life she left behind. For her daughter's laugh, for the smell of bread in her kitchen, for the way her husband used to hum while mending the roof. And in that cry, she does not feel weakness. She feels release. And when she rises, she walks again, not faster, but freer, not chasing a dream, but carrying a memory. In a monastery near the Taurus Mountains, a priest hears a confession from a knight who admits he took the cross to escape his guilt, not for a great sin, but for a small one. He once lied to his father and never made it right. The priest does not absolve him. He only says, "Then let this road be your truth." And the knight walks away, not lighter, but clearer. And for the first time, he feels not forgiven, but seen. And so, the journey continues, not because it has become easier, not because the doubts have vanished, but because, in the shadows, something has shifted, not all at once, not for everyone, but in small, quiet ways, a word, a gesture, a decision made in silence. And in those moments, the path is no longer just about reaching a city. It is about becoming someone who can walk it, not with certainty, but with courage, not with glory, but with grace. Let the story continue now, as gently as a hand placed over a beating heart. Let your breath stay slow, let your thoughts soften, and let yourself drift into the quiet that follows motion, not the silence of emptiness, but the stillness that comes after great effort, after long walking, after carrying too much for too long. We have walked with the pilgrims through doubt, through courage, through turning points made in shadow. But now, after months of movement, after the horizon has shifted and the dream has changed, something settles, not peace, not joy, but understanding. And in that understanding, there is loss, there is lesson. And strangely, there is light, not bright, not triumphant, but soft, like dawn after a night of rain. In a field near Nicaea, a knight kneels beside a small mound of stones, not a grave, not marked, but known. He does not speak. He does not weep. He only places a single red cloth, once sewn to a tunic, now torn and faded, on the pile. He does not know if it marks the resting place of a friend, or just a stranger who fell along the road, a man whose name he never learned, whose last words were lost to the wind. And yet he feels the weight of him, as if grief does not need a name to be real. The wind moves through the grass, bending the stalks like silent mourners. The sky is pale, the air cool. And as he sits there, the knight allows himself to feel the full depth of what has been lost. Not just lives, not just companions, but innocence, certainty, the belief that this journey would be simple, that faith would protect them all, that God would walk beside them every step. But now, after months of hunger, of sickness, of men dying in the dust with prayers on their lips, he sees it clearly. This was never a clean path. It was a road of shadows, of choices made in silence, of good men doing hard things. And in that moment, he does not curse God. He only whispers, "I did not know it would cost so much." And from that day on, he walks not to prove his devotion, but to honor those who no longer can, not with a sword, but with memory. Elsewhere, in a village in Phrygia, a woman sits by a fire, mending a cloak that is not hers. It belonged to her son, who died 3 weeks ago, not in battle, but from fever, in a tent too cold to hold warmth. He was 20 years old. He had never held a sword. He came not for conquest, but because he believed in forgiveness. She does not speak of him. She does not cry, but she mends the tear in the shoulder, stitch by careful stitch, her fingers moving slowly, deliberately, as if repairing what cannot be repaired. A young pilgrim watches her, then sits beside her, not to comfort, but to be near. And when she finishes, she does not wear the cloak. She folds it, places it in her bag, and says, "Some things are not meant to be let go." And in that act, she does not find healing. Not yet, but she finds purpose. And purpose, in the absence of peace, is enough. She will not reach Jerusalem, but she will carry him there in her heart, step by step, breath by breath, until the road ends. In a monastery near the Taurus Mountains, a monk receives a letter, not from a bishop, not from a king, but from a knight who once passed through, years before, a man who asked for a blessing before leaving. The words are few, written in a shaky hand. "I saw Jerusalem. I did not feel what I thought I would, but I am not sorry I came." The monk reads it aloud to no one. He does not hang it on the wall. He places it beneath the altar, beside other letters, other confessions, other quiet truths. And as he does, he realizes this is not a story of conquest. It is a story of seeking. And sometimes the seeking is the only answer there is. Not victory, not glory, not the reclaiming of sacred ground, but the act of moving forward, of carrying a dream through fire and dust, of arriving not changed, but revealed. And in that letter, he sees not failure, but honesty. A man who walked far, not to find God, but to find himself. In a camp near Iconium, a young squire sits alone, holding a small wooden cross he carved weeks ago, meant as a gift for his mother, but she is dead now. He learned it from a traveler who came from the north, a man who spoke her name without knowing its weight. He does not throw the cross away. He does not burn it. He holds it in his hands, feeling its rough edges, the way the wood splinters under his thumb. And then, slowly, he begins to carve again, not a cross this time, but a bird, wings half formed, as if trying to fly. He does not know why. He only knows that the cross feels like an ending, and he is not ready for that. The bird feels like a question, like motion, like something not yet complete. And as he carves, the wood dust falls into the dirt, and he thinks of her voice, of the way she used to sing when she thought no one was listening. And in that act, he does not forget her. He transforms his grief into motion, into creation, into something that might one day take flight. In a port town on the southern coast of Anatolia, a merchant who once supplied pilgrims now walks among the ruins of a burned village. He does not know who did it: bandits, soldiers, crusaders, locals. The fire is cold now, the homes reduced to ash and stone, the air still thick with the smell of charred wood and something worse. A single doll lies in the dirt, its face blackened, one arm missing. He picks it up, not to keep, but to bury. And as he digs with his hands, the soil dry and hard, he thinks of the families who once laughed here, who once believed in peace, who woke each morning to the sound of children and the smell of bread. And in that moment, he does not blame. He only mourns. And when he leaves, he carries no goods, only silence, a silence that will stay with him, not as a burden, but as a witness. In a chapel in Antioch, a priest blesses a group of pilgrims who have just arrived, their faces gaunt, their clothes torn, their eyes hollow with exhaustion. He does not ask how many they lost. He does not speak of glory. He only says, "You are here." That is enough. And as they kneel, one by one, he sees not warriors, not conquerors, but survivors. Men and women who walked through fire and did not turn back. And in that word, survivors, he finds a new kind of holiness, not in victory, not in divine favor, but in endurance, in the simple, quiet act of continuing. And when he places his hand on the shoulder of a young woman who cannot stand, he does not feel pity. He feels awe. In a forest near the Orontes River, a knight sits by a stream, washing blood from his hands, not his own, not from battle, but from helping a woman give birth in the mud, her screams lost in the wind, her body trembling with effort. He did not know what to do. He only knew he could not look away. He held her hand. He cut the cord with a clean knife. He wrapped the child in a cloth. And now, as he watches the blood swirl away in the water, he feels not pride, not strength, but a deep, quiet reverence. He remembers the sermon in Claremont, the promise of remission of sins, the dream of a holy war. But this act of holding a newborn, of hearing the first cry, of seeing the mother's exhausted smile, feels more sacred than anything he has done with a sword. And as he sits there, the sun breaking through the trees, he wonders if this is what redemption looks like, not in conquest, but in care, not in taking, but in giving. In a village in Cilicia, a Muslim elder shares bread with a group of pilgrims. They do not speak the same language, but they sit together, eat, point to the sky, to the mountains, to their feet. When they leave, he does not bless them. He only watches them go. And that night he prays, not for their conversion, not for their defeat, but for their safety, for the strength of their feet, for the peace of their hearts. And in that prayer, he becomes a bridge, not of words, not of doctrine, but of quiet humanity. He does not change his mind about their cause, but he sees them not as enemies, but as travelers, weary, searching, just like him. In a tent under a starless sky, a woman writes in the dirt with a stick, not a letter, not a prayer, but her husband's name. She does not speak it. She only traces the letters, then erases them with her hand, and then she writes it again and again, as if the act of remembering is enough, as if the name itself is a home. She does not know if he is alive. She does not know if he still loves her, but in that moment, she is not alone. She is with him in the only way she can be. And when the wind comes and blurs the letters, she does not cry. She only smiles, knowing that some things are not meant to be permanent, only felt. In a field near the edge of the desert, a knight removes his sword and places it in the sand, not to hide it, not to abandon it, but to leave it, a marker, a warning, a prayer. He does not speak. He does not look back. He walks away in his simple tunic, the red cross still on his shoulder. And as he walks, he feels not weakness, but clarity. He has not renounced the cross, but he has renounced violence. And in that choice, he finds a different kind of strength, not the strength of the arm, but of the heart. And for the first time, he feels not like a knight, but like a man who has finally stopped running. In a monastery in the hills of Syria, a monk copies a letter from a dying pilgrim. "I will not see Jerusalem, but I have seen kindness, and that has been enough." The monk reads it in silence. Then he closes the book. He does not share it. He does not preach from it. He only lights a candle and sits watching the flame, understanding that the true Holy Land may not be a city, but a moment, a single act of compassion in a world that often forgets how to be gentle. And in that flame, he sees not triumph, but truth. In a quiet moment by a well, a young man who once believed in glory now teaches a child how to purify water, how to boil it, how to store it. He does not speak of God, he speaks of survival. And in that act, he becomes not a soldier, but a teacher. And the child listens, not with awe, but with trust. And in that trust, something new is born, not a kingdom, but a connection. In a camp under the stars, a woman sings a lullaby, not to a child, but to the group. No one stops her, no one laughs. They close their eyes, and for a moment, the road disappears. And in that song, there is not victory, but rest. And rest, after so much walking, is a kind of grace. And when the last note fades into the night, no one speaks. They only breathe, together, as if sharing a single soul. In a village in Galilee, a pilgrim kneels at the edge of a lake, not to pray, but to remember. He does not know if this is the same water Christ walked upon, but he knows it is beautiful. The light dances on the surface. The air is still. And in that beauty, he finds something close to peace, not the peace of arrival, but of presence. And for the first time in months, he feels not the weight of the journey, but the likeness of being here, now. In a cave used as shelter, an old woman tells stories, not of battles, not of saints, but of her childhood, of her garden, of the way the sun used to rise over the hills. The others listen, not because they need to know, but because they need to hear a voice that remembers peace. And in that voice, they find not escape, but relief. And in that relief, they remember who they were before the road changed them. In a field near the Jordan River, a knight washes his cross in the water, not to clean it, but to feel it, its weight, its texture, its meaning. And as he does, he realizes it is not a weapon, it is a reminder. And the thing it reminds him of is not war, but love, the love he left behind, the love he lost, the love he is still learning to carry. In a monastery in Jerusalem, a monk welcomes a pilgrim who has walked for months. He does not ask for proof. He does not demand a confession. He only says, "You are here. Rest." And the man weeps, not from joy, not from triumph, but from release. And in that weeping, he is not broken. He is whole. And as he lies down on the stone floor, wrapped in a blanket, he sleeps, not the sleep of victory, but of surrender. And in that surrender, he finds peace. And so the journey continues, not because it is easy, not because it is over, but because in every loss, there is a lesson. In every silence, a truth. In every act of kindness, a light that refuses to go out. They do not know what waits ahead. They do not know if they will survive. But they carry what they have learned, not in words, not in weapons, but in the quiet way they now walk, speak, breathe. And in that, there is a different kind of victory, not loud, not celebrated, but real. The victory of having walked through fire and still found light. Let the story continue now, as gently as roots growing beneath stone. Let your breath stay slow, let your thoughts soften, and let yourself drift into the quiet aftermath, not of victory, not of defeat, but of change. We have walked with the pilgrims through loss, through silence, through the slow unraveling of certainty. But now, after so much motion, something new begins to form, not in palaces, not in battlefields, but in small, unseen places, in a shared meal, in a word spoken across a language, in a decision not to fight. This is not the legacy of an empire. It is the legacy of a journey, fragile, human, and quietly enduring. In a monastery near Antioch, a monk begins to copy not only sermons and chronicles, but letters, not from kings, not from bishops, but from ordinary pilgrims who walked the road, who saw Jerusalem, who returned changed. He does not edit them. He does not judge them. He writes them as they were spoken, in shaky script, filled with doubt, with awe, with simple truths. One reads, I thought I was going to find God, but I think he was with me the whole time. The monk reads it aloud to no one. Then he places it in a leather-bound book, seals it, and shelves it beside others. He does not know if anyone will ever read it, but he writes it anyway. And in that act, the story is no longer just about conquest. It is about witness, not the kind that shouts, but the kind that whispers, that stays, that waits in the dark for someone to open the book centuries later and feel, for a moment, the breath of a man who walked so far to find peace. Elsewhere, in a village in Cilicia, a Muslim doctor treats a wounded pilgrim, not out of duty, not out of fear, but because the man is sick and healing is his calling. The pilgrim cannot speak his language, but he looks into the doctor's eyes and says, "Thank you," in a voice so soft it is almost a breath. The doctor does not reply. He only nods. And when the man recovers, he stays for 3 more days, not to rest, but to help, gathering firewood, repairing a roof, teaching children how to purify water. When he leaves, the villagers do not cheer, but they remember. And years later, when another traveler passes through, they offer him bread, not because he wears a cross, but because they remember the one who stayed. And in that small act, repeated without thought, the world begins to change, not by decree, not by war, but by memory. In a port town on the Levantine coast, a shipbuilder begins to design a new kind of vessel, not for war, not for speed, but for comfort. He adds wider decks, better ventilation, small cabins for the sick. He does not call it a pilgrim ship, but everyone knows what it is. A sailor asks why. The old builder pauses, runs his hand over the wood, and says, "Because I saw what the sea does to them, and I want to make it softer." And in that quiet decision, the world begins to shift, not by force, but by care, not by ideology, but by empathy. And as the first of these ships sets sail, carrying not soldiers, but the weak, the elderly, the ones who walk not for glory, but for hope, the sea itself seems to calm, as if recognizing a new kind of journey. In a hospital in Jerusalem, a Christian monk and a Muslim physician work side by side, not as allies, not as friends, but as men who share the same purpose, to heal. They do not speak the same language, but they learn gestures, signs, the way to hold a bandage, to check a pulse. A pilgrim lies between them, feverish, muttering prayers in Latin. The Muslim doctor places a cool cloth on his forehead. The Christian monk anoints his brow. No words are exchanged. But in that moment, the room is not divided. It is whole. And when the man recovers, he does not speak of miracles. He speaks of kindness. And years later, when he tells the story to his grandchildren, he does not mention religion. He mentions 2 men who stood together silently and saved his life. In a marketplace in Edessa, a merchant who once refused pilgrims now sells small wooden crosses, not as symbols of war, not as trophies, but as tokens of journey. He carves them himself, simple, unadorned, from olive wood brought from the hills. When a traveler asks why, he says, "Because everyone carries something. I might as well help them carry it." And in that act, the cross begins to mean something new, not conquest, not division, but memory, not a weapon, but a reminder. And when a Muslim child picks one up, not to wear, but to hold, the merchant does not stop him. He only smiles, as if something has come full circle. In a scriptorium in Constantinople, a scribe copies a letter from a knight who never reached Jerusalem. He died in Anatolia, not in battle, but in a village where he stayed to help rebuild a church. The letter says, "I did not finish the road, but I think I walked the right part of it." The scribe reads it and copies it carefully, not in red ink, but in brown, the color of earth. He does not place it in a war chronicle. He places it in a book of sermons. And in that choice, the meaning of the journey shifts, not about arrival, but about presence. Not about completion, but about commitment. And when another monk reads it years later, he does not feel sorrow. He feels clarity. And he begins to teach his students that the holiest path is not always the one that reaches the destination. In a village in Galilee, a child draws a picture in the dirt, not of a castle, not of a knight, but of two men sitting together, sharing bread. An old woman watches, then adds a third figure, a woman with a child, and then a fourth, an elder with a staff. No one speaks. But the drawing grows, not into a map, not into a battle plan, but into a vision. And when the wind comes and blurs it, no one tries to save it. They only remember it. And the next day, they draw it again. And the next. Until it becomes a ritual, not of worship, but of hope. And in that repetition, something sacred is born, not from doctrine, but from desire. In a monastery in the hills of Syria, a monk begins to teach Latin to Muslim students, not to convert them, but because they ask. They want to read the old texts, the philosophies, the histories. He does not charge them. He does not demand anything in return. He only says, knowledge is not a weapon. It is a bridge. And in that classroom, small and quiet, the future begins to take shape, not in war, but in words, not in division, but in understanding. And when one of the students reads Augustine for the first time, he does not reject it. He finds in it a question he has also asked. And in that moment, the wall between worlds becomes a little thinner. In a field near the Jordan River, a knight who once carried a sword now carries a shovel. He helps dig a well for a village with no clean water. He does not speak of God. He does not wear his armor. But when the first water rises, clear and cold, a child runs to him and places a wildflower in his hand. He does not know what it means, but he keeps it. And years later, when he returns to France, he plants it in his garden, not as a trophy, but as a seed. And when his grandchildren ask where it came from, he does not speak of battles. He speaks of a child, a well, a moment of peace. And in that telling, the flower grows again, not in soil, but in memory. In a chapel in Antioch, a priest blesses a new altar, not with gold, not with relics, but with a piece of wood from a pilgrim's cart, broken on the road. He does not explain it. He only says, "This was carried far. Let it rest here." And when people kneel before it, they do not feel triumph. They feel connection. And in that feeling, something new is born, not a religion, but a memory, not a monument to victory, but a shrine to endurance. And when a mother brings her sick child to pray, she does not ask for miracles. She asks for strength. And the altar, made of broken wood, seems to answer. In a port in southern Italy, the merchant who once supplied Crusaders now sends ships not with weapons, but with books, with seeds, with tools. He does not call it charity. He calls it balance. We took enough, he says. Now it's time to give. And as the ships sail east, they carry not conquest, but care. Not swords, but plows. Not armor, but medicine. And when a child in a distant village reads a book from one of those ships, she does not know who sent it, but she learns. And in that learning, the cycle begins to turn. In a forest in Germany, a hermit who once prayed for the safety of pilgrims now teaches travelers how to navigate by the stars. He does not ask for money. He does not demand faith. He only says, "The road is long. Let me help you see it." And in that gift, the journey becomes not just a test, but a teaching. Not a punishment, but a path. And when a young man returns years later to thank him, the hermit does not remember his face, but he remembers his voice. And in that moment, the forest feels full of echoes. In a village in Aquitaine, the old woman who lit a candle every morning for her son now teaches others to do the same, not just for those who left, but for those who stayed, for those who suffer, for those who hope. The candles become a ritual, not of waiting, but of love. And when strangers pass through, they are given a small flame to carry, not as a symbol, but as a light. And as they walk away, the glow moves with them, like a memory that refuses to fade. In a monastery in Spain, a young monk reads the letters of those who walk the road. He does not become a crusader. He becomes a writer, and he begins to record not the battles, not the kings, but the quiet moments, the songs, the tears, the hands that helped. He calls it the Book of Small Things. He does not know if it will survive, but he writes it anyway. And when he dies, another takes the pen, and another, until the book becomes a river, flowing through time, carrying not glory, but truth. In a city in the Levant, a Muslim scholar translates a Christian hymn into Arabic, not to mock it, not to convert, but because he heard a child singing it, and it moved him. He does not publish it. He gives it to a friend, who gives it to another. And slowly, the song spreads, not as propaganda, but as beauty, not as conquest, but as connection. And when a Christian pilgrim hears it sung in Arabic, he does not feel threatened. He feels seen, and he begins to sing along in a language he does not know, but a feeling he does. In a field near Nicaea, a woman who lost her husband on the road plants a tree where he fell. She does not know if it's the exact spot, but she plants it anyway. And every year she returns not to cry, but to sit beneath it, to feel its shade, to remember. And when others pass by, they do not disturb it. They only nod, as if honoring something sacred. And over time, more trees grow around it, not planted, but wild, as if the earth itself is remembering. In a hospital in Lyon, the brothers who once sent the sick man on a donkey-drawn cart now receive a letter, not from him, but from a stranger. He died in our village, it says, but he was kind, and we buried him with honor. The monks do not weep. They light a candle, and in that light they see not loss, but continuity. And when they pray that night, they do not ask for his soul. They thank him. And in that gratitude, his journey is not over. It has only changed form. And so the legacy begins to take shape, not in empires, not in conquests, but in small, quiet acts, in a shared meal, in a translated song, in a well dug by a former night, in a candle lit in a window. They do not know it yet, but the world has already changed, not because of what was taken, but because of what was given, not in fire, but in light. And in that light, the journey continues, not on the road, but in the heart, in the hand, in the quiet way. A single act of kindness can echo across centuries, like a whisper that never truly fades. Let the story continue now, as gently as dust settling on an old book. Let your breath stay slow, let your thoughts soften, and let yourself drift into the quiet that follows memory, not the loud echo of war, not the cry of a king, but the soft hum of time gathering around once was. We have walked with the pilgrims through loss, through silence, through the quiet shaping of a legacy. But now the years begin to stretch, the road fades, the voices grow faint. And in that fading, something new emerges, not absence, but presence in another form. The past does not vanish. It changes shape. It becomes story. It becomes soil. It becomes the air we breathe without knowing its origin. In a monastery near Antioch, the monk who once copied the pilgrims' letters now sits alone in the scriptorium, his hands too weak to hold a quill. The books he filled now line the shelves, their pages yellowed, their ink faded. A young novice reads one aloud, not a chronicle of war, but a letter from a woman who walked for her son, who never reached Jerusalem, but said, "I carried him with me the whole way." The old monk does not speak. He only listens, his eyes closed, his breath slow. And when the reading ends, he whispers, "That one, keep it near the front." And in that moment, the past is not preserved. It is honored, not as history, but as truth. Elsewhere, in a village in Cilicia, The doctor who once treated the wounded pilgrim is now an elder, walking with a cane, his hands trembling. Children gather around him, not for medicine, but for stories. He does not speak of battles. He speaks of a man who stayed to help dig a well, who taught them how to purify water, who died in the spring, beneath a fig tree. The children do not know if it's true, but they remember the well. They drink from it every day, and when they pass the tree, they leave a small stone at its roots, not as worship, but as thanks. In a port town on the Levantan coast, the shipbuilder's grandson now walks the same docks, running his hand over the hull of a vessel that still carries pilgrims, not crusaders, not soldiers, but travelers, the sick, the curious. He does not know his grandfather's reasons, but he knows the design, the wider decks, the cabins for the weak. And when someone asks why the ships are built this way, he says, because they always have been. And in that answer, the past lives, not as memory, but as habit. In a hospital in Jerusalem, the Christian monk and the Muslim physician are both gone now, but the room where they worked still stands. A new doctor, young, with a beard like the old man's, treats a feverish traveler. He places a cool cloth on his forehead. An older nun anoints his brow. No one speaks of the past, but the gesture remains. And when the man recovers, he does not speak of miracles. He speaks of kindness, the same words, the same feeling, passed forward without name. In a marketplace in Edessa, the merchant who once carved wooden crosses is long dead, but his tools sit in a drawer, unused. A child finds them, takes a piece of wood, and begins to carve, not a cross, but a bird. His mother watches, then smiles. She does not stop him, and when the bird is finished, he places it on the windowsill, where the wind makes it turn slowly, like a prayer without words. In a scriptorium in Constantinople, the scribe's brown ink letter, "The knight who died helping rebuild a church," now rests in a book no one reads. Dust covers the shelf. A mouse nests in the corner. But one night, a young monk, unable to sleep, pulls it down, opens it, reads the words, "I did not finish the road, but I think I walked the right part of it." He does not share it. He does not preach from it. He only copies it into his own journal, in blue ink, and places it beneath his pillow. And in that act, the past is not revived. It is reborn. In a village in Galilee, the drawing in the dirt has become a tradition. Every spring, the children gather and draw the same figures: two men sharing bread, a woman with a child, an elder with a staff. No one explains why, but they do it, and when the wind blurs it, they draw it again and again, until the image is no longer in the dirt, but in the air, a story without words, a dream without end. In a monastery in the hills of Syria, the classroom where the monk taught Latin to Muslim students is now a storage room. But one wall still bears faint marks, letters half erased in two languages. A gardener sees them, runs his fingers over the grooves, and says nothing. But the next day, he brings his grandson, points to the wall, and begins to speak not Latin, not Arabic, but the names of the plants, the stars, the things that grow. And in that voice, the teaching continues. In a field near the Jordan River, the tree planted by the knight who once carried a sword now stands tall, its branches wide, its roots deep. A family rests beneath it, eating bread, drinking water from the well he helped dig. They do not know his name, but they know the shade is good. And when a child asks why the tree is special, the father says, because someone planted it long ago and cared enough to make it last. And in that answer, the knight lives, not in glory, not in war, but in rest. In a chapel in Antioch, the altar made from the pilgrim's cart is still there, though few know its origin. A woman kneels before it, not to pray for victory, but for peace. She places a small flower on the wood. The priest sees it, does not remove it. And over time, others do the same. A stone, a ribbon, a note folded small. The altar becomes not a monument, but a vessel, for grief, for hope, for the quiet things that have no name. In a port in southern Italy, the merchant's great-grandson now stands on the same dock, watching a ship sail east. It carries not weapons, not soldiers, but books, seeds, tools. He does not know the full story, but he knows his family has always sent something. And when a child asks why, he says, because balance is a kind of prayer. And in that moment, the past is not remembered. It is lived. In a forest in Germany, the hermit's hut is gone, reclaimed by moss and ivy. But the path he walked, where he taught travelers to read the stars, is still used. A young man stops one night, looks up, and tries to find the constellations. He does not know the hermit's name, but he feels the silence, the vastness, the way the stars seem to guide him. And when he finds his way, he whispers, "Thank you," not to anyone, but to the dark. In a village in Aquitaine, the old woman who lit a candle every morning is now a story herself. Her granddaughter lights the candle now, not for a son who left, but for all who walk, who wait, who hope. And when strangers pass through, they are still given a small flame to carry. And as they walk away, the light moves with them, like a memory that refuses to fade. In a monastery in Spain, the book of small things is still being written. The original pages are fragile, the ink faint. But new hands take the pen. New stories are added, not of kings, not of battles, but of quiet moments. A shared meal, a healed wound, a word spoken in kindness. And when a traveler reads it, he does not feel history. He feels connection. And in that feeling, the past is not behind him. It is beside him. In a city in the Levant, the translated hymn is still sung, not in churches, not in mosques, but in homes, in gardens, in the quiet moments before sleep. No one knows who first wrote it, but the melody remains. And when a child sings it, her voice soft and clear, the adults pause, listen, and feel something they cannot name, not faith, not memory, but belonging. In a field near Nicaea, the tree planted by the woman who lost her husband now has others around it, not planted, but grown wild. A family rests beneath them, eating bread, speaking softly. A child asks who planted the first one. The mother does not know, but she says, someone who loved someone enough to remember them with a tree. And in that answer, the woman lives, not in sorrow, not in anger, but in growth. In a hospital in Lyon, the monks no longer speak of the sick man who walked on a donkey-drawn cart. But every year, on the same day, they light a candle, not for him, not by name, but for all who carried hope when they had nothing else. And when the flame rises, steady in the dark, it is not a prayer for the dead. It is a welcome for the living. And so, time gathers around the memory, not to erase it, not to glorify it, but to hold it, gently, like a leaf in the palm of the hand. The world moves on. The wars fade. The banners turn to dust. But the small things, the kindness, the choices, the quiet courage, they remain. Not in stone, not in song, but in the way a man might dig a well, a woman light a candle, a child draw a picture in the dirt. And in that continuity, the journey is not over. It has simply changed form, no longer a road, but a presence, no longer a dream, but a breath. And in that breath, the past lives, softly, quietly, forever. Let the story continue now, as gently as breath on glass. Let your thoughts soften, let your body sink deeper, and let yourself drift into the quiet ways the past still moves through us, not in monuments, not in textbooks, not in angry debates, but in the small, unseen choices we make every day. We have walked with the pilgrims through silence, through loss, through the slow shaping of a legacy, through the gathering of memory. But now, the journey does not end. It simply becomes something else, not a story from long ago, but a presence in the present. And if you listen closely, you might hear it, not in words, but in feeling, in the way a hand reaches out, in the way a heart softens, in the way we still walk toward something we cannot name. In a hospital in modern-day Lyon, a nurse stays late with a patient who cannot sleep. She does not speak much. She only sits beside the bed, adjusts the blanket, offers water, checks his pulse with fingers that move slowly, gently, like a mother's touch. The man does not know her name, but he feels seen, not as a case, not as a burden, but as a person. And when she leaves, he whispers, "Thank you," not just to her, but to something deeper, to the long line of hands that have cared for the sick across centuries, across faiths, across wars. He does not know about the monks of Cluny who carried medicine in cloth bags, or the sick man who walked on a donkey-drawn cart toward Jerusalem. But he feels their echo. In the quiet way this woman stayed, not because she had to, but because she could. And in that moment, the past is not repeated. It is remembered, not in memory, but in motion. Elsewhere, in a village in southern France, an old woman lights a candle every morning, not for a son who left on a crusade, but for her grandson, who walks a different road, one of silence and pain, one shaped by loss and loneliness. She does not know if it helps, but she does it anyway. She places the candle on the windowsill, strikes a match, watches the flame rise, steady in the dawn light. And when he returns years later, broken but alive, carrying a weight no one can see, he sees the candle still burning, and for the first time in years, he feels not alone. He does not speak. He only sits beside her, watches the flame, and breathes. And in that light, the past is not repeated. It is carried, not in armor, not in vows, but in the quiet act of showing up, day after day, with nothing but a flame and a prayer. In a port town in Italy, a ship sets sail, carrying medical supplies to a region in need. The crew does not call it a pilgrimage, but they prepare with care. Extra blankets, clean water, books for the long nights, a small garden of herbs on the deck. A young sailor asks why they go so far, why they risk the storms, why they give so much. The captain, an old man with salt in his beard and scars on his hands, looks out at the horizon, where the sky meets the sea, and says, "Because someone once told me that the sea carries more than cargo. It carries hope." He does not explain. He does not name the pilgrims, the merchants, the ones who sailed with nothing but faith. But the boy feels it, in the way the crew moves together, in the way they check on each other, in the way they sing at night, not loudly, but softly, like a lullaby for the waves. And in that answer, the echo is not of conquest, but of giving, not loud, not celebrated, but real. In a classroom in Spain, a child reads a story about a knight who never drew his sword, who helped dig a well, who died beneath a fig tree, not in battle, but in peace. The teacher does not say if it's true, but the child believes it. He carries the story in his pocket, not on paper, but in his heart. And when he sees another student being unkind, being cruel, being afraid, he remembers the night and says, "Maybe we should help instead." He does not shout. He does not lecture. He only kneels, picks up the dropped books, and hands them back. And in that choice, the past is not taught. It is lived, not in grand gestures, but in small ones, in the way a single act of kindness can ripple through a lifetime, like a stone dropped into still water. In a forest in Germany, a man walks alone at night, looking up at the stars. He does not know their names. He does not carry a map, but he feels their presence, their ancient light, their quiet constancy. And for a moment, he thinks of those who once navigated by them, pilgrims, travelers, the lost, the ones who walked with no destination but a dream. He thinks of the squire who learned the stars from a hermit, of the merchant who trusted the sky over the road. And he whispers, "I don't know where I'm going either." And in that whisper, he is not weak. He is connected to all who have ever walked in darkness, trusting that the next step might lead somewhere true. In a city in the Levant, a Muslim woman and a Christian woman sit together, sharing tea. They do not speak of religion. They speak of their children, their gardens, the way the wind moves through the trees, the way the sun rises over the hills. When one leaves, she places a small flower on the table, not as a gift, not as a symbol, but as a gesture. The other does not throw it away. She takes it home, puts it in water, and for days it blooms. And when her daughter asks why she keeps it, she says, "Because someone gave it to me when I needed it." And in that gesture, the echo is not of division, but of peace, not in treaties, not in speeches, but in the quiet way two women sat together, not as enemies, but as neighbors, as mothers, as humans. In a library in Paris, a young man reads a letter from a pilgrim who wrote, "I did not feel what I thought I would, but I am not sorry I came." He does not know who the man was. He does not know where he died, but he underlines the sentence, folds the paper, and keeps it in his pocket. And when he faces his own journey, one of grief, of uncertainty, of walking toward something he cannot name, he reads it again and feels not alone. He does not shout it from a mountain. He only holds it like a compass without directions. And in that feeling, the past is not distant. It is near, not in facts, not in dates, but in the way a single sentence, written centuries ago, can still hold someone's hand in the dark. In a field in Turkey, a farmer finds a piece of wood, old, worn, marked with a faint red stain, half buried in the soil. He does not know it was once part of a pilgrim's cart, broken on the road, left behind by a man who could walk no further. But he takes it home, carves it into a spoon, and uses it every day. His daughter watches him, asks where it came from. He says, "From the earth, and from those who walked before us." And when she grows up, she keeps the spoon, not as a relic, but as a reminder that even the smallest thing, carried far enough, can become part of someone's life. And in that answer, the legacy is not claimed. It is carried, not in glory, but in use. In a hospital in Jerusalem, a doctor treats a patient from a distant land. They do not speak the same language, but they smile, they nod, they share a moment of understanding in the way the doctor checks his pulse, in the way the man closes his eyes in relief. And when the man recovers, he leaves a small stone on the windowsill, not as a gift, not as a trophy, but as a sign. The doctor keeps it, not knowing its origin, but feeling its weight. And when new patients ask about it, he says, "It's from someone who was here once." And in that weight, the echo is not of war, but of meeting, of two people from different worlds finding a common silence. In a village in Aquitaine, the ritual of lighting candles continues, not for those who left, not for those who died, but for all who wait, who hope, who grieve, who dream. A traveler passes through, sees the glow in the windows, feels something he cannot name, not nostalgia, not religion, but belonging. And when he returns home, he lights a candle too, not for a cause, not for a god, but for the quiet way light can hold space for what cannot be said. And in that act, the past is not forgotten. It is reborn, not in words, but in flame. In a monastery in Syria, a monk reads the Book of Small Things aloud to no one. His voice is soft, the room dark, the candle flickering on the ancient pages. He does not know if anyone hears, but he reads it anyway. The stories of the farmer who sold his land, the widow who followed her nephew, the knight who laid down his sword. And when he finishes, he closes the book, places it on the altar, and says, "This is how we remember." And in that act, the past is not preserved. It is honored, not in stone, but in breath. In a port in Greece, a shipbuilder teaches his grandson how to design a vessel for comfort, not speed. The boy does not ask why, but he listens. And when he builds his first ship, he adds a small cabin for the sick, a wider deck for the weak, a place where people can sit and look at the stars. And when someone asks why, he says, because it's always been done this way. And in that answer, the echo is not loud, but it is there, in the way care becomes habit, in the way kindness becomes tradition. In a garden in France, a tree grows, not planted, not cared for, but wild. A child rests beneath it, looks up at the leaves, and feels peace. He does not know it grew from a seed carried by a pilgrim centuries ago, dropped without thought, forgotten. But he feels its shade, and in that feeling, the journey continues, not in steps, but in growth, not in memory, but in presence. In a hospital in Lyon, a candle still burns on the same day every year, not for a man who died on a donkey-drawn cart, but for all who carry hope when they have nothing else. A nurse sees it, does not blow it out. She adds another beside it. And when the room fills with light, no one speaks. But they feel it, the presence of those who walked far, not for glory, but for meaning, not for conquest, but for connection. And in that light, the past is not behind. It is beside. In a city in Spain, a hymn is sung, not in Latin, not in Arabic, but in a mix of both, passed down through generations. No one knows who first sang it, but they sing it still, in homes, in gardens, in the quiet moments before sleep. And when a child asks what it means, the mother says, "It means someone once tried to understand someone else." And in that answer, the echo is not of conquest. It is of connection, not loud, not political, but human. In a field in Anatolia, a woman kneels and plants a tree, not because she lost someone, not because she seeks forgiveness, but because she wants to leave something behind, something that might give shade to a stranger one day. She does not know if it will grow, but she plants it anyway. And when a traveler passes by years later, he rests beneath it, drinks from the well nearby, and feels not the weight of history, but the lightness of being cared for, by someone who never knew him, but still gave. In a chapel in Antioch, the altar made from a pilgrim's cart still stands. A woman kneels before it, not to pray for victory, not for wealth, but for courage, to keep going, to keep loving, to keep believing in small things. She places a flower on the wood. The priest sees it, does not remove it. And over time, others do the same. A stone, a ribbon, a note folded small. And in that quiet offering, the past is not behind. It is beside, not in glory, but in grace. And so the echoes still whisper, not in thunder, not in fire, not in banners, but in the way a man might dig a well, a woman light a candle, a child draw a picture in the dirt. They do not shout, they do not demand to be heard. But if you are quiet, if you are still, if you let your breath slow and your thoughts soften, you might feel them, not as history, but as presence, not as war, not as conquest, not as division, but as longing, not as the past, but as now. And perhaps in this moment, as you lie beneath a blanket, as the night settles around you, as your body sinks deeper into rest, you are not so far from them. Perhaps your breath is part of the same air they walked through. Perhaps your heart carries the same quiet courage. Perhaps your dream of peace is their echo, and their journey is your dream. And in that connection, there is no end, only continuation, only breath, only the soft, endless whisper of those who walked before, and still walk, not on roads, but in us. Let the story settle now. Let your breath stay slow. Let your body feel heavy with rest, and let the weight of the journey soften into memory, like dust settling on an old book left open beneath a window where the light has turned golden and then dim. You've walked far tonight, not with your feet, but with your heart, through quiet villages where the morning mist rose from barley fields, through whispered sermons beneath cold skies, through long roads worn by footsteps of those who carried nothing but hope, through silence, through courage, through the slow shaping of a legacy no one saw coming. And now, as the night holds you close, there is nothing more to carry, nothing more to understand, only the quiet that remains after a story has been told, not loudly, not urgently, but gently, like a hand letting go after a long walk through time. You've been with them, the farmer who sold his land not for gold, but for a chance to walk, the widow who followed her nephew, not for glory, but for love, the knight who laid down his sword not in defeat, but in peace, the woman who lit a candle every morning for a son who may never return, the child who believed in kindness more than conquest. You felt their steps not as distant history, but as presence, as breath, as the quiet hum beneath your own life. And though centuries have passed, though the banners have turned to dust and the battles have faded into silence, their echoes still whisper, in the way we care for the sick without asking their name, in the way we light a candle for someone far away, in the way we keep walking even when we don't know the way, even when the road is dark and the stars are hidden. Take a slow breath in and let it go. Let it carry with it any weight you've been holding, not just from tonight, but from the day, from the week, from the long road you've been walking in your own life. You don't have to carry it all. Not now. Not here. This is a safe place. A quiet place. A place where the past doesn't demand anything from you, only offers its breath, its stillness, its soft reminder that you are not alone in your longing, in your questions, in your hope that somewhere, across the centuries, someone else once stood where you stand, wondering if their steps would matter, if their heart would be heard. Thank you for walking with me tonight, for closing your eyes, for breathing slowly, for letting this story live inside you, even for a little while, for allowing the past to move through you like a breeze through an open door. If you'd like to share where in time or space you're listening from, a city, a country, a moment in your life, you can leave a whisper in the comments, not as a message, but as a connection. And if you haven't already, make sure you're subscribed with notifications on, because this journey doesn't end here. There are more stories waiting in the dark, more quiet nights to share, more footsteps to follow, not to conquer, but to understand, not to remember, but to feel. But for now, let yourself rest. Let the echoes carry you. Let the centuries fold around you like a blanket woven from silence and starlight. Let your thoughts slow, your breath deepen, and your mind soften into dreams, not of battles or banners, but of small hands holding each other, of candles burning in windows, of trees growing where no one planted them, of kindness passed forward without a name. You've walked through fire and dust and silence. You've carried more than you know. And now it's time to let go, to drift, to be held, not by answers, but by the quiet certainty that you are part of something older, deeper, and gentler than you can name. Whenever you're ready, another story will be waiting. Another night will unfold. Another journey will begin, but not tonight. For now, sleep. And may your dreams be gentle. May they carry you not to war, but to peace, not to conquest, but to connection, not to the end, but to the beginning of rest. Good night. There are places in this world that never truly died. They simply fell into a long, quiet sleep, wrapped in dust and memory, waiting to be remembered. Close your eyes, if you'd like. Let your breath slow. Let your thoughts settle, like ash drifting gently to the ground. Imagine for a moment, walking through narrow streets paved with sun-warmed stone, where the walls still hold the warmth of the day, and the air carries the faint scent of salt, wild herbs, and baking bread. Vines climb over crumbling archways, and fountains that haven't flowed in centuries still whisper in the wind, as if remembering their song. This is not a dead city. It is one that stopped breathing, but never stopped dreaming. Welcome, wherever you are listening from, beneath the glow of a nightlight, curled beneath soft blankets, or perhaps lying awake while rain taps gently on your window. You are not alone. We are about to journey together, not through time as a historian might, but as a dreamer would, slowly, gently, with attention to the small things. The way light falls across a courtyard at dawn, the sound of footsteps fading down an alley, the weight of a hand on a door that was never closed again. This is the story of Pompeii, not the version you saw in that grand film where the hero rides a horse through a volcanic eruption, like it's just another Tuesday. You know the one. The man who dodges falling boulders, outruns rivers of ash, and somehow keeps his dignity and his hair perfectly intact. Jon Snow may have known nothing, but in that movie, he clearly knew how to survive the end of the world. But this is not that story. This is not about heroes on horses or last-second escapes. This is about the people who didn't run, the ones who stayed, who waited, who held their children close, who looked up at the darkening sky with confusion, not cinematic certainty. This is the story of ordinary lives, of bakers who rose before dawn, of mothers who combed their children's hair, of slaves who swept mosaics they weren't allowed to own, of lovers who whispered promises in garden alcoves. People who woke up on an August morning like any other, unaware that their city was about to become a frozen moment, preserved not in gold or marble, but in ash and silence. And yet, in that silence, so much remains. Not just ruins, not just artifacts behind glass, but echoes. A child's sandal left by the door. A dog curled in the corner of a shop, frozen in its final moment of waiting. A man clutching a small pouch of coins, as if money still mattered when the sky turned black. These are not relics. They are remnants of breath, of heartbeat, of love. And when we walk through Pompeii today, we don't just see the past, we feel its pulse. If this stirs something in you, a memory, a question, a feeling, I'd love to hear it. You don't need to share your name. Just a sentence, a word even, something you'd want to leave behind if time suddenly paused around you. Leave it in the comments whenever you feel ready. Because in a way, that's what Pompeii teaches us, that the smallest things, a gesture, a glance, a note left unfinished, are often the ones that last the longest. And if you haven't yet subscribed to this little corner of calm, perhaps now is the perfect moment. Because every week, we return to places like this, cities buried, voices silenced, moments lost, not to mourn, but to remember softly, to breathe life back into what was forgotten, and to drift together into stories that feel less like history and more like dreams. But before we feel the first tremor beneath the streets, before the sky darkens and the wind changes, we must begin where all stories do, not with destruction, but with life, with the ordinary, with the everyday, with the kind of morning that happens 1,000 times, unnoticed, until it becomes the last one. So let us step gently into that morning, into a world that still believed in tomorrow, into a city that, for just a little while longer, lived in peace, in warmth, in the quiet rhythm of ordinary things. Because before the mountains stirred, before the earth trembled, before the air grew thick with smoke and fear, there was a day like any other. A day of bread and laughter, of chores and sunlight, of children playing between columns and fishermen mending their nets by the shore. And it is there, in that fragile, golden calm, that our story begins. The light of early morning spreads across the Bay of Naples with a gentle, unhurried glow, softening the edges of rooftops and warming the terracotta tiles that cover homes both modest and grand. It slips through open doorways and latticed windows, falling across mosaic floors where thousands of tiny stones form images of dolphins leaping through waves, of grapes heavy on the vine, of God smiling with quiet wisdom. In courtyards enclosed by colonnades, fountains trickle with a sound so faint it blends into the air itself, like the breath of the city. A cat stretches in a patch of sunlight near a stone bench, its paws extending slowly before it settles again, eyes half closed, as if even it knows this day holds no urgency. The air carries the scent of damp earth from last night's dew, of salt from the distant sea, and of wild thyme growing between the cracks in the stone paths. This is not a moment preserved for history, not a scene staged for memory. This is life as it unfolds in its most ordinary form, steady, warm, and unaware that it is living its final hours. The narrow streets of Pompeii wind like threads through a tapestry, their cobblestones worn smooth by generations of footsteps, cartwheels, and bare feet running to and fro. Some stones are cracked, others slick with moisture, reflecting the pale blue of the sky like small, scattered pools. Between the 2- and 3-story homes, laundry hangs from ropes strung between balconies, linen tunics and woolen cloaks swaying gently in the breeze that rolls in from the coast, carrying with it the faint cry of gulls and the rhythmic lap of waves against the shore. The city stirs slowly, not with the sudden rush of alarm, but with the quiet rhythm of daily life. A woman drawing water from a fountain, a child rubbing sleep from their eyes, a dog lifting its head at the sound of a familiar voice. There is no sense of danger here, no shadow of what is to come, only the familiar comfort of routine, of knowing where each path leads and who lives behind each door. In the market square, the day begins with a murmur that grows steadily into a low, steady hum, the sound of voices rising and falling like waves on the shore. Vendors arrive with baskets balanced on their shoulders, clay jars cradled in their arms, wooden carts creaking on uneven stone. One man arranges figs in a circular pattern, their dark purple skins glistening with moisture, while another pours olive oil from a large amphora into smaller vessels, the liquid golden and thick, catching the light as it flows. The air fills with familiar smells, ripe fruit, dried herbs, fish still cool from the morning catch, and the warm yeasty aroma of bread that rises from the communal ovens tucked in the corners of the district. A merchant checks the hinges of his stall, adjusts a cloth awning to block the coming sun, and greets a neighbor with a nod and a few quiet words about the weather, the price of grain, the health of their families. These are not grand conversations, but they are full of meaning, woven into the fabric of a life that feels stable, predictable, and safe. A baker stirs the embers in his oven, his face lined with years of heat and labor, his arms strong from kneading dough before sunrise. He checks the temperature with a practiced hand, feeling the wave of warmth that rolls out when he lifts the heavy lid. Satisfied, he slides in a new tray of loaves, their surfaces dusted with flour, their edges already beginning to crisp. The scent spreads quickly, wrapping the neighborhood in warmth, drawing children and neighbors alike with its promise of nourishment and comfort. Nearby, a donkey stands patiently, blindfolded, turning the millstone that grinds grain into flour. Its slow, steady steps are part of the rhythm of the city, as natural as the tide or the turning of the sun. The baker wipes sweat from his brow, takes a sip of water from a clay cup, and watches the rising smoke from his chimney blend into the morning sky, unaware that this fire, so small and domestic, shares its origin with a far greater one sleeping beneath the mountain in the distance. Children begin to appear, drawn by the promise of food or the freedom of the open streets. A boy no older than 7 sits on a step, chewing on a piece of flatbread, his feet swinging just above the ground. His tunic is slightly too big, sleeves rolled up, and one sandal is missing its strap. He watches the world with quiet curiosity, taking in the movement, the voices, the way a dog barks at a passing cat without real intent. A little farther on, 2 girls skip between puddles, their laughter light and clear, their hair braided with simple ribbons. They stop to look at a mosaic on the floor of a shop entrance, a dog with a collar, and the words Cave Canem written in red tile, and one of them giggles, pointing at the image as if it were alive. Their parents call them gently from doorways, reminding them of chores, of lessons, of meals to come, and the children respond with nods or promises they may or may not keep, their minds still full of games and dreams. Inside a modest home, a woman kneels by a small wooden chest, pulling out folded linens and placing them neatly on a bench. Her fingers move with care, smoothing each cloth as if the act itself holds meaning, as if the neatness of the household reflects the order of her heart. A child sleeps in a cradle nearby, wrapped in a soft woolen blanket, one tiny hand curled near their face. The woman pauses, watches the rise and fall of the child's chest, then rises and steps into the atrium, where a shallow pool collects rainwater beneath an open roof. She dips a jug into the water, lifts it slowly, and carries it back inside, her footsteps silent on the mosaic floor that depicts a dolphin leaping through waves. The home is simple but cared for, the walls painted in soft reds and yellows, the furniture worn but sturdy. This is not a life of luxury, but it is a life of dignity, of love, of quiet pride in the small things that make a day complete. In a larger house with painted walls and a garden enclosed by colonnades, a slave woman sweeps fallen petals from the path with a broom made of twigs. Her movements are slow, deliberate, each stroke precise, her body bent with years of labor, yet still strong. Around her, the garden blooms with roses, myrtle, and violets, their colors vivid against the white stone. A fountain trickles softly in the center, its basin shaped like a shell, water spilling gently from the mouth of a stone nymph. She pauses to adjust the jug of water she will later use to nourish the plants, then continues, her shadow moving with her across the ground, a silent companion in the morning light. She does not speak, but her presence is felt in the cleanliness of the path, in the care given to each plant, in the way she avoids stepping on a small lizard that darts across the stone. This is her world, not by choice, but by circumstance, and within it, she finds moments of peace, of purpose, of quiet beauty. A man walks through the forum, his sandals tapping softly against the stone, his tunic clean but simple. He carries a wax tablet in one hand, a stylus tucked into his belt. He stops to greet a friend, and they exchange a few words about the weather, the price of grain, the upcoming games at the amphitheater. There is no urgency in their voices, no sense of impending change. They speak of life as it is lived, with routines, with concerns, with small hopes. After a moment, they part with a nod, and each continues on their way, absorbed in the quiet purpose of the day. The forum itself is alive with activity, merchants arranging goods, officials reviewing scrolls, a priest lighting incense at a small shrine. The columns stand tall and steady, their capitals carved with acanthus leaves, their shadows shifting slowly as the sun climbs. This is the heart of this city, not in size, but in spirit, a place where decisions are made, friendships renewed, and life continues, one step at a time. In a small workshop near the city gate, a potter shapes clay on a spinning wheel, his hands moving with the confidence of decades. The vessel rises slowly beneath his fingers, round and smooth, its walls thin and even. He hums a tune without words, something passed down from his father perhaps, or learned in childhood. Beside him, finished pots dry in the sun, arranged in rows like sleeping creatures. A cat lies curled in the shade, one paw twitching as it dreams. The air is thick with the smell of wet earth and wood smoke, and the only sounds are the soft whir of the wheel and the distant cry of a bird. His son watches from the doorway, silent, studying every movement, learning not just the craft, but the patience it requires. The potter does not rush. He knows that beauty cannot be forced, that a single misstep can ruin hours of work, that the true skill lies not in speed, but in stillness. A fisherman returns from the shore, his net slung over his shoulder, his sandals damp with seawater. He pauses at the edge of the city, looking back at the bay, where the light dances on the waves and a few small boats drift near the coast. He breathes deeply, as if storing the scent of the sea in his lungs, before stepping into the warmth of the streets. At home, his wife will clean the fish, save what they need, and sell the rest at the market tomorrow. This is their life, not grand, not remarkable, but full in its own way, woven from small, repeated acts of care. He thinks of his daughter, who will start her lessons with the neighborhood tutor next week, and smiles faintly. He does not know that this smile, this thought, this quiet pride will become part of what remains, not in stone, but in the fragile, enduring record of a life lived with love. A priest lights incense in a small temple near the baths, the smoke rising in a thin, winding column that vanishes into the brightening sky. He murmurs a prayer to Mercury, god of trade and travelers, asking for fairness in business and safety on the roads. A merchant passing by pauses, touches his fingers to his lips, then to the stone of the altar, a small gesture, automatic, but full of meaning. The priest does not see it, but it does not matter. Faith here is not loud or dramatic. It is woven into the fabric of the day, as natural as breathing, as essential as water. The temple is simple, its walls painted with images of offerings and journeys, its floor worn smooth by countless footsteps. No one kneels for long, no one speaks in loud declarations. They come, they pray, they go, carrying their hopes with them into the streets. In a house near the amphitheater, a young man reads from a scroll by the light of a window, his fingers tracing the lines of poetry written by Virgil. He stops occasionally to repeat a phrase, savoring the rhythm of the words, the way they echo in his mind like music. His tutor will arrive soon, and he wants to be ready not just with memorization, but with understanding. On the table beside him, a cup of water sits untouched, a single leaf floating on its surface. He does not notice it. He is lost in another world, one of heroes and rivers, of love and loss, unaware that his own story is unfolding in real time, just outside the door. His mother watches from the hallway, silent, proud, and turns away to continue her work, knowing that education is one of the greatest gifts she can give. A woman walks with a basket on her hip, her steps measured, her gaze calm. She passes a wall covered in graffiti, not vandalism, but messages left by neighbors. A joke, a declaration of love, a political slogan for a local candidate. One reads, "I enjoyed myself here," as if someone had paused to leave a note for the future. She smiles slightly, recognizing the handwriting of a friend, then continues on her way, her shadow stretching behind her like a quiet companion. She does not think of legacy, of memory, of time. She thinks of the bread she must buy, the herbs for dinner, the child waiting at home. And yet, in this moment, she becomes part of the texture of the city. Not a name, not a face remembered, but a presence, a movement, a thread in the fabric of a day that will never return. The sun climbs higher now, warming the city fully. The fountains sparkle, the gardens glow. The scent of bread spreads through the streets, mingling with the salt air and the faint musk of animals. A dog lies curled in the shade of a shop, its chest rising and falling in slow rhythm. A child naps on a bench, covered by a light cloth, a thumb resting near their mouth. Life moves at its own pace, not rushed, not delayed, simply present. A slave pours wine for his master in a shaded courtyard. A girl practices her letters on a wax tablet. An old man sits on a step, watching the world go by, his hands resting on a wooden staff. There is no grand event today, no festival, no announcement, just the steady pulse of a city living in the fullness of its ordinary existence. In the distance, beyond the vineyards and olive groves that cling to the hills, the great mountain rises. It is green with vegetation, dotted with farms and paths, its slopes familiar and unremarkable. Smoke does not rise from its peak. The earth does not tremble. Birds fly over it without fear. To the people of Pompeii, it is not a threat, not a force of nature, but simply part of the landscape, as constant as the sea, as ordinary as the sun. They do not feel the pressure building deep below, the slow shift of rock and fire, the weight of centuries waiting to be released. They do not know that this mountain, so still, so silent, so unchanging, is already dreaming of eruption. But even if they did, they might not believe it. For how could something so peaceful, so deeply woven into the beauty of their world, ever turn against them? And so the city continues, unaware, unafraid, alive in every breath, every step, every quiet gesture of a life that believes in tomorrow. The bread is warm, the water is cool, the children are laughing. The day is just beginning, not as a dramatic prelude, but as a continuation of all that has come before. This is not the calm before the storm, not in their eyes. This is simply life, as it has always been, as they assume it always will be. And in that assumption, in that quiet certainty, lies the deepest truth of Pompeii, that civilizations do not fall in moments of chaos, but in moments of peace when no one is watching the sky. The morning continues as mornings have always done in Pompeii, with bread pulled from ovens, with children running through streets, with merchants arranging their goods beneath cloth awnings that flutter in the breeze. The sun climbs higher, warming the stone of the forum, gilding the edges of rooftops, casting long shadows that slowly shorten as the day unfolds. There is no alarm, no sense of urgency, only the steady rhythm of life that has repeated itself for generations. And yet, beneath the surface of this ordinary day, something shifts, not with a roar, not with a cry, but with a silence so slight it might be mistaken for imagination. A dog stops barking mid-sound, ears pricked, head turning toward the mountain. A bird that had been singing in a fig tree suddenly takes flight, not in panic, but in quiet departure, as if deciding, without reason, that it was time to go, as if the air had grown too still to trust. Later, near the edge of the city where the houses thin out and vineyards begin to climb the lower slopes, a farmer pauses while pruning his grapevines. He feels it through the soles of his sandals, a faint vibration, deep and low, like the rumble of a distant cart rolling over stone. He straightens, looks around, but sees nothing. The air is still, the sky is clear. His neighbor, working a few rows away, does not seem to have noticed. The man wipes his hands on his tunic, shakes his head slightly, and returns to his task. It was nothing, he tells himself. The earth settles sometimes. It has always done so. And yet, for a moment, he had felt it, not in his feet alone, but in his chest, as if the ground had exhaled beneath him, as if something deep below had stirred in its sleep, not with anger, not with warning, but with the slow, unconscious movement of something ancient adjusting its weight after centuries of stillness. In the marketplace, a woman filling her jug at the public fountain feels the water tremble. The surface, usually still, ripples in small, concentric circles, though no one has touched it, no child has thrown a stone. She watches it, frowning slightly, then glances up at the sky as if expecting rain. But the clouds are high and thin, moving slowly, not a drop in sight. She dips the jug again, lifts it, and carries it back to her stall, where she sells garlands of jasmine and rosemary. She does not speak of what she saw. It was likely just a tremor, one of many that have come and gone over the years. The city has stood through them all. Still, she places the jug down more carefully than usual, as if handling something fragile, as if the act of carrying water had suddenly taken on a meaning beyond the everyday, as if the balance of the world were somehow reflected in the stillness of the liquid she had drawn from the earth. A potter working at his wheel feels the clay wobble beneath his fingers. He pauses, adjusts his hands, thinking he has lost his balance. But the wheel is steady. The ground is solid. And yet, for a moment, the vessel he was shaping leaned to one side, as if pulled by an invisible hand. He examines the base, checks the axle, finds nothing wrong. He starts again, more slowly this time, his movements deliberate. Around him, the other artisans in the workshop continue their work. One engraving a cup, another polishing a lamp, none of them speaking of what they may or may not have felt. These small disturbances are part of living near the mountain. They have names, terremotos, earth tremors, and they pass like clouds. No one thinks of them as warnings. No one connects them to the great silence that waits beneath the soil. And yet, in the quiet of his focus, the potter notices that his hands tremble slightly, not from age, not from fatigue, but as if they were remembering a rhythm older than memory. In a house near the amphitheater, a young man reading Virgil looks up from his scroll, not because of sound, but because of stillness. The birds outside have stopped singing. The fountain in the garden, which had been trickling softly, now sits unnaturally still, its surface flat, as if the water itself were holding its breath. He listens. The city hums in the distance, voices, footsteps, the clang of a blacksmith's hammer, but close by, there is a gap in the noise, a pocket of quiet that feels deliberate. He sets the scroll aside, walks to the window, and peers out. Everything appears normal. A slave sweeps the path. A child plays with a wooden horse. And yet the air feels heavier than before, as if the light itself had dimmed by the smallest degree. He cannot explain it. He does not try. He returns to his reading, though his thoughts linger on the silence, on the way the world sometimes pauses without announcement, as if waiting for something it does not name. A fisherman mending his net on the shore feels the line tremble in his hands, not from a fish, not from the tide, but from a pulse in the water, a deep rolling movement beneath the surface. He lifts his head, looks toward the open sea, but the waves are calm, the boats steady. He checks his anchor, finds it secure, and continues his work. Later, he will tell his wife that the sea felt strange that morning, as if it were breathing differently. She will nod, say that the wind had shifted, and that will be enough. They do not speak of omens. They speak of weather, of tides, of the way the world changes in small, predictable ways. And yet, in the back of his mind, the memory remains not of danger, but of a moment when the sea, so familiar, felt like a stranger, when the water carried a message his body understood before his mind could translate it. In the forum, an old man sitting on a stone bench feels a tremor pass through the soles of his feet. He does not startle. He has lived through many such moments. But this one feels different, deeper, slower, more sustained. He places a hand flat on the stone beside him and waits. The vibration fades, like a sigh disappearing into the air. A merchant passing by notices his stillness and asks if he is unwell. The old man shakes his head, smiles faintly, and says only, "The earth dreams." The merchant chuckles, assumes he means a joke, and moves on. But the old man does not laugh. He watches the mountain in the distance, its green slopes bathed in sunlight, and wonders if dreams can ever become real, if the ground beneath their feet could one day wake from its long slumber and remember what it once was, before vineyards and homes, before roads and prayers. A slave girl drawing water from a well in the back courtyard of a large home, notices that the bucket is harder to pull up than usual. The rope catches, the pulley groans as if something below is resisting. She pauses, listens. From deep within the shaft, she thinks she hears a low, hollow sound. Not a voice, not an animal, but a resonance, like stone pressing against stone. She waits, breathes, then pulls again, this time with more force. The bucket rises, splashing slightly as it breaks the surface. The water inside is clear, unchanged. She carries it inside, saying nothing. She has learned not to speak of things she cannot explain. But that night, she will dream of darkness moving beneath the city, of tunnels filling with heat, of a breath too long held, and she will wake with a start, not from fear, but from the certainty that the earth is not as still as it seems. In the baths, a man soaking in the warm room feels the water ripple without cause. He opens his eyes, looks around. No one has entered. No attendant has stirred the surface. And yet the water moves, not violently, but with a slow undulating motion, as if something beneath the foundation of the building had shifted. He lifts a hand, watches the droplets fall back into the pool, creating their own small waves. He thinks of earthquakes, of course, but dismisses the thought. The last one was years ago. This was smaller, barely noticeable. Still, he stays in the water a little longer than usual, as if its warmth could protect him from whatever stirs below, as if the ritual of cleansing could shield him from forces he does not yet understand. A dog tied near a bakery lifts its head, ears alert, staring toward the mountain. Its owner, sweeping the entrance, calls its name, but the animal does not respond. It whines once, low and soft, then lies down again, pressing its body close to the stone. The man shrugs, tosses it a scrap of bread, and goes back to work. But the dog does not eat. It watches the sky, its body tense in a way that suggests not fear, but recognition, as if it knows something the humans do not, as if its instincts hear a language lost to memory, as if the silence of the birds, the stillness of the air, the weight in the ground were all signs in a script only animals can read. A child playing in the street stops suddenly, hands pressed to the ground. "The earth tickled me," he says to his friend, laughing. The other child tries it, pressing their palms to the stone, but feels nothing. They run off again, forgetting the moment. But the first child remembers. Years later, as an old man, he will recall that sensation, not as a tremor, not as a warning, but as the last time the world felt alive beneath his hands, as if the city itself had reached up to touch him before vanishing into ash and silence. In a small temple, a priest lighting incense pauses as the flame on the altar flickers without wind. He watches it, waits. The smoke, usually rising in a thin, steady column, curls sideways for a moment, then returns to its path. He says nothing. He has seen stranger things. But he adds an extra pinch of resin to the fire, a small offering to the gods of the earth, just in case. He does not believe the mountain will wake, but he believes in caution. He believes in balance. And he believes that sometimes the world speaks in whispers, not shouts, in signs that fade before they can be named, in movements so subtle they are felt only by those who are not too busy to notice. A woman walking home with a basket of herbs stops at the edge of a narrow alley and feels the air change. It is not colder, not hotter, but heavier, as if the atmosphere itself had thickened. She breathes in, expecting the scent of salt or bread, but instead catches a faint metallic tang, like iron, or stone heated beyond its limit. She looks around, sees nothing unusual, and continues on her way. But she walks a little faster, not because she is afraid, but because something in her bones tells her that the day is no longer quite the same, that the rhythm of the city has shifted in a way she cannot measure, but cannot ignore. Even the birds seem to know. Swallows that usually dart through the streets in tight, playful groups now fly in straight lines, low and fast, toward the open fields. Pigeons gather in clusters on rooftops, silent, unmoving, their heads turning in unison at the slightest sound. A crow lands on a statue in the forum, caws once, and flies away without circling. These are not behaviors that people stop to study. They are background details, like the color of the sky or the direction of the wind. And yet, together, they form a pattern, not of fear, but of instinct, of creatures attuned to rhythms humans have long forgotten, of a world where some beings still listen to the pulse of the earth, even when others have stopped feeling it. And still, the city lives. The bread is baked. The children play. The fountains flow. The sun moves across the sky, and the shadows shift as they always have. No one gathers in the forum to demand answers. No one calls for priests to interpret signs. These whispers are too faint, too scattered, too easily explained away. They are not the voice of a god. They are not a prophecy. They are only the quiet creaking of a world adjusting its weight, the slow, unconscious movement of something ancient, deep, and unaware of the lives it carries on its back. And yet, for those who had felt the tremor in their hands, the stillness in the air, the silence in the water, the path had already begun, not as a journey they chose, but as a quiet unfolding they could not yet name, a thread of change pulling them forward, one unnoticed moment at a time. As the sun climbs toward the center of the sky, its light spreads across the city with a warmth that feels almost protective, as if the heavens themselves were trying to reassure the people below that all was still well. The streets, still dusted with morning dew in their shaded corners, begin to dry under the steady glow, releasing a faint, earthy scent that mingles with the aroma of bread from the ovens and the salt carried in from the sea. Children run through the alleys, their laughter echoing between the high walls of homes painted in soft reds and yellows, while vendors rearrange their wares with the slow rhythm of a day that has no reason to rush. And yet, beneath this surface of normalcy, something lingers, not a sound, not a sight, but a feeling, like the memory of a dream just before it fades, like the weight of a hand that brushes your shoulder when you are alone. It is not fear, not yet, but the quiet recognition that the world has shifted in a way too subtle to measure, too deep to ignore. In a narrow lane near the market, a woman kneels beside a public fountain, filling her clay jug with water drawn from the city's aqueduct, a system of channels and pipes that has carried life through Pompeii for generations. She does it slowly, carefully, watching the surface of the water as it rises, not because she expects to see anything unusual, but because her body has learned to pay attention to what the mind might dismiss. The liquid is clear, cool, untouched by dirt or debris, and yet, as she lifts the jug, she feels a tremor pass through her arms, not from her own movement, but from a vibration beneath her feet, so faint it might have been imagined. She sets the jug down, places her palm flat on the stone edge of the basin, and waits. The ripple in the water stops. The birds above fall silent. The air, once warm and still, now carries a breath of something metallic, like iron left too long in the rain. She does not speak of it. She does not call for help. She only stands, lifts the jug again, and walks home, her steps measured, her thoughts turned inward, as if carrying not just water, but a secret the earth has whispered only to her. A man returning from the forum pauses beneath the archway of his home, his hand resting on the lintel, carved with the image of a serpent, a symbol of protection passed down through his family for generations. He has just come from a meeting with other merchants, where they spoke of grain shipments, of prices in distant ports, of the upcoming festival in honor of Vulcan. No one mentioned the tremor. No one spoke of the stillness in the air. And yet he had felt it, not in the ground, but in the silence between words, in the way his friend hesitated before laughing, in the way a dog had barked once, sharply, then fallen quiet. Now, as he stands in the threshold of his house, he looks back toward the mountain, its green slopes bathed in sunlight, its presence so constant it has become invisible. But today, he sees it differently. Not as a backdrop, not as a hill covered in vines, but as something alive, something watching. He does not believe in omens. He believes in work, in family, in the strength of stone and mortar. And yet, he turns and walks inside, not to rest, but to find his wife, to sit with her in the atrium, to feel the presence of another human being, while the world holds its breath. In a modest house near the baths, a mother kneels beside her sleeping child, a boy no older than 6, who had woken in the night, screaming that the sky was falling. She had held him, whispered that it was only a dream, that the roof was strong, that the gods were watching. He had calmed eventually, and fallen into a deep sleep, his breath slow and even, one hand curled near his face, as if holding on to something unseen. Now, as she watches him, she feels the same fear rise in her chest, not for herself, but for him, for the life he has only just begun. She thinks of the stories her grandmother used to tell, of cities swallowed by the sea, of mountains that once walked. She had always thought them fables, meant to teach children to respect the earth. But now, as she listens to the silence outside, as she feels the stillness in the air, she wonders if some stories are not made up, but remembered, passed down through generations, because they were true, because they had happened before, and because the earth, in its long memory, never forgets. A merchant in the marketplace begins to gather his goods earlier than usual, folding cloths over jars of oil, baskets of herbs, bundles of cloth from the east. He does not hurry. He does not call to his apprentice with urgency. But his movements are deliberate, each action weighted with a meaning he cannot name. His donkey, usually calm, had refused to drink from the trough this morning, turning its head away, its ears flat, its eyes wide with something that looked like recognition. He had patted its neck, spoken softly, but the animal would not drink. Now, as he secures the flaps of his stall with leather ties, he thinks of his family. His wife, his 2 daughters, the youngest still a baby, and of the road that leads north toward Nusheria, where his brother lives on a small farm beyond the hills. He does not know if they will go. He does not know if they should. But he packs a small sack with dried fruit, cheese, and a waterskin, and places it by the door, where it can be taken quickly if the time comes. In a home with a garden painted in frescoes of birds and flowers, a man sits at a small wooden table, writing a letter to his brother in Capua. His stylus moves slowly across the wax tablet, forming words with care, not because he fears being misunderstood, but because he knows this may be the last message he sends. He does not speak of fear. He does not mention the tremors, the stillness, the way the birds have stopped singing. Instead, he writes of their childhood, of the way they used to climb the hills outside the city and pretend they were explorers discovering new lands. He says he hopes to visit soon, that he misses the sound of the wind in the olive trees. He asks his brother to remember him kindly, to tell his nieces and nephews stories of their uncle, if the years carry him away before they can meet. When he finishes, he seals the tablet in a wooden box with others, as if storing memories for a journey he is not sure he will make. A slave woman working in the kitchen pauses while grinding herbs, her hand still on the pestle, her eyes fixed on the small window that looks out to the street. She has lived in this house for 20 years, since she was a girl, and she knows its rhythms better than her own breath. But today, the silence feels different. The birds have not returned to the fig tree. The fountains are still. Even the distant sound of the sea, usually a constant murmur, seems to have faded. She thinks of her mother, who used to say that animals know when the earth dreams, that dogs and birds and snakes feel the stirrings long before humans do. She thinks of the old woman in the next street who released her chickens that morning, saying they would not survive what was coming. No one laughed. No one argued. They simply watch the birds fly away, their wings beating against the heavy air. She does not leave. She does not speak. But she stops grinding, places the pestle down gently, and walks to the back door, where she stands for a long time, listening to the silence, feeling the weight of the unseen. An elderly priest sits in the shade of a colonnade, sipping water from a clay cup, his eyes closed, his hands resting on his knees. A younger man approaches, hesitant, and asks if the gods have spoken, if there is a sign he has missed. The priest does not open his eyes. He says only that the gods do not shout. They whisper in the stillness, in the way water trembles, in the way a dog refuses to eat, in the way a child wakes from a dream with tears on their face. He says he has lit extra incense at the shrine of Vulcan, not because he believes that God will listen, but because the act of offering is its own kind of peace. He does not tell the man to leave. He does not tell him to stay. He only says that sometimes the first step is not a journey, but a breath, a single moment of stillness before the world begins to move again. In a bakery, the oven is extinguished earlier than usual. The baker covers the remaining dough with a cloth, not to let it rise, but to preserve it, as if storing it for a time when bread might be hard to find. His wife packs a small sack with dried fruit, cheese, and a water skin, then places it by the door, where it can be grabbed quickly. They do not speak of leaving. They do not say they are afraid, but they move with a quiet purpose, as if preparing for a storm that has not yet been seen. Their daughter watches from the corner, silent, her doll clutched to her chest, her eyes wide with a kind of understanding that children often have before words can explain it. A fisherman on the shore checks the knots on his boat, tightens the ropes, secures the sail. He does not plan to go out today. The sea has been too still, too quiet, as if holding its breath. But he prepares the vessel anyway, as if the act of readiness could bring order back to a world that feels unbalanced. His son asks if they are going to sail, and he says no, not today. But he adds, quietly, that they might need to soon. The boy does not press him. He only nods and helps coil the rope, his small hands moving with the same care his father has always shown. In the forum, a group of men gather near the steps of the temple, not for debate or business, but simply to be together. They do not speak much. They sit on the stone benches, watching the sky, feeling the warmth of the sun on their faces, as if storing it. One of them mentions that his uncle in Herculaneum sent a message, not written, but carried by a runner, saying the wells there had begun to bubble, and the water tasted bitter. No one reacts with alarm. No one calls for the magistrates. But the silence that follows is deeper than before, as if each man were measuring the weight of his own life against the vast, unknowable force of the earth beneath them. A mother walks through the market, her hand holding her child's tightly, her steps quicker than usual. She does not buy bread or herbs. She only looks, listens, feels the air on her skin. She passes a wall where someone has scratched a message in the plaster. We were here. She stops, traces the letters with her finger, then moves on, her heart full of a love so deep it feels like sorrow. She does not know what is coming. She only knows that she wants to keep her child close, that she wants to remember this moment, the warmth of the hand in hers, the sound of footsteps on stone, the way the light falls across the street, as clearly as possible. In a workshop near the city gate, a potter packs his tools into a wooden chest, wrapping each chisel and scraper in cloth. His apprentice watches, silent, then asks if they are leaving. The potter says he does not know. He says only that he has lived through tremors before, but this one feels different, not in strength, but in quality, like the silence before a storm, like the pause before a breath is taken. He says he will wait until tomorrow, but he packs the chest anyway, placing it near the door, where it can be carried easily. A young woman sits in her garden, writing in a small wax tablet. She does not record the events of the day. She writes a letter to no one, words that flow like water. If you are reading this, I hope you know that I loved the light in the morning, the way it touched the roses, the sound of my mother's voice calling me to dinner. I hope you know that I tried to be kind, that I watered the plants even when I was tired, that I smiled at strangers, because I believed the world was good. She does not name the fear. She does not speak of the mountain. But in every line, there is a quiet farewell, a recognition that some doors, once closed, may never open again. And still, most people go about their day. Bread is baked. Children play. Water is drawn. Lovers meet in quiet corners. A slave sweeps the path. A poet reads by the window. The city lives, not in denial, but in the quiet courage of those who do not know what comes next, but continue anyway. Because sometimes the first step is not a flight, not a cry, not a prayer. It is simply the act of breathing, of standing, of being present in a world that is changing beneath your feet, one unnoticed moment at a time. As the afternoon light begins to shift across the rooftops of Pompeii, it no longer spills in golden waves over the terracotta tiles, but settles with a strange coppery hue that seems to come from within the air itself, as if the atmosphere had thickened and begun to glow from the inside. The heat, once comforting, now feels heavy on the skin, not from the sun, but from a stillness that has grown too deep, too prolonged, as if the city were holding its breath. In the narrow streets, the usual rhythm of footsteps has slowed, not because people are absent, but because they move with a new awareness, their sandals tapping softly against the stone, their eyes lifting not to greet neighbors, but toward the mountain that rises in the distance, its green slopes unchanged, yet suddenly unfamiliar. A child runs through an alley, but is called back by a voice, sharper than usual, more urgent, and the laughter that follows is brief, as if even joy has learned to be careful. In the marketplace, the usual hum of bargaining and laughter has dissolved into clusters of quiet conversation, groups of people standing close together, speaking in low voices about the tremors, about the stillness in the wells, about the way the birds have not returned to the fig trees. A merchant from Nuceria, who arrived that morning with a cart of wool and dried fruit, announces he will not stay the night. He says nothing dramatic, only that he feels it is time to go, that his family awaits, that the road is long. No one questions him. No one tries to stop him. They watch as he packs his goods, checks the straps on his mules, and sets off toward the northern gate, his cart creaking on the uneven stone. Others see him leave and feel something shift inside them. Not fear, not exactly, but the slow recognition that movement is possible, that leaving is an option, that the world beyond the city still exists, still breathes, still waits. A family gathers in the atrium of their home, the parents kneeling to speak to their two young children, their voices calm but deliberate, explaining that they may travel to the countryside for a few days, that it is not because anything is wrong, but because the air in the city feels heavy, because the mountain has been restless, because sometimes it is wise to rest in a different place. The children do not cry. They do not ask many questions, but they pack their small belongings with a seriousness that belies their age. A wooden horse, a doll wrapped in cloth, a cup they do not want to leave behind. The mother places a sack of bread, cheese, and olives beside the door, along with waterskins and cloaks for the journey. The father checks the hinges on the shutters, secures the chest where they keep their few coins, and whispers a prayer to the household gods, not for safety, but for clarity, for the strength to know what to do when the time comes. Near the city gate, a group of slaves gathers in the shade of a wall, not speaking much, but watching the road that leads north, where the first carts have already begun to disappear into the distance, their shapes growing smaller against the dusty horizon. The air around them is still, but charged with a kind of silence that feels like waiting, not the peaceful quiet of midday, but the held breath before a storm, the pause between heartbeats when something has changed, but no one has yet spoken of it. These men and women have lived their lives within the rhythm of orders, within the boundaries of duty, their days measured by the tasks assigned to them, their movements dictated by the needs of others. But today, for the first time in years, perhaps in decades, they are not being told what to do. No master has called them back to the house. No voice has risen to demand their presence. And in that absence of command, a new space has opened, fragile, uncertain, but real. One of them, a man with hands worn by years of labor, speaks first, not loudly, but with a steadiness that carries through the stillness. He will not wait. He says he remembers a village near the coast, far from here, where the earth cracked open one morning and the sea rushed in, swallowing homes, fields, people, as if the world had decided to erase them. He was a boy then, and he ran. He did not think. He only moved. And now, though there is no water, though the ground does not split, he feels the same weight in the air, the same silence in the birds, the same tremor in the water when he dipped his hand into the well that morning. He says he will walk to Nola, where a cousin lives, and he will not look back. Another woman, who has served in the same household since childhood, says she cannot leave the old woman who raised her, who is too weak to travel. A young man, barely more than a boy, says he will go to the shore and see if any boats remain. They do not argue. They do not try to convince one another. They simply listen, and in that listening, they recognize something profound, that each of them, for the first time, is making a choice not as property, not as shadow, but as a person whose life has weight, whose steps matter, whose future is no longer written by another's hand. And so, without ceremony, without declaration, they begin to move, some toward the road, some back to the homes they have tended for years, some toward the unknown, each step a quiet act of courage, each decision a whisper of freedom in a world that has never allowed them to speak. One woman walks out with a bundle in her arms, not stolen, but gathered, a cup she once broke and repaired, a shawl her mother gave her, a small statue of a goddess she once prayed to in secret. She does not look back. She walks with her head high, as if for the first time she is moving toward something, not away. Another man pauses at the edge of the city, turns, and watches the rooftops, the columns, the streets where he has walked for 20 years. He does not cry. He does not speak. He only breathes deeply, as if storing the memory of this place in his lungs, then turns and walks north, his shadow stretching long behind him. In the forum, the usual activity has slowed. Merchants sit idle by their stalls. Officials have left their offices. A priest stands at the steps of the temple of Jupiter, lighting incense not for a festival, but for stillness, for peace, for the return of balance. He does not speak to the crowd, because there is no crowd. But those who pass by stop for a moment, touch their fingers to their lips, then to the stone of the altar, as if leaving a silent offering. A woman kneels and places a small clay figurine of a child at the base of the statue, then rises and walks away without looking back. No one knows what the gods want. No one knows if they are watching. But the act of giving something, a gesture, a prayer, a memory, feels like the only thing left to do. A fisherman and his family load their few possessions into a small boat at the shore. Blankets, jars of oil, a wooden chest with tools and clothes. They do not know where they will go. They only know they cannot stay. The sea, once calm, now ripples with an uneven rhythm, as if something beneath it is moving. The man checks the sails, secures the ropes, and helps his wife and daughter aboard. A neighbor watches from the beach and calls out, asking if they think it will come to that. The fisherman does not answer. He only nods, then pushes the boat into the water and begins to row, his strokes strong and steady, carrying them toward the open bay, where the horizon still holds the color of daylight. In a large house with a painted garden, an elderly man refuses to leave. His family pleads with him, tells him they have a cart ready, that they will take him to a villa in the hills. But he sits in his favorite chair, his hands resting on the arms, his eyes fixed on the fountain where water still trickles, though more slowly than before. He says he has lived in this house for 60 years, that he buried his wife beneath the myrtle tree, that he will not abandon her, not even for the mountain. His grandchildren kiss his hands and leave, carrying his favorite cup and a scroll he once wrote. He remains, not out of defiance, but out of love, out of the quiet certainty that some bonds are stronger than fear. The sky, as the sun begins to descend, no longer turns gold or pink, but a deep, unnatural gray, as if dusk has come early, as if the light is being swallowed. The air grows heavier, carrying a scent like burnt stone, like metal left in a fire. People light lamps earlier than usual, not because it is dark, but because the daylight feels false, as if it cannot be trusted. In the streets, fewer voices can be heard. Doors are closed, windows shuttered. And yet movement continues, not of crowds, but of individuals, families, small groups, each making their own choice, each taking their own path, as the city, once so full of life, begins to empty, not with noise, but with silence. A dog that had been tied near a bakery for years is finally untied by its owner, who says, "Run, if you want to." The animal does not bark. It does not jump. It only looks at the man for a long moment, then turns and runs toward the open fields, its paws silent on the stone. A slave woman walks out of a house with a bundle in her arms, not stolen, but gathered, a cup, a shawl, a small statue of a goddess. She does not look back. She walks with her head high, as if for the first time she is moving toward something, not away. And still some stay, not because they are brave, not because they do not feel the fear, but because they cannot imagine a world without this place, without these walls, without the sound of their child's laughter in the courtyard. They light the evening lamps. They prepare a simple meal. They sit together, hand in hand, and wait, not knowing what for, only knowing that they are here, now, alive, and that for this moment, a city still breathes. In a modest home near the baths, a mother kneels beside her sleeping child, pressing a damp cloth to the boy's forehead. He had woken again in the night, crying that the sky was falling. She had soothed him, whispered that it was only a dream, that the roof was strong, that the gods protected them. But now, as she watches his chest rise and fall in sleep, she feels the same tremor in her own hands, not from fear, but from a quiet certainty that something has changed. She rises, walks to the window, and looks out over the garden where the fountain still trickles. It sounds slower than usual, as if the water were tired. She does not pray. She does not call for help. She simply stands there, letting the stillness fill her, letting the weight of the unseen settle into her bones. A merchant in the marketplace begins to gather his goods earlier than usual, folding cloths over jars of oil, baskets of herbs, bundles of cloth from the east. He does not hurry. He does not call to his apprentice with urgency. But his movements are deliberate, each action weighted with a meaning he cannot name. His donkey, usually calm, had refused to drink from the trough this morning, turning its head away, its ears flat, its eyes wide with something that looked like recognition. He had patted its neck, spoken softly, but the animal would not drink. Now, as he secures the flaps of his stall with leather ties, he thinks of his family, his wife, his 2 daughters, the youngest still a baby, and of the road that leads north toward Nuceria, where his brother lives on a small farm beyond the hills. He does not know if they will go. He does not know if they should. But he packs a small sack with dried fruit, cheese, and a waterskin, and places it by the door, where it can be taken quickly if the time comes. An old man sits on a bench in the forum, watching the shadows shorten, then lengthen again as the sun begins its descent. He has lived in Pompeii all his life. He remembers the last great tremor, decades ago, The way the city cracked and then healed, the way life returned as if nothing had happened. But this feels different. The air is too still. The birds have not returned. The earth has not settled. He does not move from his seat. He does not pack a bag. He only watches, as if bearing witness were the most important thing he could do, as if, by staying, he could hold the memory of this place a little longer. Because the world was in motion, not with speed, not with noise, but with the quiet, inevitable turning of a page, the slow unfolding of a story that no one had chosen, but that everyone was now living. One step, one breath, one heartbeat at a time. As the light of day begins to fade into a sky that no longer turns gold or pink, but a deep, unnatural gray, the city feels different, not because of noise, but because of the silence that has settled into its streets. A silence that is not empty, but full of thoughts too heavy to speak, of glances held too long, of hands that reach for one another without knowing why. The air carries a scent like burnt stone, like metal left too long in a fire, and the warmth of the sun has been replaced by a stillness that presses against the skin, as if the atmosphere itself were holding its breath. In homes where lamps are lit earlier than usual, families gather not for dinner, but for presence, for the simple act of being together while the world shifts beneath their feet, each person carrying a decision they have not yet voiced, each heart weighing options they have no right answer. A woman kneels beside her sleeping child, one hand resting on the boy's chest, feeling the rise and fall of his breath, the warmth of his skin, the way his fingers curl around the edge of the blanket as if holding on to something unseen. She had promised him they would not leave, that the house was safe, that the mountain would not wake. But now, as she listens to the silence outside, as she feels the faint tremor in the stone floor beneath her knees, she wonders if love sometimes means breaking a promise. She thinks of the road north, of the cousin who lives in NOLA, of the open fields where the air is clean and the earth feels solid. She thinks of carrying her son through the night, of walking until her legs fail, of never looking back. But she also thinks of her mother, too old to travel, too weak to stand, waiting in a house near the baths. To leave one is to abandon the other. And so she sits, not moving, not speaking, letting the weight of the choice fill the room like smoke, knowing that whatever she decides, something precious will be lost. In a modest home near the Forum, a man sits at a small table, rolling a piece of parchment into a cylinder and sealing it with wax. It is a letter to his brother in Capua, short and careful in its wording. He does not speak of fear. He does not mention the tremors or the stillness in the air. But he writes that he has been thinking of their childhood, of the way they used to climb the hills outside the city and pretend they were explorers discovering new lands. He says he hopes to visit soon, that he misses the sound of the wind in the olive trees. He does not say that he is afraid. He does not say that he does not know if he will have the chance. He only asks his brother to remember him kindly, to tell his nieces and nephews stories of their uncle, if the years carry him away before they can meet. When he finishes, he places the letter in a wooden box with others, as if storing memories for a journey he is not sure he will make. He does not pack a bag. He does not call to his wife. He only sits there, his hands resting on the table as if waiting for a sign that will never come. A slave woman working in the kitchen pauses while grinding herbs, her hand still on the pestle, her eyes fixed on the small window that looks out to the street. She has lived in this house for 20 years, since she was a girl, and she knows its rhythms better than her own breath. But today, the silence feels different. The birds have not returned to the fig tree. The fountains are still. Even the distant sound of the sea, usually a constant murmur, seems to have faded. She thinks of her mother, who used to say that animals know when the earth dreams, that dogs and birds and snakes feel the stirrings long before humans do. She thinks of the old woman in the next street who released her chickens that morning, saying they would not survive what was coming. No one laughed. No one argued. They simply watched the birds fly away, their wings beating against the heavy air. Now, as she stands in the kitchen, she feels the same pull, not to run, not to hide, but to move, to take the few things that are hers, to walk toward the north road and not look back. But she also thinks of the master's daughter, who is ill, who cannot walk, who depends on her for water, for food, for comfort. To leave is to survive. To stay is to serve. And yet, in that moment, she wonders if serving another's life might also be a way of claiming her own. An elderly priest sits in the shade of a colonnade, sipping water from a clay cup, his eyes closed, his hands resting on his knees. A younger man approaches, hesitant, and asks if the gods have spoken, if there is a sign he has missed. The priest does not open his eyes. He says only that the gods do not shout. They whisper in the stillness, in the way water trembles, in the way a dog refuses to eat, in the way a child wakes from a dream with tears on their face. He says he has lit extra incense at the shrine of Vulcan, not because he believes the god will listen, but because the act of offering is its own kind of peace. He does not tell the man to leave. He does not tell him to stay. He only says that sometimes the first step is not a journey, but a breath, a single moment of stillness before the world begins to move again. And yet, inside, he carries his own conflict. He has lived in this city for 60 years, and he knows every stone of the temple, every prayer carved into the walls. To abandon, it feels like betrayal, but to remain may mean silence. He does not know what the gods want. He only knows that his hands still tremble when he lights the flame. In a bakery, the oven is extinguished earlier than usual. The baker covers the remaining dough with a cloth, not to let it rise, but to preserve it, as if storing it for a time when bread might be hard to find. His wife packs a small sack with dried fruit, cheese, and a water skin, then places it by the door, where it can be grabbed quickly. They do not speak of leaving. They do not say they are afraid. But they move with a quiet purpose, as if preparing for a storm that has not yet been seen. Their daughter watches from the corner, silent, her doll clutched to her chest, her eyes wide with a kind of understanding that children often have before words can explain it. The baker looks at her, and for the first time, he feels the full weight of being a father, not in the daily acts of care, but in the possibility of losing her. He thinks of the road, of the carts that have already left, of the ones that may not make it. He thinks of staying, of locking the door, of waiting it out. But he also thinks of her laughter, of the way she dances in the morning light, and he knows that if he can carry her even 1 mile farther from this place, it will be worth every step. A fisherman on the shore checks the knots on his boat, tightens the ropes, secures the sail. He does not plan to go out today. The sea has been too still, too quiet, as if holding its breath. But he prepares the vessel anyway, as if the act of readiness could bring order back to a world that feels unbalanced. His son asks if they are going to sail, and he says no, not today. But he adds quietly that they might need to soon. The boy does not press him. He only nods and helps coil the rope, his small hands moving with the same care his father has always shown. Inside, the fisherman wrestles with a choice he cannot name: to take the boat into the open bay, where the horizon still holds the color of daylight, or to stay and help others who have no way to leave. He knows the sea better than anyone. He knows its rhythms, its dangers, its silences. But he also knows that not every family has a boat, that not every child can swim, that some will wait until it is too late. And so he stands there, hands on the railing, staring at the water, wondering if courage is in leaving or in staying. In the forum, a group of men gather near the steps of the temple, not for debate or business, but simply to be together. They do not speak much. They sit on the stone benches, watching the sky, feeling the warmth of the sun on their faces, as if storing it. One of them mentions that his uncle in Herculaneum sent a message, not written, but carried by a runner, saying the wells there had begun to bubble, and the water tasted bitter. No one reacts with alarm. No one calls for the magistrates. But the silence that follows is deeper than before, as if each man were measuring the weight of his own life against the vast, unknowable force of the earth beneath them. One of them, a merchant, says he will leave at first light. Another, a builder, says he will stay to help secure the homes of those who cannot go. A third, a veteran of the legions, says nothing. He only looks at his hands, worn by years of labor, and thinks of the battles he has survived, the friends he has lost, the way fear used to taste like iron. Now it tastes like stillness. A mother walks through the market, her hand holding her child's tightly, her steps quicker than usual. She does not buy bread or herbs. She only looks, listens, feels the air on her skin. She passes a wall where someone has scratched a message in the plaster. We were here. She stops, traces the letters with her finger, then moves on, her heart full of a love so deep it feels like sorrow. She does not know what is coming. She only knows that she wants to keep her child close, that she wants to remember this moment, the warmth of the hand in hers, the sound of footsteps on stone, the way the light falls across the street, as clearly as possible. And yet she also thinks of her sister, who lives in a house near the base of the mountain, who is pregnant, who cannot travel easily. To go to her may mean not returning. To stay away may mean leaving her behind. She walks on, her mind torn, her heart pulled in two directions, neither of which leads to peace. In a large house with a painted garden, an elderly man refuses to leave. His family pleads with him, tells him they have a cart ready, that they will take him to a villa in the hills. But he sits in his favorite chair, his hands resting on the arms, his eyes fixed on the fountain where water still trickles, though more slowly than before. He says he has lived in this house for 60 years, that he buried his wife beneath the myrtle tree, that he will not abandon her, not even for the mountain. His grandchildren kiss his hands and leave, carrying his favorite cup and a scroll he once wrote. He remains, not out of defiance, but out of love, out of the quiet certainty that some bonds are stronger than fear. And yet, in the hours that follow, as the sky darkens and the air grows heavier, he does not sleep. He sits awake, listening to the silence, wondering if staying is courage or pride, if love can survive without presence, if memory is enough. A young woman sits in her garden, writing in a small wax tablet. She does not record the events of the day. She writes a letter to no one, words that flow like water. If you are reading this, I hope you know that I love the light in the morning, the way it touched the roses, the sound of my mother's voice calling me to dinner. I hope you know that I tried to be kind, that I watered the plants even when I was tired, that I smiled at strangers because I believed the world was good. She does not name the fear. She does not speak of the mountain. But in every line there is a quiet farewell, a recognition that some doors, once closed, may never open again. And yet she does not leave. She stays, not because she is afraid to go, but because she cannot imagine a life without this garden, without these walls, without the memory of her father walking these paths. In her stillness there is a kind of bravery, not loud, not dramatic, but deep, like the roots of the trees that surround her. And still, most people do not run. They do not scream. They do not collapse into panic. They breathe. They hold hands. They light lamps. They speak in low voices. They make choices not with certainty, but with love, with instinct, with the quiet understanding that some moments cannot be fixed, only faced. Because courage is not always in the act of leaving, nor in the act of staying, but in the space between, in the breath before the step, in the glance before the word, in the heart that beats even when it knows it may soon stop. As the last remnants of daylight dissolve into a sky that no longer resembles the heavens they have known, the people of Pompeii feel the world shift not with a sudden rupture, but with a deep, almost imperceptible change in the air, as if the atmosphere itself had grown heavier, denser, charged with a stillness that presses against the skin and makes each breath feel like an effort drawn from a well that is running dry. The coppery hue that had tinted the afternoon deepens into a bruised gray, not the soft purple of twilight, not the gentle fade of dusk, but a dense, unnatural darkness that seems to fall from above and rise from below at the same time, as if the earth and sky were closing in on the city, sealing it within a veil too thick for light to penetrate. The stars do not appear. The moon does not rise. And yet the city is not entirely dark. A faint, eerie glow lingers on the horizon, not from fire, not from lamps, but from the mountain, where a column of smoke and ash has begun to rise. So vast, it looks like a tree made of shadow, its branches spreading across the sky as if claiming the night for itself, growing taller with each passing moment, silent, inevitable, unstoppable. In homes where lamps flicker with olive oil, families gather not around tables, not for meals, but near doorways, in courtyards, in the corners of rooms where the walls feel closest, as if proximity could offer protection. They do not speak much. They listen to the silence that has replaced the usual sounds of the city, to the absence of laughter in the streets, to the stillness of the dogs, to the way the sea, usually a constant murmur, has fallen quiet. A child asks why the sky looks sick, and the mother does not answer, only pulls the child closer, her hand resting on the small back, feeling the rise and fall of breath, as if memorizing it, as if storing the sensation in her bones, knowing that this warmth, this rhythm, might not last. Outside, a faint dust begins to fall, not rain, not snow, but fine gray particles that land softly on rooftops, on fountains, on the outstretched hand of a man standing in his courtyard, who watches it accumulate without moving, as if trying to understand what this quiet falling means, as if the earth itself were shedding its skin. A fisherman on the shore looks up from his boat, where he has been checking the ropes for the third time that hour, his movements slow, deliberate, as if routine could protect him from the unknown. He sees the glow on the horizon, the unnatural cloud rising from the mountain, and for a moment he thinks it is a storm, a distant fire, anything but what it is. But then he feels it, a tremor beneath his feet, deeper than before, longer, more sustained, like the earth exhaling after holding its breath for centuries. He does not run. He does not call for help. He only turns and walks back to his home, where his wife and daughter wait, and says only, "We must go." She does not ask questions. She does not beg for time. She packs a sack with bread, water, a blanket, and their child's doll, and they leave, walking not with urgency, but with the weight of knowing that time has changed its shape, that the road ahead is no longer a path through familiar fields, but a journey into a future they cannot imagine. In a house near the Forum, a man kneels beside his sleeping child, one hand resting on the boy's chest, feeling the rise and fall of breath, the warmth of skin, the way his fingers curl around the edge of the blanket as if holding on to something unseen. He had promised him they would not leave, that the house was safe, that the mountain would not wake. But now, as he watches the gray dust settle on the windowsill, as he feels the air grow thick with a scent like burnt stone, like metal left too long in a fire, he knows that love sometimes means breaking a promise. That staying may mean watching the one thing he cherishes most fade into silence. So he lifts the child gently, wraps him in a cloak, and carries him into the night, where the streets are no longer familiar, where the shadows move with a life of their own, where every step feels like a crossing from one world into another, from the known into the unknown, from the present into a memory that has not yet formed. A slave woman who had chosen to stay with the ill daughter of her master now kneels beside the girl's bed, pressing a damp cloth to her forehead, whispering that she is not alone, that she will not be left. The girl cannot walk. She cannot breathe well in the thickening air. The woman knows that to carry her may be impossible, that the road may be too far, that the dust may fall too fast. But she also knows that to abandon her would be to lose herself, that after years of living as property, this act, to stay, to care, to face the end together, is the first true choice she has ever made as a person, not as a shadow. So she lifts the girl with a strength that comes not from muscle, but from something deeper, something unnameable, and steps into the street, where the ash falls like a silent rain, covering the stones, the walls, the memories of a life that is slipping away. Her footsteps slow, her breath labored, her heart full of a quiet courage that no inscription will ever record. An elderly priest walks slowly through the forum, his steps measured, his hands resting on a wooden staff. He does not carry idols, not scrolls, not offerings. He only walks from one temple to another, touching the stone of each altar, whispering a word, a name, a breath. He does not believe the gods will save them. He does not believe in miracles, but he believes in presence, in bearing witness, in the quiet act of saying, I was here, not for glory, not for reward, but because someone must remember what this city was, not in its ruins, but in its breath, in its laughter, in the way a child once played beneath a fig tree. When he reaches the temple of Jupiter, he kneels, not in prayer, but in stillness, and waits, his face turned toward the glowing sky, as if receiving the end with the same dignity with which he lived the years before it, as if the final act of a life devoted to silence and ritual is to meet silence again, this time without words. A mother and her 2 children reach the city gate, where others are gathering, not in panic, but in a slow, uncertain movement toward the open road. The ash falls more heavily now, coating their hair, their cloaks, the edges of their sandals, turning the world into a place that feels unfamiliar, dreamlike, as if they are walking through a memory not their own. One child begins to cough, and the mother wraps a cloth around the small face, her hands trembling not from fear, but from the effort of holding on. A cart passes, overloaded with people, and someone calls for them to climb on, but there is no space. She does not beg. She does not cry. She only nods, thanks them, and continues on foot, carrying the younger child, her steps slow but steady, as if walking were the only prayer left, as if each footfall were a promise that she would not stop, not until she could go no farther. In a large house with a painted garden, the elderly man who refused to leave sits in his chair, his hands resting on the arms, his eyes fixed on the fountain where water still trickles, though more slowly than before, as if the city itself were breathing its last. The ash has begun to cover the roses, the myrtle, the frescoes on the walls, softening the colors, blurring the lines, turning beauty into something fragile, temporary. He does not move. He does not call for help. He only watches as the world outside fades, as the light disappears, as the silence grows too deep to measure. He thinks of his wife, buried beneath the tree, and whispers her name not as a play, but as a greeting, as if preparing to meet her again, as if the years between them were nothing more than a long night. And when the first wave of hot air reaches the city, he does not flinch. He closes his eyes, and in that final moment, he is not afraid, only present, as if the whole of his life had led to this quiet return. A young woman sits in her garden, writing in a small wax tablet, her stylus moving slowly across the surface, forming words that flow like water. If you are reading this, I hope you know that I loved the light in the morning, the way it touched the roses, the sound of my mother's voice calling me to dinner. I hope you know that I tried to be kind, that I watered the plants even when I was tired, that I smiled at strangers because I believed the world was good. The ash falls around her, but she does not stop. She writes until her hand can no longer move, until the air burns her lungs, until the light fades completely. And when she sets the tablet down, she does not run. She does not cry. She only looks up at the sky that is no longer a sky, and waits, not for rescue, not for answers, but for the end, as if her final act of dignity is to witness it with open eyes. A baker and his wife stand in the doorway of their home, their daughter between them, her doll clutched to her chest. They had packed a sack, checked the road, spoken of Nola, of safety, of starting again. But when the ash began to fall, when the air grew thick, when the child began to cough, they knew they could not carry her far enough. So they return inside, lock the door, light a lamp, and sit together on the floor, the three of them wrapped in a blanket, telling stories, singing songs, holding each other as the world outside dissolves into shadow. And when the darkness comes, it does not find them running. It finds them together, not in fear, but in love, not in resistance, but in surrender, as if the last gift they could give one another was the certainty of not being alone. A dog that had been untied runs through the streets, not toward the fields, not toward safety, but back to the bakery, where the oven is cold, where the last loaf of bread lies untouched on the table. It lies down beside the door, its body curled, its breath slow, as if waiting for a voice that will never call its name again. As if loyalty were not a command, but a choice made in silence. As if the last act of a life spent in chains of rope and routine was to return to the only home it had ever known, even if that home were vanishing. A fisherman and his family row across the bay, the boat moving slowly through water that ripples with an uneven rhythm, as if something beneath it is shifting, as if the sea itself were uneasy. They do not look back. They do not speak. They only row, their hands gripping the oars, their eyes fixed on the distant shore, where the glow in the sky is not a star, not a fire, but the end of a world they will carry in silence for the rest of their lives. The child sleeps in the bottom of the boat, wrapped in a blanket, unaware that behind them the city is being erased, layer by layer, by a rain that does not wash away, but covers, conceals, preserves. An old man sits on a bench in the forum, watching the shadows lengthen, then vanish. He does not move. He does not pack a bag. He only watches, as if bearing witness were the most important thing he could do, as if, by staying, he could hold the memory of this place a little longer, as if his presence, even in death, could be a kind of testimony, a quiet refusal to let the city disappear without someone knowing it had lived, had loved, had dreamed. A slave woman walks out of a house with a bundle in her arms, not stolen, but gathered, a cup, a shawl, a small statue of a goddess. She does not look back. She walks with her head high, as if for the first time she is moving toward something, not away, as if the collapse of the world had given her the only thing she had never been granted, the right to choose her own path, even if it led only a few steps before the ash covered her feet. A child lies in a cradle, wrapped in a soft woolen blanket, one tiny hand curled near their face. The mother kneels beside it, singing a lullaby in a voice so low it is almost not sound, just breath, just love, just the last thing the child will ever hear. When the air grows too thick, she lies down beside the cradle, pulls the blanket over them both, and holds her child until the silence comes. And still, the city lives not in movement, not in sound, but in the quiet courage of those who do not run, who do not scream, who face the end not with fury, but with dignity, with love, with the simple act of being present in a world that is vanishing, as if the final truth of a life is not in how it began, but in how it ends. Because the turning point was not a single moment, not a single choice, but 1,000 small surrenders, 1,000 quiet acceptances, 1,000 breaths taken in the dark, knowing they might be the last. And in that stillness, in that surrender, there was a kind of peace, not the peace of safety, not the peace of victory, but the peace of having lived, of having loved, of having been here, now alive until the very end. As the first light of a new day fails to appear, not because time has stopped, but because the sky is no longer capable of letting light through, the city lies beneath a silence, so deep it feels like the world has forgotten how to breathe. The ash has not ceased falling. It continues to descend, soft and steady, covering rooftops, streets, fountains, gardens, turning the familiar into something dreamlike, unrecognizable, as if the earth itself were drawing a blanket over what it could no longer protect. There are no voices, no footsteps, no distant murmur of the sea. Only stillness, not the peaceful quiet of sleep, but the profound hush of something that has ended, not with a scream, but with a sigh, as if the city, after living, loving, dreaming, had finally exhaled and chosen not to inhale again. And yet, in this silence, something remains. Not sound, not movement, not breath, but presence. The presence of a hand that had reached for another in the dark. The presence of a mother who sang a lullaby until her voice gave out. The presence of an old man who chose to stay with the memory of his wife beneath the myrtle tree. These are not ghosts. They are not spirits. They are not echoes in the wind. They are the weight of love that does not vanish with the body. The quiet truth that some things, a gesture, a look, a moment of courage, are not measured in time, but in depth, and depth does not erode, even under meters of ash. A child's sandal lies abandoned near the doorway of a home, small and worn at the heel, as if the foot inside had been running toward something, or away from nothing. It is not a relic. It is not an artifact. It is a reminder, not of death, but of life, of the tiny steps that once crossed this stone, of the laughter that once followed them, of the voice that called the child to dinner. To see it is to feel, not sorrow, but connection, to know that someone, long ago, was loved enough to be given a shoe, to be dressed, to be held, to be remembered even now, when no one remains to speak their name. It speaks of mornings when the sun warmed the courtyard, when the child ran to greet a parent, when the world was small and safe and full of wonder. And in that single object, buried for centuries, there is a lifetime, not of power, not of glory, but of belonging. In a bakery, the oven is cold, the last loaf of bread untouched, covered now by a thin layer of gray dust. But nearby, the dog lies curled beside the door, its body preserved not by intention, but by the very ash that took its life. It did not run. It did not flee. It returned. And in that return, there is a kind of loyalty that no command could have inspired, a bond that was not written in stone, but in the quiet rhythm of daily things. The hand that fed it, the voice that called it, the warmth of the hearth it guarded until the end. To see it is to understand that love is not only between humans, not only spoken in words, but lived in silence, in presence, in the choice to stay when there is no reason to, in the instinct that knows home, not as a place, but as a feeling, as a voice, as a hand on its back. A slave woman who carried her master's ill daughter through the falling ash now lies beside her, their bodies close, as if the final act of her life was not service, but care, not obedience, but compassion. She had no name recorded, no statue raised in her honor, no story passed down through generations. And yet, here she is, not forgotten, but found, centuries later, in the shape of two figures, preserved in the moment of their last breath. To see them is to know that dignity is not given by status, but claimed in action, that courage is not always loud, but often quiet, that the most powerful acts are those no one was meant to witness, that the truest freedom is not in running away, but in choosing to stay for someone else. An elderly priest walks slowly through the forum, his steps measured, his hands resting on a wooden staff. He does not carry idols, not scrolls, not offerings. He only walks from one temple to another, touching the stone of each altar, whispering a word, a name, a breath. He does not believe the gods will save them. He does not believe in miracles. But he believes in presence, in bearing witness, in the quiet act of saying, I was here, not for glory, not for reward, but because someone must remember what this city was, not in its ruins, but in its breath, in its laughter, in the way a child once played beneath a fig tree. When he reaches the temple of Jupiter, he kneels not in prayer, but in stillness, and waits, his face turned toward the mountain, as if receiving the end with the same dignity with which he lived the years before it, as if the final truth of a life is not in what was achieved, but in what was endured with grace. A mother and her 2 children never reached the open road. They lie together beneath the ash, the younger one in her arms, the older one close by, as if they had stopped to rest, to catch their breath, and simply did not wake again. The cloth that covered the child's face is still there, pressed against the small mouth, a final act of protection. To see them is to feel the weight of a love that did not end with life, a love that continued even when there was no hope, even when there was no future, even when all that remained was to hold on until there was nothing left to hold. She did not curse the sky. She did not scream at the mountain. She only held them, as if her arms could be a shield, as if her breath could warm them one last time, as if the world could still be made safe by the simple act of not letting go. A young woman's wax tablet is found centuries later, the stylus still beside it, the words clear despite the passage of time. If you are reading this, I hope you know that I loved the light in the morning, the way it touched the roses, the sound of my mother's voice calling me to dinner. I hope you know that I tried to be kind, that I watered the plants even when I was tired, that I smiled at strangers because I believed the world was good. There is no plea for immortality, no demand to be remembered, only a quiet offering, a record of a life lived with care, with attention, with love for the small things. To read it is to receive a gift across time, a reminder that to be kind, to notice beauty, to believe in goodness, these are not small acts, but the very things that endure, not because they changed the world, but because they made one life, one day, one moment, a little softer. A fisherman and his family rowed across the bay, but the boat was never found. Perhaps they reached safety. Perhaps they did not. But the act of trying, of preparing the vessel, of holding the child close, of facing the unknown, remains. And in that there is a lesson, that courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to move forward despite it. That hope is not a guarantee, but a choice, that sometimes the most important thing is not whether we survive, but how we choose to live in the moments before we don't. To leave is not always cowardice. To stay is not always bravery. But to act with love, with intention, with care, that is the only legacy that matters. A baker and his wife sit on the floor of their home, wrapped in a blanket, their daughter between them, her doll still in her hand. They did not run. They did not scream. They told stories, sang songs, held each other. And when the darkness came, they faced it together. To see them is to understand that the greatest protection is not walls, not distance, not strength, but love, not as a feeling, but as an act, repeated over and over until the end. They did not save the world. They did not escape, but they gave their child a final moment of peace, of warmth, of belonging. And in that, there is a victory, not over death, but over fear. The city is gone. The lives are ended. The homes are buried. And yet, in the silence beneath the ash, something persists, not in grand monuments, not in written histories, but in the small, quiet things. A handprint on a wall, a dog tied near a door, a letter never sent, a garden where someone once watered the plants every morning. These are not ruins. They are testaments. They are proof that to live is not to conquer, but to care, to connect, to leave behind not power, but presence. The ash covered the roofs, but not the gestures. It buried the streets, but not the love that walked them. It silenced the voices, but not the echoes of kindness that still ripple through time. And so, the loss is real. The grief is deep. The weight of what was taken, the laughter, the plans, the future that will never be, is unbearable. And yet, in that very grief, there is a lesson. That to love is to risk loss. That to live fully is to accept that it will end, and that the only way to honor what was lost is not to forget, but to remember gently, to hold the memory not with pain, but with tenderness, as one holds a child who has fallen asleep in their arms. We do not need to shout their names. We do not need to build statues. We only need to pause, to breathe, to feel the quiet truth that they were here, that they mattered, that they loved and were loved. There is no victory here, no triumph, no moral to be shouted. Only this, that in the face of the inevitable, people chose kindness. They chose to stay, they chose to care. They chose to face the end not with rage, but with dignity, not with denial, but with love. And in that, there is a light, not bright, not loud, but soft, like the glow of a lamp in a window on a dark night, like the warmth of a hand in the dark, like the memory of a voice that once said your name. Because what the ash covered, it could not erase. It preserved not just bodies, but gestures, the way a man held his child, the way a woman knelt beside her friend, the way a dog waited for a voice that would never come. And in those gestures, we see not the end of a city, but the persistence of what makes us human, the need to love, to be loved, to matter, even if only to one other person. And so, the lesson is not in what was lost, but in what remained, not in the destruction, but in the details, not in the volcano, but in the hands that reached for one another in the dark. Because when everything else is stripped away, status, wealth, power, time, what is left is not fear, but connection. And connection, once made, is never truly broken. We do not remember Pompeii because of its size, or its wealth, or its gods. We remember it because, in its final moments, it showed us what we are. Fragile, yes, fleeting, yes, but also capable of great love, of quiet courage, of choosing kindness even when there is no tomorrow. It reminds us that history is not made only of emperors and battles, but of bakers and slaves, of mothers and children, of people who, in the end, simply tried to be good. And in that, there is light, not from the sun, not from fire, but from the human heart, which, even under meters of ash, continues to beat in the stories we tell, in the memories we keep, in the way we, centuries later, still whisper their names into the silence. Because loss teaches us what was precious. And what was precious was not the city, not the stone, not the wealth, but the life that moved through it, the breath that warmed it, the love that gave it meaning. And that love, though buried, is not gone. It lives in the care with which we speak of them now, in the stillness with which we listen, in the quiet tears that fall when we realize how much like them we are. And so, we do not mourn to feel pain. We remember to feel connection. We tell their story not to dwell on the end, but to honor the life that came before it, to let their quiet courage breathe in our own hearts, to carry them not as ghosts, but as guides, gentle, silent, reminding us, across the centuries, of what truly matters. Long after the ash had settled, long after the wind had stopped carrying the scent of burnt stone, long after the world had turned its attention elsewhere, the city remained, not in silence, but in stillness, buried beneath layers of earth and time, forgotten not by choice, but by the slow turning of centuries. No one walked its streets. No voice called across its courtyards. The fountains were dry. The gardens were dust. And yet, the city was not gone. It was waiting, not with hope, not with expectation, but with the quiet certainty of something preserved, not by intention, but by the very force that had taken it, as if the mountain, in its fury, had also become its guardian, sealing it in a tomb too deep for looters, too heavy for memory to reach, until the day came when someone would dig, not for gold, not for glory, but simply because the earth felt different beneath their feet, because a well was needed, because a wall was too straight to be natural, because the ground whispered, in a language only curiosity could understand, that something was there, beneath, waiting. In the early 18th century, near the coast of southern Italy, a group of laborers working on a well for a nobleman's villa felt their tools strike something hard beneath the soil. They did not know what it was. They did not imagine they were touching the edge of a world that had vanished nearly 2,000 years before. They only knew that the ground was not as it should be, too solid in places, too hollow in others, as if the earth itself were hiding something, as if the weight above it had not pressed down evenly, as if the air beneath had resisted collapse. They cleared the dirt carefully, revealing a wall painted in faded reds and yellows, the image of a man holding a cup, his face half erased by time, his hands still raised in a gesture of offering. No one celebrated, no one shouted. They covered it again, afraid of trouble, afraid of the unknown, and left it there, as if the past had asked them to wait a little longer, as if the city, sensing their fear, had chosen not to reveal itself until hands gentler than theirs would return. But the memory of that wall lingered. It passed from one worker to another, not as a story of treasure, but as a quiet wonder, of color beneath the earth, of stone that looked too perfect to be natural, of a face that had watched them, even if only for a moment. Years passed. The story was told in whispers, over meals, in taverns, to curious travelers. And in 1748, a new excavation began, not for water, not for foundations, but for what might be hidden. A team of archaeologists, funded by a curious king, arrived with brushes, trowels, and notebooks, their movements slow, deliberate, as if they were not digging, but uncovering a dream. They did not rush. They did not tear through the layers. They removed the earth grain by grain, as if afraid of breaking something too fragile to survive the light, as if the city were not a ruin, but a sleeper, and they were the first to sit beside its bed. A baker's oven was found, cold and empty, but still standing, its arch intact, as if waiting for fire. The stones had not crumbled. The hearth had not collapsed. It was as if the heat of the last loaf had not fully dissipated, as if the man who had kneaded the dough, who had wiped sweat from his brow, who had called to his apprentice, might return at any moment. A worker placed his hand on the edge of the oven, not to measure it, not to document it, but to feel its presence, to imagine the warmth that once lived there, to sense the rhythm of a life that had begun before sunrise and ended in ash. He did not speak. He only stood there, his breath slow, his mind full of a morning that had never been finished. A dog lay curled near a doorway, its body preserved in the ash, its form later filled with plaster to reveal the final moments of its life. Not in pain, not in panic, but in stillness, as if it had simply fallen asleep, waiting for a voice that would never call its name again. The workers paused when they saw it. One of them, a man from Naples, knelt and touched the ground beside it, not in reverence, but in recognition, as if he had known a dog like this once, long ago, one that waited by the door, that barked at strangers, that followed his son to school. No one spoke. They only continued, their hands now gentler, their eyes more attentive, as if they were no longer excavators, but visitors, guests in a world that had not invited them, but allowed them to enter. In a modest home, they found a small atrium where a fountain once stood, its basin cracked, its water long gone. Around it, the mosaic floor showed a dolphin leaping through waves, each tile placed with care, each curve formed by hands that had vanished centuries before. A worker brushed the dust from the image, not because it was valuable, but because it felt wrong to leave it buried, as if beauty, once made, deserved to be seen, as if the act of creating it had been a kind of prayer, and to ignore it now would be to break a promise. He did not know the name of the family who had lived there. He did not know if they had escaped or stayed. But he knew, in that moment, that they had loved beauty, that they had chosen to begin each day with the sight of water and stone and color, that they had believed in small things, in the way light fell across a courtyard, in the sound of a trickle, in the joy of a child's laugh. They entered a garden where vines once climbed the walls, where roses bloomed in spring, where a slave woman once watered the plants every morning. The plants were gone, but the shape of the garden remained, the path, the bench, the faint outline of a myrtle tree. And there, beneath the ash, they found a small clay figurine of a goddess, not broken, not lost, but placed carefully near the roots, as if someone had left it there as an offering, a prayer, a farewell. The archaeologist who found it held it in his hands for a long time, feeling its weight, its smoothness, the care with which it had been made. He did not put it in a box right away. He only looked at it, and then at the sky, as if asking, "Who were you? What did you hope for? Did you believe she heard you?" And in that silence, he realized he was not just uncovering a city, but listening to a voice that had waited 2,000 years to be heard. In a larger house, they discovered a bedroom where two figures lay close together, their bodies preserved in the ash. One was a woman, the other a young girl, too weak to walk, who had been carried to the end. The archaeologists did not speak as they worked. They poured plaster into the cavities left by the bodies, waited for it to harden, then carefully removed the ash around them. When the forms emerged, the woman's arm wrapped around the girl, her face turned toward her, her hand resting on the small shoulder. A silence fell over the sight. No camera flashed. No voice broke the quiet. They covered them again with cloth, not out of fear, but out of respect, as if they had witnessed something too sacred to be seen without humility, as if the final act of a life, to care until the end, was not a detail to be catalogued, but a truth to be honored. They found a wax tablet in a drawer, the stylus beside it, the writing still legible. If you are reading this, I hope you know that I loved the light in the morning, the way it touched the roses, the sound of my mother's voice calling me to dinner. The man who read it aloud did so in a whisper, not because he was told to, but because the words demanded it. He did not hand it to a superior. He did not write a report. He only placed it back carefully, as if the act of reading it had been a kind of intrusion, a moment of connection across time that could not be measured in data or dates, as if the woman who wrote it had not been dead, but merely sleeping, and he had woken her with his voice. A marketplace was uncovered, its stalls still standing in shadow, its counters lined with jars of oil, wine, and garum, their contents turned to dust, but their shapes intact. A child's sandal was found near a doorway, small and worn, as if the foot inside had been running. An archaeologist picked it up, not to catalogue it, but to hold it, to feel its size, to imagine the life it belonged to. He thought of his own daughter, sleeping in Naples, and for a moment the distance between past and present vanished. He did not cry. He only placed the sandal back with care, as if returning it to a sleep it had earned, as if the only way to honor it was not to take it away, but to let it rest where it had fallen, in the dust of a world that had loved it. They entered a bakery where the ovens still stood, where the millstones waited, where a donkey had once turned in slow circles. The air inside was cool, still, as if the heat of the last fire had not fully dissipated. A worker lit a lamp and placed it on a table, not because it was dark, but because the light felt like an offering, like the first warmth the room had known in centuries. No one spoke. They only stood there, feeling the presence of a life that had been lived in this place, not in grandeur, but in routine, in care, in the quiet rhythm of making bread for neighbors who would never return. And in that moment, They understood that legacy is not built in monuments, but in the small, repeated acts of nourishment, of showing up, of feeding others even when no one says thank you. In the forum, they found the bench where an old man had sat, watching the mountain until the end. His body was not there, but the impression of his form remained in the ash. They poured the plaster, waited, uncovered it, and there he was, not in stone, not in bronze, but in the shape of absence, his hands resting on his knees, his head turned toward the sky. The archaeologist who knelt beside him did not take notes. He only whispered, "I see you," as if the act of being seen, after so long, could be a kind of return, as if the man had waited not for rescue, but for recognition, for someone to stand in that spot and say, "I know you were here. I know you stayed. I know you watched until the end." They found a dog tied near a shop, its body curled, its head down, as if waiting. They found a man clutching a small pouch of coins, not in greed, but in habit, in the instinct to hold what little he had. They found a couple embracing in a bedroom, their faces close, as if whispering a final word. They found a child's toy, a wooden horse, half buried, its paint faded, but its form still clear. And with each discovery, the team moved slower, spoke less, felt more, as if they were not uncovering a city, but remembering a person, then another, until the whole of Pompeii began to breathe again, not in flesh, but in memory, not in sound, but in the quiet presence of lives that had not asked to be gods, only to be known. Because the legacy did not begin with museums or books or tourists. It began here, in the quiet hands of those who chose to see, not just ruins, but lives. It began in the decision to pour plaster, not as a scientific technique, but as an act of return, of restoration, of saying, "You were here. We see you. We remember." It began in the silence that followed each discovery, in the breath held, in the tear wiped away, in the hand placed gently on a wall that had waited 2,000 years to be touched again, as if the only way to honor the dead was not to speak for them, but to listen. And so the city was not lost. It was only sleeping. And now, slowly, one hand at a time, it was waking. Not in noise, not in celebration, but in the quiet courage of those who knelt in the dust and said, "I am here. I see you. You are not forgotten." And in that moment, Pompeii ceased to be a ruin and became a story, not of destruction, but of return, of memory, of love that had survived even the weight of the mountain. Because legacy is not built in monuments, but in moments, in the choice to look closely, to feel deeply, to honor what was small, what was human, what was real. And in that choice, Pompeii began to live again, not as it was, but as it is remembered, not in stone, but in the quiet courage of those who dared to see it, and to say softly, across the centuries, "I am here. I see you. You are not forgotten." And so, the first hands to remember were not those of kings or scholars, but of workers, of curious men, of quiet women who brushed dust from a face and felt, not triumph, but kinship. They did not conquer the past. They joined it. And in that joining, they gave the city a new kind of life, not in breath, but in breathlessness, not in movement, but in the stillness of being seen at last. Because to be remembered is not to be resurrected, but to be witnessed. And to be witnessed, after so long, is the gentlest form of return. Long after the first hands had brushed the dust from the walls, long after the plaster had hardened into the shapes of those who had vanished, long after the world had begun to speak of Pompeii as a city found, the memory of it did not settle into books or museums alone, but into the quiet spaces between breaths, into the way a visitor might pause on a sunlit street and feel, not curiosity, not history, but kinship. The city was no longer buried, but it was not fully unearthed either. It existed now in a space between worlds, not quite past, not quite present, but somewhere in the soft edges of dreaming, where time does not march forward, but gathers slowly, like mist over a garden at dawn, like the warmth that remains in a chair after someone has risen, like the echo of a voice that never truly fades, but waits in the silence for someone to listen. Generations passed, not in the rush of progress, but in the quiet accumulation of moments. Children who heard stories from their parents, parents who walked the same paths their grandparents had described, not from maps, but from letters, from dreams, from a feeling too deep to name. A young woman from Spain arrived one morning, not with a guidebook, but with a letter she had written to a friend, in which she said she wanted to stand where someone had once loved enough to paint a dolphin on their floor, to plant roses in a courtyard, to write a note that said, "Have a good day." She did not know whose hand had made those things. She only knew that they had been made with care, and that care, once given, does not disappear, even when the hands that gave it are gone. She knelt beside a mosaic, not to touch it, but to be near it, to feel the presence of the person who had chosen each tile, who had spent hours arranging color and shape, not for glory, but for beauty, for the joy of a child who might run across it barefoot, for the pleasure of a guest who would admire it while sipping wine. And in that moment, she understood that memory is not built in monuments, but in the small, repeated acts of love, in the way a person might choose to make the world more beautiful, not because it would last, but because it mattered. A man from a city of steel and glass walked through the forum, his steps slow, his eyes not on the ruins, but on the mosaic beneath his feet, where thousands of tiny stones formed the image of a dog with a collar, and the words Cave Canem written in red tile. He did not laugh at the ancient warming. He knelt, not to touch it, but to be closer, to feel the presence of the person who had chosen to place it there, perhaps as a joke, perhaps as protection, perhaps simply because it felt right to mark the threshold of a home. He thought of his own apartment, of the keys he left by the door, of the way he said, "Welcome," to guests, not with a sign, but with a gesture. And in that moment, he understood that some things are not built to last. They are built to mean, and meaning, once planted, grows even in ash, even in silence, even in the absence of those who made it. A child ran through the streets, not in silence, but in laughter, her voice echoing between the high walls, and for a moment the archaeologists paused, not in annoyance, but in recognition, because the sound was not so different from the ones that had lived here long ago, because joy, like grief, does not change with time, because the echo of a child's laugh is the same whether it comes from sandals on stone or sneakers on pavement. Her mother called her gently, not to scold, but to point to a small garden where a fountain once stood, and together they imagined the water, the shade, the hand that had once placed a cup there, perhaps for a guest, perhaps for a lover, perhaps just for themselves on a hot afternoon. The child did not ask many questions. She only listened, and later, at home, she drew a picture of a woman watering roses, not because she was told to, but because the feeling had stayed with her, like a scent on the skin, like a melody half remembered. A painter sat in a quiet corner, not copying the frescoes, not reproducing them for sale, but sketching the way the light fell across a wall at midday, how it touched the edge of a broken column, how it lingered in the cracks. He did not speak to anyone. He only drew slowly, as if the act of seeing was a kind of prayer. When someone asked what he was capturing, he said, "Not the city, the silence between its breaths." And in that silence, he found not emptiness, but presence, the weight of 1,000 mornings that had begun with sunlight on stone, with the smell of bread, with the sound of a door opening, with the quiet rhythm of a life that believed in tomorrow. He did not finish the drawing. He only closed his notebook and walked away, knowing that some moments are not meant to be kept, but to be lived and remembered in the body, not on paper. A poet from a distant country walked through the house of the tragic couple. where two figures lay preserved in plaster, their arms wrapped around each other, their faces close, as if whispering a final word. He did not take a photo. He did not write a line. He only stood there, his hands at his sides, his breath slow, until tears came, not from sadness, but from the certainty that love, even when it cannot save, is never wasted. He thought of his own life, of the people he had loved, of the moments he had not held long enough, of the words he had left unsaid. And later, in a notebook, he wrote a single sentence: "To stay is not always to survive. Sometimes it is to love until the air runs out." He did not publish it. He only read it once, then closed the book, knowing that some truths are not for the world, but for the heart. A student of history walked the streets with a notebook, not to record measurements, not to memorize dates, but to imagine the lives that had moved through this place, the baker who rose before dawn, the slave who swept the mosaics, the child who played with a wooden horse. She stopped at a small shop where jars of oil and wine had been found, still lined up as if waiting for customers. And for a long time, she simply looked not at the artifacts, but at the space between them, at the air that had once carried voices, laughter, the clink of a cup. And she realized that to study history is not to collect facts, but to practice empathy, to enter a world that is gone and say, "I see you. I know you are here." And in that act of seeing, she felt not distance, but connection, not time, but presence. An old man from Naples came every year, not because he was a scholar, not because he had family here, but because his grandfather had worked on the early excavations, and had once told him, in a quiet voice, that he had touched the hand of a woman who had died holding her child, and that he had never forgotten the warmth that still seemed to linger in the plaster. The old man did not speak of ghosts. He spoke of memory, of how some places hold the shape of what lived in them, of how grief, when tended, becomes love, and love, when remembered, becomes legacy. He did not stay long. He only walked the same path his grandfather had described, touched the same wall, sat on the same bench, and whispered, "I'm here," not to the city, but to the man who had passed the memory down, as if to say, "I carry it now. I will not let it go." A woman knelt beside the impression of the dog near the bakery, not to mourn, but to leave a small piece of bread on the stone, not as a ritual, but as a gesture, as if to say, "You waited. You stayed. Someone should feed you now." No one saw her. She did not care. She only placed it there, then rose and walked away, her shadow stretching behind her like a quiet companion. Later, someone else saw the bread, did not remove it, but left a small flower beside it, not knowing why, only feeling that something sacred had happened there, not in the past, but in the present. A teacher brought her class from a small town in France, not to test them, not to assign grades, but to let them feel the weight of a moment that had lasted 2,000 years. She did not lecture. She only asked them to sit in the atrium of a home, to close their eyes, and to imagine the sounds that had once filled it, the trickle of water, the murmur of voices, the footsteps of someone walking to the kitchen. When they opened their eyes, one child said, "I heard someone humming." The teacher did not correct her. She only smiled, because she knew that memory is not always in the mind, but in the body, in the way a place can speak without words, in the way a child can hear what an adult has forgotten how to listen for. A writer sat on a bench in the forum, not writing, not thinking, just breathing. He had come because he was tired of noise, tired of screens, tired of the constant rush of the present. And here, in this city that had stopped breathing, he found the quiet he had been searching for. He did not stay long. He only sat, his hands resting on his knees, his eyes closed, until he felt, not sadness, not awe, but peace, the peace of being in a place where time had paused, where nothing was demanded, where simply being was enough. And when he rose to leave, he did not look back. He only carried the stillness with him, like a secret, like a gift. A mother walked with her daughter, a girl no older than 7, who asked why the houses had no roofs, why the streets were cracked, why the people were gone. The mother did not give a long answer. She only said, "Because sometimes the world changes in a moment, but love doesn't." The child did not speak again. She only held her mother's hand tighter, and for the rest of the visit she looked not at the ruins, but at the hands of the people around her, as if memorizing the way they held each other, as if understanding that the real city was not in the stones, but in the gestures. A musician sat in a courtyard and played a single note on a flute, not for an audience, not for recording, but to see if the air would carry it the way it once had. The sound echoed softly, then faded. He played it again and again, and each time it felt less like an experiment and more like a conversation, not with the dead, but with the silence they had left behind, with the memory of music that had once danced through these walls, that had accompanied laughter, that had filled the space between words. And when he stopped, the silence felt different, not empty, but full, as if the city had exhaled in response. A couple stood in a bedroom where 2 figures had been found embracing, their faces close, their arms wrapped around each other. They did not speak. They only held hands, and for a long time they looked at the plaster forms, not as strangers, but as witnesses. And when they turned to leave, one of them whispered, "We'll remember them," not as a promise, but as a fact, as if love, once seen, cannot be unremembered, as if the act of witnessing is itself a kind of immortality. A historian who had spent decades studying Pompeii returned for the last time, not to write a book, not to give a lecture, but to sit in the garden of a large house, where roses once bloomed, where a slave woman had once watered the plants every morning. He did not take notes. He did not speak. He only sat, his back against a wall, his eyes closed, until the sun moved across the sky and the shadows shifted over the stones. And in that stillness he understood that history is not in the facts, but in the feeling, in the way a place can hold the echo of a life, in the way a gesture can survive 2,000 years, in the way a single act of kindness can become a light that never goes out. A child left a small drawing on a bench, a sun, a house, 2 figures holding hands. No one knew who made it. No one removed it. It stayed there for days, until the wind took it, not as loss, but as offering, as if the child had given back what the city had given them, the certainty that they mattered, that they were seen, that they were part of something larger, that even the smallest things can become memory. And so time gathered around the memory, not in monuments, not in textbooks, but in quiet moments like these, in a tear, in a breath, in a hand placed gently on a wall, in a story told at night, in a letter written to no one. The city was not rebuilt. It was not restored. But it was remembered, not as a tragedy, not as a ruin, but as a testament to life, to love, to the quiet courage of those who lived, who loved, who were here. Because to remember is not to bring back. It is to say, across the silence of centuries, I am here. I see you. You are not forgotten. And in that act, the past does not die. It breathes softly in the hearts of those who listen. And in that breath, in that whisper, in that quiet recognition, Pompeii did not return to life. It never stopped living. Long after the last visitor has left the ruins, long after the gates have closed and the lights have dimmed, long after the world has turned its attention to other stories, other cities, other dreams, Pompeii does not fall silent. It does not return to stillness as it once was, but to a different kind of quiet, not the silence of absence, but of presence, not the hush of death, but of memory breathing softly beneath the stone. The wind moves through the empty courtyards, not with force, but with care, brushing against walls painted with images of gods and gardens. carrying with it the faintest echo of a child's laugh, a murmur of a prayer, a creak of a door that once opened to welcome someone home. And in that wind, in that breath of air across 2,000 years, there is a whisper, not loud, not urgent, but persistent, like the rhythm of a heart that never stopped beating, like the warmth of a hand that once touched another and left behind not just a memory, but a feeling that still lingers in the air, waiting to be felt by someone who knows how to be still. A man in a city far away, lying awake in the dark, dreams of a street paved with worn stone, of a fountain that trickles in a garden he has never seen, of a handprint pressed into wet plaster long before his birth. He does not know why he sees it. He does not try to explain it. But when he wakes, he feels a strange sense of calm, as if the dream was not his, but a gift, a moment of peace passed from one life to another, across the vast silence of time. He thinks of the baker who rose before dawn, of the mother who combed her child's hair, of the slave who swept the same path every morning, not for glory, but for order, for dignity, for the quiet certainty that small things matter. And though he will never visit Pompeii, he carries it within him, not as history, but as a feeling, like the warmth of sunlight on skin, like the comfort of a voice that once called a name now forgotten, like the knowledge that to live is not to conquer, but to care, to be present, to leave behind not power, but presence. A child draws a picture in school, a house with a red roof, a woman watering roses, a dog curled by the door. The teacher asks where the idea came from, and the child says, "I saw it in a dream." No one questions it. No one needs to. Because some memories are not learned. They are remembered. And perhaps, somewhere in the blood, in the breath, in the quiet spaces between thoughts, we all carry the echo of lives that came before, not as facts, but as feelings, not as stories, but as sensations. The weight of a hand in yours, the scent of bread in the morning, the sound of water in a fountain on a hot day. The child does not know of the mountain, of the ash, of the end. But she draws the garden, not because it was beautiful, but because it felt right, as if her hand were guided by something older than memory, something that knows that beauty, once made, does not vanish, even when the world does. A woman walks through the ruins, not for the first time, but for the 10th, the 20th, as if returning to a place she once lived. She does not speak. She does not take photos. She only walks the same path, touches the same wall, sits on the same bench where an old man once watched the mountain until the end. And each time she feels not sadness, but connection, as if she is not visiting the past, but rejoining it, as if her presence, her breath, her stillness, is a kind of reply to a question asked long ago, will anyone remember us? And by returning, by being there, by not looking away, she answers, yes, I am here. I see you. You are not forgotten. She does not need to shout it. She does not need to write it down. She only needs to be present, to let the silence speak, to let the city know that it is still seen, still felt, still loved. A father tells his daughter a story at bedtime, not of heroes or monsters, but of a city that was buried by ash, of people who loved, who cooked meals, who watered plants, who wrote notes to each other, who believed in tomorrow. The child listens, her eyes heavy, her breath slow. She does not ask if it's true. She only says, did they know they would be remembered? The father does not know how to answer. He only says, I think they hoped so. And in that moment, the story is no longer about the past. It is about now. It is about the act of telling, of listening, of passing on, not just facts, but feeling, of making sure that what was small, what was human, what was real, does not vanish. Because every time a story is told, it is not just remembered. It is reborn, not in stone, but in breath, not in words, but in the warmth of a voice in the dark. A scientist who has studied the eruption who has analyzed the layers of ash, who has mapped the pyroclastic flows, stands at the edge of the city one evening, long after work has ended. He does not speak of data. He does not write notes. He only looks at the mountain, still green, still quiet, still watching. And for the first time, he does not see a geological event. He sees a moment, a breath held, a life interrupted, a love preserved. He thinks of the plaster casts, of the woman holding her child, of the dog curled by the door, of the couple embracing in their final hours. And he realizes that what he has studied is not just a disaster, but a testament to what it means to be alive, to care, to believe in the ordinary, even when the world is about to end. And in that realization, he feels not triumph, but humility, not knowledge, but kinship, not distance, but belonging. A poet sits by a window in winter, rain tapping gently on the glass, and writes a single line. They did not know they were becoming a dream. She does not publish it. She does not show it to anyone. She only reads it once, then closes the notebook, knowing that some truths are not for the world, but for the heart. And in that line, she holds the essence of Pompeii, not as a ruin, not as a lesson, but as a lullaby sung across centuries. A reminder that to live is to leave behind not power, not glory, not wealth, but moments, a hand in yours, a meal shared, a garden watered, a note that says, "Have a good day?" These are not grand gestures. They are quiet ones. And yet, they are the only things that survive. A teacher shows her students a photograph of the plaster cast of a woman holding her child, their faces close, their bodies preserved in the ash. She does not speak of death. She speaks of love. She says, they chose to stay together. And in that choice, in that final act of care, the children understand something deeper than history. They understand connection. They understand courage. They understand that the most powerful things in life are not loud, but quiet, not grand, but small, not lasting forever, but lasting long enough to matter. One child asks, "Would you do the same?" The teacher does not answer. She only holds her hand over her heart, and the child understands. Yes, a man in a hospital room, holding the hand of someone he loves, thinks of the couple found embracing in a bedroom in Pompeii, their arms wrapped around each other, their faces close, as if whispering a final word. He does not cry. He only holds on tighter, because in that ancient gesture, he finds comfort, the certainty that love does not end when the world does. That to stay, to hold on, to be present, is the most sacred act of all. He does not need to speak. He does not need to explain. He only needs to be there, to let his presence say what words cannot. I am with you. I will not leave. A woman leaves a flower on a stone in the garden where a slave once watered the plants every morning. She does not know the woman's name. She does not know her story. But she leaves it anyway, not as a ritual, but as a gesture, as if to say, I see your care. I honor your hands. I remember you. And in that act, the past does not feel distant. It feels close, alive, breathing in the present. She does not need to know everything. She only needs to feel enough to respond, to let the echo become a conversation, to let the silence be filled with something as simple as a flower, as powerful as remembrance. A child, lying in bed, asks their mother, "Do people who lived long ago still exist?" The mother does not say they are gone. She says, they live in the things they loved, in the people who remember them, in the way we still walk the same streets, feel the same sun, love the same way. And the child closes their eyes, not afraid, but peaceful, because they understand that to be remembered is a kind of return, that to be loved is to never truly disappear. And in that understanding, the child feels not loss, but connection, not distance, but belonging. And so the echoes do not fade. They gather, they grow. They move through the world in quiet ways, in a story told at night, in a tear shed for strangers, in a hand placed gently on a wall, in a dream that feels too real to be imagination. Pompeii is not a city of the past. It is a presence in the present. Not in stone, not in plaster, but in the way we choose to remember, to care, to notice the small things, to believe that a life lived with kindness is never lost. It lives in the way we love, in the way we grieve, in the way we choose to see beauty, even when the world is heavy. Because what remains is not what was built, but what was felt. Not the size of the homes, but the warmth inside them. Not the height of the walls, but the love that moved through them. Not the power of an empire, but the breath of a child, the touch of a hand, the light of a lamp in a window on a dark night. And in that, there is a question, soft and gentle, that drifts through the air like ash, carried on a breeze. What will you leave behind? Not in wealth, not in name, not in stone, but in feeling. In the way someone remembers your voice, your hands, your presence. In the quiet courage of being kind, of staying, of loving, even when you know it may not last. Because the city did not survive, but it did not vanish. It became something else, not a ruin, not a lesson, not a warning, but a whisper, carried through time, not in words, but in feeling, in memory, in the way we, centuries later, still pause, still listen, still say softly, to no one and to everyone, I see you, I remember you, you are not forgotten. And in that whisper, we find not sorrow, but continuity, not end, but return. And so, the echoes still whisper, not from the mountain, not from the ash, but from within us, in the way we love, in the way we care, in the way we choose to remember those who came before, not with sorrow, but with tenderness, not with distance, but with kinship, because to remember is not to bring back. It is to say, across the silence of centuries, you mattered, you were here, and because of that, you still are. And in that whisper, in that breath, in that quiet recognition, Pompeii does not return to life. It never stopped living. It lives in the child who draws a garden, in the mother who tells a story, in the stranger who leaves a flower, in the silence between heartbeats, in the way we even now, even here, still choose to be kind, to be present, to love, even when we know it may not last. Because to live is to leave behind not monuments, but moments. And moments, when remembered, become eternal. And so, the story drifts to a close, not with a final word, but with a quiet breath, like the last ripple in a fountain after the water has stilled. You've walked through the streets of Pompeii, not as a visitor, not as a historian, but as a quiet witness to lives lived, to love given, to moments preserved not in stone, but in memory. You felt the warmth of the morning sun on ancient stone, the hush before the mountain stirred, the weight of a hand that reached for another in the dark. And now, as the echoes of that city fade into the night, you can let go, not of what you've heard, but of the need to hold it tightly, as if it could vanish. Let the ash settle in your mind. Let the images soften, like a dream upon waking. Let the voices, the baker calling to his apprentice, the child laughing in the courtyard, the woman whispering to her daughter, drift gently into silence, not lost, but resting, like embers in a hearth that still holds warmth. You don't need to remember every word, every name, every stone. You only need to carry the feeling, the quiet truth that to live is not to be grand, but to be present, not to be remembered, but to love. If this story found its way into your heart, wherever you are listening from, beneath soft blankets, in a room lit by the glow of a screen, in the quiet hours before sleep, thank you. Thank you for being here, for listening, for breathing with this story as it unfolded across centuries. This space, this moment, is made possible by listeners like you, who choose slowness in a world that rushes, who choose stillness when everything demands noise. If you'd like to stay, to walk through other cities that dream beneath time, you're always welcome here. There are many more stories waiting, not to teach, but to whisper, not to inform, but to accompany. But for now, let yourself rest. Let your breath slow. Let your body sink into stillness. And if you'd like, imagine for a moment that you're standing in a garden in Pompeii, just after dawn. The roses are in bloom. The fountain trickles softly. A breeze moves through the vines. And somewhere, just out of sight, a woman hums as she waters the plants, not knowing she will be remembered, not knowing her care will echo 2,000 years later in the heart of someone lying awake, listening, and finally, letting go. Sleep well, and may your dreams be gentle. There is a kind of stillness that only comes when the world has finally quieted down, when the last message has been sent, the last light turned off, and your body begins to remember what it feels like to simply rest. If you're listening now, you're already halfway there. Your breath is slowing. Your thoughts are softening. You're no longer holding on to the day. You're letting it go. And in this space, where time moves like mist over a garden at dawn, we can begin. Welcome. Welcome to this quiet journey through the life of a woman who shaped an age without ever raising her voice. A queen who reigned for more than 60 years, who saw the world transform from horse-drawn carriages to steam trains, from handwritten letters to telegraphs that carried words across oceans in moments. But before she became the symbol of an empire, she was just a girl in a palace, writing in her diary by candlelight, wondering what her life might become. If you're lying in bed now, wrapped in a blanket, listening from a city where the streets are still alive with distant sounds, or from a village where the only movement is the rustle of leaves in the wind, know that you're not alone. People all over the world are tuning in tonight, from places where it's already morning, where the sun is rising over rooftops and coffee is being poured, to others where the night is just deepening and the stars are coming out one by one. We're all here together in this shared moment of calm. And if you'd like to stay in this space, to return again and again for stories that help you slow down, that speak to the quiet part of you that still believes in depth, in feeling, in the power of a voice that doesn't shout, then this is your invitation to subscribe so you never miss a journey into the past. And if you'd like, you can leave a whisper in the comments, just a simple, "I'm here," and the time where you are. It doesn't need to be long. It can be just your city, your country, the name of the room you're in. Because it's a small thing, but it reminds us that history is not just made in palaces and parliaments. It's lived in bedrooms, kitchens, gardens, and train stations in every corner of the earth. And when you share where you are, you become part of the story too, part of the quiet community that gathers here, night after night, to remember, to feel, to rest. And speaking of palaces, if your only image of Queen Victoria comes from that lovely film with Emily Blunt, where she's dashing through Windsor with a look of mild panic and a tiara slightly askew, this story might surprise you. Because behind the crown was a woman of deep feeling, quiet strength, and unexpected modernity. She was not just a monarch. She was a daughter, a wife, a mother, a widow, a ruler who learned to lead not through spectacle, but through presence. She wrote more than 60 volumes of journals. She loved music, dogs, and long walks in the Scottish Highlands. She mourned deeply, loved fiercely, and changed the way a nation saw itself, all while wearing black every single day for decades. We won't rush her story. We won't dramatize it with sudden music or urgent narration. Instead, we'll walk beside her slowly, as if we're following the sound of her footsteps down a long corridor, or the scratch of her pen in the silence of her study. We'll feel the weight of the crown, yes, but also the warmth of a fire in winter, the scent of roses in the garden at Osborne, the quiet hum of a household that never truly sleeps. And if this moment, this voice, this calm, feels like something you want to protect, like a space you'd like to return to, then please take a quiet moment to like this story, not just for the algorithm, but as a gentle signal that this kind of storytelling still matters, that slowness is not weakness, that depth is worth holding on to. But before we meet her, let's go back to a time before her name was known, before the red on the map stretched so far, before the steam whistle became the voice of a new world. Let's step into the England of the early 1800s, a land of fog and firelight, of carriages on cobbled streets, of children playing in the shadows of factories just beginning to rise. A time when the monarchy was not revered, but questioned, when kings were seen as distant, out of touch, more interested in pleasure than duty. It was into this world that a quiet girl was born, far from the center of power, raised under strict rules, taught to be seen and not heard. But something in her was different. Something was waiting. So breathe deeply. Let your body sink a little further into stillness. And let us begin gently, in the years before it all began, in a palace wrapped in morning mist, where a young girl sits by a window, pen in hand, not yet knowing that her life will become the quiet pulse of an empire. Before the name Victoria echoed through the corridors of time, before it was stitched into the fabric of nations, whispered in distant jungles, carved into stone in faraway ports, there was a world still breathing in the rhythm of candlelight and horse hooves. It was an England where the future had not yet arrived, where progress moved not in leaps, but in quiet tremors beneath the surface of everyday life. The air was thick with the scent of wet cobblestones and burning coal, a haze that clung to the city like a second skin, softening the edges of rooftops and turning street lamps into halos in the dusk. London stood not as the polished capital of a global empire, but as a sprawling, uneven city of contrasts, where grand carriages passed children barefoot in alleyways, where gaslights flickered beside homes lit only by fire, with a weight of centuries still pressed upon every decision, every custom, every unspoken rule. This was not a world built for speed, nor for noise, nor for the impatient. It was a world that asked you to slow down, to listen, to feel the texture of wool against your fingers, the chill of a stone floor through thin slippers, the distant chime of a church bell carrying across the fog like a memory. Life unfolded in a rhythm dictated not by clocks, but by the sun, by hunger, by the needs of animals, and the turning of the seasons. In the countryside, where most people still lived, mornings began in silence, broken only by the crow of a rooster or the soft clink of a milk pail. Farmers walked behind plows pulled by horses whose breath rose in clouds above the damp fields, their hooves sinking slightly into the earth after a night of rain. There were no engines, no radios, no electric lights to fracture the darkness, only the steady pulse of nature, the slow arc of days measured in labor and light. A woman would rise before dawn to kindle the fire, her hands moving with practiced care as she arranged kindling, blew gently until flames caught, then placed the kettle above the heat. The sound of water beginning to simmer was a small comfort, a promise of warmth in a house that stayed cold long after sunrise. Breakfast was porridge, thick and plain, eaten in silence or with quiet conversation about the weather, the crops, the health of a neighbor. Children played with sticks and stones, invented games from scraps, learned early how to mend their own clothes and carry water from the well. Comfort was not expected. It was earned, piece by piece, through patience and endurance. Yet even in this world of simplicity, change was already stirring, not with declarations or revolutions, but in the quiet hum of new ideas. In workshops and drawing rooms, men sketched machines that could spin thread faster than any human hand. Engines powered by steam that might one day carry people across the country in hours instead of days. The notion of progress, still fragile and uncertain, was taking root in the minds of engineers, inventors, and dreamers who saw beyond the horizon of what was possible. Factories were beginning to rise at the edges of towns, tall and dark against the skyline, their chimneys sending plumes of smoke into the sky like signals from a new era. These were not yet the roaring giants of the Industrial Revolution, but they were its first breaths, hesitant, powerful, irreversible. The first railways were being laid, iron tracks cutting through fields and villages, promising connection, movement, a world that could shrink under the weight of human ingenuity. And though most people still lived as their ancestors had, there was a growing awareness that something was shifting, not all at once, not violently, but steadily, like a river changing its course over decades. The monarchy, in those years, stood not as a symbol of unity or service, but as a relic of a different time, tarnished by scandal and distance. Kings had come and gone. Many remembered more for their excesses than their wisdom. There were tales, some true, some exaggerated, of royal banquets that lasted for days, of princes who neglected their duties for pleasure, of palaces filled with whispers and secrets. The people watched from afar, often with skepticism, sometimes with quiet resentment. The crown, once feared and revered, had become something foreign, almost unreal, like a story from a book. It was not hated, but it was not deeply loved either. It existed, like the weather or the tides, as something beyond control, something to be endured rather than celebrated. And yet, in small ways, the old rituals still held power. The changing of the guard at Buckingham House, not yet a palace, but a grand residence, still drew curious onlookers. The sound of a royal carriage on the street made people pause, children run to windows, elders remove their hats. Tradition had not vanished. It had simply faded, like ink left in the sun, still legible, but softer, less commanding. In the homes of the wealthy, life moved to a different rhythm. Mornings began not with labor, but with service. Servants lit fires, drew baths, laid out clothes with care, folding silk and wool with quiet precision. Breakfast was served on silver trays, with tea imported from China, bread from fresh ovens, butter chilled in cellars. The rich spoke of politics, of fashion, of travel. They read newspapers that arrived daily, discussed books, attended concerts, visited estates in the countryside where time moved even slower. Their world was one of refinement, of manners, of subtle hierarchies that governed every gesture, every word. A misplaced glance, an incorrect title, a wrong fork at dinner, these were not small things. They were signs of who you were, where you belonged. And though they lived in the same country as the farmers and laborers, their lives might as well have been on different planets. One moved by candlelight and labor, the other by leisure and inheritance. And yet both existed under the same sky, breathed the same smoky air, listened to the same distant chimes of Big Ben, not yet built, but soon to come, its voice destined to mark the rhythm of a new era. The contrast between these two worlds was vast, though rarely spoken of directly. It was felt in the silence between classes, in the way a servant lowered their eyes when passing a master, in the way A child in a patched coat stepped aside for a carriage with a coat of arms. And yet, both were bound together by the unseen threads of an empire that was growing, quietly, like ivy on a wall, reaching into every corner of the world. Ships from Portsmouth and Liverpool carried goods east and west, returning with spices from India, cotton from the Americas, tea from Ceylon, sugar from the Caribbean. The British Empire was not yet at its height, but its roots were deep, its reach expanding with every tide. And with that expansion came wealth, power, and also suffering, for the hands that harvested the sugar were not free. The lands that produced the cotton were not willingly given. The cultures that traded with Britain did not always do so as equals. But these truths were not yet in the light. They were hidden in the cargo holds of ships, in ledgers kept in offices far from public view, in the silence of those who had no voice to speak. And in the heart of it all, in the quiet corridors of Kensington Palace, a young girl was growing up. She was not yet queen. She was not even considered likely to be queen. The line of succession was long, and many believed others would rule before her. But she was watched. She was shaped. She was taught to walk straight, to speak quietly, to write neatly, to obey. Her days were governed by strict routines, by tutors, by her mother, by a man named Sir John Conroy, whose presence cast a long shadow over her childhood. He was ambitious, calculating, and he saw in this girl not a future monarch, but a path to power. He controlled her access to the outside world, limited her friendships, watched her every move. She lived under what she would later call the Kensington system, a regime of isolation and discipline meant to prepare her for rule, but which often felt more like imprisonment than preparation. Still, within those walls, she grew. She spent hours in a sunlit room, studying history, languages, music. She played the piano softly, her fingers learning the notes of Mozart and Handel, finding in music a voice she could not yet use in words. She walked in the gardens, where roses bloomed in summer and frost covered the fountains in winter. And though she was always accompanied, she learned to listen to the silence between footsteps, to the rustle of leaves, to the distant laughter of children playing beyond the gates. She kept a diary, writing in careful script about her lessons, her thoughts, her longing for freedom. No one knew then that this girl, so closely guarded, so carefully controlled, would one day become the longest reigning monarch of her time. But in those pages, in the quiet honesty of her words, there was already a sense of self, of purpose, of a mind forming its own understanding of duty, of justice, of what it might mean to lead. It was a time of contradictions. Beauty and grime lived side by side. Elegance and suffering shared the same streets. A woman in a silk dress might pass a child shivering in a doorway, both unaware of how deeply their lives were connected by the unseen threads of an empire that was growing, quietly, like ivy on a wall, reaching into every corner of the world. Progress was not kind. It did not come with fairness. It came with smoke, with noise, with displacement. But it came, and the world was not waiting for anyone. It was moving on its own. The first railways were being laid. The telegraph was being imagined. Cities were swelling with people drawn by the promise of work, of a new life. And the old ways, the horse, the candle, the handwritten letter, were beginning their slow retreat into memory. Still, in those final years before Victoria's reign, there was a kind of balance, a sense that the past and the future were holding their breath, that something was about to begin, not with a shout, but with a whisper, not with a war, but with the quiet turning of a page in a young girl's diary. The world was not ready for her, but she was becoming ready for the world, not through grand speeches or public appearances, but through the slow accumulation of thought, of observation, of silent determination. She did not know yet what her role would be, but she was learning how to carry weight, how to listen, how to endure. And so we walk through this England that was not to judge it, not to rush past it, but to feel it. To feel the weight of a woolen coat on cold mornings. To hear the scratch of a quill on paper. To smell the wax of a candle burning low in a bedroom where a child dreams of a life she cannot yet name. To see the way light falls through a window in Kensington Palace, catching the dust in the air, illuminating a book left open on a table, a cup of tea growing cold beside it. This is not history as a list of events. This is history as a lived experience, as a texture, as a mood. It is the world that shaped her, not through glory, but through quiet moments, through restrictions, through the slow building of a mind that would one day hold an empire in its thoughts. Because before there was a queen, there was a world that shaped her. Before there was an empire in full color on the map, there was a nation waking up slowly to the sound of its own transformation. Before history remembered her, she was simply a girl, listening to the silence, wondering what her voice might one day become. And though she did not know it, the world was already leaning toward her, not because of who she was, but because of what she might represent. A new beginning, a return to dignity, a reign that would not be marked by excess, but by presence. So let us stay here a little longer, in this moment before everything changed. There was a morning in June, the kind that arrives without fanfare, when the light over London did not burst through the clouds, but seep slowly into the world, like water soaking into old paper. The city was still wrapped in the soft hush of early hour, the streets damp from a night of gentle rain, the air carrying the scent of wet stone, distant smoke, and the faint perfume of roses blooming in a garden somewhere behind a high wall. Birds moved between rooftops with quiet purpose, and the first footsteps on the pavement echoed with a kind of reverence, as if even the waking world knew not to rush. Inside Kensington Palace, the curtains were drawn, but a thin line of gold had found its way through the fabric, falling across the edge of a wooden desk, illuminating a diary left open the night before, its pages filled with careful script, the ink slightly smudged from a finger that had paused too long in thought. And in the bed beyond, a young woman stirred, not from a dream, but from the deep, dreamless sleep of someone who had spent the night turning over words in their mind, preparing for a day they could not yet name. She was not yet the figure history would remember, the widow in black, the matriarch of an empire, the woman whose name would define an age. She was simply Victoria, 18 years old, a girl who had spent her life within these walls, shaped by routines, watched by eyes that saw not her heart, but her position. Her childhood had been one of isolation, governed by what they called the Kensington system, a strict, almost suffocating regime of study, silence, and supervision, designed to mold her into a monarch who would be obedient, grateful, and dependent. Her mother had meant well, perhaps, but her presence was often overshadowed by Sir John Conroy, a man whose ambition was quiet but relentless, whose voice carried weight in every decision, every appointment, every letter she was allowed to write. She had grown up with tutors who taught her history, languages, music, but rarely asked her what she thought. She had learned to walk straight, to speak softly, to write neatly, to obey. But in the silence between lessons, in the hours after dusk, when the candles were lit and the house settled into stillness, she had begun to form a mind of her own. She kept a diary, not as a duty, but as a refuge. Every night she would sit at her desk, pen in hand, and write with a kind of honesty that would have startled those who thought they knew her. She wrote of her lessons, yes, but also of her longing for freedom, of her frustration with the restrictions, of her quiet resistance to being shaped like clay in someone else's hands. She did not write with the flourish of a poet or the precision of a statesman. She wrote as someone trying to understand herself, to find her place in a world that had already decided so much for her. And in those private words, there was already a sense of sovereignty, not claimed, not demanded, but simply known. She did not want power for its own sake. She wanted to be heard. She wanted to serve. She wanted to matter, not because of her title, but because of who she was, deep beneath the layers of expectation. The morning she became queen came not with trumpets, not with crowds, not with the roar of celebration, but in the quiet of her bedroom, shortly after sunrise. There was a knock at the door, not harsh, not urgent, but deliberate. It was her mother, accompanied by the Archbishop of Canterbury and a small group of officials, their faces solemn in the dim light. They told her the king was dead. William IV, her uncle, had passed in the night, and she, by the unbroken line of succession, was now sovereign. She did not cry. She did not gasp. She did not collapse into the drama of the moment. Instead, she sat up in bed, smoothed the sheets over her lap, and looked at them with eyes that were wide, but not afraid. Later, she would write that in that instant, she felt a deep calm, not the absence of emotion, but the presence of something stronger, a sense of purpose, long buried, now rising to the surface. She asked to be left alone. When the room emptied, she knelt beside the bed and prayed, not for power, not for glory, but for strength, for wisdom, for the ability to do what was right, even when it was difficult. And when she rose, she was no longer just a girl shaped by others. She was a queen, not because of a crown or a proclamation, but because she had chosen, in that silent space between breaths, to become one. Her first act was small, but it carried the weight of a declaration. She asked to be called Victoria, not Alexandrina, the name given to her at birth by her godfather, the Tsar of Russia. It was not a dramatic rejection, not a public statement, but a quiet assertion of self, a refusal to be defined by others' expectations. From that moment on, she would make her own choices, not all at once, not without hesitation, but steadily, like a river finding its course through stone. She moved out of Kensington Palace, away from the influence of Sir John Conroy, whose control over her life had been so complete. She began to meet with her ministers, not as a figurehead, but as someone who listened, questioned, remembered. She studied the reports that came to her desk about poverty in the cities, about trade disputes, about wars being fought in distant lands, and she read them not as abstract matters of state, but as stories of real people living, suffering, hoping. There was a way she carried herself that began to change the atmosphere around her. She did not wear extravagance. She did not seek applause. She dressed simply, often in light colors, her hair pulled back, her hands folded in front of her. When she walked through the halls of the palace, servants would pause, not out of fear, but out of something closer to respect. She would nod, sometimes smile, but never with the distant air of royalty. There was a warmth in her presence, a humanity that made people feel seen, even in passing. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, the tone of the monarchy began to shift from spectacle to substance, from distance to dignity. Into this new chapter of her life came a young prince from Germany, a cousin named Albert, not as a political arrangement forced upon her, but as a possibility, a quiet invitation to companionship. When they met for the first time at Windsor Castle, it was a cold November morning, the gardens covered in a thin layer of frost, the air crisp with the scent of damp earth and fallen leaves. She waited for him in the blue drawing-room, nervous in a way she had not been since her accession. But when he entered, something in the air changed. He was not tall, not striking in the way of heroes and paintings, but there was a stillness about him, a quiet intelligence in his eyes, a way of listening that made her feel, for the first time, truly heard. They spoke for hours, not of politics, not of duty, but of music, of art, of science, of the future. He spoke of progress, of how technology could serve humanity, of how beauty and reason could walk hand in hand. He did not flatter her. He challenged her, asked questions, smiled when she laughed. And when he left, she went straight to her diary and wrote, I really and truly believe he is the man I have been looking for all my life." It was not a declaration of passion, but of recognition, as if she had found not just a husband, but a companion, a mind that could walk beside her through the long years ahead, someone who would not try to rule in her place, but to stand beside her, not above or below, but beside. Their engagement was announced quietly, without the usual fanfare or political posturing. There were no riots, no scandals, no resistance from the public. Instead, there was a sense of relief, as if the nation had been waiting for this moment, for the Queen to have someone who understood her, who could share the weight, who would not seek power for himself. And when they married, it was not in the grandest cathedral, but in the chapel royal at St. James's Palace, surrounded by family, by candles, by the soft sound of an organ, playing a piece composed by Mendelssohn. She wore white, not because it was tradition, but because she liked it, and in that moment she did not look like a monarch fulfilling a duty. She looked like a woman in love, radiant, grounded, finally free. Albert did not take the title of king. He did not demand it. He became prince consort, a role he shaped with quiet dignity, advising her, organizing exhibitions, supporting education and the arts. He was not her equal in title, but he was her equal in mind, in heart, in purpose. And in the privacy of their home, whether at Buckingham Palace or their retreat in the Scottish Highlands, they built a life that was, for them, deeply ordinary, raising children, walking in the gardens, reading together by the fire. It was not a fairy tale. It was better. It was real. But even in that joy, she knew the path ahead would not be easy. The empire was growing, yes, but so were its contradictions. The factories that powered progress also exploited children. The ships that brought wealth also carried suffering. The laws that governed distant lands were not made with their people in mind. And though she would not speak publicly about these things, they weighed on her, like stones in a pocket. She did not have all the answers. She never would. But she had something else, a quiet determination to do what she could, to listen, to learn, to endure. She did not seek to be loved by everyone. She did not crave popularity. But she wanted to be worthy of the trust placed in her, not by birth, but by choice. And so, in the years that followed, as the world began to move faster, with trains, with telegraphs, with new ideas rushing in like tide, she remained a steady presence. Not loud, not flashy, but there, writing in her diary every night, walking in the gardens at dawn, holding the hand of her husband as they discussed the day's letters, raising their children with a tenderness that surprised those who thought royalty incapable of such things. She was not perfect. She made mistakes. She grieved. She doubted. But she never stopped trying. There was a way she listened, not just to ministers, not just to advisors, but to the silence between words, to the pauses, to the unspoken fears in a servant's voice, to the hesitation in a child's answer. She had learned, in her years of observation, to read not only documents, but people. And in that quiet attention, she began to shape a different kind of monarchy, one not built on distance, but on presence. She visited hospitals. She wrote letters to families who had lost sons in distant wars. She supported causes quietly, without need for recognition. She did not believe in ruling from above, but in walking alongside, even if the path was invisible to most. And slowly, the image of the crown began to change, not through speeches, but through gestures. A nod, a handwritten note, a moment of stillness in a crowded room. She did not always feel strong. There were nights when she sat by the fire, wrapped in a shawl, staring into the flames, wondering if she was doing enough, if she was being fair, if she was truly leading, or simply enduring. But she never let those doubts paralyze her. Instead, she returned to her desk, opened her diary, and wrote, not for history, not for publication, but for herself. In those pages, she was not a queen. She was a woman, tired, hopeful, uncertain, trying. And in that honesty, she found a kind of courage that did not depend on certainty, but on continuity. She did not need to know the end to keep walking. And so, in the quiet years that followed, as the world began to hum with the sound of steam and wire, as cities grew and maps changed and new voices rose from the shadows, she remained a constant, not unchanging, but unwavering. She aged, yes. Her hair turned silver. Her hands grew thin. But her presence, her commitment to duty, her belief in quiet service never faded. She did not seek to be admired. She sought to be useful. And in that simple intention, she became something rare. A monarch who was not just seen, but felt like a steady hand on the rail of a long staircase, guiding without pressure, present without demand. Because that is what this moment was, not a beginning with a bang, but a whisper, a quiet turning. A girl becoming a queen, not through conquest, but through choice. Not through force, but through presence. And as the candles burned low in her study, as the clock ticked softly in the hall, as the wind brushed the trees outside her window, she sat at her desk, pen in hand, and wrote another sentence in a story that was only just beginning. She did not know how long it would last. She did not know how much the world would change. But she knew, with a quiet certainty, that she would walk this path not for glory, not for power, but for peace. And in that simple act of writing, of breathing, of being, she had already begun to shape an age. There is a particular kind of courage that does not announce itself with banners or speeches, but with the quiet turning of a page, the soft closing of a door, the first time a voice speaks without hesitation in a room full of older men. It is not the courage of battle, nor of rebellion, but of beginning, of stepping forward when the path ahead is still unmarked, when the ground beneath your feet feels uncertain, when the weight of expectation presses from all sides, and yet you move anyway. This was the kind of courage Victoria began to know in the early years of her reign, not as a queen born to power, but as a young woman learning, day by day, how to inhabit a role that had once felt too large for her shoulders. She did not stride into history. She walked into it, slowly, thoughtfully, one small decision at a time. Her days now followed a rhythm that was hers to shape. No longer confined by the rigid structure of the Kensington system, she began to build a routine that balanced duty and reflection, public life and private peace. Mornings often began in her private study at Buckingham Palace, a room warmed by a low fire, the windows veiled by thin curtains that softened the London light. She would sit at her desk, wrapped in a shawl, a cup of tea cooling beside her, and read through the dispatches that had arrived overnight, letters from governors in distant colonies, reports from Parliament, petitions from citizens who believed, perhaps naively, that their queen might read their words. And she did. Not all of them, not always in full, but enough to know the texture of the world beyond the palace walls. She underlined passages, made small notes in the margins, sometimes paused, closed her eyes, and imagined the hands that had written those words. A farmer in Ireland, a teacher in Canada, a soldier in India. She did not always know what to do with that knowledge, but she refused to look away. One of her first quiet acts was to change the way the royal household operated. She did not make grand decrees, nor did she seek to erase tradition. Instead, she introduced small shifts, a request that meals be simpler, that the staff be treated with more respect, that children in service be given time to learn to read. She noticed things others overlooked. A maid who limped from standing too long, a page boy who fell asleep during long ceremonies, a cook who wept quietly after receiving news from home. And when she noticed, she acted not with fanfare, but with quiet instruction. A pair of softer shoes ordered, a letter sent to a grieving family, a tutor hired for the boy who wanted to study. These were not policies, they were gestures. But in their accumulation, they began to change the air of the palace, making it feel less like a fortress of privilege and more like a home where care could exist, even within the rigid walls of monarchy. Albert, now by her side as prince consort, became not just her husband, but her closest advisor, not because he demanded influence, but because she trusted his judgment. He did not seek titles or public recognition. He asked only to be useful. And so, in the evenings, after the formal duties of the day had ended, they would walk together through the palace gardens or sit by the fire in the drawing room, talking for hours. They spoke of politics, yes, but also of science, of art, of how a nation might balance progress with compassion. He introduced her to new ideas about education, about industry, about the potential of technology to improve lives. He was not a man of empire in the traditional sense. He was a man of thought, of order, of quiet innovation. And in his presence, she found not only love, but clarity. He did not tell her what to do. He helped her see what was possible. One of their earliest shared projects was the idea of a great exhibition, a gathering of the world's inventions, arts, and crafts to be held in London. It was not an immediate success. Many in Parliament scoffed at the notion, calling it a folly, a waste of time and money. What good is a show of machines and trinkets, they asked. But Victoria and Albert believed it could be more than that. They saw it as a celebration of human ingenuity, a way to bring nations together not through war, but through wonder. And so, with quiet persistence, they worked, reviewing designs, meeting with engineers, writing letters to foreign leaders inviting their participation. The idea grew slowly, like a seed in dark soil, until it could no longer be ignored. When the Crystal Palace finally rose in Hyde Park, a vast shimmering structure of glass and iron, it was not just a building. It was a promise, a vision of what the world could become, if guided by curiosity rather than conquest. But not every step forward was met with approval. There were whispers in the corridors of power, murmurs from ministers who resented Albert's presence in affairs of state. He is not English, they said. He has no right to advise the Queen. Some even suggested he was manipulating her, that a foreign prince had too much influence over the crown. Victoria heard these words, though they were often spoken behind closed doors. She did not respond with anger. She did not issue rebukes. Instead, she continued to consult him, to walk beside him in public, to include him in meetings. Her silence was her answer. Her presence beside him was her declaration. She would not be told who she could love, nor who she could trust. And slowly the murmurs faded, not because they were silenced, but because they were outlasted by consistency. She also began to shape the image of the monarchy in ways that were subtle but profound. At a time when kings and queens were expected to be distant, almost divine, she chose intimacy. She allowed portraits to be made of her with her children, not posed and formal, but caught in quiet moments, reading, laughing, holding a baby. She visited hospitals, not for spectacle, but to sit with the sick, to hold their hands, to listen. She wrote personal letters to families who had lost sons in colonial conflicts, words that were not drafted by secretaries, but by her own hand. These acts were small, but they carried weight. They suggested that the crown could be not just a symbol of power, but of care, that a queen could be both sovereign and human. There was a morning, early in her reign, when she received a letter from a young woman in Manchester who worked in a textile mill. The letter was stained with soot, the handwriting uneven, but the words were clear. She wrote of 12-hour days, of children as young as 6 working at the looms, of air so thick with cotton dust that it burned the lungs. She did not ask for money. She did not demand revolution. She simply asked if the Queen knew. Victoria read it once, then again, then a third time. She did not reply immediately. She did not sign a law that day, but she kept the letter. She placed it in a small wooden box on her desk, where it remained for years. And every time she passed it, she remembered that letter did not change the world in a day, but it changed her. And from that moment on, the word child labor carried a face, a voice, a name. She began to use her influence in quiet ways, supporting bills that limited working hours, advocating for better education, encouraging the expansion of public parks so even the poor could breathe clean air. She did not always succeed. The wheels of government turned slowly, and many in power had too much to lose. But she persisted, not with speeches, but with presence, with questions asked in private meetings, with nods of approval to reformers who needed only a whisper of royal support to gain courage. She learned that power was not always in the decree, but in the pause, the moment when a ruler could choose to look away, but instead chose to see. And then there were the children. As her family grew, 9 in total, the palace began to echo with laughter, with the pitter-pat of small feet, with the sound of lullabies sung in both English and German. This, too, was a quiet revolution. A queen was not expected to be a hands-on mother. She was expected to delegate, to let nurses and governesses do the work of raising heirs. But Victoria refused. She bathed her babies. She rocked them to sleep. She taught them their letters, told them stories, scolded them gently when they misbehaved. In doing so, she redefined what it meant to be a royal woman, not as a figure of state, but as a mother, a teacher, a guide. And in that redefinition, she gave permission to others to value the quiet, unseen work of care. Albert shared this world with her completely. He played with the children, built them toys from wood, taught them music, took them on walks through the gardens at Osborne House. He believed in education, in discipline, in the importance of moral grounding. But he also believed in joy. He would dance with the little ones in the drawing room, make them laugh with silly voices, lie on the grass with them to watch clouds drift across the sky. These were not royal duties. They were human moments. And in their accumulation, they became a kind of legacy not written in laws, but lived in the hearts of those who witnessed them. She continued to write in her diary every night, long after the household had gone to sleep. The entries were no longer just about her thoughts or feelings, but about the small decisions of the day, whom she had met, what she had learned, what she hoped to do tomorrow. She wrote about Albert's ideas, about the children's progress, about the weight of the letters she had read. She did not write for history. She wrote to remember, to process, to stay grounded. And in that ritual, she found a kind of center, a way to return to herself amidst the endless demands of being queen. There were still moments of doubt, nights when she sat by the fire, wrapped in silence, wondering if she was doing enough, if her small steps mattered in a world so vast and broken. She thought of the factories, the colonies, the people whose lives were shaped by decisions made in rooms like hers. She did not have the power to fix everything. She never would. But she had learned this. That change did not always come in waves. Sometimes it came in drops, in choices. In the way she spoke to a servant, the way she held a child, the way she listened to a man from India who came to discuss trade, not as a subject, but as a person. And so, step by quiet step, the path unfolded. Not with triumph, not with glory, but with continuity. She attended council meetings. She signed documents. She hosted dignitaries. She walked in the gardens. She loved her husband. She raised her children. She remembered the letter from Manchester. She kept the flame of attention alive, even when no one was watching, because she had come to understand something essential, that leadership was not in the grand gesture, but in the daily return to duty, to empathy, to the belief that even a small act, repeated over time, could shape the world. Because that is what these first steps were, not the beginning of a revolution, but the quiet laying of a foundation. Not a single moment of change, but a series of choices, each one small, each one intentional. A letter answered, a child held, a decision made not for convenience, but for conscience. And as the years passed, those steps would become a path, and that path would become a legacy. But for now, in this moment, it was enough to keep walking, slowly, steadily, with eyes open, heart awake, and hands ready to do what they could. There is a kind of movement that does not announce itself with noise or spectacle, but with the quiet shift of balance, like the moment a ship, long moored to the dock, begins to feel the pull of the tide beneath its hull, not with a lurch, but with a slow, almost imperceptible release. It is not the world changing all at once, but the realization that it has already begun to change, that the air itself carries a different weight, that the paths people walk are no longer quite the same as they were yesterday. This was the motion that began to ripple outward from the quiet decisions of a young queen who had chosen not to command, but to care, to listen, to question, to act in small ways that, over time, gathered into something larger than any single act could be. And though no one rang a bell to mark its beginning, though no newspaper declared it with bold print, the world was in motion, and nothing would ever be exactly as it had been. The first signs were not in grand proclamations, but in the texture of everyday life, in the way a factory owner in Manchester paused over his morning tea, reading a parliamentary report on child labor that had been quietly endorsed by the Crown, and for the first time truly saw the names listed: Emily, age 9, Thomas, age 7, Mary, unable to stand for more than 2 hours. He had known, of course, that children worked in the mills. He had lived with it as one lives with the weather, as something inevitable, part of the system. But now, the words were not abstract. They were attached to faces he had never seen, to lungs he had never heard coughing in the damp night air. And though he did not close the mill that day, nor change the hours, he asked his foreman to check on the ventilation in the weaving room. It was a small thing, but it was a beginning. And beginnings, when they are sincere, have a way of spreading. In London, the city itself seemed to breathe differently. The gas lights that flickered along the streets at dusk now stayed lit longer, their pale glow stretching the boundaries of the day, allowing people to walk home after work, to gather in quiet conversation, to read by artificial light in rooms that had once gone dark with sunset. For the poor, who had lived entirely by the rhythm of daylight, this was a quiet revolution, not in laws, but in time. The ability to move after dark, to study, to rest without rushing into shadows, changed the texture of life. And in the homes of the growing middle class, there were pianos, books, newspapers, small signs of a life that was no longer defined only by survival, but by culture, by thought, by the quiet pleasure of reading a story after supper, of playing a melody passed down from a grandmother, of imagining a future that might be different from the past. The arrival of the railways was not just a technological shift, but a transformation of the soul of the nation. A man could wake in Liverpool, eat breakfast in his own kitchen, and dine in London by nightfall, something that would have been unimaginable just a generation before. Letters that once took days to cross the country now arrived in hours. Families separated by distance could visit. Workers could travel for jobs. Ideas moved faster than ever. And though the steam engines were loud, their smoke dark, their arrival disruptive, shaking the earth with their passage, scaring horses, shattering the silence of villages, they also carried a promise. That distance was no longer an absolute barrier, that the world could be stitched together one rail at a time, that no one needed to be entirely alone. The sound of the train in the distance became a new kind of heartbeat for the land. And at the center of this motion stood the Crystal Palace, that vast, shimmering cathedral of glass and iron, rising in Hyde Park like a dream made visible. It had not been easy to build. There had been doubts, delays, storms that threatened the fragile structure. Engineers argued, politicians hesitated, the public murmured about the cost. But Victoria and Albert believed in it, not as a monument to power, but as a celebration of human ingenuity, a gathering of the world's inventions, arts, and crafts from every corner of the earth. When it opened, filled with wonders, a giant telescope from Germany, a steam loom from America, silks from Japan, clocks that could keep time for a century, people walked through its halls in silence, their breath catching at the sight of so much possibility gathered in one place. And though the Queen did not give a speech, her presence was felt, walking slowly, listening, asking questions, smiling at a child who reached out to touch a display. She did not need to speak. Her attention was her affirmation. But not all welcomed this motion. In the quiet corners of power, there were those who whispered that the Queen was changing too much, too fast, that her marriage to a German prince had brought foreign influence into the heart of the monarchy, that her interest in science and industry was unbecoming of a woman, let alone a sovereign. Some ministers resented her questions, her notes in the margins of reports, her insistence on being informed. She should leave governance to men, they said in private drawing rooms, over glasses of port. Her role is to appear, not to act. But Victoria did not retreat. She did not argue. She simply continued, reading, meeting, deciding. Her presence a quiet rebuttal to every doubt. She did not need to shout. Her consistency was her answer. Even in the colonies, emotion was felt, not everywhere, not all at once, but in enough places to be noticed. In India, where the British presence had long been one of control and extraction, a new tone began to emerge. Schools were built, not just for the elite, but for local children. Hospitals opened in towns that had never seen a doctor. Railways extended into the interior, not only to move troops and goods, but to connect villages, to bring teachers, books, hope. A young Indian student in Calcutta, studying medicine under a new scholarship program, wrote in a letter, "I did not think the Queen would care about us, but she asks after our progress. She signs the papers. She remembers." These words were not widely read, but they were true. And truth, once spoken, has a way of traveling, quietly like a seed carried on the wind. At home, the royal family itself became a model of the new era. No longer distant, untouchable figures carved in stone, they were seen in portraits, in public appearances, in the press, as parents, as partners, as people. The image of Victoria and Albert with their children, gathered around a piano or walking in the garden, was printed in newspapers and displayed in homes. It suggested that a family could be both noble and warm, both powerful and kind. And in that image, a new ideal of domestic life began to form, one where duty and love were not opposites, but companions, where leadership could be gentle, where strength could be quiet. Mothers looked at those pictures and felt, for the first time, that their own struggles with children, with household, with exhaustion, were not beneath notice, but part of something sacred. The press, once a tool of scandal and gossip, began to shift as well. Newspapers grew in number and reach, carried by train and telegraph, arriving in villages the same day they were printed in London. And though many still focused on crime and sensation, others began to cover social issues, the conditions in factories, the plight of the poor, the need for reform. A new kind of journalism emerged, one that did not just report, but questioned. And sometimes, in the quietest paragraphs, a letter from the Queen was quoted, not for its political weight, but for its tone, its compassion, its curiosity, its refusal to look away. These words did not change laws overnight, but they changed hearts. And hearts, when moved, begin to ask for more. Even the land itself seemed to respond. In the highlands of Scotland, where Victoria and Albert retreated each summer, the quiet village of Balmoral became a place of pilgrimage. not for worship, but for memory. Locals spoke of the queen walking alone through the heather, her face turned toward the wind, her hands clasped behind her back. She did not come as a ruler, but as a guest. She bought wool from local weavers, ate bread from the village oven, greeted children by name. She walked the same paths as the shepherds, paused at the same streams, listened to the same birdsong, and in her presence the land felt seen. Years later, an old woman would say, "She didn't change the mountains, but she made them feel important." And perhaps that was enough. The telegraph, that thin wire carrying words across nations in seconds, became another thread in this growing web of connection. A message from London could reach Bombay in minutes. A decision made in the morning could affect lives by nightfall. It was a power unlike any before, invisible, instantaneous, almost magical. And yet, Victoria used it with care. She did not flood the empire with commands. She sent short notes, inquiries, condolences. When a cyclone struck Bengal, she sent a single line, "I grieve with you." It was not a policy. It was a presence. But for those who received it, it was enough. It meant they were not forgotten. And in a world so vast, being remembered was its own kind of salvation. Art and music, too, began to reflect this motion. Composers wrote pieces inspired by industry, by travel, by the new pace of life. Painters captured not just royalty in battle, but workers, families, cityscapes alive with smoke and light. Literature turned inward, exploring the minds of ordinary people, their struggles, their hopes. The Victorian age was becoming not just an era of steam and steel, but of soul, a time when the inner life was given space to breathe, to question, to dream. Novels spoke of moral dilemmas, of love and loss, of the quiet courage it took to live honestly. And in those pages, people saw themselves, not as cogs in a machine, but as beings with depth, with feeling, with a right to be heard. And still, the Queen wrote. Every night, without fail, she opened her diary and filled page after page with the quiet record of her days. She wrote of meetings, yes, but also of walks, of conversations with Albert, of the way the light fell on the garden at Osborne in the late afternoon. She wrote of her children growing, of letters received, of dreams she could not explain. These were not documents of state. They were acts of preservation, of memory, of feeling, of the self beneath the crown. And in their quiet honesty, they became a kind of compass, guiding her through moments of doubt, reminding her who she was when the world demanded so much. The diary was her sanctuary, a place where she could be small, where she could wonder, where she could simply be. The world in motion was not always graceful. It stumbled. It groaned under the weight of its own growth. Children still worked in factories. Colonies still suffered under the weight of empire. Poverty still clung to the edges of cities like ivy on a wall. Victoria did not believe she had fixed everything. She never would. But she had learned this, that to care was not weakness, that to listen was not surrender, that to act, even in small ways, was to resist the silence that so often accompanied power. She did not need to solve every problem. She only needed to face them, one by one, with attention, with intention, with the quiet courage of showing up. And so, the motion continued, not because of a single decree, but because of 1,000 small choices. A letter answered, a law supported, a child held, a moment of stillness in a noisy world. Each one added weight to the wheel. Each one helped it turn. And as the years passed, the momentum grew, not as a force, but as a current, carrying people, ideas, hopes forward, like leaves on a slow, steady river. No one could say exactly when the tide had turned, but everyone could feel it, because that is how change often comes, not with a shout, but with a whisper, not in a single moment, but in the accumulation of presence. And Victoria, By simply being who she was, thoughtful, steady, quietly courageous, had become part of that whisper. She did not see herself as a force of history, but history, in its quiet way, had chosen her. Not for her power, but for her persistence. Not for her voice, but for her silence. The kind of silence that listens, that waits, that holds space for others to speak. And so the world moved, not perfectly, not equally, but forward. And in its motion there was hope. Not loud, not certain, but real. Like the first light of dawn, barely visible, yet undeniable. Like the sound of a train in the distance, carrying someone home. Like the flicker of a gaslight in a window, long after everyone should be asleep, where a woman sits writing in her diary, her pen moving slowly across the page, shaping a future she will never fully see, but will have helped to create. Because the world is always in motion, not because of great men, but because of quiet women, not because of thunder, but because of rain that falls softly, night after night, until the ground can no longer hold it, and the river begins to rise. There are moments in a life when the path forward does not shine with clarity, when the weight of duty and the pull of the heart stand in quiet opposition, and no choice feels entirely right. These are not the crises of war or scandal, not the kind that echo in history books with bold headlines, but the deeper, slower struggles, the ones that happen behind closed doors, in the silence between breaths, in the way a hand hesitates over a letter or a gaze lingers too long on a portrait. For Victoria, this time came not with a single event, but as a gradual pressing in from all sides, the expectations of a nation, the whispers of a court, the needs of a family, and the quiet, unrelenting voice within that asked, again and again, "Who am I?" when no one is watching. She had begun to walk her own path, yes, and the world had responded, slowly, unevenly, but surely. Yet with every step forward, new tensions arose, not from enemies, but from the very structures meant to support her. The ministers who had once doubted her now questioned her reliance on Albert, suggesting that a foreign prince should not have such influence over matters of state. They did not say it in council, not openly, but in the pauses between sentences, in the way a document was delayed, in the careful wording of a reply. The prince consort is most involved, they would say, their voices smooth, their eyes avoiding hers. And though she did not shout, did not demand answers, she felt it, the subtle resistance, the invisible wall that could not be touched, only sensed, like a draft beneath a door. Albert, for his part, carried the weight with quiet dignity. He did not seek titles. He did not demand recognition. But he worked, tirelessly, thoughtfully, advising on policy, organizing exhibitions, supporting scientific advancement, shaping the education of their children. He believed in order and progress, in the idea that power could be used not for domination, but for uplift. And yet, even he could not escape the murmurs. "He is not English," they said in drawing rooms and clubs. "He speaks with an accent. He dresses differently. He thinks too much." These were not accusations, not laws, but small cuts, repeated over time until they left a mark. And Victoria saw it, the way his shoulders tightened when he entered a room, the way he paused before speaking, as if measuring the cost of each word. But it was not only from the outside that the pressure came. Within the palace, within her own heart, there were conflicts just as real. She was a queen, yes, but also a mother, to one child, then another, then many, each arrival a joy, each cry in the night a reminder of a different kind of duty. The world expected her to be present, to rule, to appear, and yet her children needed her to stay, to hold them, to sing them to sleep. There were nights when she would stand in the nursery, watching them breathe in the dim light, their faces soft with sleep, and wonder if she could truly be both, if she could lead a nation and still be a mother in the way she wished to be. No one offered her a choice,